Wang Defa, on what grounds did you strike my name off? In the corridor of the training base, Su Chen's roar almost drowned out the thunder rumbling beyond the windows. Outside rain was pouring down in torrents. He was drenched from head to toe, water dripping from his sneakers onto the floor as he sprinted from the main gate of the base all the way to the coach's office, kicking the door open without even knocking and charging straight in. Su Chen had rushed over after receiving a call from a teammate. On the phone, the guy stammered for a long while before finally forcing out a sentence. Chinga, just go take a look at the notice board. He had ridden his rusty bicycle with its creaking chain through the storm for 40 minutes. When he reached the gate of the training base, he didn't even stop the bike properly before sprinting toward the notice board. It was the final roster for the Asian U18 Championship, 23 names. His own had been crossed out by a thick black line of marker ink. Beside it, 3 crooked characters had been added: Zhao Tianhao. Su Chen stared at those 3 characters for 10 whole seconds as rain streamed down from his forehead into his eyes, stinging and burning. Then he spun around and bolted toward the coach's office. Now he stood before Wang Defa, chest heaving violently, fists clenched so tightly his knuckles had turned white. Wang Defa sat in a leather swivel chair with his legs crossed, a toothpick in hand, leisurely picking at his teeth. Hearing Su Chen's roar, he did not even lift an eyelid. Oh, you're here. The toothpick turned lazily between his teeth as Wang Defa finally raised his head, cutting Su Chen a sidelong glance. His gaze was like that of a man watching a rain-soaked stray dog trespass into his living room. Coach Wang, Su Chen forced his voice down, the sound trembling. For the U18 roster, I ran the top result in the entire team's physical tests and scored 4 goals in the warm-up matches. On what grounds are you replacing me? On what grounds? Wang Defa flicked the toothpick onto the desk, leaned back into his chair, folding his hands. His belly was round and bulging, stretching his sports polo to the point that the buttons were about to pop. A man who hadn't touched a ball in 10 years, wearing a coach's uniform bearing the national emblem. Because you're not suited to this position. Not suited. Su Chen stepped forward. In last month's warm-up match against the Korean youth team, I tore their entire back line apart by myself. After the game, their coach personally asked me for my name. It was just a warm-up match, Wang Defa said around a yawn. Official games are an entirely different matter. And what about Zhao Tianhao then? Su Chen's voice sharpened, his nails digging into the flesh of his palm. During last week's training scrimmage, he couldn't even trap the ball properly and lost possession 8 times out of 10 passes. And he's the one who gets to play in official matches. The office fell silent for 2 seconds. Slowly, the corners of Wang Defa's mouth curled upward. Su Chen would remember that smile for the rest of his life. It was the smile of a hunter who has finally watched his prey step into the snare. Are you finished talking? Wang Defa stood up and strolled to the window, turning his back to Su Chen as he watched the storm outside. Let me tell you something, Su Chen. In this world, it's not enough to play well if you want to step onto the pitch. He turned around, raising one finger. Zhao Tianhao's father, Zhao Wanjin, is the boss of Wanjin Real Estate in the capital. Just last week, he donated $500,000 in sponsorship to our base. The new training equipment, the chartered flights for overseas tournaments. That's all paid for by him. It felt as if someone had slammed a fist into Su Chen's chest. You took his money and sold my spot. Sold? Wang Defa let out a cold laugh. This is called resource allocation. Try to understand. Professional football is all about resources. What resources do you have? He walked back to the desk, picked up Su Chen's file, and slapped it down onto the tabletop. Su Chen, 17 years old. Orphaned, living with your grandmother in an urban village. No background, no connections, no sponsors. Even if you play brilliantly, who is going to spend money on you? Who is going to pave your ways? Each word was like a nail hammered one by one into Su Chen's chest. I don't need anyone to pave the way for me. Su Chen's eyes reddened, his voice hoarse. I fought my way into the national youth team on my own 2 feet. You were the one who personally said I had talent and brought me in for training. Talent? Wang Defa burst into laughter, the sound echoing in the empty office, gratingly sharp. How much is talent worth? He picked up the thermos on the desk, unscrewed the lid, blew away the rising steam, and took a slow sip. His manner was as relaxed as if he were chatting idly with an old friend. Look at those kids coming out of youth training. How many actually make it to the professional leagues? 99 out of 100 get eliminated. Even if you made the U18 squad and played the tournament, what then? No club signing you, no agent backing you. You'd still be a nobody. But Zhao Tianhao is different. He raised a finger and tapped it lightly against the desk. Behind him stands his father's money. With money you have everything. Su Chen's body was trembling. It was not from cold nor from the rain he had just endured. It was from rage. A rage that seemed to seep from his very bones, threatening to burn him through. You're just a seller of spots. Su Chen ground out the words between his teeth, each syllable forced into the air. Watch your mouth. At last, Wang Defa's expression darkened, his thermos landing on the desk with a heavy thud. And let me tell you one more thing. From today on, you don't need to come here for training anymore. Su Chen's pupils constricted sharply. You're expelled. Those 4 words boomed louder than the thunder outside. The official reason is poor training attitude, repeated breaches of discipline. Wang Defa pulled a sheet of paper from the drawer and waved it. All written down in black and white, stamped and sealed. From now on, don't claim to be part of the national youth team. This is a lie. Su Chen took a step forward. I have never violated any rules. You fabricated. Right now you barged into my office uninvited, shouting at the top of your lungs, Wang Defa said coolly. Is that not a breach of discipline? Su Chen froze. Wang Defa settled back into his chair again, crossing one leg over the other. Kid, listen to a word of advice from me. His tone suddenly turned earnest, the kind of lofty, patronizing kindness that felt more nauseating than outright mockery. If you don't have money, don't waste your time dreaming about football. Go back and find a proper job. Be a delivery rider or something. 5 yuan per order, save up, and you can at least support your grandmother. He picked up the toothpick again and resumed cleaning his teeth. More practical than playing football. Su Chen, he didn't know how he managed to take that step. He only knew that his fist was already swinging, carrying all the frustration and humiliation of his 17 years rushing straight toward Wang Defa's infuriating face. Grab him. 2 assistant coaches had slipped in at some point. They seized Su Chen by the arms from either side and hauled him back. He struggled with all his strength, but the power of 2 grown men was not something a 17-year-old could break free from. Let go of me. Drag him out. Wang Defa waved, his expression tinged with boredom. The 2 assistants hauled Su Chen down the corridor, out through the iron gate, and flung him onto the concrete outside the base. The downpour engulfed him in an instant. The iron gate slammed shut behind him. Lying prone on the ground, Su Chen felt rain flooding into his mouth, tasting of mud and grit. He pressed his hands against the ground trying to stand, but his arms gave way and he collapsed again. His knees smashed into the concrete, sending numb pain shooting through him. He remained kneeling there in the storm. The window of the second-floor office glowed with light. Behind the glass stood Wang Defa, phone in hand. His voice drifted faintly through the half-open window. President Zhao, rest assured it's all taken care of. Yes, that kid won't be getting near any national squad ever again. I've prepared all the paperwork. He's finished in the circle. Su Chen heard every word with perfect clarity. Every syllable. Kneeling in the rain, his whole body shuddered, not from the cold. His hand moved unconsciously to his pocket and touched something there. It was a small notebook no larger than a palm. Its cover was frayed at the edges, the pages yellowed and curling, wrapped in a plastic bag so the rain wouldn't soak it through. It was what his father had left behind, a battered notebook filled with tactical analysis and training insights. Su Chen gripped it in his palm, squeezing it with all his strength. He clenched his teeth as rain streamed off his chin, impossible to tell whether it was only rain or something else. In his pocket, his phone suddenly vibrated. With difficulty, Su Chen fumbled it out. A crack ran across the screen, rain smeared over the glass. He had to squint to make out the message. It was from the community clinic. Emergency notice: your family member Chen Xiulan has suffered an acute cardiac event and has been transferred by emergency services to the City Central Hospital's ER. Please proceed there immediately. Su Chen's pupils shrank violently. His grandmother. He scrambled up from the ground, staggering as he plunged back into the storm, sprinting with all his might in the direction of the hospital. The curtain of rain swallowed his retreating figure. Behind him, the lights of the training base remained bright, no longer having anything to do with him. When Su Chen burst into the emergency hall of the Central City Hospital, not an inch of him was dry. Water squelched in his sneakers, leaving 2 wet trails of footprints across the white-tiled floor. The nurses at the station were startled by his appearance, thinking some major accident had occurred. Chen Xiulan. Heart disease. Just brought in. Clutching the counter, he shouted until his voice was hoarse and ragged. On the 3rd floor in the cardiology ward. Su Chen had run upstairs, unable to wait for the elevator. The instant he pushed open the ward door, his knees nearly buckled beneath him. His grandmother lay on the bed, hair completely white, face waxen, and sallow, an oxygen tube in her nose, and an 4 needle in the back of her hand. Beside her, the heart monitor beeped rhythmically, each sound like the ticking of a countdown. Grandma. Su Chen lunged to the bedside and clasped the old woman's withered hand. Her hand was dry and cold, like an old autumn leaf fallen from a tree. Chen Xiulan slowly opened her eyes. Seeing her grandson drenched like a drowned rat, the old woman's lips trembled. Chenzi. Grandma, I'm here. Su Chen gripped her hand, his eyes suddenly reddening. Don't talk, just rest. Grandma is fine. It was just a little pain in my chest. Don't waste money, we'll go home and take some medicine. No. Su Chen's voice shook. You have to be treated. The attending physician called Su Chen out into the corridor. The patient is suffering an acute coronary episode and needs a stent surgery as soon as possible. The doctor pushed up his glasses. The surgery fee plus follow-up treatment will be around 150,000 yuan. 150,000. Those 3 words struck Su Chen's skull like a hammer. Talk it over with your family and decide quickly. Delaying is dangerous. The doctor patted his shoulder, then turned and walked away. Su Chen stood in the corridor and mechanically reached into his pockets. In his left trouser pocket lay 3 crumpled bills, 200s and 150, the entirety of his savings. During training camp, room and board had been covered, so he'd scarcely had any expenses, but all the money he had previously saved had already gone toward his grandmother's daily medication. 250 yuan. He checked the balance on his phone, 47 yuan and 30 cents. Altogether less than 300. The gulf between 150,000 and 300 yuan yawned before him like a cliff. Su Chen crouched in a corner of the corridor back against the wall, burying his face in his knees. He made no sound. His shoulders trembled again and again. A passing nurse glanced at him, sighed softly, and walked on. Scenes like this played out in the hospital every single day. From the ward came his grandmother's voice. Weak, breathless, yet striving to sound light. Shinzi, it's fine not to play football anymore. Just find a steady job, live a simple life. All Grandma has ever hoped for is that you stay safe and sound. Su Chen bit down on his lips until he tasted the flavor of rusted iron. The next day, Su Chen went to see old Lu. Lu Tieju, the older neighbor from the urban village, ran a food delivery station in the southern part of the city, managing 20 to 30 riders under him. Deliveries. Old Lu eyed the dark circles under the young man's eyes, chewing on his cigarette as he frowned. Weren't you playing football? The national youth team? That's no small thing. I'm not playing anymore. When Su Chen spoke those 3 words, his voice was as flat as a glass of lukewarm water. Old Lu studied him for a long moment, then finally sighed, rummaged in a cabinet, and tossed him a yellow vest. 5 yuan per order, 2 deducted if you're late. Download the app and come to work tomorrow. And so Su Chen put on that yellow vest. Over the next 3 days, he moved like a machine that did not know fatigue. Out the door at 6 in the morning, back home at 1 past midnight. At noon, beneath the blazing sun, he rode his electric scooter along 40-degree asphalt, the yellow vest on his back, soaked through with sweat, then baked dry, then soaked again 5 or 6 times over salt, crystallizing in white marks on the fabric. On one order, he was 4 minutes late, and the customer cursed him over the phone for a full 2 minutes. Are you stupid, or what? So slow. Bad review. Bad review. Refund. Su Chen apologized 7 times. That 5 yuan order was gone, and he was docked 2 more. Another time, he climbed to the 6th floor of an old building without an elevator to deliver a meal. When the door opened, the person inside took the food, glanced at him, and said the soup spilled. The soup had not spilled. Su Chen saw that clearly. But the customer had already filed a complaint. More money deducted. After 3 days, he had earned 420 yuan. He was still a lifetime away from 150,000. On the evening of the 4th day after delivering his last order, Su Chen rode his scooter back, passing a patch of open ground on the outskirts of the city. There was a makeshift football pitch there. To call it a pitch was generous. It was merely a fenced-off patch of artificial turf with simple goals at both ends and big white bulbs strung up on temporary wiring, their glare hurting the eyes. A match was underway with quite a few spectators gathered around the fence. Su Chen had not planned to stop, but a ball suddenly flew out of bounds. It traced a high arc, spinning as it sailed over the fence, smacked against his delivery box, bouncing his last empty thermal bag out, then dropped to the ground and rolled toward the roadside. It came to rest at Su Chen's feet. He lowered his head and looked at the ball, filthy with a patch of worn-off leather exposing the white inner lining beneath. His foot moved, not intentionally but by instinct. 10+ years of muscle memory guided the arch of his right foot to absorb the ball's force with precision, and the ball came to a meek halt on his instep, perfectly still. In that instant, a sharp sound seemed to explode in Su Chen's mind. Ding! Green pitch superstar system activated. His entire body froze where he stood. Before his eyes, a translucent light screen materialized out of nowhere, emerald characters cascading downward, like flowing water, scanning host identity. Confirmed: Su Chen, 17 years old, professional football player, expelled. Talent rating scan in progress. Rating result: SS grade. Note: SS grade talent is the highest level ever detected by the system. The host possesses extraordinarily rare physical coordination, spatial perception, and explosive potential. Su Chen's pupils dilated sharply. He instinctively glanced around. No one was looking at him. Under the dim streetlights, only he and the grimy ball at his feet occupied that patch of road. This light screen, was it visible only to him? Newbie gift pack dispensing. Congratulations to the host for obtaining peak Ronaldo the phenomenon explosiveness. Description: this ability will permanently grant the host the same lower body explosiveness and acceleration as Ronaldo Luis Nazario at his peak. Ability: infusion in progress. 3, 2, 1. Infusion complete. A surge of heat shot downward from the base of his spine. It was as if someone had poured a cauldron of molten iron into his legs. To the naked eye, nothing had changed, yet he could feel it. Every muscle fiber was quivering, every tendon drawn taut, like a bowstring, a nearly terrifying power surging within his legs, such as he had never known before. It felt as though, with just a light push off the ground, he could rocket forward like a launch. What was this? What on earth was this? Su Chen's heartbeat pounded like a drum in his chest. He opened his mouth, thoughts still in chaos, when suddenly a burst of shouting erupted from the pitch. We're a man short. Can't play like this. Old Zhang twisted his ankle. Who's going to sub in? Find someone. We're already down 0-3, and we paid 800 for the field. We can't just call it off. Several anxious voices carried out from behind the fence. Standing under the street lamp, Su Chen wore his crumpled yellow vest, 1 foot resting on that dirty street ball. He lowered his gaze to his own legs. That newfound power surged through his veins like a beast locked away too long, now hurling itself madly against the bars of its cage. As Su Chen climbed over the fence holding the dirty ball, the argument on the field was at its peak. But he immediately spotted someone who shouldn't be here. Zhao Tianhao, dressed in a brand new Nike jersey with the number 10 printed on it, his socks pulled up neatly, and the limited edition assassin football shoes on his feet glimmering under the lights, worth at least 3,000 yuan. He stood near the center circle, hands on his hips, shouting at his teammates, "Pass the ball forward. Do you even know how to play?" What made Su Chen's blood rush to his head even more was the person sitting on the coach's bench. Wang Defa. He was sitting grandly on a folding chair with a bottle of mineral water and a bag of sunflower seeds in front of him. He had his legs crossed and was gesturing toward the field. The head coach of the national youth team had come to an amateur playground, sitting on the bench of a friendly match for entrepreneurs to make some extra cash. Su Chen glanced at the banner by the field, Capital City Entrepreneurs Friendship Cup football match. Zhao Tianhao's team wore blue jerseys while the opponents wore red. The scoreboard read blue team 0, red team 3. They were being pressed down and rubbed into the ground. Just as Su Chen was about to head towards the sidelines, a staff member stopped him. "Hey, who are you?" "Delivering takeout." "Leave the takeout over there. I'm here to return the ball." Su Chen raised the ball in his hand. At that moment, Zhao Tianhao spotted him. More precisely, he saw the yellow vest. Zhao Tianhao's expression first froze, then gradually transformed into a familiar look of superiority, one that looked down on others as if they were ants. "Oh." Zhao Tianhao jogged to the sideline, a dramatically exaggerated smile on his face. "Isn't this Su Chen?" He turned to his teammates and shouted, "Do you know who this is? The former national youth team player." "Oh wait, I mean the former national youth team player who has already been expelled, ha." Several players laughed along. Su Chen remained silent. His gaze calmly swept over Zhao Tianhao, then over Wang Defa on the coach's bench cracking sunflower seeds, before finally landing on the glaring 0-3 on the scoreboard. "Why aren't you talking?" Zhao Tianhao walked to the fence, sizing up Su Chen's yellow vest. "Oh right, you're delivering takeout now, right? Wang said it right, you're just suited for this kind of work." He glanced back at Wang Defa. Wang Defa casually cracked a seed and mumbled, "Limited talent delivering takeout is also a proper job." There were about 200 spectators sitting on the sidelines, all family and friends, brought by various companies, currently watching the commotion with boredom. Upon hearing this, many people cast curious glances. Zhao Tianhao noticed the audience watching and became even more eager to perform. "By the way, Su Chen, don't you still owe me a takeout order? Come on." He reached out and pulled the insulated bag out of Su Chen's takeout box. Su Chen's expression changed. "What are you doing?" "I'm just checking out the equipment of you takeout workers." Zhao Tianhao grinned, turning the insulated bag inside out, causing a plastic meal box that he hadn't thrown away to fall out, spilling soup everywhere. Then Zhao Tianhao stepped on it. Crack! The sound of the plastic meal box shattering was particularly clear beside the field. The leftover soup splashed up, with a few drops flying onto Su Chen's face. Warm and greasy. Zhao Tianhao laughed, looking down at the soup stains on Su Chen's face. "This is your fate, takeout dog." Scattered laughter erupted around. Su Chen did not move. He stood there, feeling the soup trickling. His nails dug into his palm, leaving 4 deep crescent shapes. He did not rush to punch Zhao Tianhao. It wasn't that he didn't want to. It was because he had learned. He had learned when his punch was caught at the training base, when he knelt in the rain listening to Wang Defa on the phone, and when he crouched in the hospital corridor crying. Impulsiveness solves nothing. What he needed wasn't a punch. He needed Zhao Tianhao to kneel in front of him. Su Chen slowly raised his hand, wiping the soup off his face with his sleeve. Then he looked towards the field. 0-3, with only 15 minutes left. A player from the blue team was sitting on the sidelines, rubbing his ankle, obviously injured, with no substitutes nearby. Su Chen glanced at Zhao Tianhao, the corners of his mouth suddenly curling up. "Zhao Tianhao." His voice was not loud, but very steady. Zhao Tianhao raised an eyebrow. "What, are you not convinced? Want to hit me? Go ahead, my dad's lawyer. He'll make a bet with you." Su Chen, "He'll play for your team. 10 minutes. He raised a finger. "If I score a goal, you'll pay for the broken takeout, and in front of everyone here, kneel down and apologize to me." The sidelines suddenly fell silent. Zhao Tianhao paused for a second, then burst into laughter. "Are you crazy? Let me finish." Su Chen's gaze was as cold as a blade. "If I can't score, I'll call you grandpa in front of everyone." As soon as this was said, the sidelines erupted in an uproar. Wow, this takeout guy is a bit fierce. 0-3 and he thinks he can score one. Nonsense. The more the merrier, let him play, let him play. Zhao Tianhao turned to look at Wang Defa. Wang Defa cracked a seed, scoffing, his voice just loud enough for everyone to hear. Does a takeout dog understand football? Another round of laughter erupted beside the field. Let him play then. Wang Defa spat out the seed shell. Just right, one less person, let's have some fun watching. After all, scoring in 10 minutes. I've led this team for so many years, what level does he not know? With the coach's approval, Zhao Tianhao laughed even more wildly. All right, Su Chen, you've got guts. He spread his hands, making a gesture of invitation. Come on, takeout dog, let Grandpa see what tricks you can pull off. Remember to kneel properly, and call me Grandpa in 10 minutes, don't bend your knees. Su Chen did not say another word. He lowered his head and grabbed the zipper of the yellow vest. The sound of the zipper was very soft in the noisy environment, so soft that hardly anyone noticed. But everyone saw the next scene. Su Chen took off the yellow takeout vest. Underneath was an old jersey that had faded from washing. The fabric was already peeling, the collar was loose, and the number and name were long unreadable. But on the chest, there was a faded national flag. The red had washed out to a light pink, but the outline of the 5 stars remained. That was the jersey left to Su Chen by his father. Su Chen neatly folded the yellow vest and placed it on the takeout box. Then he bent down and tightened his shoelaces. Instead of football shoes, he wore the black sneakers he used for delivering takeout, the soles almost worn down. He straightened up and walked towards the field. The yellow vest was left outside the fence, the faded national flag on his chest glimmering a hint of red under the stadium lights. Someone on the sidelines remarked, "This kid is serious." Su Chen stepped onto the artificial turf. The moment his feet touched the grass, the force that had been dormant in his legs for 4 days suddenly awakened. Like a giant beast awakened from the deep sea. Like an engine reigniting. The system panel quietly flashed in the bottom right corner of his vision. Peak Ronaldo's explosive power, ready. Host's current physical state 100. Tip, go prove to them how much your legs are worth. Su Chen stood on the field, loosening his ankle. The red team's players glanced at him, not taking him seriously. A substitute wearing takeout sneakers coming on in a 0-3 situation, what could he do? Zhao Tianhao stood not far away, arms crossed, grinning as he waited to see the joke. Wang Defa cracked another sunflower seed on the coach's bench. The 200 spectators in the stands were whispering to each other, waiting to see this delivery guy make a fool of himself. Su Chen took a deep breath. He felt the Ronaldo-like explosive power in his legs, capable of tearing apart the entire defense, and the corners of his mouth slowly curved into a smile. Cold. He raised his head, his gaze crossing half the field beyond the opposing defense line, beyond the goalkeeper, precisely landing on the top left corner of the goal. The show is about to begin. The referee's whistle sounded. As the whistle blew, Su Chen realized that no one would pass the ball to him. The teammates of the blue team played individually, relying solely on personal skill to push forward with passes exchanged only among a few specific players. Su Chen ran into open space, twice raised his hand twice, but the ball was always passed to Zhao Tianhao. After receiving the ball, Zhao Tianhao slipped and nearly kicked the ball into his own face. Su Chen wandered down the left side for nearly 6 minutes, touching the ball 0. That delivery guy is just for show, right? Someone shouted from the stands. Ha, I told you he can't even score in a street match, and he still wants a goal. Zhao Tianhao glanced back at Su Chen, a smirk on his lips, his eyes filled with the words, waiting to be embarrassed. The scoreboard flipped to the 7th minute. The blue team was trailing 0-3. Su Chen had 3 minutes left. A midfielder from the red team made a back pass, mistake, the ball bouncing twice, neither high nor low, near the center circle. No one rushed for it, because only one person stood in that position. Su Chen. His right foot precisely settled the ball at his feet, the ball turning half a circle, steadily resting on the surface of his shoe. At that moment, a red team player exclaimed softly. The way he stopped the ball was too clean. Such touch was never seen in street football. It was as if the ball had grown onto his foot. But no one paid attention. It was an amateur game after all. Stopping the ball, well, didn't mean he could kick it. Su Chen lifted his head. 50 meters away, the opposite goal stood blocked by 3 defenders. The power that had been dormant in his legs for 4 days suddenly surged like boiling water rushing up from his soul. A system interface flickered in the corner of his vision. Alien explosive power. Full power release. Su Chen moved. When everyone later recalled this scene, they all used the same word. Too fast. His first step barely pushed off the ground, but his speed was irrational. The grass beneath his feet tore away, and he shot forward like a stone released from a slingshot directly toward the opposing half. The first defender approached, a robust man standing at 185 meters, arms stretched wide to block his path. Su Chen gently flicked the ball with the outside of his left foot, swerving it half a meter to the left. The defender's center of gravity shifted left. At that moment, Su Chun pressed the bottom of his right foot against the ball, sending it through the defender's legs as he slipped past on the right. By the time the defender turned his head, Su Chun was already 2 meters behind him. The defender stood still, unable to even turn his legs. Someone in the stands gasped. The second defender reacted, quickly launching a sliding tackle. He slid out his right leg, sweeping towards Su Chen's ankle. Su Chen did not slow down. In the instant before the tackle reached him, he lifted the ball with his toes not high, just 20 centimeters off the ground. The ball skimmed over the defender's sliding leg while his own leg crossed over the defender's sweeping limb at the last moment. He just grazed past the defender's calf, missing the tackle by a centimeter. But he did not fall. Instead, he accelerated. The third defender had retreated to the edge of the penalty area, arms outstretched to grab Su Chen's jersey. The fabric stretched out of shape, the faded national flag pattern being pulled up to his shoulder. Su Chen did not look back. His body erupted with raw power, forcefully shaking off the hand that was pulling at his jersey. The defender's fingers slipped off the fabric, and he stumbled 2 steps. Su Chen had already charged into the penalty area. 30 meters. 3 defenders. In less than 4 seconds. The goalkeeper rushed out, arms spread wide to cover the angle, eyes fixed on the ball. Su Chen did not strike the ball hard. He gently pushed with the inside of his right foot, the ball skimming along the grass, slipping beneath the outstretched fingertips of the goalkeeper's left hand. The speed was not fast, but the angle was sharp. The ball rolled over the goal line. It rolled into the net. The net swayed gently. The entire stadium fell silent. That silence lasted a full 3 seconds. In those 3 seconds, only the buzzing sound of the big white light bulbs along the sideline could be heard. Wang Defa spilled his sunflower seeds all over the ground. He literally fell off the folding chair. The chair tipped backward, and his thermos rolled 2 meters away, the lid flying off. He sat on the ground, mouth agape, unable to close it. Zhao Tianha's bottle of mineral water dropped at his feet, with a thud, splashing water all over his pants. He froze in place, his smile stuck at the corner of his mouth, forming a comical expression. Finally, someone in the stands broke the silence. What the? And then it exploded. Is this delivery guy for real? No way, this must be a professional player. That speed isn't human, right? 3 defenders couldn't stop him. Where's my phone? Did I record that? A line of green text popped up in Su Chen's vision. Congratulations, host, for completing your first iconic moment. Ronaldo-style breakthrough. Gained frenzy points, 500 card draw function unlocked. Su Chen did not look. He turned around and walked toward Zhao Tianhao. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Each step echoed clearly on the now quiet field, sending chills down people's spines. Zhao Tianhao instinctively took a half step back. His lips trembled as he tried to say something, but his throat felt as if something was lodged in it. Su Chen stopped in front of him. The distance between them was less than a meter. Su Chen's calm gaze rested on Zhao Tianha's face, and his lips moved slightly. Just 2 words. Kneel down. Zhao Tianha's face turned pale. In a corner of the stands, a middle-aged man with blonde hair and blue eyes slowly stood up. His hands shook, nearly dropping his phone as he pulled it out. The screen lit up, and he dialed a number, pressing it to his ear. The call connected. His voice trembled. It's me, Kruger. You won't believe what I just saw. Zhao Tianhao did not kneel. He took 2 steps back, the color slowly returning to his face, replaced by a furious humiliation of being cornered. Don't get too proud. Is it a big deal to join a wild game? Who takes this shabby competition seriously? Su Chen looked at him, remaining silent. Moreover, you set the rules yourself, and without a signed contract, why should I kneel? Zhao Tianha's voice grew louder. What are you? A delivery guy? From the stands, someone jeered. A bet is a bet. If you lose, what kind of man are you to not admit it? Others chimed in. It's just a wild game, don't take it so seriously. The noise continued. At this moment, Wang Defa got up from the ground. He dusted off his pants, cleared his throat, and forced an air of authority as he walked over. All right, everyone, let's calm down a bit. He stood in front of Zhao Tianhao, blocking half of his body, looking at Su Chen with a warning in his eyes. Su Chen, know when to stop. You have already been permanently expelled from the national youth team. If you cause trouble here, I'll make a call to the Football Association, and you can forget about playing for the national team, or even a local team. Su Chen's lips twitched. Coach Wang. My. Before you make that call, listen to something first. Su Chen pulled out his phone from his pocket. The screen had a crack, but the recording interface was clear. The red recording bar was still moving. He had pressed the record button before entering the field. He pulled the timeline to the middle and pressed play. Zhao Tianha's voice came from the phone's speaker. Come on, delivery dog, let Grandpa see what tricks you can pull. Remember to kneel, and call me Grandpa in 10 minutes, don't bend your knees. Then came Wang Defa's voice. Does a delivery dog know about football? The stadium fell silent. Wang Defa's expression changed drastically from feigned calm to a crump. You recorded this? Yes, Su Chen shook his phone, starting from when you said, does a delivery dog know about football? Not a single word missed. He took a step forward, his voice not loud, but every person in the stadium could hear him. The head coach of the national youth team coming to a charity match to act as a private coach for money. A substitute forward from the national youth team, a rich second generation who can't even stop the ball. If these things get posted online, what do you think will happen? Wang Defa's lips trembled, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Su Chen, let's talk this over. Zhao Tianhao. Su Chen ignored Wang Defa, his gaze fixed on Zhao Tian. A bet is a bet. You said that if I scored in 10 minutes you'd apologize. The goal is in now. Zhao Tianhao's face turned the color of liver. He clenched his fists, his whole body trembling. Two teammates nearby quietly stepped back, afraid of being implicated. Zhao Tianhao. Wang Defa suddenly turned to him, signaling urgently, his voice low but frantic. Just bow your head at worst. Why should I? Zhao Tianhao shook off Wang Defa's hand. My dad is Zhao Wanjing. Am I supposed to apologize to a delivery guy? If this gets out, how will I live? 3. Su Chen started counting down. 2. His thumb rested on the phone screen, aimed at the share button. Zhao Tianhao stared at that thumb, his throat bobbing. 1. Enough! Zhao Tianhao shouted. His face contorted, as if someone was pinching his features together with pliers. His teeth clacked together, his eyes turning red, and he stood there for 3 seconds. Then he bent down. Not kneeling. It was a 90-degree bow. I'm sorry. The 3 words squeezed out from between his teeth, muffled and as quiet as a mosquito's buzz. Su Chen said, I'm sorry. Zhao Tianhao straightened up, his eyes already red. Not out of guilt, but out of hatred. That hatred was openly displayed on his face. Just wait, this is not over. Su Chen put away his phone. He didn't look at Zhao Tianhao again and turned to walk toward the edge of the fence. He picked up the folded yellow vest, grabbed the delivery box, and slung it over his shoulder. After walking for 2 steps, he bent down to pick up the plastic food container that Zhao Tianhao had stepped on and crushed. The shards reflected cheap white light under the lamps. He stuffed the fragments into the side pocket of the delivery box. No one behind him spoke. Over 200 people watched him cross the field, climb over the fence, and walk into the night outside the stadium. Without looking back, one of the streetlights outside the stadium was broken, the light dim enough to only see his silhouette. Brother Chun. A battery bike rushed over from the corner. It was Lu Taizhu. Old Lu parked the bike in front of Su Chen, looking anxious. What are you doing here? You didn't answer your phone. I've been looking for you for ages. Old Lu, it's nothing. It's nothing. What's that on your face? Soup stain. Who bullied you? Lu Taizhu's eyebrows raised. Tell me, and I will take care of them. Really, it's nothing. Su Chen patted old Liu's shoulder. Let's go, time to head back. Just as he was about to get on the back seat of the electric bike, a figure walked out from the shadow of the stadium exit. With golden hair, blue eyes, wearing a dark gray windbreaker and thin-framed glasses perched on his nose. He looked to be in his 50s, tall and thin, standing very straight. He blocked Su Chen's path and spoke a sentence in Chinese with an accent, though fairly fluent. Young man, are you interested in playing football in Europe? Su Chen stopped in his tracks. Lu Taizhu gaped at the foreigner, then at Su Chen, looking utterly confused. EU? Europe? A crepe stall stood beside the football pitch. The vendor, a middle-aged woman, pedaled her tricycle cart until dawn. On busy nights, she sold over 200 crepes. Su Chen had passed this spot countless times while delivering takeout, his mouth watering at the aroma, yet never once daring to buy one. Now he sat on a plastic stool beside the stall, a bowl of beef noodle soup before him. It had been bought for him by the blonde foreigner sitting across from him. Hans Kruger, the middle-aged man, said, handing over a business card, a stiff, thick card bearing a Redan white shield emblem. Ajax Football Club, chief scout for the Asia-Pacific region. Su Chen took the card and turned it over twice in his hands. Ajax. The very name evoked Europe's most elite youth academy, Cruyff Finn Bastenberg Camp. A cascade of legendary names flashed through his mind. That was the dream every young footballer in the world had ever dared to imagine. Do you know this club? Kruger asked. Yes. Su Chen set the card down. What brings you here? Holiday, Kruger shrugged. And scouting, looking for promising young talent across China. I'd only meant to pass by this pitch today, just a casual glance. He paused, locking eyes with Su Chen. Kruger pulled a small notebook from his tactical jacket pocket and flipped to a page dense with handwritten notes. That run you just made with the ball, I timed it precisely. 30 meters in 3.8 seconds. Do you grasp what that means? Su Chen shook his head. Ajax's current first-team sprint record is 3.9 seconds. You ran faster than a professional player, on an unlit amateur pitch wearing worn-out sneakers. Kruger closed the notebook and leaned forward slightly. Your ball control, your agility, and changing direction, your reading of defenders, that isn't street football caliber. You've undergone formal training. National youth team. For 3 years, Su Chen replied. I was dismissed. Why you were dismissed doesn't concern me, Kruger waved dismissively. What matters is what you can do. He lifted the untouched bowl of noodles before him and slurped a mouthful of broth. His expression shifted subtly, clearly unaccustomed to Chinese seasoning. My offer is simple, a 2-week trial at Ajax. Round-trip airfare, accommodation, and all training expenses covered by the club. passed the evaluation, and you signed directly with the youth squad. Su Chun froze the bowl, suspended halfway to his lips. To Europe. To Ajax. A week earlier those words would have felt like a waking dream. But now, his grandmother's face filled his thoughts, pale and frail in her hospital bed. I can't go. Why not? Someone at home is ill. In the hospital. Su Chun set the bowl down. The surgery costs haven't been secured yet. Kruger fell silent for several seconds, then withdrew another card from his pocket. This is my contact in China. The trial invitation remains valid for 2 weeks. You may reach me anytime once you've decided. He rose and clapped Su Chun firmly on the shoulder. Young man, your legs weren't meant to waste away beside a delivery box. Kruger walked away. Su Chun remained seated on the plastic stool beside the crepe stall, gripping the card tightly, motionless for a long while. The beef noodles had grown cold. Back at the delivery station, it was already past 11 p.m. Lu Taiju squatted by the entrance smoking. Spotting Su Chun's return, he flicked his cigarette aside and sprang up. What did that foreigner say? Is he serious about Europe? Su Chun handed him the card. Lu grabbed it and nearly choked on his own smoke. Ajax. Holy hell, Su Chun. Are you about to blow up? I haven't accepted. Are you insane? Lu slapped his thigh and shot upright, his voice so loud it startled the stray dog dozing by the gate next door. This is Ajax, the European Ajax. Thousands would claw their way in if given half a chance. My grandmother's still hospitalized. I'll watch over her. Lu pounded his chest. Food medicine, I'll deliver daily. Don't worry about costs. Just owe me now, and repay tenfold once you make it big. Old Lu. No more old Lu, listen to me. For once Lu Tieju's tone turned grave. He crushed his cigarette underfoot. You're born to play football. I'm just a delivery rider, but I know it when I see it. If you don't go, you'll waste your entire life. He jabbed a finger into Su Chun's chest. I don't know your father's level, but what I saw you do on that pitch today. In 35 years I've never seen anything like it. If you stay here, if you don't go to Europe, how will you ever face your own legs? Su Chun stood beneath the dim light of the delivery station, the card clenched tight in his fist. He remained silent for a long time. He pulled out his phone and dialed a number. It rang 6 times before connecting. Then came his grandmother's faint, fragile voice. Chinzi, why aren't you asleep yet so late? Grandma, I need to tell you something. Slowly, carefully, Su Chun recounted everything. The meeting, Kruger, Ajax, the 2-week trial. When he finished, silence stretched across the line. So deep Su Chun feared the connection had dropped. Grandma, go. Chun Xiaolon's voice was barely a whisper, so soft it nearly vanished beneath the rhythmic beeping of hospital monitors. If your father were alive, he'd send you too. Su Chun's hand trembled around the phone. His throat tightened. He opened his mouth, but no sound emerged. Don't fret over me. I'm still sturdy, this old frame holds strong. She coughed twice, then added gently, Chinzi, go play football. Make something of yourself. Yes. Su Chun ended the call. As the screen dimmed to black, a translucent interface glowed into existence at the center of his vision. New quest detected. Expedition to European quest objective complete, a 2-week trial assessment at Ajax Football Club, reward peak Messi. Ultimate ball control note proved that Chinese footballing talent stands equal to any in the world. Su Chun stared at the text for 3 seconds. Ultimate ball control. Messi's touch. He clenched his fist. Old Lu. Lend me a clean set of clothes. Su Chun flipped the card to its front side, his thumb pressing over Kruger's phone number. I'll meet him tomorrow. A broad, radiant smile spread across Lu Tieju's face. That's my boy. The delivery station's yellow light cast long shadows. The street beyond lay empty and still. Su Chun stood at the threshold, night wind lifting his faded jersey, its chest embroidered with a flag bleached pale pink by countless washes, swaying gently beneath the lamplight. At that very moment, across the city, a phone call connected. Chairman Zhou, it's Wang Defa. That's Su Chun. He's surfaced again. Yes, the one who was dismissed. I'm worried he'll cause trouble. What should I do? A pause. Then from the other end came a low, aged, and chilling voice. Watch him closely. Su Chun's rented apartment is on the 3rd floor of a village in the city, measuring 12 square meters with a monthly rent of 450. The wall paint has peeled off halfway, and the window does not close properly. It feels like a steamer in summer and as cold as an ice cellar in winter. However, it is close to the takeout station, just a 5-minute bike ride away. Now there is an open woven bag pile. Lu Taiju squats on the ground, stuffing Su Chun's few pieces of clothing inside, a cigarette clamped between his lips, his movements rough, as if packing a parcel. You have so few clothes, can you even wear these abroad? I'm not going for a fashion show. Su Chun sits on the edge of the bed, flipping through his father's tactical notes. The leather cover is already worn and frayed, with neatly written characters inside each page filled with tactical positioning diagrams. The last page bears a line. Chinzi, the ball is round, but the path is straight. Just run forward. Su Chun tucked the notes into the innermost part of the woven bag. Where's the passport? Lu Taiju asked. Here. Su Chun patted his pants pocket. Kruger works efficiently. Within 2 hours after their call yesterday, the trial contract and flight confirmation email had already arrived in Su Chen's inbox. The flight is at 9 o'clock the day after tomorrow with a direct flight from the capital. Everything is heading in a good direction. Until Su Chen opened his phone. The phone vibrated 17 times. It wasn't a takeout order, but a message notification. Weibo short videos and friend circles notifications from various platforms crowded the status bar. Su Chen clicked on the first one, an article posted by a self-media account called Sports Critique Zhonglei. The title was in bold red letters. The genius expelled from the national youth team. The truth is he was expelled for fighting. Su Chen's pupils contracted slightly. The article included 3 images. The first was a blurry photo of him being dragged out by an assistant coach at the training base, taken from an awkward angle capturing only the moment he threw a punch with no context. The second image showed him from behind wearing a yellow vest while delivering takeout. The third image featured Wang Defa posing as he instructs players on the training field, accompanied by a segment of interview text. This player repeatedly violated discipline during his time with the team, exhibiting highly unstable emotions, even resorting to violence against the coaching staff. Out of responsibility towards the team, we had no choice but to make the decision to expel him. It's regrettable that he chose self-destruction. Su Chen scrolled down to read the comments. Serves him right, he thinks he can hit the coach and still have a case. With this kind of quality, he still wants to play professionally. Go back to delivering takeout, ha. I checked, his dad is also into football, and he was expelled back in the day, or it's a family of problem players. Don't blame it on others. The national youth team wouldn't expel someone without reason. There must be issues. I heard he caused trouble at an outdoor court. Someone caught him forcing others to apologize. Who would want a temper like that? Lu Taizhu leaned over to take a look, and his expression changed instantly. Damn, what kind of nonsense is this? It's taken out of context. Su Chun said, nothing, continuing to scroll. The comments were getting more and more unpleasant. Someone dug up the fact that his grandmother was hospitalized, claiming he was playing the sympathy card. Someone edited a photo of him in a faded jersey into a meme with the caption, does a delivery dog even understand football? I've heard that phrase from Wang Defa before. The exact same wording. Su Chen locked the screen. Who is this? He asked. Lu Taizhu pulled out his phone and searched. A sports self-media account, over 300,000 followers, specializes in football gossip. They've even ridden the coattails of the national youth team several times. Wait a minute. He raised the phone in front of Su Chen. Zhonglei posted a dynamic 3 months ago with a photo of him and Wang Defa at a dinner party, both with their arms around each other, laughing like brothers. Dog bites dog, Lu Taizhu cursed. Su Chen's phone vibrated again. This time it wasn't a comment notification, but a text message from an unknown number. Hello Su Chen, I am from the youth training department of the Kyoto Locomotive Club. We contacted you when you were selected for the national youth team. We regret to inform you that due to internal notifications from the Football Association, we are temporarily unable to accept you for the selection. Best wishes. Su Chen stared at the text for 5 seconds. Then the second message arrived. Su Chen, the Southern United team has also received a notification. The higher-ups have instructed us, sorry brother. Third message. Chinzi Chang'an over there is also not possible. The coach said someone has made a statement, whoever takes you will be in trouble. Who did you offend? 3 messages from 3 different clubs with the same meaning. Su Chen, you are finished in the world of football in Huagua. Lu Taizhu stared at the screen of Su Chen's phone, silent for a long time. They have blacklisted you. Su Chen placed the phone on the bed. The screen lit up again. Zhonglei's article had been shared by a certain influencer with comments rising from 2,000 to 17,000. They really spent a lot of effort on this. Su Chen smiled, though the smile held no warmth. Wang Defa alone didn't have this capability. For the Football Association to issue an internal notification, it must be at least from someone high up in the association. And Zhao Tianha's father, Zhao Wanjin, is a notable figure in the capital's real estate circle. One phone call can shut the doors of 3 or 4 clubs. One has been coach. 1 real estate businessman. 1 internal notification from the Football Association. 3 locks that have completely sealed off all of Su Chen's paths in the world of football in Huagua. Gu. Lu Taizhu's voice wavered slightly. Su Chen stood up and zipped up the woven bag. Old Lu, do me a favor. What is it? After I leave, please take care of my grandmother. Lu Taizhu was taken aback for a moment, then slapped. You still going? What else should I do? Wait here to be scolded to death. Su Chen slung the woven bag over his shoulder. If they won't let me play in the country, then I will go to Europe to show them. He walked to the door, glancing back at the 12 square meter rented room. The peeling walls, the drafty windows, the schedule of the national youth team's training stuck by the bedside. That schedule is already useless. Su Chen opened the door and stepped into the corridor. One of the lights in the hallway was broken, and the motion sensor light flickered on and off. Lu Taizhu followed behind, carrying another bag, but stopped after a few steps. Chen Gu. Moi. When you get over there. Don't be cowardly. Su Chen didn't look back. When have I ever been cowardly? At the airport's departure hall, Su Chun wore the clean shirt borrowed from Lu Tieju, carrying the woven bag, standing in front of the security check. Compared to the travelers around him pulling suitcases, he seemed out of place. Lu Tieju couldn't go in any further, shouting at him from behind the railing, "Send me a WeChat when you arrive. Don't be stingy, eat and drink well." Su Chun gave him an okay gesture. After passing through the security check, he found a seat at the boarding gate. The screen of his phone was still flooded with insults. Zhang Lei's article had already trended with the topic "Expelled National Youth Players' History of Fighting," surpassing 20 million views. Su Chun switched his phone to airplane mode. The moment the screen darkened, he saw his own face reflected on it. 17 years old. Expelled from the national team, cyberbully, blacklisted. The path ahead has only one way left. He reached into his pocket, feeling his father's tactical notes, the rough leather cover pressing against his palm. The announcement sounded. "Attention passengers heading to Amsterdam, your flight is about to begin boarding." Su Chun stood up, shouldering the woven bag, and walked towards the boarding gate. "Dad, I will come back. With your dreams." 11 hours of flight. Su Chun was squeezed into the last row of economy class in an aisle seat that reclined at an angle similar to that of a barber's chair. To his left was a snoring fat man, and to his right was the restroom door. He hardly slept, flipping through his father's tactical notes. The plane landed at local time 2 in the afternoon. Outside the window was a gray sky, the grass by the runway a dark shade of green with windmills in the distance. Upon exiting the terminal, Su Chun's first impression was cold. In June, Amsterdam was only 15 degrees with the wind carrying moisture that made him shiver. Lu Tieju's shirt was as thin as paper. "Su." Kluger's voice called out from the arrivals area. He was wearing a dark blue jacket, holding an A4 paper in his hand on which Su Chun was written in Chinese, clearly printed with awkwardly chosen font looking like a child's doodle. "Mr. Kluger." "Just call me Hans," Kluger replied, taking his woven bag and weighing it in his hands. "Is this all you have?" "It's enough." Kluger glanced at the woven bag, then at Su Chun's wrinkled shirt, saying nothing more. He drove a silver gray Volkswagen van, the trunk stuffed with a few soccer balls and a case of bottled water. The vehicle left the airport, following the road along the canal. The scenery outside was completely different from that of Huagua. Old red brick houses 3 to 4 stories high lined the canal, each building narrow with absurdly large windows. The streets were filled with bicycles, outnumbering cars, and cyclists rode, without helmets, looking as relaxed as if strolling in their living room. Su Chun watched for a while before looking away. "How far is the training base?" 20 minutes, Kluger replied, his Chinese a bit stuttered, but conveying the meaning accurately. "Let me explain the situation to you first. Coach Van de Beek has arranged a 2-week trial for you. The first week will focus on fitness tests and technical evaluations, while the second week will involve formal competitive training." Van de Beek, the youth team head coach. German, he has been with Ajax for 12 years and has developed 7 first-team players. Kluger paused for a moment. He has a bit of a temper, but he is a fair man. As long as you perform well on the field, he won't treat you unfairly. Su Chun nodded. The vehicle turned onto a tree-lined avenue, revealing a cluster of buildings ahead. Su Chun's first sight was the lawn. 6 standard soccer fields, the grass trimmed like freshly laid carpet, the lines gleaming white. Each field was equipped with electronic scoreboards and camera positions. Behind the field stood a 3-story modern training center, its glass facade reflecting the sky, with Ajax's redand white shield emblem hanging above the entrance. Next to the training center were the players' dormitory, medical rehabilitation center, and nutrition restaurant. Each building connected by transparent corridors, allowing passage through the entire base without an umbrella in the rain. Su Chun recalled the training base of the national youth team. 2.5 patches of grass, a storage room crammed with clutter, and 3 broken shower heads in the changing room. No comparison. Impossible to compare. Kluger parked the car at the training center entrance and led Su Chun inside. The walls of the first-floor lobby were covered with photographs. Black and white, colored from the 1970s to last year. Cruyff, Van Basten, Bergkamp, Suarez. Each photo labeled with the name, position, and years of service. The stars who have emerged from this youth academy could form 3 world championship teams. Kluger pushed open a door at the end of the second floor. Youth team locker room. Your locker is at the very back. The locker room was larger than Su Chun had imagined. More than 30 wooden lockers lined the walls, each adorned with the player's name and number. The floor was covered with non-slip rubber mats, warm-colored light strips overhead, and the air was mixed with the scents of grass and leather. At that moment, 7 or 8 players were sitting in the locker room, some changing clothes, others wrapping bandages. The moment Su Chun walked in, all eyes turned to him. Then they looked away again. No one greeted him, or even trial players were nothing special here. Ajax hosted hundreds of trialists each year, and fewer than 1 in 10 would be able to stay. Most people left after 2 weeks, tails between their legs, without anyone remembering their names. Su Chun found his locker. The one in the corner with a temporary printed label stuck on the door. S. Chun. No. 99. He opened the locker to find a neatly folded training outfit, a pair of new cleats, and a towel inside. He picked up the cleats, flipping them over to examine the soles. Compared to his worn-out sneakers, these shoes felt like products from another world. Xinhua, a voice called from behind him. Su Chen turned around. A young man with golden brown curly hair leaned against the opposite locker, arms crossed over his chest. He stood just over 6 feet tall, with a well-proportioned physique, high cheekbones, and a smirk that Su Chen found all too familiar. A condescending superiority. That kind of, I am inherently superior to you attitude. Livraison. He muttered something in French to the two teammates beside him, and the three of them laughed. Su Chen's French wasn't great, but he understood the word livraison. Delivery. Or to put it more bluntly, food delivery. Crossing 10,000 kilometers from Huagua to Europe, some things hadn't changed at all. Su Chen glanced at the Frenchman for 2 seconds, said nothing, turned back, and continued changing. The laughter behind him grew louder. The door to the locker room swung open. Heavy footsteps echoed, leather shoes thudding on the rubber mat. All laughter ceased instantly. Su Chen turned back to see a middle-aged man standing at the door. Over 6 feet tall, bald, with a jawline that seemed chiseled. He wore a black Ajax training suit with a coach's badge pinned to his chest. His gaze swept from left to right, scanning each person like a spotlight. Then it landed on Su Chen's face. You are the Huagua person that Kluger brought back. His English had a thick German accent. Yes. Marcus van de Beek, he said, not extending his hand or smiling. Tomorrow morning at 6 you'll train with the youth team. You have 2 weeks to prove you deserve this locker. His eyes moved to the new cleats Su Chen held. If you disappoint me after 2 weeks, you'll have to pay for your return ticket. After saying that, he turned and left, the door closing behind him. The locker room fell silent for a few seconds. The Frenchman, Pierre Dupont, as Su Chen read from the label on his locker, leaned back against his locker, gestured with his hands to indicate 2 weeks, and then shook his head. The meaning was clear. You want last 2 weeks. Su Chen ignored him. He sat down on the bench, bent down, and began to tie his shoelaces. The new cleats had somewhat stiff laces that required a bit more pulling to knot. He wound them around slowly and carefully. The photographs of those superstars on the wall loomed over him. Those who started from this locker room later kicked their way into history. Su Chen tied the last knot, stood up, and stomped his feet. The soles gripped the ground solidly. Tomorrow morning at 6. He could wait. The alarm clock rang at 5:15 in the morning. Su Chen opened his eyes, the emergency light on the ceiling casting a dim green glow. The dormitory was a double room with the adjacent bed empty, originally meant for a roommate, but it was clear that the other person was reluctant to share a room with a trial player from Huagua and had switched rooms at the last minute. It didn't matter. Su Chen got up, washed up, put on his training gear, and left the dormitory building at 5:40. The sky outside was just beginning to brighten, with a layer of mist covering the lawn. The 15-degree air filled his lungs, refreshing and invigorating, clearing his mind immediately. There were already about 10 people standing by the training field. Su Chen glanced over and noticed that these players were in a drastically different state compared to yesterday in the locker room. No one was chatting, no one was looking at their phones. Everyone was warming up, stretching their legs, doing stretches and short shuttle runs. Their movements were executed with textbook precision. This was the essence of Europe's top youth training. At 6 o'clock sharp, Van de Beek appeared on the sidelines. He was accompanied by 2 assistant coaches and a fitness coach who was carrying a portable speedometer and a stack of forms. Today we will divide into 3 segments. Van de Beek's voice was not loud, but no one was speaking. Physical tests, technical evaluations, and team scrimmages. His gaze swept over everyone, lingering on Su Chen for half a second. Trial players will be held to the same standards as the regular team members. There will be no lowering of expectations, nor will there be any special treatment. If you understand, then start warming up. Su Chen jogged 2 laps to warm up with the group. While running, he noticed that the players' stride frequency and rhythm were surprisingly synchronized. Not the mechanical uniformity of marching, but a tacit understanding formed from long-term training. Even during warm-up runs, the differences were apparent. The first segment was the physical test. The tasks were not complex 30-meter sprints, shuttle runs, vertical jumps, and ball control over 100 meters. For the 30-meter sprint, Su Chen was third in line. The results of the first 2 players were 4.1 seconds and 3.9 seconds, irrespectively. The fitness coach nodded, writing a B on the form. It was Su Chen's turn. He crouched at the starting line, his legs slightly warmed up. It wasn't nerves, it was that surge of power rising within him. The system panel flickered in the corner of his vision. Alien explosive power, current fusion rate 37. The fitness coach raised the speedometer. Ready, go. At the moment Su Chen pushed off the ground, the turf beneath his feet was torn up, leaving an imprint. 30 meters. A straight line. His body felt as if it were being catapulted forward, each stride exceeding what a person of his 182 meters height should be capable of. The wind whistled past his ears. At the instant the fitness coach pressed the timer, his hand trembled. 3.5 seconds. He glanced at the speedometer, then looked again, flipping the device over to check the battery. The assistant coach leaned over asking, "How much?" 3, 5. The two exchanged glances, saying nothing. Van de Beek stood 10 meters away, his notebook open, the pen hovering above the paper without touching down. In the next task, ball control over 100 meters, Su Chen clocked in at 10.8 seconds. This figure would be considered top-notch, even at Ajax's first-team testing. When the fitness coach handed the form to Van de Beek, he quietly remarked, "What's up with this Huagua kid's lower body explosive power? I've been testing for 12 years and have never seen such data." Van de Beek glanced at the form, his expression revealing little. Speed doesn't guarantee ball skills. He tucked the form into his notebook. Let's move on to the next segment. The second segment was the technical evaluation. 20 players were divided into two groups tasked with quick two-touch passing within a 30-meter square area. The ball couldn't be stopped or go out of bounds, and no more than 2 touches were allowed. This was Ajax's signature training exercise, the foundation of their all-out attack and defense system. As soon as Su Chun entered, he knew it was bad news. During his 3 years on the national youth team, what had he practiced? Individual breakthroughs, shooting, unknown dribbling. Coaches like Wang Defa drew tactical diagrams that even elementary school students wouldn't understand, and training relied entirely on the player's self-development. Su Chen's football was one-man football, but Ajax's football was everyone's football. The first pass that reached Su Chen's feet, he instinctively stopped the ball and protected it, wanting to assess his surroundings before passing. But just as he stopped, the nearby Dutch youth had already cut into the passing lane and run off. The passing window disappeared in less than a second. Su Chen passed the ball, but it was half a beat late. The receiving teammate had to run a couple of extra steps to reach the ball, disrupting the rhythm. Van de Beek watched from the sideline, marking a line in his notebook. When the second pass came, Su Chen observed in advance, and the ball was passed out. Both direction and power were fine, but the positioning was wrong. He passed to his teammate's current position instead of where the teammate would be running to. In Ajax's system, passes are always to the next point, not the current one. The ball was lost again. Pierre Dupont happened to be in Su Chen's group. After receiving a misdirected return pass, he shouted in English, "Pass it correctly. Do you even know how to play in a team?" A few teammates said nothing, but their eyes said it all. This Huagua guy was fast, but his mind couldn't keep up. After 20 minutes of passing practice, Su Chen lost the ball 11 times, the most in the entire team. As he left the field, a silent blonde player, German Su Chen, guessed he was a midfielder based on his jersey number, walked past, and said in a low but audible voice, "What good is speed?" Su Chen clenched his fist, then relaxed it. He knew the German was right. The system panel popped up a line of prompts in the corner of his vision. High-intensity competitive environment, detected alien explosive power, is deeply integrating. Current fusion rate 37 tip, the host's current physique can only exert 40 of this skill's power. It suggested accelerating integration through practical combat. Su Chen glanced at the line for a second, quickly calculating in his mind. A 37 fusion rate could only exert 40%. That meant that the performance he exhibited on the street field, where he sprinted past 3 players over 30 meters, would only translate to about 60% of that here. Moreover, sheer explosiveness was not enough. Possession, positioning, tactical understanding. These were not skills the system could provide. He had to practice on his own. But now was not the time to dwell on these things, because the third segment was about to begin. Team scrimmage. Van de Beek divided the 20 players into 2 teams, red and blue, with 10 players each. Su Chen was placed on the blue team. The blue team's lineup looked hastily assembled. 3 trial players and 7 substitutes from the youth team. The red team, on the other hand, gathered most of the main players. Pierre Dupont was in the red team playing forward. The silent German midfielder was also in the red team. Su Chen saw the label on his locker, Thomas Werner. Number 8, at the core of the midfield. This was not a scrimmage, this was an exam. And the one setting the questions stood on the sidelines, wearing a coach's badge on his chest, holding a notebook filled with unknown content. The referee blew the whistle. Su Chen stood slightly to the left of the center circle, 30 meters away. Pierre Dupont was looking at him. The Frenchman smirked and said in English, "Come on, delivery boy." Su Chen lifted his head, his gaze surpassing Dupont, crossing the midfield line and landing squarely on the opposing goal. That power resting in his legs began to surge again. 37% was sufficient. Within the first 10 seconds, Su Chen realized that this confrontation match would not be easy. The first attack from the red team flowed smoothly like a stream. The ball was played from the back, 2 passes in midfield completed the transition, and Pierre received the ball on the left flank, cutting inside. Everything was seamless. As he zipped past Su Chen, he deliberately faked a move, causing the blue team's right back to sit down on the ground. The ball reached the edge of the penalty area, and Thomas Werner quietly darted in, taking a low shot that skimmed along the grass and entered the bottom right corner of the net. 1 minute into the match. The blue team's trial players exchanged glances, their expressions akin to a collective slap in the face. Suchin stood in the center circle, his gaze replaying the previous attack. 3 passes, 4 players linking up their movements, so precise it felt as if they had rehearsed it 100 times beforehand. This was the Ajax system. What he had practiced for 3 years in the national youth team seemed like child's play in comparison. In the next 10 minutes, the red team maintained over 70% possession. The blue team's defense was suffocated, and they struggled to regain control of the ball only to lose it again after 2 passes. Suchin wanted to break through, but the red team's defense was not composed of beer-bellied businessmen from a neighborhood park. They always positioned themselves at the correct angles. As soon as Suchin accelerated, 2 players blocked his passing route. On one occasion, he tried to force his way through using his explosive power to shake off the first defender, only for the second to immediately close in. Suchin was forced to pass back, but the ball went behind him. Nobody was there to receive it. His teammates had no idea he was going to pass back. The rhythm was off. Pierre, watching from the opposite side, was quite pleased. In the 15th minute, he had the ball again. This time he charged directly towards Suchin. As Suchin rushed forward to press, Pierre deftly flicked the ball through Suchin's legs. Nutmeg. Someone on the sidelines whistled. As Pierre ran past Suchin, he glanced back and laughed. He slow delivery boy. Suchin couldn't catch up. It wasn't that his legs weren't fast enough, but rather he misjudged Pierre's passing direction. The diagonal pass reached its target, and a red team player easily slotted it home. 20. Halftime whistle blew. The blue team players walked off the field dejectedly to drink water. No one spoke, and no one looked at Suchin. To them, this trial player from Huagua was a burden. Sure, he was fast, but he lost the ball every time he got it, and his coordination was completely out of sync. It was as if they were playing with one less person. Suchin squatted on the sidelines, his hands resting on his knees, staring at the grass beneath him. He wasn't frustrated. He was thinking. In the first half, he had the ball 4 times and lost it 3. The only time he didn't lose it was when he shot directly, which went over the bar. What was the problem? He had speed and decent skills, but every time he got the ball, his first instinct was always to burst through, to break through alone. But this was 11 against 11, and one person couldn't do it alone. Hey! Suchin looked up. Thomas Werner stood a couple of steps away, holding a water bottle, his expression neutral. He stared at Suchin for 2 seconds, as if hesitating whether to speak. Then he said something in English, stumbling over the words. You always run alone. Learn to pass. After saying that, he capped the water bottle and turned to leave. Suchin stood there in a daze. Learn to pass. He recalled that failed back pass in the first half. It wasn't a technique issue, but a timing issue. When passing, there was no one behind him, because he had never looked to see where his teammates were before making a pass. In his football, there was no option for teammates. 3 years in the national youth team, Wang Defa never practiced overall coordination. When the ball reached Suchin's feet, the coach's instruction was always just one word: break through. Thus, he learned to charge forward with the ball on his own, but he didn't know how to deliver it to the right spot at the right time. The halftime break lasted 5 minutes. Van de Beek came over to make some personnel adjustments. He swapped 2 players from the red team to the blue team and took 2 from the blue team to the red team. Among those swapped was Thomas Werner. As Suchin watched the German don the blue jersey, he suddenly understood Van de Beek's intention. This was a new test. The second half whistle blew. Suchin changed his playing style. The first time he got the ball, he didn't lower his head. He looked up. In that instant, as his vision expanded, he saw Thomas moving laterally from the center towards the right, with a 3-meter-wide gap in front of him. The ball was passed out. The strength was just right, landing perfectly in Thomas' running path. Thomas received the ball without stopping and shifted it to the left flank. The ball came alive. Suchin began to run forward, not aimlessly sprinting, but stretching the width by pulling the opposing left back out towards the sideline. He ran too fast. The red team's left back had to follow him along the sideline, immediately exposing a gap in the middle. Thomas took the ball and slipped it directly into the gap. Not for Suchin, but for another midfielder on the blue team. That shot was saved. But this was the first effective scoring opportunity created by the blue team in the match. Van de Beek's pen moved slightly on his notebook. Suchin tasted success. In the following minutes, he and Thomas formed a rough but effective partnership. Suchin was responsible for running to create space, while Thomas controlled the ball and organized the play. Suchin's speed became a weapon, not aimlessly swinging, but directed by Thomas, who helped him find the right path to cut through. The score of 20 remained unchanged, but the dynamics had shifted. The rhythm of the red team was disrupted. Pierre was not happy. He returned to midfield to collect the ball, wanting to tear apart the blue team's defense with his individual skill. But this time, Suchin did not rashly rush into tackle. He retreated to a defensive position, blocking Pierre's path to cut inside, forcing him to go wide. Pierre dribbled a couple of steps along the sideline before being double-teamed by the blue team's defenders, losing the ball. He glanced back at Suchin. This time he wasn't smiling. The final 5 minutes. Thomas intercepted the ball in midfield. He looked up and scanned the field. Su Chun was already in motion. His explosive speed caught everyone off guard. The system panel in the corner of his vision flickered. Alien explosive power, current output 82. His leg muscles felt like they were filled with boiling liquid. The mass-through ball came slicing through the gap between two red midfielders, landing 3 meters in front of Su Chun. Between Su Chun and the ball stood Pierre. As Su Chun made his move, the Frenchman turned, and the two charged towards the ball almost side by side. Pierre reached out to grab Su Chen's shirt. He failed to catch him. Su Chen's acceleration was too quick. In one step, he created half a body length of space. Pierre's fingers slipped from his shirt, grasping only air. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Su Chen reached the ball first. Without stopping or adjusting, he flicked it with the outside of his right foot, sending it rolling towards the right side of the goal. The goalkeeper rushed out, his weight shifting to the left. Su Chen shot with his left foot. The ball flew past the goalkeeper's fingertips, hitting the inside of the net. The net trembled twice, and the ball rolled to a stop at the goal line. 12. The entire stadium fell silent for a second. Then someone started to clap. Not enthusiastically, just 3 or 4 people sporadically. But before this, these people had no interest in even looking at Su Chen. Su Chen stood in front of the goal, panting heavily, turning to look at Pierre. The Frenchman stood there, the veins on his neck pulsing. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but then closed it again. What delivery boy? Those who couldn't catch up had no right to give nicknames to others. The final whistle blew. The blue team lost 12. But that last goal sent a signal to everyone. This Weibo player was not just fast. He was learning. Su Chen walked to the sidelines to grab a water bottle, and Thomas passed by, the two exchanging glances. The Germans slightly nodded. They didn't say anything, but Su Chen understood. Van de Beek stood not far away, flipping to the page with Su Chen's name in his notebook. The data and notes were densely packed with tiny handwriting squished together. He drew a circle in the blank space after Su Chen's name. Closed the notebook. Su Chen was wiping the sweat from his brow when he heard the voice and looked up. Come to my office after training. After Van de Beek finished speaking, he walked away. Su Chen's grip on the water bottle tightened, deforming it. In the office. The last time he was called to the office, he was expelled by Wang Defa. But this was not the national youth team. He capped the water bottle and headed towards the training center. Van de Beek's office was located at the far east end of the second floor of the training center. The door was ajar, and Su Chen knocked twice on the door frame, observing the layout inside. A desk, tactical whiteboards on 2 walls, and a few boxes of training balls piled in the corner. The notebook lay open on the desk. Beside it sat a cup of cold black coffee. Kruger was seated on a chair by the window, nodding at Su Chen. Van de Beek had his back to the door, writing on the whiteboard. Hearing footsteps, he turned around and tossed the pen onto the desk. Have a seat. Su Chen pulled out a chair and sat down. Van de Beek picked up the notebook, flipped to a certain page, and tossed it directly in front of Su Chen. Su Chen looked down. The page was filled with data: 30-meter sprint in 3. 5 seconds, 10. 8 seconds with the ball, 18 touches in a match, a passing success rate of 31, 14 turnovers, 2 shots, and 1 goal. Each set of data was followed by Van de Beek's handwritten notes, a mix of German and English, the handwriting as messy as an electrocardiogram. Have you finished looking? Van de Beek sat down across the table, arms crossed over his chest. I've finished. Then it'll be straightforward. Van de Beek raised one finger. Your explosiveness is the strongest I've seen among all the players I've coached in this youth training camp. In 12 years, there is no comparison. Su Chen remained silent. Van de Beek raised a second finger. However, you have 2 fatal flaws. He took a pen and wrote 2 lines on the whiteboard. The first line read team play 0. The second line physical, weak. Firstly, you don't know how to play team. Van de Beek pointed at the first line on the whiteboard. Your game reading ability is nearly 0. A passing success rate of 31, that number places you at the bottom of our U15 team. All your offensive ideas revolve around 1. Take the ball and break through. There are no other options. Su Chen clenched his fist, but did not retort. Because it was the truth. Secondly, your body is too frail. Van de Beek walked back to the desk and took out a physical assessment report from the drawer. Your upper body strength, core stability, and collision resistance are all below the youth team average. How many times were you knocked down in the match today? 3 times, Su Chen replied. 4 times. Once you were caught off guard and lost your balance after a shoulder bump. Van de Beek closed the report. You could dominate everyone on that local pitch in Huagua with your speed, but European defenders are no pushovers. In official matches, they will push you out of bounds. The office fell silent for a few seconds. Outside the window, the muffled sound of someone kicking a ball could be heard. Kruger cleared his throat nearby as if wanting to say something to ease the tension. Van de Beek glanced at him, and Kruger closed his mouth again. Su Chen stared at the 2 lines on the whiteboard, his mind racing. Team cooperation and physical confrontation. One was a software problem, the other a hardware problem. Neither could be remedied in a short time. Kruger has informed me about your situation. Van de Beek's tone softened slightly, but only a little. Expelled blacklisted delivering takeout to support your family. I want comment on the football environment there, but it's not my concern. He paused. In my team, there are only two types, those who can play and those who cannot. Where you come from, what you've experienced, it doesn't matter once you pass through this door. What matters is what you bring to the pitch. Suchin looked up at him. Van de Beek raised 2 fingers. 2 weeks. The trial period lasts 2 weeks. If you can prove your ability to learn. Note, I'm not talking about talent, you already have that. I'm talking about your ability to learn. If you can show me that you're working on your weaknesses, it'll keep you. Is 2 weeks enough for you? When he asked this, Kruger secretly observed Suchin's expression. Suchin remained silent for 3 seconds. Then he stood up. Coach. 2 weeks is too long. Suchin looked into Van de Beek's eyes. Give me 1 week. The office fell silent again. Kruger's lips twitched. He wasn't sure if this Hua kid was confident or just delusional. Van de Beek stared at Suchin for 5 seconds. Then the corners of his mouth moved slightly. It was very subtle, barely noticeable unless one looked closely, but it was indeed a hint of a smile. All right. He picked up a pen and added a date next to the circle next to Suchin's name in the notebook. So, if you disappoint me a week from now, don't blame me for sending you back early. I want. Suchin said as he turned and walked out of the office, his steps noticeably quicker than when he entered. Kruger waited until he was far away before speaking up. Marcus, do you think he can do it? Van de Beek took a sip of the cold coffee and grimaced. I don't know, but he's the first trial player in 12 years who dared to negotiate with me. When Suchin returned to the dormitory, the sky outside was already dark. The night in Amsterdam was very quiet, with the occasional boat passing by on the distant canal, the lights shimmering on the water before fading away. He sat on the edge of his bed, his body aching all over. Today's training volume had pushed his muscles to their limits. His phone lit up with a WeChat message from Lu Taiju. Have you arrived? Have you eaten? Is it cold over there? 3 question marks followed by 8 emojis, all encouraging fists. Suchin replied with 1 word, fine. Lu Taiju replied instantly, can you please say more than 2 words? Suchin typed 3 words, all good. Alright, I visited your grandma today, as she seemed in good spirits, and even gave me a bag of oranges. Just focus on your football. Suchin looked at this message, his throat moved slightly. He placed his phone beside his pillow and closed his eyes. The system's light screen lit up in the darkness. Detected hosts, weaknesses, insufficient tactical understanding, weak physical confrontation capability, new feature unlocked. Training accelerator effect. While activated, training learning efficiency increases by 300, muscle memory formation speed increases by 200, cost after each use, full body muscle soreness lasts for 6 hours. Stamina consumption is 3 times that of normal training. Would you like to activate? Suchin opened his eyes. Training accelerator. Learning efficiency increased 3-fold. The cost was full body soreness for 6 hours and 3 times the stamina consumption. In other words, he could achieve the training results of 3 days in 1 day, but afterward he would feel as if he had been run over by a truck. Without a second thought, Suchin decided. Activate. The light screen flickered and retracted. Immediately a wave of heat spread from his lower abdomen to his limbs. It wasn't pain, but a slightly warm sensation, as if something was rearranging within the muscle fibers. Suchin moved his fingers. 1 week. 7 days. Enough. He turned over and forced himself to sleep. Outside, the night in Amsterdam was quiet. But starting tomorrow, the only thing left quiet would be this city. The first day, Suchin woke up at 5 o'clock, 15 minutes earlier than the alarm. His body still bore the soreness from yesterday's competition, but his mind was clear. He put on his training gear in the dark and left the dormitory. The sky was not yet fully bright, and the grass was covered in dew. Before the 6 o'clock joint training began, he had already run 4 laps around the field. The training subject for the morning was possession and control. In the same 30-meter area as yesterday, he quickly passed the ball with both feet. The difference was that Suchin had activated the training accelerator. The effect was visibly noticeable. Yesterday he passed 10 times, but lost possession 6 times, always a beat slow. By the end of the first group practice today, his turnover rate had dropped to 3. It was not that his footwork suddenly improved, but rather that his observation speed had increased. Where to look before passing, which direction teammates would run, where space would open up, these thoughts seemed to have been fast-forwarded. The amount of information absorbed in one training session was 3 times what others learned. By the afternoon's competitive training, Suchin's passing began to exhibit a hint of Ajax's style. Although still rough, occasionally passing to opponents' heels, at least the direction was correct. Van de Beek stood at the sidelines saying nothing. The price would come in the evening. After training ended, Suchin returned to the dormitory, and as soon as he closed the door, his legs began to shake. It was not fatigue, but muscle cramps. Every muscle that had participated in high-intensity exercise protested. Inner thighs, calves, arches of his feet. He leaned against the edge of the bed, sweat forming on his forehead from the pain. A system prompt appeared: training accelerator side effects occurring, expected to last 6 hours. Recommendation: rest. 6 hours. Suchin glanced at the time. It was 6 o'clock in the evening. This meant that until midnight he would be like a lump of mud. He pulled out a dry towel from his bag, folded it twice, and bit down on it. Then he stood up from the bed and shakily walked out of the dormitory. The lights on the training field were still on, but there were hardly any people around. Suchin practiced passing alone in the empty field. Facing the wall, he kicked the ball 1 foot at a time, then caught the rebounds. Pass out. Catch. Pass out. Catch. With every kick his thigh muscles twitched. He clenched the towel in his mouth, not uttering a single sound. The third day, Suchin's performance in the joint training showed significant improvement. He began to feign a body orientation before passing, tricking the defender's attention to the other side, and then sending the ball in the opposite direction. This move was something he had learned from Thomas. The German did not play with flair, but every kick was simple and efficient. Before passing, he always took an extra glance to confirm the receiver's running trend, then delivered the ball precisely. Not just to the player's feet, but to the point where the player would arrive. This was the essence of Ajax's pass to the next point. Suchin took 3 days to grasp this logic. For others it might take 3 months. During evening practice, Thomas appeared. He did not greet him directly, took several balls from the equipment room, and stood opposite Suchin. Then he started passing with him. 1 kick, 2 kicks, 3 kicks. The tempo gradually accelerated. Thomas was not very talkative. Every time Suchin passed incorrectly, he would stop and tap the correct landing spot on the grass with his foot. No explanations, no nonsense. After marking the spot, they continued passing. Suchin was initially puzzled as to why this German was actively helping, but then he realized Thomas wasn't there to help, he was there to find a partner. Ajax's all-out attack and defense system required a tacit partnership in the midfield, and Suchin's speed was Thomas' best weapon. The precondition was that Suchin had to learn how to use it. The two practiced until after 9 o'clock. The training ground's automatic lighting system turned on twice, and on the third time it simply shut off. Suchin took out his phone and turned on the flashlight. Thomas glanced at him. Crazy. Suchin shot him a look back. You're here too. The German smirked slightly, but said nothing more. The fourth day, during the technical assessment of the joint training, Suchin's passing success rate report came out. 31 to 78. In just 4 days it more than doubled. When this data reached Van de Beek, the bald coach's expression finally changed. It wasn't surprise, but more like confirmation. He was confirming that what he saw was real. The fitness coach leaned in and whispered, this rate of improvement is abnormal, where there are no normal geniuses. Van de Beek stuffed the report into his notebook. Pierre Dupont noticed Suchin's transformation. To be precise, the entire youth team noticed. The Huawei trial player who could only dribble head down 4 days ago was now beginning to integrate into the possession system. Although his movements were still somewhat stiff, the rhythm was almost catching up. Pierre walked past Suchin after the joint training and glanced at him. He didn't say anything. His expression was not pleasant. The 6th day, Suchin had been practicing alone after joint training for 6 consecutive days. The side effects of the training accelerator were compounding. The first 3 days brought 6 hours of soreness. On the 4th day, it increased to 8 hours. By the 6th day, the soreness was nearly constant. When he woke up in the morning, his legs felt like they were filled with lead. But Suchin did not stop. He also added strength training in the fitness room. Van de Beek said his body was slim with insufficient upper body strength and core stability. These aspects could not be aided by the system. They had to be built up bit by bit with iron weights. Squats, deadlifts, medicine ball twists, planks. He explored all the gym equipment over the 6 days. His weight did not increase much, but the muscle definition began to change. The contours of his chest and shoulders were much clearer than when he first arrived. On the 6th day at 10 o'clock in the evening on the training field, Suchin was doing the 15th set of sprint shuttle runs. The training accelerator was operating at full power. During the 12th return, a sudden tightness hit his right calf. Cramps. A violent spasm spread from his calf to his thigh, causing Suchin's stride to falter, and he collapsed onto the grass. He lay on the ground, pressing down hard on the cramping calf with his right hand, his lips turning pale from the pain. A system prompt popped up warning muscle load has reached critical value. Immediate cessation of training and rest for at least 12 hours is recommended. Suchin lay there for 30 seconds. Then he took out the towel that had been bitten into fuzz from his pocket, shoved it into his mouth, and got up from the ground. His right leg was still shaking. He used his left leg for support and limped back to the starting line. He steadied himself, continued running. At the end of the second-floor corridor of the training center, the lights were off. Van de Beek stood behind the window, arms crossed, watching the figure in the darkness, limping and still running below. Kruger was also watching, his coffee cup raised to his lips, but not drinking. This kid is a madman. Kruger turned to look at him. Van de Beek didn't turn his head, still gazing out the window. I like it. Kruger, I knew you would. Don't get too proud. Van de Beek finally turned his head. Tomorrow, we have a friendly match against the first team, reserves the final assessment for the trial. I want to see how far he can push himself. Kruger nearly spilled his coffee. The first team reserves. They won't go easy on him just because he's a trial player. I know. Van de Beek looked out the window. Su Chun had just finished the last group, kneeling on the ground, his shoulders heaving heavily. If he can't even get through this, then he isn't worth keeping. Downstairs, Su Chun knelt on the grass, panting for half a minute before pushing himself up. He wiped the sweat from his face and walked toward the direction of the dormitory. His right leg hurt with every step, but a smile crept onto his lips. The system panel quietly lit up in the corner of his vision. Alien Explosiveness Integration Degree 61 Possession Understanding CB Physical Fitness Index 17. When he arrived 7 days ago, he was nothing. Tomorrow is the final assessment. The opponent is the first team reserves, real professional players. Su Chun pushed open the dormitory door and fell onto the bed. Before closing his eyes, he silently recited the last line from his father's notes. The ball is round, but the path is straight. Just run forward. The 7th day, Su Chun woke up in pain. It wasn't the alarm clock, but a dull ache radiating from his right calf. The after effects of last night's training accelerator had yet to fade, and from his ankle to his knee his entire leg felt as if it had been struck by a baseball bat. He sat up and moved his ankles a couple of times. A crack echoed as his bones shifted, and the pain eased slightly. Outside the window, the sky was gray. The mornings in Amsterdam always looked like this. A message from Kruger popped up on his phone. Internal scrimmage at 10 a.m. Youth team versus. The first team reserved 30 minutes of half-field play. Van de Beek would officiate personally. This is your final assessment. A follow-up comment read, "Don't be nervous." Su Chun stared at the words, "First team reserve" for 3 seconds. The reserve team. What level were those players? Signed professional contracts. They could be promoted to the first team at any moment. In terms of physical confrontation, match experience, and tactical acumen, there was a galaxy between them and the youth team. Su Chun threw his phone back onto the pillow and got up to wash up. Nervous? Not at all. He had endured 3 years with someone like Wang Defa. What was a scrimmage compared to that? At 9:50 by the edge of the field. When Su Chun arrived, the youth team players were already warming up. But the atmosphere was clearly off. Usually there would be laughter and chatter during practice, but today everyone wore a serious expression as if they were going to the gallows. The reason was simple. The opposing team had already arrived. 11 members of the reserve team stood on the other side of the field, casually passing the ball. Their movements were relaxed, their expressions light, and 2 of them were even chatting. Yet in this seemingly indifferent state, every pass was precise, flowing seamlessly from receiving the ball to passing and running, without even needing to look to know where their teammates were. Su Chun took a glance, his gaze landing on the person in the middle of the reserve team. At 191 centimeters tall, with blonde hair and broad shoulders that could block half of a goal. The muscles on his arms were visible even through his training attire. A captain's armband was tied to his left arm. Jan de Jonk, a Dutchman and a center back. Kruger had mentioned him yesterday. De Jonk is the toughest defender in the reserve team. He made the first team roster twice last season. He doesn't play dirty while defending, but you'll feel like you've run into a wall. Su Chun withdrew his gaze and continued to stretch his legs. At this moment, Van de Beek walked out from the training center, holding that worn notebook, followed by 2 assistant coaches. He walked to the center of the field and surveyed the surroundings. "Everyone come over." The 2 teams gathered around. The rules are simple: 30 minutes of half-field play, no extra time, no penalty shootouts. Van de Beek opened his notebook and glanced. "I've already arranged the youth team roster." He began to read out names and positions. When he called out the forwards, Su Chun heard his own name. Su, right? Next was the next name. Pierre, center forward. Su Chun turned to glance at Pierre. The Frenchman was also looking at him, his expression as if he had just swallowed a fly. Van de Beek paired the 2 together. A Chinese trial player who could only bulldoze his way through paired with a French striker who looked down on everyone. This pairing felt awkward no matter how you looked at it. Van de Beek closed the notebook, seemingly oblivious to the exchanged glances between the 2. "Any questions?" No one spoke. "Then let's hit the field." The whistle blew to start the game. The reserve team kicked off, passing the ball back a couple of times before a long pass directly switched to the right flank. Before Su Chun could even react, the reserve team's winger had already dribbled into the 30-meter zone. His speed wasn't fast, but his ball control was incredibly stable, as if the ball were glued to his feet. The youth team's left back rushed to press him, but was easily faked out by a simple cutin. The cross came in. De Jonk surged from the back, leaping high in the penalty area. At 191 centimeters tall, with a powerful jump, he was a monster in the air. The header smashed towards the bottom right corner of the goal. The youth team's goalkeeper made a dive, but couldn't reach it. The ball went in. 0-1. Just 2 minutes into the game. A sense of despair filled the youth team's locker room, as if it were expected. The reserve team didn't even celebrate much. After landing, De Jonk patted his teammate on the shoulder and turned to jog back. For them it was just a warm-up. In the next 8 minutes the youth team was pinned in their half. Possession was roughly 30-70, with 70 going to the reserves. Suchin received the ball on the right flank 3 times, each time facing the same problem. De Jong. This Dutch center-back had an absurdly wide defensive range. He wasn't the type to stick closely to one player. Instead, he positioned himself and controlled the distance, always appearing where you least wanted him to. The first time Suchin tried to cut in and accelerate past him, but was blocked sideways by De Jong launching him away. It wasn't an exaggeration, he truly bounced away. Suchin landed hard on the grass, his tailbone aching. De Jong glanced down at him, said nothing, and turned to send the ball away. The second time Suchin wised up, not charging in directly, but making a feint first. De Jong read him clearly, extending his foot to poke the ball away. The third time was even worse. Suchin tried to use his speed to go around him. He did get a half step ahead, but De Jong simply placed a hand on his shoulder. An entirely legal move, no foul. And Suchin lost his balance, stumbling 2 steps while the ball rolled away. A system panel popped up with a line of prompts. High-intensity physical confrontation detected the host's current physique is insufficient to support full power bursts, alien burst power, current usable output 45-45. That was more than just a having. Suchin climbed up, licking the corner of his mouth. The taste of rust. His lip had split. 15 minutes in, the youth team finally managed to intercept the ball in midfield with Thomas organizing the play. Suchin ran towards the right flank, trying to create space. De Jong followed him unhurried, as if he were walking a dog. Thomas passed the ball. It was fast, landing in front of Suchin on his right. Suchin accelerated to reach it. De Jong started at the same time. The two of them nearly touched the ball at the same moment. But De Jong's shoulder reached first. In an instant, Suchin felt a warmth in his nose, and his vision went momentarily white. De Jong's shoulder had collided right against his face. It wasn't intentional, just normal physical contact during a confrontation. But when a 191 cm, 85 kg professional defender collided with an 182 cm, 73 kg trial player, the outcome was obvious. Suchin stepped back, covering his nose, blood seeping through his fingers. De Jong stopped and glanced back, raising his hand to signal the referee. Van de Beek blew the whistle to stop the game. An assistant coach rushed over. "Do you need to go off for treatment?" Suchin wiped his nose with the back of his hand. The red blood stain ran from the bridge of his nose down to his chin, looking rather alarming. He shook his hand to get rid of the blood. "No need." The assistant coach paused for a moment. Suchin pulled his jersey collar up to wipe his face, leaving a glaring red mark on the white training kit. He glanced at De Jong. The Dutchman stood there expressionless. Not in provocation, nor in apology, but with a calmness that seemed to say, "This is just professional football." Suchin nodded slightly. The match continued. But from this moment on, Suchin was different. He no longer recklessly crashed into De Jong. In the following minutes, Suchin began to retreat actively to the midfield to receive the ball. Instead of waiting up front for a pass, he moved to a position where there was enough space between him and the defenders. Would De Jong follow? If he did, the center would be open. If he didn't, Suchin could turn and quickly advance toward. In the 20th minute, Suchin received a back pass from Thomas on the right side of midfield. As he turned, he glanced forward. Pierre was at the edge of the penalty area. The Frenchman's positioning was indeed the best in the youth team. Even if he had a bad temper and a foul mouth, that was undeniable. Suchin made the pass. The ball skimmed along the grass, not fast, but with a precise angle, directly finding the gap in front of Pierre. Pierre was clearly taken aback. He probably didn't expect Suchin to pass to him. But the instinct of a professional player had him quickly adjusting his step, his right foot ready to volley. He missed. The ball brushed past the post and flew out of bounds. Pierre slapped his thigh in frustration. Suchin stood in midfield watching this scene, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. It didn't matter that he missed. What was important was that he passed and Pierre received it. This was the first effective cooperation between two individuals who had never seen eye to eye. Van de Beek, watching from the sidelines, noted the pass in his notebook. What he wrote was unknown to anyone. There were just 10 minutes left in the match. 0-1. Suchin stood at the center circle, panting heavily. The nosebleed had stopped, but the blood stain on the front of his jersey had dried into a dark red, resembling someone who had just come from the battlefield. The system panel suddenly flickered. It wasn't a routine prompt. A golden button appeared on the light screen that he had never seen before, flashing enticingly. Suchin narrowed his eyes. Iconic scene: replication challenge initiated. Objective: replicate Ronaldo's legendary dribble against the Dutch team in the 1998 World Cup. Challenge condition: complete a perfect pendulum dribble breakthrough in this match. Successful replication: reward permanent acquisition of class skill, pendulum dribble. Failure penalty: alien burst power, fusion rate 15. Do you accept the challenge? Suchin stared at the golden button. The pendulum dribble. Ronaldo's signature technique. A significant body sway to one side, luring the defender off balance, then snapping back with lightning speed. That famous dribble had left two defenders in the dust, earning it a spot as one of the most iconic dribbles in World Cup history. Now the system wanted him to replicate this move in a trial assessment. The opponent was De Jong, 191 centimeters tall, 85 kilograms, the man who had just knocked him down and made him bleed. The cost of failure was a 15 deduction in fusion rate, equal to losing several days of practice. Su Chen licked his cracked lips. Accepted. In the moment the golden button vanished, a new message popped up on the system panel. Reproduction of iconic scene activated. Trigger condition: the host must actively initiate an unknown breakthrough in a real match and complete the full pendulum dribble. Action assistance mode: after the challenge is triggered, the host will gain a 15-second enhancement of peak Ronaldo's state. The timer has not yet started. The timing of the trigger is up to the host's discretion, 15 seconds. Su Chen mentally chewed over this number. In other words, he had to create an opportunity to face De Jong unknown himself and complete the pendulum dribble within 15 seconds. Not a second more. There were 10 minutes left in the match. 0-1. That was enough. Once was enough. Su Chen began to move. He no longer held his position stubbornly on the right flank as in the first half, but frequently drifted towards the center. Each time he ran, he intentionally brushed the edge of De Jong's defensive zone, as if testing an invisible line. De Jong noticed. The Dutchman raised his eyebrows slightly. This Chinese lad had suddenly changed. Previously, he either charged in headfirst like a rookie or retreated to midfield to pass. Now this kind of wandering movement had a certain finesse. In the 23rd minute, Thomas was double-teamed in midfield and the ball bounced out. Su Chen reacted the fastest, rushing forward to shield the ball. Two reserve midfielders immediately surrounded him. Su Chen turned around and knocked the ball back to his youth team teammate behind him. Then he started to run, running towards the right flank. Not at full speed, but at a steady pace of 70%, looking like a normal off-the-ball run. De Jong stood in the center slightly to the right, glancing back and forth between the ball and Su Chen. The ball rolled 3 times at the youth team's feet. The first touch, a horizontal pass from the back. The second touch, a back pass from midfield. The third touch, Thomas. Su Chen shouted here. The moment he saw the German raise his head, Thomas threw ball zipped across the ground. It landed at the edge of the 30-meter area on the right flank. There was a 5-meter gap between Su Chen and the ball. There was also a 5-meter gap between Su Chen and De Jong. The 3 points formed an equilateral triangle. Su Chen accelerated. At the same time, he silently chanted in his mind, trigger. The system panel exploded in a burst of golden light. Peak Ronaldo state activated. Countdown 15 seconds. A power he had never felt before surged into his limbs. It was not the slow seeping warmth of a training accelerator, but an instantaneous explosion. His leg muscles swelled, joint flexibility skyrocketed, and even his vision sharpened significantly. Every player's position, running direction, and center of gravity on the field became crystal clear, as if marked with fluorescent tags. This was the world of peak Ronaldo. Su Chen touched the ball first. With a gentle flick of his right foot, the ball stuck to his side like it was magnetized. De Jong arrived. The Dutchman did not recklessly rush in. He slowed down, slightly crouched, lowering his center of gravity with his arms slightly spread to maintain balance. A standard defensive posture. Steady, calm, impeccable. The 5 meters shrank to 3. The two faced each other. Su Chen took a step forward with the ball. De Jong stepped back, maintaining his distance. Countdown 11 seconds. Su Chen's left foot suddenly took a big step to the left. It was not a small feint, it was a significant lean of his entire body to the left. His left shoulder dropped, hips twisted, and all his body language screamed, "I'm breaking to the left." De Jong's body honestly reacted. His center of gravity instantly shifted to the right, and his left foot pushed off the ground, ready to slide over to block. In that instant, Su Chen's body snapped back. Like a pendulum, the force from his left foot pressing down on the grass was not used to continue left, but transformed into a pivot. His entire body pivoted around his left foot, and his right side snapped back. At the same time, his right foot pushed the ball to the right. From left to right, a complete pendulum cycle. So fast that even Kruger in the stands could barely see the transition in between. He only saw Su Chen go left, and then suddenly appear on the right. De Jong's fingers brushed past the back of Su Chen's jersey, grasping nothing. The Dutchman's left foot was still caught in the inertia of pushing off to the right. His center of gravity had completely shifted, and he could not recover. He slipped. A 191-meter center back fell to the grass in front of everyone. Su Chen zipped past him. Countdown 6 seconds into the penalty area. A recovering defender came diagonally from the left with a tricky angle, blocking Su Chen's shot path. Su Chen did not stop. With the arch of his right foot, he nudged the ball. The ball slid along the grass with a slight arc, but in a tricky direction, towards the far corner. The goalkeeper judged the direction correctly and leaped to dive. His fingertips grazed the ball, but the ball was spinning. That little bit of friction was not enough to alter its trajectory. The ball zipped past the goalkeeper's fingertips, crashing into the inside side netting of the goal. The netting snapped, taut, bouncing twice. The ball rolled to the goal line and stopped. 1-1. Countdown 0 seconds. Reproduction of iconic scene. Successful. Congratulations to the host for permanently acquiring the level skill pendulum dribble. Frenzy points 1200. The entire stadium fell silent. It wasn't that no one wanted to speak, it was that everyone's brain needed time to process what had just happened in those 2 seconds. Kruger stood in the stands holding his phone up for a long time, forgetting to press the record button. My God, he whispered, his throat slightly hoarse. On the field, De Jong got up from the ground, glancing down at the grass debris on his knee. Then he looked up, staring at Su Chun, who had already exited the penalty area. The Dutchman's expression was complex. It wasn't anger, nor was it unwillingness to accept defeat. It was more like acknowledgement. In his 10 years of career, he had been outmaneuvered many times. But this kind of maneuver, deceptiveness of the body, speed of direction, change, fluidity of center of gravity transition, he had only seen on television. De Jong clapped his hands twice. It was not applause, just 2 claps. But everyone understood the meaning of this gesture coming from the reserve team captain. Acknowledgement. On the sidelines, Van de Beek's notebook had unknowingly closed. He stood up. Then one person clapped. Slowly, heavily, each clap resonated genuinely. Others began to clap along. First the assistant coaches, then several reserve players, and finally even those on the youth team's bench stood up. The applause was not enthusiastic, but very sincere. Su Chun walked back to the center circle, passing by Pierre. The Frenchman stood still, his hands in his shorts pockets. He stared at Su Chun for 3 seconds, his mouth moving slightly. He didn't say anything. For the first time, he found himself unable to come up with any words to mock this Chinese lad. The final whistle blew. 1-1. The youth team didn't win, but no one felt they had lost. As Su Chun left the field, his legs began to weaken. After the 15 seconds of peak state faded, the backlash on his body hit hard. The inner thigh cramped, his knees ached, and every step required extra effort. His face showed little expression as he walked steadily. No one noticed he was on the verge of collapse. Only the system panel quietly flickered in the corner. Alien Burst Fusion Degree 64 new skill, loaded pendulum dribbles level, can be activated in high-speed dribbling state, completing a directional breakthrough through extreme center of gravity deception. Cooldown time limited to 3 uses per match. 3 times. Su Chun mentally noted this number. That would be enough. The next morning, Su Chun was not scheduled for training. Kruger sent a message asking him to wait in the dormitory, saying that Van de Beek would be discussing his contract with the higher-ups. Su Chun sat on the bed, flipping through the tactical notes left by his father. As he reached the last few pages, the paper had already turned yellow, filled with arrows and circles accompanied by crooked annotations. One line was underlined 3 times. The forward does not run alone. He runs for 10 people. Su Chun stared at the line for a while before closing the notebook. He waited until 12:30 when Kruger finally knocked on the door. Let's go to the conference room. Su Chun followed Kruger through the corridor of the training center to a small meeting room in the administrative area. Pushing the door open, Van de Beek was already seated inside, facing a middle-aged man Su Chun had never seen before. Graying hair, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, and dressed in a suit that clashed with the athletic atmosphere of the training base. Frank de Boer, sports director, Kruger introduced quietly. Su Chun nodded and sat down next to Kruger. De Boer adjusted his glasses, scrutinizing Su Chun for a moment before flipping open a document in front of him. Coach Van de Beek has submitted your trial report to me. De Boer's English carried a strong Dutch accent. The data is outstanding, especially your explosiveness and performance in the final assessment match. He paused for a moment. But Su Chun knew there would be a but. Ajax has never signed a player of Chinese nationality. De Boer closed the document, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. Your competitive ability certainly shows potential, but from a commercial perspective, the market value of Chinese players in Europe is an unknown. Sponsors, jersey sales, broadcasting revenues. These all need to be considered. Van de Beek's expression darkened. Frank, we are a football club, not a clothing store. Marcus, you handle training, and I handle operations. Both matters are important, De Boer said calmly. And to be honest, this young man's passing and control ability has not yet reached the average level of our youth team. He is improving rapidly, I admit, but rapidly does not equate to already enough. Van de Beek slammed his notebook on the table. His tone was not loud, but the air in the conference room tightened for a moment. He raised his passing accuracy from 31 to 78 in 7 days and used a pendulum move to outmaneuver De Jong in the assessment match. How should I evaluate that? Should I say he is not good enough? Kruger chimed in. I have been a scout for 14 years, and I have only seen this kind of learning speed in textbooks. And his speed data. I've seen it all, De Boer interrupted, raising his hand. That's why I didn't say we wouldn't sign him. He pulled a sheet of paper from the folder and slid it in front of Su Chun. This is our proposal. An observation contract, 6 months in duration. A monthly salary of 3,000 euros. After 6 months, a decision will be made on whether to convert it to a formal youth training contract based on performance. Suchin glanced at the number. 3,000 euros. He wasn't very familiar with the salary structure of European football, but from Kruger and Van de Beek's expressions he could guess. This number was absurdly low. Sure enough, Van de Beek exploded first. 3,000. How much do you offer other youth team players? 8 to 12,000. This is an insult to him. De Boer remained unmoved. Other youth team players have gone through at least 2 years of tiered training with complete match data and injury records. Suchun has only undergone a week of trial training. 3,000 euros is the standard offer for the observation period, not specific to him. Van de Beek wanted to say something else, but Suchun spoke up. He'll sign. All three turned to look at him. Suchun picked up the paper, borrowed a pen from Kruger, flipped to the last page, and wrote his name in the signature box. His handwriting was messy, but every stroke was decisive. After signing, he returned the pen to Kruger and looked at De Boer. 3,000 is enough. De Boer was somewhat surprised. He had probably anticipated several responses, bargaining, hesitation, complaints, but did not expect such decisiveness. Suchun pushed the contract back. Then he turned to glance at Van de Beek. Coach, you won't regret this in 6 months. Van de Beek stared at him for 2 seconds. Then the bald coach shook his head, and that subtle arc appeared at the corner of his mouth again. I never regret. As they exited the conference room, Kruger followed Suchun for a while, wanting to say something, but hesitating. Finally, he couldn't help but say, 3,000 euros is really too low. If you want me to negotiate with De Boer again, no need. Suchun calculated. 3,000 euros converts to just over 20,000 yuan. That's enough for my grandmother's monthly medical expenses. Kruger opened his mouth and then closed it. He suddenly felt that the salary issue in the eyes of this 17-year-old might just be a number. All right then. Kruger patted him on the shoulder. Now you are a part of Ajax. Although it's an observation contract, the training, matches, and facility usage are all the same as for formal players. Suchun nodded. Is there training this afternoon? Kruger glanced at him. You just finished the assessment match yesterday, and your legs were shaking. Don't you want a day off? No need. Kruger sighed. Crazy. He had been using this word more frequently lately. Afternoon training. When Suchun came out in his training gear, the youth team members were already there. The atmosphere was different from before. Not that everyone suddenly became enthusiastic. These European kids are not that easy to soften, but at least they no longer treated him as air. As he passed by, someone nodded at him. Others even asked if his leg injury was better. Suchun responded to each one and started warming up at the sidelines. Just as he pressed down on his foot, a shadow loomed over him. Suchun looked up. Pierre Dupont stood in front of him, holding a bottle of water. The Frenchman's expression was conflicted, as if he were solving a difficult math problem. He stood for 2 seconds before tossing the water bottle in Suchun's direction. Suchun caught it. Pierre tilted his head to one side, raising his chin slightly, and said in a condescending tone, "That pendulum move you did yesterday was decent." With that, he turned and walked away. After taking 2 steps, he stopped without looking back and added, "Don't think this means I approve of you." Suchun washed his back, the corners of his mouth curving slightly. He opened the water bottle and took a sip. It was quite cool. At 9 in the evening in the dormitory, Suchun sat on the bed and picked up his phone to call his grandmother. It rang 3 times before she picked up. The old lady sounded quite energetic, immediately asking if he had eaten. I ate. What did you eat? Don't just eat those bread slices, they lack nutrition. The cafeteria made steak, quite a big piece. Steak is good, eat more meat. The grandmother paused, lowering her voice a bit. Are you getting used to it there? Getting used to it. Suchun thought for a moment about how to phrase it. Grandma, I signed a contract. It's with a European team. Starting next month, I can send money home every month. There was silence on the other end for several seconds. How much? More than 20,000. Another few seconds of silence, followed by the sound of her stifling a sob. All right, save some for yourself to spend. The grandmother's voice trembled a bit, but maintained its composure. Don't just send money, I'll buy the clothes you need and the food you should eat while you're out. If your father knew you were playing football in Europe, She did not finish her sentence. Suchun held the phone, his throat tightening. Grandma, I know. Play well. Grandma is waiting to see you on TV. Okay. After hanging up, Suchun placed the phone beside his pillow. He stared at the ceiling for a while. Then he picked up his phone and sent a WeChat message to Lu Taiju. I signed a contract. Lu Taiju replied with an exploding emoji followed by a string of exclamation marks, then said, Awesome. What's the salary? It's a secret. Damn. All right, awesome is enough. Don't worry about your grandma. I covered last month's medicine costs. You can pay me back once you get your salary. Also keep sending oranges every week. Suchun typed 2 words, thanks. For what? I'm still waiting for you to become a star and take me to Europe for a vacation. Suchun snorted and put down his phone. A system panel floated before his eyes, the golden cursor blinking several times. Detected host identity change, Ajax observation period, player new mission released. Youth League debut score a goal in Ajax's first official match of the youth team mission reward a grade skill accurate long pass frenzy points 1000 mission deadline. Next Youth League match, Su Chun stared at the line. Youth League. Official match. Not a training match, not a friendly, but a serious competition with referees, spectators, and points. He turned over, pulling the blanket up to his chest. Next Saturday, the Netherlands Youth League officially starting. Su Chun closed his eyes. The smile at the corner of his mouth lingered, remaining until he fell asleep. On the day of the match, the sky over Amsterdam was uniformly gray, showing no signs of rain, just that kind of gloomy weather that adds to one's frustration. Su Chun stood at the entrance of the tunnel, listening to the sounds coming from the stands in the distance. In a small stadium with 3,000 people, the roar was comparable to that of 30,000. This was the Dutch Derby, and the youth team's display was no less impressive than that of the senior team. Are you nervous? Pierre walked over from the side, pulling up his gloves casually. Are you nervous? I'm not nervous. Then I'm not nervous either. Pierre shot him a sideways glance, said nothing, and was the first to step onto the pitch. Van de Beek stood at the back of the entrance line, holding the tactical board under his arm, and patted Su Chun on the shoulder. The right wing is yours, you have a bit more freedom. Don't just stick to your position, a move when there's an opportunity. Understood. Also, Van de Beek paused, the kids from Rotterdam can be quite rough. If you get fouled, don't argue with the referee, just get up and keep running. Su Chun's lips twitched slightly. Okay. As they exited the tunnel, the boos from the opposite stand immediately rose a notch. This was the long-standing animosity between Amsterdam and Rotterdam, which had begun accumulating since last century and had not faded even a bit by the time it reached the youth teams. The Feyenoord youth team was already warming up on the other side of the pitch, dressed in red and white striped jerseys, each player robust and kicking the ball with precision. Su Chun scanned the field and noted the position of the opposing left back, a tall player with long legs, not quick off the mark, but with a large coverage area. As the whistle blew, the battlefield was set. In the first 5 minutes of the match, Su Chun requested the ball twice on the right wing, but each time he hadn't managed to turn around before Feyenoord's left back arrived. The first time it was a direct close-range press that forced the ball out of bounds. The second time was even more straightforward, a tackle that targeted him, not the ball. Su Chun fell, hitting his shoulder on the grass. The referee didn't blow the whistle. Su Chun got up from the ground, his mouth slightly salty. A touch revealed a cut on his lip with a bit of blood seeping out. He licked his lips, stood up, and continued running after the ball. The crowd erupted in cheers, but it was hard to tell which side they were supporting. Thomas passed by him without stopping and threw out a comment. The referee isn't biased today. The implication was clear: you're on your own. Su Chun understood. As a newcomer in the eyes of European referees, you had to make them remember you before you could expect any protection. There was no way around it. That was the rule. In the 15th minute, Su Chun received the ball on the right again, and the left back came at him once more, this time cutting in from the side, with a more treacherous angle, charging with even more force than before. As the opponent lunged, Su Chun lightly tapped the ball forward, leaping into the air as the tackle went beneath him. He didn't hit the opponent. Su Chun landed smoothly, then pushed forward. A sound of "oh" came from the stands as Feyenoord's defense took half a step back. Not much, but Su Chun felt it. They were starting to pay serious attention to him. In the 38th minute, the balance of the match finally began to shift. Thomas intercepted a pass from Feyenoord in midfield without stopping, directly sending a through ball. The ball's direction was precise, landing in the dead angle between the right wing penalty area and the sideline, an area no one was watching. Su Chun had already started running. The left back was closely trailing him, sticking to him by half a body length, trying to block his path. Su Chun didn't force it. He shifted his weight and changed his angle, using his speed to maneuver around. A system panel flashed: alien explosive power, fusion rate 67, usable output 61. It was enough. Su Chun received the ball near the baseline. The left back didn't keep up, but the right back was coming in to cover, sealing off the shooting angle. Su Chun glanced up at the penalty area. Pierre was standing at the near post, just enough to create space away from the defender who was marking him. He crossed the ball in low and fast, without a curve, just rolling it along the grass to a spot about a meter in front of Pierre's left foot. Pierre didn't hesitate. He stepped in with his left foot, leaning forward as he headed the ball down towards the right. The ball went in. The entire Ajax Youth Stadium erupted, and the cheers of 3,000 people shook the gray sky. Pierre turned around, raising his arms and sprinting towards the sideline. Then he stopped. He halted right in front of Su Chun. The Frenchman didn't say a word. He simply opened his arms and pulled Su Chun in for a hug. He squeezed tightly. The sound of their backs clapping echoed. Then he let go, lifted his chin, and said, "That was a decent pass." Pierre ran back, while Su Chun followed behind, the cut on his lip cracking open a bit more, but he didn't care. In the second half, both teams tightened their pace and Feyenoord began to push forward, seeking to equalize. Su Chun dropped back to midfield to help in defense, managed to make a tackle, but then made a mistake with the pass, which led to a counterattack from the opponent. Fortunately, the goalkeeper reacted quickly and made the save. In the 63rd minute, Su Chun received the ball at the edge of the penalty area. The position wasn't great with two defenders closing in from each side, trying to sandwich him. Su Chun glanced around. The distance to the right was slightly closer. He leaned to the right, drawing the weight of the right defender over. Pendulum dribble. First, use his body, tilted sharply to the right, causing the right defender to instinctively turn to block, while Su Chun's foot already flicked the ball back, allowing him to spring to the left, creating space. He shot. With his left foot, he pushed a low shot towards the far corner, hitting the inside of the post and bouncing in the net, rippling twice before drooping down. 20. Su Chun stood still, raising his right hand to pat his chest. At the position of the national flag, he patted it twice earnestly. Then he raised his index finger, held it in front of his lips, a gesture to quiet down. There was a moment of silence in the stands, then the cheers doubled down. Mission accomplished. Goal in Youth League debut. Reward: A-class skill, precise long pass loaded. Fervor 1000. The system's notification scrolled past the corner of his vision, but Su Chun barely glanced at it. He turned and ran back to the center circle, passing by Thomas, who raised his hand to give him a pat. Though he didn't say anything, the force was quite solid. The final whistle blew. 20. Ajax youth team claimed their first derby victory. The locker room was buzzing with some spraying champagne and others shouting. Su Chun sat in a corner changing his shoes when his phone lit up. It was a message from Lu Taiju. When he opened it, he was taken aback. It was a screenshot of a forum post. On a certain sports forum in Huawei, the post title read, "Suspected Huawei player scores in Dutch Youth League." The source of the video was unknown, asking for verification. Below was a video, low quality, seemingly recorded by someone in the stands, capturing Su Chun's low shot to the far corner perfectly. He scrolled through the comments in the screenshot. Someone said, "This must be fake. Can a Huawei person play for Ajax?" While another said, "Wait, isn't this the Su Chun who got expelled from the national youth team?" And someone was already asking, "Which Su Chun?" Su Chun stared at the screen for a while, then tucked his phone back into his pocket and continued tying his shoes. No matter how much noise was happening over there, there was still plenty to deal with here. Zhang Lei had been staring blankly at the computer screen in his nina-square-meter studio for half an hour. 3 windows were open on the screen. On the left was the back-end data. The last article that criticized Su Chun had reached 2.8 million views, over 6,000 comments, and ranked 3rd in the site's heat rankings. Quite impressive data. On the right was the comment section, and the latest messages were starting to lean in a different direction. Zhang Lei, your article said Su Chun was expelled for fighting. Can you clarify who he fought? Why can't I find any victim information? Is that video real? Did he really play in the Netherlands? Don't change the subject. A dark history is a dark history. No, I checked. Ajax's youth team played against Feyenoord this round, and number 7 happens to have an Asian face. Zhang Lei tapped his fingers on the desk, opened a new tab, and opened that forum post, watching the video from start to finish. The video quality was indeed very poor, but the movement of the pendulum around the opponent. He watched it twice, and on the 3rd time, he leaned back against the chair, remaining silent. Having worked in sports media for 6 years, and having seen countless match recordings, he could recognize the technical difficulty of that move. Zhang Lei picked up his phone, found Wang Defa's contact information, paused for 3 seconds, and did not call. He opened a search engine and typed in Ajax Youth Team, Netherlands Youth League Round 1. He couldn't understand the Dutch reports, but he could understand the data. Number 7, a Chinese nationality, 1 goal and 1 assist. He placed his phone on the table, leaned back in his chair, and stared at the ceiling. He had already written 300 words for the article, starting with "Traffic in Europe is faking data, domestic fans, don't be deceived." He glanced at those 300 words, then selected all and hit delete. National Youth Team Training Base Head Coach's Office. The sound of a whistle came from outside the window, intermittent. Wang Defa sat behind his desk, the blue light of his phone screen illuminating his face. He had watched that video no less than 8 times. Standing beside him was assistant coach Zhang Mingshan, with his mouth agape, unsure of what to say. Wang Defa put down his phone, rubbed his eyes, picked up the phone on the desk, and dialed. "Chairman Zhou, that Su Chun is playing in the Netherlands Youth League. He scored." There was silence on the other end for a moment. "Youth League?" Zhou Hanlin's voice was calm. "What are you panicking about? Some videos are already circulating domestically on the forum. What's on the forum heats up today and cools down tomorrow. What you need to do now is not to act rashly. Acting rashly will only escalate the situation. Just keep the domestic voices down. Don't let this topic ferment." Wang Defa licked his lips. "What if his performance keeps improving? What do you think a Chinese kid can achieve in Europe? Scoring in the Youth League, and you're already in a panic." Zhou Hanlin's tone was indifferent. "Keep an eye on him. If he really makes any moves, I will naturally handle it. Now go organize Zhao Tianha's training report for me. We need to show it to the sponsors next week." The call ended. Wang Defa put down the phone, leaned back in his chair, and let out a sigh. The whistle outside stopped, followed by a noisy sound of footsteps. The training was over, and the players were heading to the locker room. Moments later, cursing could be heard from the locker room. It was Zhao Tianha's voice scolding the fitness coach for the training plan. Wang Defa closed his eyes. In the locker room, Zhao Tianhao plopped down onto the bench, throwing his shin guards to the ground. He had scraped his leg, and it was bleeding, but he couldn't be bothered. In today's fitness test, he ranked third from the bottom out of 21 people. The one just above him was a 15-year-old kid who had just been promoted from the youth team, and the bottom was a player with an old knee injury. Zhao Tianhao took out his phone, swiped the screen, and directly entered that forum post. The comments under the post had already surged to over 300, and the new ones were basically discussing the authenticity of the video. Some said the physique did look like Su Chun, while others said it couldn't possibly be true that he was playing in the Netherlands. Zhao Tianhao scrolled down to the video section, tapped twice with his finger, and found the report button. He selected the reason as false information. After reporting, he rested his phone on his thigh, staring at the floor for a while, then took it out again, entered the post, refreshed, and found that it was still there and had not been deleted. He frowned and reported it again. In the corner, a teammate glanced at him, said nothing, and took a towel to go. Zhang Lei sat in the studio for another hour. The blank page of the article remained open with not a single. He stood up, walked to the window, looked outside, saw nothing, then returned and opened the flight search page. In the search bar, he typed Amsterdam. The soonest available ticket was for the day after tomorrow, priced at 420 including tax. He stared at the price for a while, sighed, and hovered his finger over the screen, not moving for a long time. Having been in media for 6 years, he had never flown to Europe to verify an article in person. But this time, he couldn't quite explain why. It was just a gut feeling. If the video was real, then the scale of this matter was far greater than he had imagined. Zhang Lei took a screenshot of the ticket price, sent it to his partner with the caption, "I might have to go on a long trip." His partner replied instantly, "Where to?" "To the Netherlands." "Are you okay?" Zhang Lei closed the chat window and reopened the video, watching it for the 4th time from the beginning. The away bus traveled on the highway for more than 2 hours. The sky in Eindhoven was slightly clearer than in Amsterdam, but still limited. Su Chin sat by the window, took off his headphones, and gazed at the fleeting farmlands and windmills outside, feeling sleepy, yet unable to fall asleep. Last night, the system's precise long pass skill was loaded successfully. He studied the skill description in the dorm for quite a while. Its core focused on the accuracy of the pass arc and landing point. The system described it as designating a landing point within the host's field of vision, enhancing pass accuracy and penetrating power. It sounded quite mystical, but he had no idea how it would feel in actual use. He would find out today. The PSV youth team's home ground was more official than Ajax's small stadium, featuring a dedicated youth team field with natural grass and advertising boards along the sidelines. The VIP box was on the 2nd level of the main stand. When Su Chun entered to warm up, he glanced over there and noticed some people in formal attire. Prowess ran over and leaned close to his ear, saying, "De Boer is here. He bought his own ticket, didn't inform anyone." Su Chun had no special reaction. "Oh, aren't you nervous? Just play when it's time. Who cares where he sits?" Prowess shook his head and walked away. Van de Beek made the tactical deployment, speaking for about 3 minutes, with the core message being control the tempo, don't rush, let Su Chun and Pierre unleash their speed during counterattacks. The whistle blew. PSV's opening strategy was relatively stable, passing the ball in the back, not easily giving it away, trying to slow down the tempo. Ajax, following Van de Beek's orders, pressed high, forcing the opponent to struggle for breath. In the 21st minute, Su Chun received the ball on the right, took 2 lateral steps to create space by pulling the defender, then accelerated, pushing along the sideline to the edge of the penalty area. A PSV defender came over to tackle, and Su Chun passed it horizontally to Pierre. The Frenchman controlled the ball, turned, and with his left foot took a shot. The goalkeeper managed to touch the ball, but couldn't hold it, or it hit the post and bounced back. Pierre reacted the fastest, scoring on the rebound. 10. As Pierre came over, Su Chun had just taken a few steps. The Frenchman directly blocked him, pointing and saying, "You should have shot that yourself. Wouldn't it have been the same if you scored?" "Fair enough." Pierre bumped his shoulder against Su Chun, and Su Chun shook his head, returning to the center circle, casually stretching his right leg. The muscle soreness accumulated over the past few days hadn't completely dissipated. His legs felt a bit heavy when moving. In the 34th minute, PSV advanced from the middle, reaching the edge of the penalty area, and took a low shot that slipped through the goalkeeper's legs. 11. The tie lasted until the start of the second half. In the 51st minute, Ajax's midfield organized the play, shifting the ball from the left to the right, finally landing at Thomas' feet. The German paused at the center circle, took 2 steps forward, and then lifted his head to look for Su Chun. Su Chun was about 40 meters ahead on the right at a diagonal angle. He raised his hand, signaling that he was available. Thomas struck the ball for a long pass. Su Chun sensed something different. When the precise long pass skill activated, there wasn't a significant sensory impact. It was as if a parameter suddenly appeared in his mind, showing the ball's landing point, speed, and spin direction, like a trajectory line quietly materializing. He calculated it took 3 steps forward and adjusted the angle of his foot before the ball landed. The ball came down, landing perfectly a meter in front of him. He stepped forward, lightly nudging it with the outside of his right foot to take off some force, turning with the ball. The defender marking him froze for a second, which was enough. Su Chun accelerated into the penalty area, and a PSV defender came over from the left to intercept. Su Chun cut inside and shot with his right foot towards the near post. The ball grazed the inside of the post and went in. 21. A few Ajax fans in the stands erupted in cheers. There weren't many, but their voices were in harmony. Su Chun stood in the penalty area, patted his chest with his right hand, raised his index finger to his lips, and after performing these 2 actions turned to walk back. In the second floor box, De Boer set down his bottle of mineral water, adjusted his glasses, and didn't speak, but his gaze remained fixed on Su Chun. An assistant leaned over and quietly asked that number 7, did he score in the last match too? 1 goal and 1 assist. De Boer said for today's match. He paused, check, when his observation contract expires. The assistant jotted down a line in his notebook. In the 74th minute, Pierre scored the 3rd goal from Su Chun's through ball, making it 31, effectively sealing the match. As the final whistle blew, Su Chun was the first to walk into the tunnel. In the post-match mixed zone, a Dutch journalist stopped Van de Beek, asking a few questions in Dutch. Cruij helped translate, saying he's asking who that Asian forward is. Van de Beek tucked his notebook under his arm, glanced at the journalist, and smiled slightly. His name is Su Chun. You'll soon remember this name. The journalist noted this down and pressed on what nationality is he. Huaba. The journalist paused for a moment, then continued writing. On the way back on the bus, Su Chun leaned against the window and fell asleep for about 40 minutes, being awakened by his phone vibrating. It was a voice message from Liu Taizhu. He put on his headphones and pressed play, hearing Liu's excited voice booming. Bro, that post in China hasn't been deleted. The comments have surged to 2,000. A big V shared it, saying he's going to follow your updates. This is the rhythm to get famous. You know. Su Chun took off his headphones, rubbed his eyes, and glanced outside. The highway's streetlights lit up, and it was already dark. He didn't reply, locked his phone, and leaned back in his seat. 2 matches, 3 goals, and 2 assists. He knew, but only he knew how his legs felt right now. His inner thighs ached as if they had fermented, and his right knee felt a bit stiff with every directional change. Not injured, but rather a buildup of fatigue voicing its complaints. Upon returning to the dorm after changing clothes, he lay down on the bed, and the system panel automatically popped up. Detected host consecutive 2 high-intensity attendances triggered hidden achievement. Unstoppable. Reward comprehensive physical attributes increased by 5. Synced update completed. Warning, current muscle microdamage index 71,100. Recommend mandatory rest for 48 hours to avoid irreversible damage. Su Chun stared at that line of numbers for a while. 71. He lifted his pant leg to glance at his right thigh, pinching it. The muscle felt harder than usual, and his response was a bit sluggish. Next match, 3 days later. He let go of his pant leg, grabbed his phone, and pulled up the schedule Van de Beek had sent. 3 days later at home against Groningen youth team. Consecutive matches meant he would inevitably have to face the physical challenge. The system provided a 5 boost in attributes, barely compensating for some of the fatigue, but that 71 damage index was something he couldn't pretend to ignore. Su Chun tossed his phone aside, staring at the ceiling. Whether to play or not wasn't even a question. After thinking for about 3 seconds, he turned over and switched off the light. Sleep and deal with it tomorrow. Su Chun felt something was off with his right leg. Since returning from the PSV match, the soreness in the inner thigh had not subsided. He thought that a little extra sleep would help, but when he got out of bed the next morning, his right leg felt as heavy as lead. It wasn't serious, at least he thought it wasn't. He didn't mention it during morning exercises, nor did he bring it up while warming up. After running 2 laps, his leg warmed up, and the pain seemed to lessen, so he acted as if nothing had happened. Van de Beek arranged for short sprints, 5 sets, each 30 meters. In the first set, Su Chun ran it in 3.6 seconds. It was 0.1 second slower than his best, but no one paid attention. In the second set, he clocked 3.7 seconds. At the moment his right leg pushed off the ground, a pulling sensation shot through the inner thigh, as if something had been tightened and then released. He paused for 2 seconds, shook his leg, and continued to line up. In the third set, at the moment he started, a sharp pain exploded in his right thigh. Su Chun's stride immediately faltered. After running less than 10 meters, he stumbled and fell to one knee on the grass. The training ground fell silent for half a second. Stop. Everyone stop. Van de Beek's voice sliced through from the sidelines. The sound of sneakers on the grass was urgent and quick. Su Chun tried to push himself up, but as soon as he exerted strength in his right leg, it gave way, and he knelt back down. Thomas rushed over to support his arm. Pierre also came over unusually, without his usual irritating expression. Leg? Pierre asked with a single word. Su Chun remained silent, pinching the inner thigh of his right leg, causing a wince at the corner of his mouth. Van de Beek, crouched down in front of him, glanced at his leg, and his expression darkened. Go to the medical room. Coach, I can. I said go to the medical room. Su-chun was supported by Thomas, limping towards the training center. After walking a few steps, a system notification popped up. Warning: micro-tearing detected in the right adductor muscles. Injury index increased to 84,100. Strongly advised to cease all high-intensity activities immediately. 84. Su-chun glanced at the number, remaining silent. The medical room was located on the east side of the training center's first floor. Upon entering, the smell of disinfectant hit him. Su-chun was helped onto the examination bed, his right leg resting on the edge. Team Dr. Old Tom was standing in front of the X-ray films, talking with a young woman, both of them facing away from the door. The woman wore a white coat and had her hair in a ponytail, her figure tall. Old Tom saw Su-chun come and waved and said something in Dutch. The woman turned around. She wore black-rimmed glasses, had a plain face, and looked somewhat cold. Her lips pressed together, her gaze direct and unwavering. She couldn't have been very old, perhaps 23 or 24. She walked over, picked up a nearby medical file, flipped through it, then looked at Su-chun and spoke in Chinese. Roll up your pant leg. Su-chun was taken aback. Are you from Huagua? She didn't answer, but repeated, roll up your pant leg. Su-chun pulled up the right pant leg, exposing the inner thigh. She squatted down, pressing her fingertips on two spots, causing Su-chun to sharply inhale. Does it hurt here? Yes. And this, hurts more. She stood up, turned, and spoke fluently in Dutch to Old Tom for a moment. He nodded and went to adjust the ultrasound equipment. Su-chun couldn't hold it back any longer. Who are you exactly? Lin Wanqing. Sports medicine, currently pursuing my doctorate, interning here. She adjusted her glasses, her tone flat, as if reading a manual. Your recent training volume has severely exceeded limits. I know my body. You don't know. She interrupted sharply. If you did, you wouldn't be running sprints with micro-tears in your muscles. Su-chun fell silent. The ultrasound examination lasted about 10 minutes. Lin Wanqing focused on the images on the screen, pointed out two locations with her pen tip, confirmed with Old Tom, then turned back to Su-chun. Micro-tearing in the right adductor, approximately 0.8 centimeters. Not severe, but you must rest for at least a week. No high-intensity training, no games. Su-chun straightened up. There's a match the day after tomorrow. So I must play the day after tomorrow. Lin Wanqing adjusted her glasses, her expression showing no fluctuation. If you force yourself to play now, you could worsen the injury and be out for a month. Or if severe muscle rupture, and you'd be out for the entire season. She paused. You choose. Su-chun stared at her. She met his gaze. The two exchanged glances for 3 seconds. Su-chun was the first to look away, not because he was intimidated, but because he knew she was right. The system's 84 was now glaring in front of him. The door was pushed open and Van de Beek walked in, taking the report from Lin Wanqing and glancing through it. How serious? Micro-tear 0.8 centimeters. Lin Wanqing said, at least a week of rest. Van de Beek closed the report and turned to look at Su-chun, his gaze lingering for 2 seconds. Forget about the match against Groningen the day after tomorrow. You don't even need to sit on the bench. For the next round against Alkmaar, you can sit on the bench. Whether you play depends on your recovery. Su-chun's lips moved slightly. I decide this. Van de Beek didn't give him a chance to speak. Su-chun jumped off the examination bed and his right leg twitched when it hit the ground. Lin Wanqing handed over a tube of ointment. Apply 3 times a day, ice it for 20 minutes after application. Don't slack off. Su-chun took it and nodded. And one more thing, Lin Wanqing added, don't treat your body as a disposable item. You're only 17, not a single-use battery. Su-chun walked out of the medical room with the ointment, her words replaying in his mind. A single-use battery. He wanted to argue but felt the analogy was indeed quite accurate. Afternoon. Su-chun was destined to miss the match against Groningen. All he could do was sit on the sidelines of the training field and watch his teammates practice. On the bench with an ice pack strapped to his right thigh, melted ice water trickled down his calf. Pierre was shooting at the goal, missing 3 times in a row, then turned back to curse in French. Thomas was passing in midfield, the rhythm steady, but without Su-chun pulling up front, the right side's penetration was noticeably lacking. Van de Beek stood on the sideline, glancing back at him every so often. Su-chun calculated in his mind this match against Groningen was definitely a write-off. For the next round against Alkmaar, if he recovered quickly, he still had a chance to sit on the bench. De Boer had given him a 6-month observation contract, and every day was a countdown. He had no time to be. As he pondered, the system panel lit up in his vision, displaying a line of golden text. Detected host possesses self-healing enhancement potential. Consume 2,000 frenzy points to activate passive skill. Athlete's body. Effect: injury recovery speed increased by 200, muscle microinjury automatic repair efficiency significantly enhanced. Note: this skill is a permanent passive lasting after activation. Su-chun's eyes moved slightly. He glanced at the frenzy points in the bottom right corner. 2,700. Spending 2,000 would leave him with 700. A recovery speed of 200 meant that an injury that normally took a week to heal could be improved to 2 or 3 days. Su-Chun tapped his fingers on the edge of the bench twice. Then he pressed confirm in his mind. Frenzy points 2,000 passive skill athlete's body activated. A warm current spread from his abdomen to his limbs like a warm bowl of water poured over him from head to toe. The torn area in his right thigh pulsed subtly, and the soreness faded a bit. Su-Chun looked down at his leg, adjusting the ice pack again. He was determined to play in the match against Alkmaar. In the match against Groningen, the Ajax youth team settled for a dull 0-0 draw. Su-Chun did not attend the game and watched the broadcast from his dormitory. Pierre played throughout the match, creating 2 opportunities. One went wide, and the other was saved. After the game, he kicked a water bottle in the locker room. Van de Beek commented, "We lack depth on the right flank." Translated into plain language, it's not as effective without Su-Chun. 3 days later, they will face the Alkmaar youth team at home. Su-Chun sat at the farthest edge of the substitutes bench wearing a training jacket with his formal match kit already changed underneath. The injury to his right thigh healed faster than he expected. After activating the athlete's physique, he could walk normally on the first day, jogged without noticeable pain on the second day, and this morning, he secretly went to the training ground to do a series of changeoff direction tests. His speed had dropped by about 10%, but there was no pain. During the pre-match physical examination, Lin Wanxin conducted a follow-up check and stared at the ultrasound image in silence for nearly half a minute. To heal this much in 3 days? It's unscientific. Su-Chun tried to appear normal, saying, "Maybe I have a good physique." Lin Wanxin glanced at him over her glasses, her expression suggesting, "Do you think I'm foolish?" However, she did not press further, simply noting on the report, "Injury improved, may play lightly." Van de Beek pondered over the report for a while before deciding first on the substitutes list. Then the whistle blew. The Alkmaar youth team wore white-away jerseys today, forming a compact shape, and immediately retreated to their half to play counterattacks. Ajax attacked fiercely with Pierre leading the charge, but the opposing center-back marked him tightly, and the Frenchman was unable to turn with the ball on several occasions. Without Su-Chun on the right flank, the attacking line felt as if it had lost a leg. The left side was crowded, and the center was congested, making it impossible to find a gap. In the 27th minute, Alkmaar executed a textbook counterattack. Long ball from the back to the forward, a return pass, and the supporting winger took a long shot that grazed the grass and found the bottom right corner of the net. 0-1. The Ajax fans in the stands let out a small but audible boo, expressing their discontent. Su-Chun sat on the substitutes bench, his hands resting on his knees, gently tapping his fingers. He glanced onto the field. Pierre had already run a lot, his jersey soaked through, but his touches on the ball were nearly half of what they had been in the previous 2 matches. It wasn't a problem with Pierre, the ball just wasn't reaching him. At halftime, the score was 0-1. As the players walked down the tunnel, Van de Beek passed by Su-Chun and paused. "How's the leg?" Su-Chun stood up, bounced in place a couple of times, and made a quick stop and turn. "I can play." Van de Beek observed his movements, his gaze lingering on Su-Chun's right leg for 3 seconds before he spoke. Then he nodded. "Let's see how it goes in the second half. I'll sub you on around 60 minutes. Go warm up." Su-Chun took off his jacket and began stretching at the sideline. A sharp-eyed fan in the opposite stand spotted him and shouted something, causing a few people around to turn and look. In the 65th minute, Van de Beek stood up and raised the substitution board. Number 15 off, number 7 on. As Su-Chun jogged onto the field, a cheer erupted from the home stands. It wasn't a courtesy cheer, it was genuine. In a small stadium with 3,000 people, approximately 300 to 400 voices were calling his name. After just 3 matches, 2.5 to be precise, he already had fans who recognized him. Su-Chun ran to the right flank and took his position, moving his ankle to warm up. The system panel flickered athletes' physique, running current injury recovery rate 91, alien explosive power, available output 72, recommendation, avoid extreme explosive movements, current body can withstand medium to high intensity confrontations, 70% output. That would suffice. In the 71st minute, Su-Chun touched the ball for the first time. Receiving a cross from Thomas on the right flank, he stopped the ball, cut inside, and the opposing left back immediately came to press. Su-Chun didn't force his way through. Instead, he laid the ball back to Thomas and ran to the sideline for positioning. The ball was passed around midfield before switching back to the right flank. Su-Chun called for the ball again, took it, and this time advanced toward the byline, forcing 2 opponents to come over to challenge him. He pushed the ball out, but Pierre, who was in the box, failed to reach it and was intercepted. However, the space had already opened up. The Alkmaar defense began to lean towards Su-Chun. In the 78th minute, using the same tactics, Su-Chun attracted defenders on the right flank before passing back. Thomas shifted to the left winger received the ball and crossed, and Pierre headed the ball. Missing it, grazed the post and flew wide. The Frenchman squatted on the grass, holding his head, muttering a string of French that Su-Chun couldn't understand, but could guess the meaning. Time passed slowly. In the 85th minute the score was still 0-1. Su-chun felt his right leg beginning to feel heavy as he moved, not from injury, but from fatigue. He glanced up at the timer. There were 5 minutes plus stoppage time left. In the 88th minute Thomas received the ball near the center circle, but the opposing team pressed him. The German couldn't hold off the challenge and lost the ball. However, the ball bounced off to an Alkmaar midfielder before ricocheting away, turning into a loose ball. Su-chun was closest to that position. He sprang into action. 70% output, but 70% of the alien explosive power still equated to overwhelming speed at this level of competition. He reached the ball before the opposing midfielder took a step forward and looked up. Just outside the penalty area, around 23 meters away, the opposing defender was retreating but hadn't regained his footing yet. Pierre shouted for him to pass from the left side of the box. Su-chun did not pass, because he saw a better option. The ball that was intercepted after Thomas lost it bounced higher, and the Alkmaar defender's clearance went high as well. The ball arced through the air, descending. It landed just 2 meters in front of Su-chun. He stepped forward using his chest to cushion the ball, which bounced up to waist height. Without any unnecessary pause, he turned, lifting his right foot. A volley shot. The sound of the ball leaving his foot was muffled like punching a heavy bag. But the ball's speed was anything but muffled. A straight line heading for the top left corner of the goal. The opposing goalkeeper dove his fingertips, barely missing the ball by less than 5 centimeters. Yet the ball crashed into the net, causing the mesh to bulge back with a large arc before drooping down. 11. The home stands erupted. The cheer of 3,000 people overwhelmed him, causing a ringing in his ears. Standing at the edge of the penalty area, Su-chun patted his chest with his right hand, raising his index finger to his lips. Pierre rushed up from behind and put his arms around Su-chun's neck, shouting right into his ear, "Why the hell didn't you pass to me?" After finishing that, he added, "Forget it, as long as it went in." Su-chun was nearly gasping for air from Pierre's grip. The game resumed. Alkmaar panicked, pushing their formation forward, trying to equalize in the dying moments. But pressing forward meant leaving space in the back. In the 90th minute, the referee displayed the stoppage time board, 3 minutes. In the 91st minute, Alkmaar lost the ball in the attacking third. Su-chun intercepted the ball on the right side of midfield, facing only one defender and the goalkeeper. He didn't accelerate because he didn't need to. Bringing the ball to the edge of the penalty area, the defender advanced to close him down. Su-chun nudged the ball left, sidestepping him, facing the rushing goalkeeper. The goalkeeper lunged at him. Su-chun pushed the ball with his right foot, a low shot targeting the space between the goalkeeper's arm and the grass, sliding it in. 21. A last-minute winner. Su-chun stood in front of the goal, watching the ball roll 2 laps in the net before coming to a stop. The cheers behind him were no longer just cheers. They felt like an entire wall crashing down. He turned around and saw Pierre leading half the team rushing towards him. The medical area was behind the substitutes bench. Lin Wanqing stood there, still holding her clipboard. She watched the number 7, piled underneath by teammates, adjusted her glasses. The corner of her mouth moved slightly, a small upward gesture. The final whistle blew. 21. A comeback. The locker room erupted with celebration. Su-chun sat in his spot, changing his shoes with ice packs already wrapped around his legs, handed to him by Lin Wanqing, when she came in accompanied by the casual question, "Did you apply the ointment?" in a tone akin to ordering takeout. When Van de Beek pushed the door open, the locker room fell silent for a moment. The bald coach stood before Su-chun holding a document. De Boer just called. Su-chun looked up at him. "Your observation contract has been converted to full-time. Your monthly salary will increase from 3,000 euros to 15,000 euros. The locker room fell silent for 2 seconds before Pierre led the way with a whistle, and everyone began to cheer and clap. Su-chun took the document, glancing at the figures. 15,000. Over 100,000 in RMB. He flipped the document to the signature page, borrowed a pen, and signed his name. Van de Beek watched him sign before taking the document back. Then he said another sentence. "Additionally, the first team coach wants to see you train." The noise in the locker room abruptly ceased. Everyone turned to look at Su-chun. The first team. Ajax's first team. Su-chun clenched the pen, unable to put it down for a long time. The next morning, Su-chun was called back to the conference room. It was the same room where he had signed the 3,000 euro observation contract last time. As he pushed the door open, Van de Beek sat on the left, and De Boer on the right, separated by a long table. In the middle of the table sat a man Su-chun had never seen before. Around 50 years old, not tall, but his presence overshadowed De Boer. His hair was cut very short, with high cheekbones, thin lips, and deep-set eyes that barely moved when he looked at others. Like an old eagle that hardly blinks. "Sit." The man spoke, his voice not loud, but the air in the room. Kruger whispered at the door, "Eric van der Heijden, the head coach of the first team." Su-chun nodded and sat down next to Van de Beek. Van der Heijden opened a black notebook in front of him, which contained printed data tables and several screenshots of matches. Su-chun glanced at it, The screenshots were from his last 3 matches. I've watched the recordings of your last 3 matches. Van der Heyden's English was much more fluent than de Boer's with no accent. Your speed and explosiveness are at the level of the Eredivisie. But your tactical discipline and physical confrontation are still at the youth team level. The nodding motion was halted midway and retracted. Van der Heyden turned a page in the notebook displaying a tactical diagram with several arrows marked. Your positioning relies entirely on intuition lacking a system. Your ability to hold the ball on the strong side is impressive, but you hardly participated on the weak side. In terms of physical confrontation, you were knocked down 7 times with only 2 instances where you stood your ground. The other 5 times you were knocked over. Su Chen remained silent. He was aware of these issues, but having them pointed out on the table was still a bit uncomfortable. Van der Heyden closed the notebook and placed both hands crossed on the table. I have a plan. Starting next week you'll train with the first team twice a week. The rest of the time continue playing matches with the youth team to maintain your rhythm. If you can secure the golden boot in the first half of the youth league, I will consider placing you on the first team's roster for the second half of the season. The golden boot. There were likely about 10 rounds left in the first half of the youth league. He currently had 3 goals, ranking second in the scoring chart. The first place forward from PSV seemed to have scored 5. It was challenging but not impossible. Van der Heyden looked at him. Do you understand? I understand. Any questions? When is the first team training? Su Chen asked. Tuesdays and Thursdays afternoons from 2 to 5:30. Does it conflict with the youth team's training? Van de Beek interjected. I've adjusted the schedule. The youth team's training has been moved to the morning. Su Chen glanced at Van de Beek. The bald coach's face showed no obvious emotion, but his tone was somewhat lighter than usual. Training with the first team is a good thing. But I want to make it clear in advance. The training intensity of the first team is 3 times that of the youth team. Your body has just recovered from injury. If you can't handle it, I will let you stop. I can handle it. Van de Beek didn't respond to this, but merely gave him a glance. The meaning behind that look was probably you say it doesn't count. Well, see when the time comes. Van der Heyden stood up, tucking the notebook under his arm, paused at the door, and looked back at Su Chen. Let me say this up front. The first team doesn't accommodate slackers, nor does it tolerate distractions. You came in based on your ability, so you'll need to stay based on your ability. Other matters are not for you to worry about. With that he left. After the door closed, the room fell silent for a few seconds. De Boer took off his glasses to clean them, put them back on, and looked at Su Chen. Congratulations. Just one word, but coming from the sports director who had previously suppressed his salary, it carried significant weight. Van de Beek patted Su Chen on the shoulder with considerable force. Go on, don't be late for afternoon training. Upon leaving the conference room, Su Chen walked along the corridor towards the dormitory. Kruger followed behind, his smile wider than Su Chen's. Do you know what this means? If you make it onto the first team's roster for the second half of the season, you'll be eligible to play in the Eredivisie. The Eredivisie. I know. Can't you show a little more excitement? I still have to apply ointment when I get back. Kruger was momentarily taken aback, shaking his head as he walked away. Back in the dormitory, Su Chen first did 2 things. The first was to open his mobile banking app and transfer all the salary he received this month to his grandmother's account. 15,000 euros after tax, around 11,000 euros, which is nearly 90,000 yuan when converted. After transferring, he sent a message to Lu Tieju: deduct the medicine expenses from last month from this amount. Save the rest for grandma. Lu Tieju's reply came quickly: wow, did you hit the jackpot? Su Chen didn't respond. The second thing he did was pull out his father's tactical notebook from under his pillow. He had flipped through this notebook countless times. The yellowed pages were filled with messy handwriting, arrows, circles, and dashed lines. In some places the writing had become blurred, and he could still feel the indentations left by the fountain pen gliding over the paper. He turned to a page in the middle which displayed a tactical diagram labeled with the running routes of forwards, midfielders, and defenders. Dense arrows, 17 different off-ball running routes, each numbered and applicable to specific situations. Su Chen hadn't paid much attention to these diagrams before. He used to think that playing football was all about ball control, breakthroughs, and shooting, and that positioning was too abstract. But today he looked a little closer. The logic of these arrows was quite clear. Through frequent positional changes and off-ball runs, they spread the opponent's defense, creating unknown or even unmarked spaces. Forwards do not wait at one spot for the ball, but use their runs to create opportunities. This line of thinking. Su Chen paused, recalling the tactical diagram Van der Heyden had drawn on the whiteboard that afternoon. Then he glanced down at the page in his hand. The direction of the arrows, the logic of the positioning, the strategy for utilizing space. The concepts his father had written were almost identical to Ajax's total football philosophy. Su Chen stared at that page, his mind racing. His father, an amateur league player from Huagua, had produced tactical notes that aligned seamlessly with the philosophy of Europe's top youth training. Was this a coincidence, or? Su Chen flipped back a few pages, reaching the end of the notebook. The last page was older than the previous ones with corners that had curled up. It only contained 2 lines of hurried writing, the ink slightly smudged. He leaned in to take a closer look. The first line was a reminder: Xiao Chun, if one day you stand on the green fields of Europe. The second line: check for me if that person named Van de Beek is still in the Netherlands. Su Chen's hand trembled. The notebook nearly slipped from his grasp, but he managed to pinch the edge of the page with 2 fingers. He read that line again. Van de Beek. Marcus Van de Beek. His youth team coach. His father. Knew Van de Beek. Su Chen clutched the notebook, sitting motionless on the bed as the dusky glow of Amsterdam filtered through the window, casting the faded ink in and out of shadow. He stared at it for a long time. Then he pulled out his phone, retrieved Van de Beek's contact information, and hovered his finger over the dial button. He paused for 10 seconds. He didn't press it. He placed the phone back beside the pillow, closed the notebook, and clutched it in his hand. There was no hurry today, but he would eventually need to find out the answer. Su Chen hadn't slept much through the night. It wasn't insomnia, his mind wouldn't stop racing. The words kept flashing before his eyes. Take a look for Dad, is that person named Van de Beek still in the Netherlands? The next morning after the youth team's training ended, Su Chen didn't return to the dormitory, but headed straight to Van de Beek's office. The door was ajar, and Van de Beek was sitting behind his desk watching video footage of the match against Alkmaar. Su Chen knocked twice on the door frame. Van de Beek looked up and asked, "What's wrong?" Su Chen didn't beat around the bush. He walked to the desk, flipped the yellowed notebook to the last page, and placed it face up on the table. "Coach, do you know Su Jiangwo?" Van de Beek's hand paused over the mouse. His gaze fell upon the line of text. "Take a look for Dad, is that person named Van de Beek still in the Netherlands?" The office fell suddenly silent. The video continued to play, and the sounds of cheering from the field echoed from the computer speakers, distant, like they were drifting in from another world. Van de Beek's expression changed completely. It wasn't a subtle change that required careful discernment. It was as if someone had stabbed him in the chest. He released the mouse, placed both hands on the desk, and stared at the line of text for at least 10 seconds. Then he leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and let out a long breath. "You should have brought this to me earlier." Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. "You know him." "Sit down." Su Chen pulled up a chair. Van de Beek didn't speak immediately. He opened the bottom drawer of his desk and rummaged for a while before pulling out a brown paper envelope from beneath a pile of documents. The envelope was quite old, sealed with transparent tape that had yellowed and become brittle around the edges. Van de Beek opened the envelope and took out a photograph, placing it on the desk. The photograph was taken with a simple camera, its colors yellowed and corners worn. The image was still relatively clear. There were 2 people. On the left was a younger version of Van de Beek, his hair not shaved, brown and short, wearing a faded sports shirt, looking much thinner than now, smiling relaxedly. On the right, Su Chen's breath hitched for a second. The person was wearing an old jersey, the number blurred, with an amateur league's logo printed on the front. He wasn't tall, about 1.75 meters, with a slim face, black hair, and bright eyes. When he smiled, he resembled Su Chen quite a bit, like seeing himself in the mirror. It was his father. Su Chen picked up the photograph and flipped it over. Written in blue ballpoint pen was a line he recognized: 1998, Amsterdam. Jiangwo Marcus. 20 years ago, I was still playing football, Van de Beek began. Ajax first team, then I tore my right knee's cruciate ligament, effectively ending my career. During my rehabilitation, the club arranged for me to promote in Asia and change my environment. I went to Huagua and stayed in one city for 2 weeks. One afternoon, feeling bored, I went to a community pitch to watch people play street football. Van de Beek's gaze fell on the photograph. "Your dad was on that pitch." The first time I saw him play, I thought I was seeing things. It was an amateur pitch with a plastic surface, about 10 people wearing vests and shorts playing. Your dad was among them, controlling the ball, turning, passing. Every move was impressively clean. I shook my head. Van de Beek said, "I've been a coach for 20 years, and I've seen countless talented youths. But when it comes to pure ball sense and spatial awareness, your dad ranks among the top 5 I've ever encountered." After that, I walked over and chatted with him for an afternoon. His English was average. I didn't know a word of Chinese, so we communicated with gestures. Van de Beek's lips twitched slightly. He showed me his tactical notes. "This very notebook you have in hand." At that time, it didn't have as much content. He had only written about half. Van de Beek pointed at the notebook on the desk. I translated what was in his notes into Dutch and brought it back to the Ajax coaching staff at the time. "Do you know their reaction?" Su Chen shook his head. The assistant coach read it 3 times and said that this Huagua person's spatial theory and positioning design were at least 10 years ahead of Huagua's football scene. Some ideas even highly overlapped with the system we were researching, an amateur league player figuring it all out by himself. Su Chen's fingers unconsciously rubbed against the notebook's cover. "I wanted to bring him to the Netherlands," Van de Beek said. "Trial contract, go through the proper procedures. With his talent, he would easily fit into the youth team. If everything went smoothly, making it to the first team wouldn't be impossible. But he didn't come. He said he couldn't leave. His old mother at home just got married and his wife was pregnant. Van de Beek glanced at Su Chun. That child should be you. Su Chin remained silent. After that we kept in touch for about 2 years. He sent me his new notes to look at, and I helped him with translation and organization. Some of the content I later incorporated into my own coaching philosophy. What about 2 years later? It stopped. Van de Beek's expression darkened slightly when he said this. The letters were returned, the address didn't exist. I had someone inquire and heard he got into trouble, but I couldn't find out the specifics. He got into trouble. Su Chin repeated. Van de Beek looked at him. Until 2 months ago, Kruger sent back a scouting report from Huagua saying he found a 17-year-old genius striker at a street football field. Su Chun. That's your name. Su Chin felt a bit tense. The report had your name, Su Chun. Last name Su. Van de Beek paused. I saw your surname, and then watched the footage of you playing. Your ball control and acceleration posture, left shoulder, slightly dropped, right foot making contact with the ball. Exactly like your dad. Su Chin said nothing. So Kruger asked me if I wanted to arrange a trial. I answered in 2 words right away. The only sound left in the office was the hum of the computer fan. Su Chun lowered his head, staring at his father's face in the photograph for a long time. In the photo, Su Jiangwo looked about 25 or 26, only a few years older than the current Su Chin. Wearing that old jersey, smiling without a care in the world. Coach. My dad died in a car accident when I was 8. Van de Beek's fingers paused for a moment. The official story was a traffic accident. But my grandmother always thought something was off. On the day of the incident, my dad was supposed to attend a meeting at the Football Association. Su Chin looked up, locking eyes with Van de Beek. Coach, do you know what my dad wanted to expose back then about the corruption in the Football Association? Van de Beek remained silent for a long time. The light shone down on his bald head, a vein at his temple pulsing. The last letter your dad sent me was about 3 months before we lost contact. He wrote slowly, saying he had evidence of the Football Association's internal trafficking of youth training slots and misappropriation of development funds. He wanted to write a report and send it to the higher-ups of the association. The higher-up, Van de Beek looked at him. His name's Joe Hamlin. The 3 words struck Su Chin's ears. Joe Hamlin, vice chairman of the Huagua Football Association. Wang Defa's backer. At the very top of the food chain that got him kicked out of the national youth team. He could also be the one who killed his father. Su Chin's fists clenched under the table, his knuckles turning white. He didn't lose control or slam the table. But Van de Beek could see that the 17-year-old was using every ounce of self-control to keep himself grounded in the chair. Su Chun. Van de Beek's voice was steady yet firm. The most important thing for you right now is not to seek revenge on anyone. Su Chun raised his head. It is to become strong enough that no one can suppress you. When that time comes, the truth will reveal itself. Su Chin looked at him and said word by word, I understand. He gently placed the photograph back on the desk, stood up, and picked up the notebook. He paused at the door for a moment. Coach, about this photograph. Take it with you. Van de Beek waved his hand. Your dad is better looking than I am. Keeping it here would be a waste. Su Chun didn't smile, but the corners of his mouth relaxed slightly. He tucked the photograph into the notebook and walked out the door. The corridor was long, illuminated by cold white light. As Su Chun walked, he flipped open the notebook to the formation diagrams. Dense arrows and 17 running routes. Something created by an amateur league player that left Europe's top coaching staff in awe. Then this person died. Died in a so-called traffic accident. Su Chun closed the notebook, tightly gripping it firmly. Joe Hamlin. He remembered. After leaving Van de Beek's office, Su Chin seemed like a different person. It wasn't that his personality had changed, but rather his approach to playing football. To be precise, he began to seriously implement the set of positioning tactics left by his father. 17 off-ball running routes. He practiced each one and integrated them into the game. The effects were immediate. In the 4th round away against the Utrecht youth team, Su Chin started as the right winger, scoring his first goal in the 23rd minute of the first half. Using his positioning to exploit the gap between the opposing defenders, receiving a through ball from Thomas at the edge of the penalty area, and shooting low with his right foot into the far corner. The goalkeeper dived the wrong way, and the ball rolled in. In the 70-minute mark of the second half, Pierre crossed from the left. Su Chun made a late run to the back post, and headed the ball home. The ball grazed the inside of the post. A brace. After the match, the system popped up a notification: scored in 3 consecutive matches, achievement unlocked. Full firepower. Reward speed attribute 2. Su Chun dismissed the notification and went to ice his legs. In the 5th round at home against the Heerenveen youth team. This was the easiest game Su Chun had played since arriving in the Netherlands. Heerenveen's defense seemed disorganized, like a group of elementary school students after classes. Su Chun scored 2 goals in the first half, one from a counterattack after a 50-meter solo run with a low shot, and the other a quick turn and shot inside the penalty area. In the 61st minute of the second half, Thomas delivered a 40-meter long pass from midfield. This type of ball was something Su Chin struggled with in the past, but the precise long pass skill had given him an uncanny ability to anticipate. The ball was still in the air when he calculated the landing point, sprinted to the spot, controlled it with his chest, and executed a volley that skimmed along the grass into the bottom left corner of the goal. A hat trick. The few hundred Ajax fans in the small stadium erupted, and Su Chun patted his chest, placing his index finger to his lips. Pierre rushed over from behind and hugged him around the neck. "You monster from Huagua, what have you been eating?" "Just endured hardships. Can you stop acting like this?" The system prompted hat trick in a single match. Achievement unlocked. On a rampage. Reward physical attributes 3. In the 6th round away against the 20 youth team. This was a tough match. 20's defensive line was among the top 3 in the youth league, with a center back standing at 1.92 m like a wall. Su Chun was tightly marked in the first half, barely touching the ball. Vanderbeek didn't scold anyone during halftime, just said, "Use the second positioning plan, follow the 11th route." Su Chun's mind stirred. The 11th route, marked in his father's notebook, cutting in from the right to the center, then suddenly retreating to the edge of the penalty area to draw the center back before accelerating into the space behind. In the 53rd minute of the second half, Su Chun followed this route once. Sure enough, the center back followed him out. Thomas' pass slipped into the space behind the center back. Su Chun turned, accelerated, received the ball, faced the goalkeeper, and shot. 10. In the 78th minute, using the same route, but this time Su Chun didn't shoot himself, instead passing to the advancing Pierre. The Frenchman blasted it, and the ball shot into the corner of the goal. 20. When Pierre approached, Su Chun raised his fist for a quick touch. "Nice pass," Pierre said. "Your shot was also decent." "Decent? I scored in the corner." "All right." Pierre's mouth twitched, slightly too lazy to argue. In the 7th round at home against the Groningen youth team. Last time they had a dull 0-0 draw. This time with Su Chun on the field, Groningen was pressured from the start. In the 40th minute, Su Chun dribbled past 2 players on the right, and cross. Pierre's header was saved, and Su Chun followed up with a rebound goal. 10. In the 70th minute of the second half, Su Chun received the ball in midfield, glanced at the left flank. His precise long pass skill activated, and a curved line appeared in his mind. He lifted his foot and kicked. The ball flew 45 meters, landing precisely at the feet of the left back, who had made a run, who then crossed, and Pierre slotted home. 20. 1 goal, 1 assist. Vanderbeek nodded from the sidelines, his expression almost satisfied. This was a very high praise from the usually expressionless bald man. In the 8th round away against Willem II youth team. This match would later be recalled repeatedly by fans of the Dutch Youth League, dubbed the Night of Su Chun. Willem II's home stadium was small, with about 1,000 spectators, including dozens of fans who had come from Amsterdam, holding a handwritten banner that read in Chinese, "Go Su Chun." The handwriting wasn't great, clearly written by Dutch people. When Su Chun warmed up, he glanced at the banner with no expression, but his touch on the ball became steadier. After the match began, Willem II's strategy was clear: park the bus, defend tightly, and prevent Su Chun from getting the ball. For the first 30 minutes, it was indeed effective. Su Chun was marked by 2 players, and every time he received the ball, he was double-teamed. In the 32nd minute, Su Chun received the ball on the right side of the penalty area, but as he controlled it, an opposing defender collided with him from behind, and he lost the ball. He stood still for 3 seconds. Then he started running. Off the ball. The 11th route, the 14th route, the 7th route. His father's notebook's positioning designs operated in his mind like a program. His off-ball movements completely disrupted Willem II's defense. In the 36th minute, he suddenly stopped at the edge of the penalty area, causing the opposing defender to overrun. Su Chun received Thomas' backheel pass, turned, and curled a shot with his left foot into the far corner. The ball rolled in just above the grass. 10. In the 51st minute, on a counterattack, Su Chun received the ball in midfield, took a couple of steps, and saw Pierre wanting the ball on the left. He didn't pass, because he saw a better route. The opposing right back's position had shifted half a step, creating a gap between the center back and the fullback. Su Chun accelerated directly into the space, and Thomas understood, sending a diagonal pass. Su Chun received the ball between the 2 defenders without stopping and directly flicked it. The ball flew over the goalkeeper's head, crashing down onto the underside of the crossbar and into the net. 20. In the 65th minute, a corner kick. Thomas took the corner, and the ball went to the back post. Su Chun positioned himself among the crowd, jumped. His athletic body, combined with the system's unlocked heading skill, gave him an abnormally long hang time in the air. He firmly headed the ball, which was smashed towards the near corner of the goal. The goalkeeper stretched out his hand, but it was out of reach. 30. A hat trick. The dozens of Ajax fans in the stands went wild, raising the Chinese banner higher than anyone else. In the 81st minute, the match was already without suspense. Willem II's players were nearing a breakdown, making passing errors one after another. Su Chun intercepted a pass near the center circle with only 1 defender and the goalkeeper ahead. He accelerated into the penalty area arc using a pendulum dribble, for the first time today, shaking off the last defender, facing the goalkeeper and pushing the shot. 40. A quadruple. The home ground of Willem II fell completely silent. Su Chen stood in the penalty area patting his chest with his right hand, placing his index finger to his lips. He had performed this set of actions many times, but this time after finishing, he turned to look at the Chinese banner in the stands. Then he was buried under Pierre and half the team on the grass. "Did you cheat today?" Pierre shouted while lying on his back. Su Chen, face down on the grass, muttered, "Get off, you're crushing me." The final whistle blew 40. After 8 matches, Su Chen's statistics were set at 15 goals, 5 assists, leading the youth league scoring chart 6 goals ahead of the second place. Who was in second place? Pierre Dupont with 9 goals. The Frenchman's comment was, "I only regret that I'm not a striking partner, but a rival for the scoring title." Well, I accept it. The system's rewards stacked up, physical attributes increased by 11, unlocking level skill heading, and the integration of alien explosiveness pushed to 54. Su Chen lay in his seat on the return bus, flipping through the system panel, finding these numbers quite pleasing. His phone vibrated. Kruger sent a message with a link attached. It was a segment from a football television show in the Netherlands. Several guests in suits sat in the studio, and highlights of Su Chen's goals played on the big screen. One of the guests was a former Dutch international, bald and serious. The host asked him what he thought of this. The bald international thought for a moment and said a sentence. Kruger translated this sentence in the message. If his data is true, he shouldn't be in the youth team. He should be playing in the Eredivisie directly. After reading this message, Su Chen locked his phone. Streetlights outside flew by one. Eredivisie. Soon. On Thursday morning, Su Chen was called to the conference room again. He had developed a bit of a conditioned response to this room. Last time he came to sign a €3,000 observation contract, which later increased to 15,000. This time he had no idea what it was about. Pushing the door open, he saw 3 people sitting at the long table. Van de Beek was on the left and de Boer was on the right. In the middle sat Van der Heyden. The head coach's hawk-like eyes, which rarely blinked, were fixed on a document on the table. Su Chen sat down next to Van de Beek. Van der Heyden did not engage in small talk and spoke directly. "The first half of the league season is not over yet. But I've already seen what I want." He pushed the document in front of Su Chen. "Starting next week, you will officially enter the first team roster. This is the new contract with a monthly salary of €50,000 for a term of 3 years. The locker room was very quiet. Su Chen looked at the number on the document. 50,000. €50,000. Converted to RMB, that was around 356,000. 1 month. 2 months ago, he was delivering takeout for 5 yuan per order. Su Chen's heart skipped a beat, but his hands did not shake. He flipped to the last page of the contract, picked up the pen on the table, and signed his name. De Boer next to him pushed up his glasses, his expression complex. Back when he pressured Su Chen's salary down to €3,000, he probably never expected this day would come so quickly. "Congratulations," De Boer said. Van der Heyden took the signed contract back and stood up. "Do you remember what I told? The first team does not support idlers. Now that you are in, you must compete for playing time like everyone else. No one will give you a pass just because your stats look good." "I remember." "Good." Van der Heyden tucked the documents under his arm and left. After the door closed, Van de Beek patted Su Chen on the shoulder, his strength still considerable. "Go move your things from the youth team dormitory. Come by the youth team locker room at noon." "Move where?" "To the first team dormitory area. It's already arranged for you." Van de Beek's tone was calm. "It's a single room, twice the size of the one you have now." Su Chen nodded. Kruger was waiting for him outside the corridor, a huge grin stretching across his face. €50,000. A 3-year contract. "Do you know you are the 3rd fastest player in Ajax youth training history to enter the first team?" "Who is the fastest?" "A Dutchman named Patrick, who later played for the national team." "And the second fastest?" "A guy named Van Nis." Kruger's tone shifted slightly at this name. "Still in the first team, the main striker." Su Chen noted the name. "Why can't you be a bit more excited?" Kruger looked at his expressionless face, clearly pained. "I need to go make the..." Back in the dormitory, Su Chen did 2 things. The first, opened his mobile banking app, transferred this month's salary, along with the signing bonus from the new contract, to his grandmother's account. After transferring, he messaged Lu Tieju, "Brother, my salary has increased. I transferred a bit more this month to cover grandma's medicine for half a year." Lu Tieju's reply came very quickly. "How much?" "You'll know when you see the bank text message." 30 seconds. Lu Tieju's voice message exploded in "What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Did you rob a bank?" Su Chen tossed his phone aside and started packing his things. The second thing, he wrapped his father's notebook in a waterproof bag and stuffed it in the innermost layer of his backpack. Not much stuff. 1 suitcase, 1 backpack, and 2 pairs of football shoes. The amount of stuff he brought to the Netherlands was still the same. At noon, Su Chen carried his luggage to the youth team locker room. He pushed the door open and the whole team was there. Van de Beek stood next to the tactics board. Pierre leaned against his locker and Thomas was sitting on a bench tying his shoelaces. Then everyone stopped and looked at him. Van de Beek cleared his throat. As you all know, Su Chun will enter the first team roster starting next week. The locker room fell silent for a second. Then Pierre led the applause. It was not the polite kind of applause. The Frenchman clapped hard, making a ruckus. The other teammates joined in, some stomping their feet, others knocking water bottles against lockers. Su Chun stood at the door, feeling a bit unsure of how to react for the first time. Pierre walked over and slapped him on the shoulder. Go do well in the first team. And the Frenchman's expression was serious. Bring me along too. You can chase up the scoring charts without me, Su Chun replied. Chase what? You left me 6 goals behind. What? Thomas, standing next to them, got up and handed over a folded note. Su Chun took it and opened it. On it were 2 characters written in crooked Chinese. Keep it up. The last stroke of the character for up was crooked, almost making it look like park. Su Chun looked up at Thomas. The German said expressionlessly, I learned for 2 days. I can tell. Su Chun folded the note and put it in his pocket. He turned to Van de Beek. The bald coach stood there, arms crossed, his expression as usual, no obvious emotional fluctuations. Su Chun walked up to him and bowed sincerely. Coach, thank you. Van de Beek was silent for a second. And don't thank me. Go prove yourself in the Eredivisie. He paused for a moment and added one more sentence. His voice was low, only Su Chun could hear. Do what your father couldn't. Su Chun's throat tightened. He nodded, said nothing, picked up his luggage, and turned to leave the locker room. The corridor was long, ending at the door leading to the first team training area. Su Chun walked up to the door and paused for a moment. He pulled out the note that said keep it up, looked at it, and then put it back. Then he reached out and pushed the door open. The first team training room was a whole circle larger than the youth teams. The equipment was newer and more complete, the floor gleaming, and the air was mixed with the smell of sweat and sports spray. Dozens of people were doing warm-up exercises. When they saw the door open, they all looked over in unison. Su Chun stood at the door carrying his bag and pulling his suitcase. 17 years old, 182 centimeters tall, lean build with a very cold gaze. Standing in the front was a tall blonde guy about 187 centimeters with muscle definition that was a whole circle thicker than Su Chun's. He was stretching and straightened up slowly when he saw Su Chun. Su Chun recognized him. Ruud van Nistelrooy, Ajax's main striker, a Dutch international valued at 30 million euros. Last season he scored 21 goals in the Eredivisie, becoming the club's top scorer. Van Nistelrooy sized him up for a couple of seconds. Then he smiled. It was not a very friendly smile, the corners of his mouth lifted, but there was no warmth in his eyes. So it's you. Van Nistelrooy said in English, his voice low, but audible to everyone in the training room, that Chinese kid. The surrounding players exchanged glances. Su Chun placed his suitcase beside his feet. He looked at Van Nistelrooy, without saying a word, his eyes unwavering. The system panel flickered in the corner of his vision, popping up a line of text, new environment detected. Ajax first team, new main quest updated, score your first goal in the Eredivisie, reward a level skill curled shot with the outside of the foot. Su Chun closed the notification in his mind. He stepped into the training room, not pausing as he passed Van Nistelrooy, found an empty locker and placed his things inside. Then he unzipped his bag, took out his football shoes, and began to change. Van Nistelrooy watched his back, his smile slowly fading. Interesting. This Chinese kid had some guts. As Su Chun stuffed his luggage into the locker, Fan and I had already changed into his training gear. The golden-haired forward leaned against his own locker, arms crossed, his blue eyes calmly appraising Su Chun. Other players in the dressing room were also changing, yet their movements noticeably slowed. Su Chun could feel gazes converging from all directions, curious, scrutinizing, indifferent, every kind imaginable. Hey, Fan and I spoke. Su Chun turned to look at him. There are rules in this dressing room you need to understand. His English carried a thick Dutch accent, measured in pace, steady in tone. For the first month, rookies fetch water for senior players, collect training jerseys, and organize equipment. Su Chun's hand stilled on his cleat zipper. A black midfielder nearby chuckled. Deke, he just got here. Everyone started this way. Fan and I cut him off, gaze unwavering from Su Chun. I did it too when I joined the first team. Any objections? The final 4 words were directed squarely at Su Chun. The dressing room fell silent. Su Chun slowly zipped up his cleats, straightened his posture, and met Fan Ni's gaze. No objections. Fan Ni's expression remained unchanged. Su Chun spoke again, but what happens on the pitch stays on the pitch. Fan Ni's eyebrows lifted slightly. The two held each other's stare for nearly 2 seconds. Then Fan Ni's lips curled faintly as he turned and strode toward the door, tossing over his shoulder, fine. On the pitch then. Teammates exchanged glances. No one uttered a word. The black midfielder, whom Su Chun would later learn was named Adu, a Ghanaian Dutch player, approached and clapped him on the shoulder. Don't take it personally. Deke treats every rookie the same. I'm not taking it personally. Adu studied his face, verifying he wasn't merely posturing. All right then, let's go. Training starts soon. Ajax's first team training ground bore no resemblance to the youth academies. The turf lay like velvet, white lines gleamed under light, the netting hung taut and new, and not a trace of rust marred the goalposts. Van der Heyden stood at the sideline clutching his black notebook. An assistant coach set up a camera nearby. Today's session 4-on-4 with 2 neutrals. Van der Heyden scanned the group. Su-Chen, you pair up front with Fan and I. Su-Chen glanced at Fan and I, who moved silently to his designated position without once meeting Su-Chen's eyes. The whistle blew. Within minutes, Su-Chen noticed a pattern. Fan and I refused to pass to him. Not occasional lapses, but deliberate calculated omission. Su-Chen cut inside from the right flank opening space, but Fan and I ball at his feet didn't even glance his way, opting instead to dribble forward and shoot. Su-Chen drifted into a supporting position between the lines. Fan and I returned the ball to midfield, repositioned, and still withheld the pass. On the third occasion, Su-Chen executed a flawless back run near the penalty arc, 3 meters of unguarded space behind him. Fan and I held the ball, raised his head, and locked eyes with Su-Chen. His instep flicked left. The ball sailed to Adu on the opposite flank. Su-Chen stood motionless, watching Fan Ni's retreating back. No rush. He suppressed his emotions and turned to something else, observation. Fan Ni's off-the-ball movement defied every forward Su-Chen had ever seen. He rarely controlled the ball, seldom dribbled, barely ran. Yet he always appeared where he ought to be. When midfielders advanced with the ball, Fan Ni's acceleration consistently outpaced defenders by half a second. Not raw explosiveness, but uncanny anticipation. He seemed to know before the pass was made exactly where the ball would land. At the 42nd minute, a simple combination unfolded. A midfielder threaded a through ball into the box. Fan and I erupted from the narrow gap between 2 center backs, receiving the ball already facing goal, requiring no adjustment before striking with his right foot. The shot lacked blistering pace, yet its angle was preternaturally precise. The goalkeeper read the direction correctly and stretched fully, yet the ball skimmed past his fingertips into the far corner. Su-Chen watched the goal unfold, his pulse stirring. This was the Eredivisie top scorer. No flamboyant dribbles, no superhuman speed. Just presence in the perfect place and one clean strike into the net. As training ended, and Su-Chen walked back toward the dressing room, a system notification flashed. Hi dear player, Deke, Fan and I technical model analyzed. Core abilities identified: goal scoring, instinct, strength, shooting accuracy, a rank, off the ball movement, a rank, recommendation, current finishing ability is blank. Observe this player's positioning habits and shot timing decisions to elevate it to a rank. Learning progress 0-100. Su-Chen dismissed the prompt. Until now the system had granted skills outright. This was the first time it introduced a learning mode. He would have to improve his shooting by observing Fan and I. The problem? Fan and I wouldn't even pass him the ball. Fine, then he'd begin as a silent student. That night at 10 o'clock the training facility lay dark and still. Su-Chen slipped out of his dorm in full training kit and made his way alone to the small pitch beside the first-team training ground. The lights were off, moonlight bathed the turf in cool, silvery tones. He hauled a crate of balls from the equipment shed and arranged them along the edge of the penalty arc, then began shooting. Shot after shot, right-footed drives, left-footed pushes, far corner strikes, after controlling and adjusting. In his mind, he replayed Fan Ni's goal, not the ball's flight path, but Fan Ni's body posture an instant before firing. Weight shifted forward, supporting foot angled precisely, swing compact and economical, clean, decisive, utterly devoid of wasted motion. On his system interface, learning progress leapt from 0 to 3. Su-Chen kept shooting. Time blurred. Then faint footsteps echoed behind him. He didn't pause, struck another far corner shot. The ball veered wide of the post. Your supporting foot is 5 centimeters off. Su-Chen turned. Van der Heyden stood outside the penalty area, hands in his pockets, his hawk-like face stern in the moonlight. How long he'd been standing there Su-Chen couldn't tell. He said nothing, waited. Van der Heyden stepped beside him, glancing down at the nearly empty crate of balls. How many did you take? Didn't count. Van der Heyden paused, then lifted his gaze. Next Eredivisie match, against Heerenveen. Su-Chen's heartbeat quickened. You're on the official squad list, as a substitute. 6 words dropped into the quiet night air. Su-Chen stood rooted, his shadow stretched long beneath the moon. Van der Heyden turned to leave, then halted mid-stride. The supporting foot issue, figure it out yourself. And he walked away. Su-Chen stood alone in the center of the pitch, clenched his fist, then bent, retrieved another ball from the crate, and placed it on the penalty arc. He shifted his supporting foot 5 centimeters right, lifted his leg, struck. The ball rocketed into the bottom right corner. System alert, learning progress 3-7. Su-Chen finished the remaining balls, gathered the gear, and returned to his dormitory. On the way he checked his phone. Lu Taiju had messaged, "Bro, I nearly called the police when I saw that deposit alert. What the hell did you do? Is it legal?" Su-Chen replied with 3 words, "Playing football." "Lu Taiju, football pays that much. Can I switch careers now?" Su-Chen didn't reply. He placed the phone beside his pillow rolled onto his side and closed his eyes. Eredivisie. Heerenveen. A stadium holding 50,000 souls. He was going to play. Match day. As the bus departed from the training base, Suchin sat in the last row. According to the team's rules, newcomers sit at the back. Beside him was Adu, the Ghanaian midfielder, the only one in the locker room, who took the initiative to talk to him. Are you nervous? Adu asked. Not really. Come on, I was trembling the first time I took this bus. Suchun glanced down at his own legs. They weren't trembling. Really not trembling. Really not. Do you lack emotions? Suchun couldn't be bothered to respond. He put on his headphones and leaned against the window, closing his eyes. As the bus turned the last corner, Suchun opened his eyes. The exterior wall of the Ajax Stadium appeared outside the window. The massive concrete structure stretched toward the sky, resembling a gray giant squatting in the middle of the city. Outside, the stadium, fans in red and white jerseys had gathered, flags fluttering behind the barricades. The bus entered the players' tunnel, the walls on both sides muffling the noise from outside. But as Suchun walked through the door at the end of the tunnel and stepped onto the edge of the pitch, the roar exploded. 50,000 people. He had played in the youth team before with at most a few hundred spectators in the stands. Occasionally there would be 1,000 or 2,000, which was already considered a big crowd. Now he stood at the edge of the pitch looking up. The stands stretched from the ground up to the limits of his vision, densely packed, with heads red and white colors overwhelming. Above the pitch, 4 giant screens hung displaying the player lists of both teams. Suchun found his name on the substitute bench. Suchun, number 18. Next to it was a small. He sat on the bench, a thin layer of sweat forming on his palms. Alright, maybe he was a little nervous. After the match started, Suchun watched for a full 70 minutes from the bench. Heerenveen played with 5 defenders, the entire team compacted in their half, planning to drag the match to a 0-0 stalemate. Van Nistelrooy, playing as the lone striker, was almost invisible under the tight marking of the opposing center-back Johnson. Johnson was a big Nordic guy, 193 meters tall, with an extensive range of motion, and the key was that he was smart. When Van Nistelrooy moved left, he stuck to him, and when Van Nistelrooy dropped back to receive the ball, he followed him to the midfield like a stubborn shadow. 70 minutes passed, and Van Nistelrooy's touches were fewer than 20. Shot attempts, 0. Suchun counted 3 times on the bench to confirm he hadn't miscounted. 0. Van der Heyden stood at the edge of the technical area, his expression growing darker. He turned to glance at the bench. His gaze swept over Suchun. He paused for a second. Then he said something to his assistant. The assistant ran over. Suchun, warm up. Suchun took off his jacket and started jogging along the sidelines. In the 71st minute, the 4th official raised the substitution board. Number 18 replaced number 5. Van Nistelrooy was substituted. As Van Nistelrooy walked to the sidelines, Suchun happened to be standing at the entrance. The distance between the two was less than a meter. Van Nistelrooy walked past him. He didn't look at him. No applause, no high fives, no gestures. He walked straight by. Suchun didn't pay attention. He turned to face the pitch and stepped onto the grass. The stadium broadcast announced his name in Dutch. The reaction from 50,000 spectators was a confused buzz. His face appeared on the big screen, 17 years old with black hair and black eyes, standing out starkly amid a list of blondes and blue-eyed players. Suchun heard someone in the stands shouting something, but couldn't quite make it out. It was probably someone asking who he was. No matter. After this match they would know. Suchun positioned himself on the right flank. His first touch came in the 73rd minute, receiving a pass from the midfield. As soon as the ball stopped at his feet, Johnson was already closing in. The pressure from this big guy was several levels above the defenders he faced in the youth league. He gave you no time to think, leaning his massive 193-meter frame against your shoulder, leaving you no space to turn. Suchun was nudged, his balance disrupted, and the ball was intercepted. A sigh rose from the stands, mixed with a few boos. Suchun steadied himself, not looking back. In the 75th minute, he received a long pass on the right flank with his back to the goal. Johnson closed in again. This time, Suchun didn't try to hold his ground. He feinted with his body, nudged the ball back, passed it to the midfielder, and then accelerated toward the penalty area. Johnson hesitated for half a second. He didn't expect Suchun to choose to run. That half second was enough. The midfielder sent a lofted ball into the right side of the penalty area, and Suchun had already reached the supporting position. As the ball descended, he controlled it with his chest. Johnson chased up from behind, extending his foot to intercept. Suchun didn't stop to adjust. He executed a pendulum dribble. He swayed his body to the left. Johnson's center of gravity shifted left by half a step, and with the outside of his right foot, Suchun deftly maneuvered past Johnson's right side. A gasp erupted from the 50,000-strong crowd. He got past. Suchun crossed the ball from near the goal line, the curved ball flying toward the center of the penalty area, where Adu leaped high, heading for goal. The ball smashed toward the bottom right corner of the goal. The goalkeeper dove. His fingertips grazed the ball. The ball hit the post and bounced back. Adu's second reaction wasn't quick enough and the ball was cleared by the defender. Damn! Adu knelt on the grass, slapping the ground. Su Chun ran over to help him up. So close. Close my ass 10 centimeters off. Su Chun didn't respond. But he noticed the sound from the stands had changed. That cross had shown these Dutch fans. The buzzing quieted down and sporadic applause began to emerge. In the 85th minute, Su Chun pressed forward, forcing Heerenveen's defensive midfielder into a panic, resulting in a misplaced pass. The ball rolled to Su Chun's feet. He didn't hesitate, driving the ball straight into the penalty area. Johnson blocked him Heeden, while another defender came in from the side. The two of them closed in like a pair of pincers. At the moment they converged, Su Chun pushed the ball forward, squeezing between the two defenders. Johnson's leg tripped his ankle. Su Chun lost his balance and fell in the penalty area. The referee's whistle sounded. His finger pointed to the penalty spot. Penalty. The roar of 50,000 spectators instantly drowned everything out. Su Chun got up from the ground, his knee scraped and bleeding slightly. He glanced beside the penalty spot. The ball had already been picked up and placed by veteran midfielder De Vrij. De Vrij was the team's designated penalty taker. Su Chun looked at him for a second, then turned and exited the penalty area. It was the rule. The penalty taker was predetermined. It wasn't just anyone who could take a penalty they had won. De Vrij approached, striking the ball with his right foot. The ball rolled into the bottom left corner of the goal. 10. Su Chun was surrounded by his teammates, some patting his head, others hugging his shoulders. He stood in the crowd, a slight loosening at the corner of his mouth. No goal. But it was enough. Enough for today. The final whistle blew 10. Su Chun followed his teammates back to the locker room, finding Van Nistelrooy already changed into casual clothes, tying his shoelaces. Their eyes met in the air. Van Nistelrooy lowered his head, continuing to tie his shoelaces, not saying a word. At the post-match press conference, Van der Heyden sat on the stage answering reporters' questions. A Dutch reporter raised his hand. Coach, that Chinese substitute performed well. Will he become a regular choice? Van der Heyden's expression showed no change. You'll see when we face Feyenoord in the derby next week. There was a moment of silence in the press conference. The Feyenoord derby, the most heated match in Dutch football bar none. A newcomer from China who had just been promoted to the first team for less than 2 weeks playing in a derby. The reporter's hands shot up all at once. Van der Heyden didn't answer any more questions and got up to leave. 3 days before the derby, Su Chun was sent to the medical room for a pre-match physical. Lin Wanqing, dressed in a white coat, affixed an electrode to his right thigh and watched the data on the monitor. Muscle density has increased by 12% in 2 months, she said, pushing her black-rimmed glasses up her nose, her tone as even and detached as a lab report. With normal training load, that figure should lie between 4 and 6%. Su Chun lay on the examination bed, staring at the ceiling. How did you manage that? Ate a few more steaks. Lin Wanqing turned to him, her gaze cool. Su Chun, I'm a physician. Your muscle fiber repair rate is nearly 3 times faster than athletes your age. That cannot be explained by steaks alone. A chill ran through Su Chun, though his face betrayed nothing. Maybe it's just my constitution. A constitution, she repeated, clearly unconvinced. She did not press further. She bent over the medical chart and wrote a few lines. Su Chun stole a glance. She had pinned, recommend continued monitoring, no pathological abnormalities observed at present. He let out a quiet breath. Lin Wanqing peeled the electrode away and motioned for him to sit up. Rotate the left shoulder 3 sets. Su Chun complied. Lin Wanqing observed his shoulder mobility, then tested his knee and ankle joints. Several minutes passed in silence. Su Chun thought the exam was finished and was about to get off the bed. Tomorrow's derby. He halted. Lin Wanqing's eyes remained on the chart as she did not look up. Feyenoord's defenders like playing dirty, pushing from behind, stepping on heels, pulling shirts in the box. If you play, be careful. Su Chun was momentarily startled. She had never once volunteered to discuss matches. Every encounter was data or injury, not an extra word would she offer. Understood, Su Chun replied. Lin Wanqing closed the chart and rose. Go on, the next player is waiting. Su Chun walked to the door and glanced back at her. She was already tidying the desk, her ponytail hooked over the collar of her white coat, not looking back. Su Chun left. A few steps out, the corner of his mouth lifted in a small smile. Back in the dorm, Su Chun opened his phone and found it exploding with messages. Lu Taiju had sent more than 20 voice notes in a row, each beginning with an exclamation. He tapped the last one open. Bro, your debut in the Dutch league is blowing up back home. Do you know what it is on the trending list? Fourth, Chinese player in the Dutch league wins a penalty. The comments section is full of people asking who you are. Su Chun closed the voice message and opened a domestic sports forum to take a look. Sure enough, a highlights reel of his debut had been clipped and posted under the headline, Agi Ikisis new Huagwa star debuts. Step over humbles Dutch defender. The clip had 5.2 million views and was still climbing. The comments scrolled on. Is this real? A Huagwa player in the Dutch league. I checked Agiakisis official roster. There really is a player SUCHIA number 18 forward. That step over was insane if the defender is 193 meters and got made to look foolish. Wait. The name Su Chen rings a bell. Isn't he the prodigy who was expelled from the national youth teams? We'll dig up the old threads. Found him. It's him. Last year he was expelled by Wang Defa for attitude issues. The player who was expelled went to the Netherlands to play. What is the national youth team doing? Don't mention it. The national youth just lost to Syria's youth team. Zhao Tianhao started and missed every shot. Hilarious. Zhao, who bought his starting spot compared to Su Chun, is a joke. The FA should investigate that bastard Wang Defa. They push out good players and keep rubbish inside. Su Chen scrolled further. The public mood was indeed shifting. When he was expelled 6 months earlier, the internet had torn into him. Attitude problems, bad temper, unmanageable. Those press releases all read the same, a unified narrative. Now with the Dutch debut clip, old posts were being dug up and the commentary had flipped. Su Chen locked his phone. He would glance at these things and no more today. They praised him. Tomorrow they might wear another face. He could not control the internet. He only had to play his own football. But one person treated online affairs as if life itself were at stake. In central Amsterdam, in a cheap hotel room, Zhang Lei sat before his laptop watching Su Chen's Dutch debut for the 7th time. He had flown from Huagua to the Netherlands 3 days earlier and had gone straight to the Agiaeasy training ground only to be stopped by security. Interviews require appointments, the guard said in English. I'm not here for an interview, I'm here to report on a Huagua player, Zhang Lei replied. Appointment, the guard repeated. He had been turned away, but Zhang Lei was not hurried. In his hotel, he reviewed Su Chen's last 6 months. Expelled from the national youth, delivering takeout, discovered by a scout trialed in the Netherlands, and then rising to the first team. Every step seemed incongruous. A player blacklisted at home, suddenly climbing the ranks in the Netherlands, as if granted a miracle. Was it talent or fate? Yet what had truly compelled Zhang Lei to fly was not the comeback story. It was another thread. While investigating Wang Defa, he had stumbled upon a 10-year-old article. An amateur league player named Su Jiangwo had reported FA corruption and then died in a car crash. Su Jiangwo, Su Chen's father. Zhang Lei smelled blood. This was not a simple football tale. He closed his laptop and glanced at the Amsterdam night beyond the window. Tomorrow was the Feyenoord derby. He had already bought a ticket in the media stand. Whatever else, he would watch Su Chen play with his own eyes. At 11 that night, after a shower, Su Chen lay in bed ready to switch off the light when his phone rang. The number was unfamiliar. The country code was Huagua's. He answered. Hello. 2 seconds of silence, then a man's voice, measured, unhurried, each syllable delivered with deliberate clarity. Su Chen, your performances in the Netherlands are impressive. Su Chen's fingers tightened around the phone. Who is this? Who I am is not important, the voice said. I advise you to stay quietly abroad playing football. Do not think of returning to Huagua, nor should you cozy up to the domestic media. Su Chen sat up. Your father did not stay silent back then. The voice continued without emotion. You should know what happens to those who do not obey. The call ended. The dial tone hummed in the quiet dormitory. Su Chen gripped his phone until his knuckles whitened. He stared at the unknown number for a long time. Then he did something. He took a screenshot of the number and sent it to Fan de Beek with a single line. Coach, someone doesn't want me to return to Huagua. After sending it, he placed the phone on his pillow and lay down. He did not switch off the light. He stared at the ceiling as one name turned over and over in his mind. Joe Hamlin. Whether the call had come from him or not, that trail pointed to only one place. Su Chen reached for the yellowed notebook on his bedside table. He ran his fingers over the crease in its cover. Dad, they were afraid I would come back. Then I will come back. The wind wailed outside. Amsterdam's night was bitterly cold. But Su Chen lay there with no trace of sleep in his eyes. Tomorrow was the Feyenoord derby. A stadium of 50,000. A match watched by the whole of the Netherlands. He pulled the blanket up to his chin. Come then. In the pre-match changing room, Vanderhagen posted the starting lineup on the tactics board. Su Chen saw his name written at the top, right forward number 18. Next to him was Van Nye number 9, a left forward. 2 forwards. The changing room erupted into a cacophony. Adu turned to glance at Su Chen, then at Van Nye. Van Nye's expression remained unchanged, but his hand stopped for a moment while tying his shoelaces. Quiet, Vanderhagen raised his hand. The changing room fell silent instantly. Today we will play 442. I don't want to explain why. Feyenoord likes to press at home, and there will be space behind them. Van Nye on the left, Su Chen on the right, swapping positions and running. Do you understand? No one replied. Do you understand or not? Understood. A dozen voices answered in a chorus. Vanderhagen scanned the room, his gaze finally landing on Su Chen. You, I know, Su Chen said, don't be timid. Vanderhagen's mouth twitched slightly as he turned to leave. Adu leaned and lowering his voice, due to Quip Stadium. 40,000 Feyenoord fans. Aren't you nervous? Suchin looked down at his shoelaces. Why do you keep asking? Because your hands are shaking. Suchin looked down. His hands were indeed shaking. He clenched his fists and tucked them into his gloves. Let's go. The players' tunnel was narrow with both teams standing side by side. Suchin stood in the middle of the team, able to smell the muscle spray on the Feyenoord players beside him. A tall blonde defender stood to his right and glanced down at him. Ruben Stern, the main center back for Feyenoord, standing at 191 meters, known for his fierce defense and smart fouls. Last season he received 9 yellow cards and 1 red card. Stern saw Suchin's face and smirked slightly. He didn't say anything, but his expression clearly conveyed, "Kid, you're in for it today." Suchin ignored him. The door at the end of the tunnel opened. The roar of the crowd flooded in. The angry shouts of 40,000 people slammed against his face like an invisible wall. As Suchin stepped out of the tunnel, he saw a sea of red and white Feyenoord flags, overwhelming, covering half the sky. Hissing sounds surged from all directions. When Suchin's name appeared on the big screen, the hisses turned into mockery. Someone was shouting something in Dutch. He couldn't quite understand, but the tone clearly conveyed it wasn't nice. From the corner of the second tier of the stand, something flew down. A beer cup. It smashed on the track beside the field, shattering. Security rushed over, but the surrounding fans laughed, and no one admitted to throwing it. Suchin didn't even lift his eyelids. In the media area, Zhang Lei captured the entire scene. His phone was propped up on a portable tripod, live streaming on a certain platform in Huagua. The number of viewers rose dramatically from 3,000 to 27,000. "Ladies and gentlemen, I am now at Feyenoord's home ground," Zhang Lei said into the camera, his voice trembling slightly. "Suchin is starting today, playing as a second forward. This is his first start in the Eredivisie." The comments section was moving at lightning speed. "Is this for real? Starting? Do you know how terrifying it is at Feyenoord's home ground? Suchin, go." Zhang Lei didn't have time to read the comments. The referee's whistle blew. The pace of the match after it started was faster than Suchin had anticipated. Feyenoord pressed forward like crazy at home, with all 3 lines pushing up, eager to pin Ajax in their own. Suchin's first touch came in the 3rd minute. After winning the ball in midfield, he sent it forward, stopping it on the right flank just as he turned. Stern's elbow hit his rib. The referee was 5 meters away. He didn't blow the whistle. Suchin was elbowed, his body swaying to the right, and he lost the ball. In the 7th minute, Suchin accelerated on the flank, preparing to receive a long pass. Before the ball even landed, Stern's heel accurately stepped on his foot. Suchin let out a muffled grunt and stumbled 2 steps. The referee ran over to take a look. Nothing was shown. In the 15th minute, Suchin received the ball outside the penalty area and tried to turn, but Stern pulled his shirt from behind, roughly yanking him back. This time the referee blew the whistle. A yellow card. 1. Stern glanced at the referee, raised his hands in a gesture of innocence. Suchin stood still, a red mark left on the back of his neck. He looked down at the collar of his jersey. It was already deformed. The Feyenoord fans in the stands were applauding. The applause was for Stern. Zhang Lei clenched his fists in the media area. "Is this kicking a ball or boxing?" he said in a low voice to the Dutch journalist beside him. The Dutch journalist shrugged. "It's a derby." In the 34th minute, Suchin received the ball on the right flank and cut in, but Stern came in from the side. His studs were aimed at Suchin's supporting leg. Suchin jumped up to avoid the studs, but Stern's shoulder slammed into his knee. He flipped in the air and fell heavily onto the grass. His knee scraped against the ground and his sock tore open. Red blood seeped from the abrasion. The referee finally pulled out a card, another yellow card. Stern's second. No, it was his first. The previous one was for another Feyenoord player. Suchin lay on the ground, his knee burning with pain. The medical team rushed onto the field. Lin Wanqing squatted next to him, deftly tearing the bandage to wrap it. "It's a skin injury, no damage to the ligaments." Her voice was low, only Suchin could hear. "You can go off." Suchin looked at her. "Not a chance." Lin Wanqing paused for a moment. She didn't say anything, tightened the bandage, stood up, and left the field. Suchin got up from the ground. He looked down at his knee. The blood was already wrapped by the bandage, but a deep red quickly soaked through the white bandage. He bent down to pull his sock up, covering the bandage. Stern stood a few meters away, looking down at him. Suchin wiped his mouth and walked back to his position. In the 42nd minute, Ajax intercepted in midfield, and the ball landed at Van Nie's feet. Van Nie looked up with the ball. Suchin started running on the right, darting toward the empty space in the right side of the penalty area. Van Nie saw him. He pushed with the inside of his foot. The ball went out. A direct pass. This was the first time Van Nie passed to Suchin since he joined the first team. The ball was fast and perfectly placed, wedged between Stern and another defender. Suchin sprinted with all his might. Stern was also running. The two of them raced toward that spot almost simultaneously. Stern's long legs at 191 meters weren't slow. He reached out to grab Suchin's shirt, but this time Suchin didn't give him the opportunity. The system panel flickered in the corner of his vision. Su Chen didn't activate any skills, he didn't need to. Pure speed. He launched his body like an arrow. 2 steps, 3 steps, and by the 4th step, he had already pulled half a body length ahead of Stern. His right foot touched the ball, and he instinctively took it in stride. The goalkeeper rushed out, blocking the near post. Su Chen didn't panic. He flicked the ball with the outside of his right foot, sending it rolling toward the far corner. A push shot. The ball skimmed the grass, brushing against the inside of the goalpost, rolling into the net. 10. The Quip Stadium fell eerily silent. The boos of 40,000 people disappeared, as if someone had pressed the mute button. Su Chen ran toward the corner flag. He raised his right hand and patted his chest. Next to the Ajax badge on his jersey, the small national flag of Huagua. Then he held his index finger up to his lips. Shoo. He had done this gesture at home once. It had a good effect. But in the away game, in front of 40,000 hostile fans, the meaning was completely different. Some people in the stands were cursing, some were throwing things. But more were silent. Because Su Chen's gaze told them this was not provocation. This was a proclamation. Van Nia ran over, offering no hug or high five. He merely nodded as he passed by Su Chen. It was a small gesture, but Su Chen noticed. The halftime whistle blew. 10. On his way back to the changing room, the system popped up a line of text: task, first goal, in Eredivisie completed. Reward: a level skill curved shot with the outside of the foot unlocked. He closed the notification in his mind. There was no time to look at this, because he noticed movement on Feyenoord's bench. A black player in Feyenoord training gear was warming up. He wasn't very tall, but his muscles looked chiseled. When he ran, his stride frequency was absurdly fast, each step bursting with explosive power. Adu walked over, following Su Chen's gaze. Adebayor, a Nigerian forward on loan from the Premier League, Adu said quietly. He ran 35.2 kilometers per hour in the Premier League last season. Su Chen didn't respond. 35.2. His own maximum sprint speed was 34.8. Adu patted his shoulder. Be careful in the second half. This guy might be faster than you. Su Chen watched Adebayor running at the sidelines, his expression growing serious. As the second half began, Feyenoord made 2 substitutions. Adebayor, wearing the number 11 jersey, stood in the center circle, stretching his neck. Su Chen watched him from the opposite half. When this person stands still, he resembles a compressed spring, ready to launch at any moment. The whistle blew. Feyenoord seemed like a completely different team. Adebayor's presence elevated their counterattack speed significantly. In the past, Feyenoord's attacks required 2 passes to reach the front. Now it was different. Once they regained possession in the backfield, they would push forward immediately, with Adebayor shooting out like a bullet. In the 48th minute, he received the ball on the right flank, facing Ajax's left back. With a simple change of direction, he vanished. It wasn't that the dribble was flashy, it was simply that his speed was too rapid. The left back's mind registered it, but his legs couldn't keep up. Adebayor dribbled to the baseline and crossed, but Ajax's center back cleared it away. Su Chen watched this scene unfold in the front field, his heart racing. Truly fast. In the 52nd minute, Feyenoord intercepted the ball in midfield, and the defensive midfielder sent a long pass to the right side of the front field. Adebayor took off. Ajax's 2 defenders were also in pursuit. All 3 raced toward the ball, but after 10 meters the gap became evident. Adebayor's acceleration curve had almost no transitional phase. It took just a step or 2 to go from standing still to full speed. He left the 2 defenders behind, and when he reached the ball, he was still 25 meters away from the goal. The goalkeeper charged out to the edge of the penalty area. Adebayor did not slow down, swinging his right foot for a strike. The ball flew past the goalkeeper's hand, striking the inside of the right post and bouncing into the net. 11. The Quip erupted with excitement. The cheers of 40,000 fans crashed in like a tsunami, releasing all the frustration from the previous 45 minutes. Adebayor ran to the front of the stands, arms wide open, accepting the adoration of the fans. Su Chen stood in the center circle, watching the numbers jump on the scoreboard. 11. His goal had been equalized. A system panel flickered in the corner of his vision, detected a similar type of high-speed player, host alien explosive power fusion degree, current 62 suggestion, achieve a fusion breakthrough in high-speed confrontation, to increase fusion degree to 70, after breaking through 70 fusion degree, host's maximum sprint speed will be permanently increased to 36.0 km/h. Su Chen acknowledged the notification. 36. Enough. But the question was, how to find an opportunity to face Adebayor's speed directly in the match. He didn't have to search. The opportunity presented itself. In the 70th minute, Feyenoord made a passing error in midfield, and the ball bounced into an open area. Su Chen and Adebayor saw the ball almost simultaneously. The 2 were about 12 meters apart, with the ball slightly ahead of them. Whoever reached the ball first would seize a fantastic offensive opportunity. Su Chen took off. Adebayor also sprinted. The 2 raced toward the same point from opposite sides of the field. The turf was torn up by their cleats, and the wind rushed past their ears. In the commentary booth, the Dutch commentator's voice rose by 3 notes. Oh my God. They're racing. Su-chun and Adebayo are racing. The entire crowd of 40,000 stood up. Su-chun could see Adebayo out of the corner of his eye. The black figure on the left moving with a cadence as swift as a sewing machine. Their speeds were nearly identical. 5 meters. 3 meters. The ball was just 2 steps away. Su-chun's thighs began to ache. The distance of the maximum sprint had already exceeded 30 meters, and his body protested. Adebayo was also gritting his teeth. The final step. Su-chun poured all his strength into his right leg, pushing off forcefully. The numbers on the system panel jumped 62, 65, 68, 71. His speed broke through a certain threshold in that instant. He was just half a step ahead. Just half a step. But Su-chun's right foot made contact with the ball first. He got it. Su-chun got it. The commentator roared. Adebayo's foot slowed by a fraction of a second, landing on the grass beside Su-chun's heel. He turned and glanced at Su-chun. That gaze was neither anger nor resentment. It was surprise. He did not expect someone to win half a step over him in pure speed. After gaining possession, Su-chun did not hesitate. He glanced up. Van Nistelrooy was on the left side of the penalty area, already in position. Pass. The ball arced from midfield, landing in Van Nistelrooy's path. Van Nistelrooy did not stop the ball. He didn't even adjust his stride. By the time the ball arrived, his right foot was already poised. He pushed it into the near corner. The goalkeeper made a futile attempt. 21. Van Nistelrooy, expressionless, ran towards Su-chun. Su-chun ran toward him as well. The two bumped chests in midfield. It was their first physical contact in celebration. The force of Van Nistelrooy's chest bump was quite strong, nearly knocking Su-chun back a step. Not bad, Van Nistelrooy said using Dutch, but Su-chun understood. Adu rushed over from behind, wrapping his arms around both of their necks. Finally, you two look like teammates. Get off me. Su-chun pushed Adu's arm away. The system panel quietly displayed in the corner fusion degree of alien explosive power has broken through 70. Host's maximum sprint speed permanently increased to 36. 0 kmh current speed attribute rating AA. In the final 20 minutes of the match, Feyenoord pressed forward like crazy. But the score of 21 did not change again. When the final whistle blew, Su-chun stood in the center of the field, the boos of 40,000 Feyenoord fans pouring down from above. He did not respond. The gestures he needed to make had already been done in the first half. Adebayo approached and extended his hand. Su-chun shook hands with him. What's your name? Adebayo asked. Su-chun. Got it. Adebayo released his hand and turned to leave. He took 2 steps, then turned back, smiling. Next time I won't lose. Su-chun watched his back, his lips twitching. That depends on whether you can outrun me. In the media booth, Zhang Lei turned off the live stream on his phone. His hands were shaking. It wasn't from the cold, it was from excitement. The online viewers in the live stream had reached 113,000. The comments were scrolling too fast to read. Since the moment Su-chun scored, the server had crashed twice. Zhang Lei stared at the numbers on his phone screen for a long time. Then he opened the camera and pointed it at his face. His hair was a mess and his eyes were slightly red. Everyone, he cleared his throat. Half a year ago, when Su-chun was dismissed from the national youth team, I wrote 3 negative articles. Those articles were sent to me as press releases. I published them without verification. He paused. Today I sat in Feyenoord's home ground witnessing this 17-year-old kid get kicked by the opponent and then rise to score, overpowering a Premier League striker with speed. I owe Su-chun an apology. Zhang Lei sent this video out. Then he turned off his phone, leaned back in his seat, and exhaled deeply. Outside, the night was settling over Amsterdam. The lights in the stadium were still on, and the field was empty. Zhang Lei thought for a moment, then opened his phone again, starting to write an article. He thought for 5 seconds about the title, and typed it in. What I witnessed: the genius dismissed from the national youth team, how he became a legend in Europe. Zhang Lei's article was sent out at 3 o'clock in the morning. He thought the peak traffic would come in the morning. Yet just 40 minutes after it was published, the readership surpassed 1 million. The first hot comment in the comments section read, "Finally someone spoke the truth." The article was not long, only 3,000 words, but every word struck at the pain points. Zhang Lei made a data comparison in the article. Su-chun's data in the Eredivisie: 3 matches, 2 goals, 1 assist, an average of 31 sprints per game, and an average running distance of 11 kilometers. With a successful dribbling rate of 68. Zhao Tianha's data with the national youth team: 0 goals, 0 assists in the last 5 matches, an average of 7 sprints per game, and an average running distance of 4 kilometers with all of his shots off target. Putting these 2 sets of numbers together required no interpretation. The comments section exploded. 3 kilometers? I ran more than that during my college physical test. What does it mean to sprint 7 times? I sprinted more than 7 times when I last played street ball. Is this the starter bot for 500,000? Zhao Wanjin's money was well spent. Wang Defa, that dog, kicked Su-chun out, leaving behind such a waste. Doesn't he feel guilty? Does he have a conscience? You're right, that's a dumb question. By 8 o'clock in the morning, the article's readership broke 15 million. Several mainstream sports forums in Huagua were discussing this matter, with two of the top 3 trending topics occupied. First was Su Chen scores in the Eredivisie Derby, and third was national youth team, Su Chen versus Zhao Tianhao data comparison. Zhang Lei's apology video was also separately exposed with over 8 million views. The tone in the comments section shifted from skepticism to overwhelming support. Although Zhang Lei has written negative articles before, at least he dares to apologize. Far better than some timid reporters. The problem isn't Zhang Lei, the problem is who sent him the press release. Do I need to ask? Wang Defa, the Football Association, Zhao Tianhao's father. The chain of interests is crystal clear. Don't just criticize online. Has anyone looked into the real reason Su Chen was expelled? Huagua, a certain city. In the office of the national youth team training base, Wang Defa's palms were clammy with sweat. He had been scrolling through his phone all morning, his complexion shifting from red to pale, then to green. With every comment he scrolled through, his blood pressure rose. Damn it. He slammed his phone on the table and grabbed the landline to dial a number. After waiting for 6 rings, it connected. Chairman Zhou, I saw it. The voice on the other end was flat, without any emotional fluctuation. Upon hearing this tone, Wang Defa felt a chill run down his back. The calmer Zhou Hanlin was the more serious the situation seemed. About those posts online, I've contacted several people from different platforms, and they said the heat is too high. Oh, it's not easy to delete directly. Who told you to delete it? Zhou Hanlin interrupted him. Deleting posts will only make things worse. Then, what should we do? There was silence on the other end for 3 seconds. Cold treatment. No response, no statements. In a few days, new trending topics will cover this matter. Public opinion comes quickly and leaves just as fast. But that Zhang Lei, he went to the Netherlands and did a live broadcast. What if he continues to dig? He's just... Zhou Hanlin's voice finally carried a hint of warmth, but that warmth was cold. What can he dig up? The accounts on your side are run through the sponsor's channel. They can't be traced. Then what about Su Chen? Wang Defa's voice was shaky. What if he comes back in the future? He won't come back. What if? I said he won't come back. The call ended. Wang Defa held the receiver, listening to the busy tone for over 10 seconds. When he put the phone down, his fingers were still trembling. Footsteps echoed in the corridor. The door was pushed open and Zhao Tianhao sauntered in with a lollipop in his mouth. Coach Wang, what time is the training this afternoon? 3 o'clock. Wang Defa looked at the chubby, rich second generation and suddenly felt a wave of nausea. Can we change it to 4 o'clock? I have plans to play games this afternoon. 3 o'clock. Wang Defa's voice hardened. Get to training. Zhao Tianhao was startled by the shout, almost dropping his lollipop. He mumbled, is it really necessary? And turned to leave. Wang Defa slumped in his chair, staring at the ceiling. He suddenly recalled the scene from a year ago when he expelled Su Chen. The 17-year-old boy stood at the office door, casting a cold glance at him, leaving without saying a word. That gaze still unsettled him to this day. That feeling was, this person would eventually come back to settle the score with you. Amsterdam training-based dormitory. After dinner, Su Chen called his grandmother. The signal was not very good, and it took several tries before connecting. Hello, Chen Chen. His grandmother's voice sounded distant, as if muffled by a layer of cotton. Su Chen switched the phone to the other hand, pressing it close to his ear. Grandma, it's me. Oh dear, why are you calling at this hour? What time is it over there? Isn't it too late? It's fine. I just finished training. Have you eaten? Don't just practice without eating. You had that habit when you were little. I ate. Grandma, how is your health? Do you have enough medicine? I have plenty. Oh, I can't even fit all the medicine you sent back. You sent too much money last time, or I can't spend that much. Su Chen chuckled. Over 300,000. His grandmother probably thought a few thousand was a lot. Grandma, I have something to tell you. I played a very important match yesterday, and we won. That's great, that's great. His grandmother's voice instantly brightened, then lowered as if afraid of being overheard. Chen, I have to tell you something. Aunt Zhang from next door came to tell me that you were on TV. She saw it on her phone, saying it was a match in the Netherlands. Su Chen's throat tightened. Is what she said true? Were you really on TV? Yes, it's true. Oh dear. His grandmother's voice was full of joy. I don't understand football and don't know how well you played. But I'm proud of you. Su Chen held the phone sitting on the edge of his bed and remained silent for a long time. Chen, are you still there? Yes. He cleared his throat. Grandma, you should go to bed early. He'll call you again in a few days. Okay, you should also go to bed early. Don't stay up late. The call ended. Su Chen placed the phone beside his pillow, turned over, and faced the wall. He blinked a couple of times. It's nothing. Just a bit of eye strain. The wind in the Netherlands is strong. Maybe it blew in my eyes. After lying down for a few minutes, his phone vibrated again. A message from Kruger. Su Chen opened it. Kruger, Su Chen, good news. The club just announced the squad list for the UEFA Champions League qualifying round. Attached was a screenshot. The Ajax official website page titled UEFA Champions League qualifying round squad list. Su Chen scrolled down the list. The 18th name, Su Chen. Next to it was a small national flag. He stared at that flag for 3 seconds. Champions League. A Huagua player appearing for the first time on the Champions League squad list. Kruger sent another message. Scouts from all over Europe will be watching this match. Are you ready? Suchin replied with 3 words. I've always been ready. He put down the phone, turned over, and looked at the sky of Amsterdam outside the window. In the distance a few stars twinkled, not too bright, but visible. Suchin closed his eyes. Champions League. Bring it on. The moment the Champions League theme song began to play, Suchin's heart skipped a beat. It wasn't nervousness, it was something surging within. He stood on the pitch of Johan Cruyff Arena wearing Ajax's white European match jersey, the Champions League star emblem emblazoned on his chest. Across from him stood a row of Greek players clad in red and white jerseys. Olympiacos, the opponent in the 3rd round of the Champions League qualification. The stadium was filled with 50,000 people. The music poured down from the speakers above, that melody he had heard countless times on television. As a child, he would lean in front of his grandmother's old television, watching Barcelona play Real Madrid, watching Milan battle Liverpool. Every time he heard this piece, it sent shivers down his spine. And now he was standing here, a player from Huagua, making his debut in the Champions League. Though it was just a qualification match, it was still the Champions League. Van Nistelrooy stood beside him, hands clasped behind his back, his expression no different from their usual training, as if he were just at the market buying cabbage. Suchin took a quick glance at him, cursing inwardly. Does this man lack emotional function? Stop looking around. Van Nistelrooy said, his eyes fixed ahead, lips barely moving. Who's looking around? You glanced at the stands 3 times just now. Suchin redirected his gaze. Fine, he had indeed looked 3 times. The referee walked to the center circle and blew the whistle to start the match. The rhythm of the game was completely different from the league. Olympiacos retreated right from the first minute. 5 defenders, 2 defensive midfielders, the entire formation compressed within the 30-meter zone of their half, holding their ground. Suchin's first touch of the ball was on the right flank. He stopped the ball and turned, facing 2 opponents. One tightly marking him, the other providing support, the gap between them so narrow that even a ball couldn't squeeze through. He tried to cut inside, but was blocked. Trying again to push toward the baseline, he was once more thwarted by another defender. The ball was passed out. They have 6 players guarding just outside the penalty area. Adu rushed over, panting. Suchin wiped the sweat from his forehead. 6 players. He had seen tight defenses in the Eredivisie, but none as impregnable as this. In the first 30 minutes, Ajax held over 70% possession, but only managed 1 effective shot. Van Nistelrooy's long-range attempt from 30 meters, which went wildly off target. Suchin ran countless times, each time either getting double-teamed or having his passes intercepted. He hadn't weakened. It was the level of defensive intensity in the Champions League, which was on a different tier than the Eredivisie. In the 33rd minute, Ajax sent a high cross from the left. Van Nistelrooy made his move. The Greek defenders collectively focused on the center of their defense, but Van Nistelrooy's positioning was masterful. He first ran forward a couple of steps, drawing a defender with him, then suddenly pulled back, creating half a step of space in everyone's blind spot. The ball arrived. Van Nistelrooy struck the ball with his head like a hammer, driving it into the middle. The ball rocketed toward the lower right corner of the goal. The goalkeeper lunged, but missed. 10. The roar of 50,000 fans erupted. Suchin ran over to celebrate with his teammates, but inwardly he flipped. He would need at least 3 years to learn Van Nistelrooy's movement. As the second half began, Olympiacos was forced to push forward into attack. Suddenly space opened up behind them. Suchin felt alive again. In the 67th minute, the midfield sent a long ball that flew toward the right side of the penalty area. Suchin had his back to the goal. Behind him was the Olympiacos center-back, 188 meters tall, built like a bull. The ball dropped. Suchin controlled it with his right foot while feeling the pressure from behind. Gritting his teeth, he used his body to hold off his opponent, then made a half-turn with his left foot, shaking off the center-back. In front of him was the goal. He didn't adjust. Instead, he swung directly with his left foot. Bang! The ball hit the post and bounced out. Suchin froze for a second. He could hear the metallic resonance of the ball striking the post echoing across the stadium. His face showed no expression, but he cursed inwardly. Just 2 centimeters. Just 2 centimeters. Some in the stands sighed while others applauded. Zhang Lei in the media area clenched his fists, nearly jumping from his chair. What a pity, he shouted at the camera. The comments in the live stream were going crazy. Oh my God, hit the post. If Suchin scores, he'll be a legend. Did you see the online viewers? 21 million. Suchin had no idea that 20 million people back home were watching him play. He only knew that he should have pushed the ball 2 centimeters more toward the far corner. In the 78th minute, Ajax crossed from the right, the ball bouncing once inside the penalty area. Suchin received the ball on the right side of the penalty area. 3 defenders closed in. The old Suchin would have chosen to force his way through, either by breaking in or shooting. But today he didn't. He saw his midfield teammate Defry making a late run from the top of the penalty arc with a wide space ahead of him. Suchun gently nudged the ball with his right foot, threading it through the gap between two defenders. Return pass. Defry met the ball and pushed it directly. The goalkeeper couldn't react in time. The ball drilled into the lower left corner of the net. 20. Suchun didn't score, but his return pass was as precise as if it had been measured with a ruler. Defry rushed over and embraced him, shouting something in Dutch that roughly meant, "How did you see me?" Suchun patted his back. He indeed saw him. Because in that moment he made a choice. Not the most exhilarating choice, but the final whistle blew. 20. As Suchun walked off the field, the system popped up a line of text: first assist completed in the Champions League. Reward tactical vision 3, off-ball movement 2. He closed the panel. In the locker room, his teammates were singing and celebrating. Suchun sat down to change his shoes, and Van Nistelrooy walked by, tossing out a comment. "That shot that hit the post, you should have gone for a low shot to the far corner, not that swing." Suchun glanced at him. "Thanks." Van Nistelrooy didn't look back. After showering, Suchun was stopped by a staff member. "The head coach is looking for you." The door to Van der Heiden's office was half open. He was sitting behind his desk, flipping through the tactical board. Upon seeing Suchun enter, he pointed to a chair. "Sit." Suchun sat down. "You performed well today," Van der Heiden said. "If you had taken that assist shot yourself, you'd most likely have missed. Your choice to pass shows you were learning." Suchun didn't reply. Van der Heiden stared at him for 2 seconds. "In the second leg of the qualification round in Athens, you will still start. But I need you to score." Van der Heiden raised his index finger. "1 goal is enough. If you score, you'll be my guaranteed starter." Suchun stood up. "I will score." Van der Heiden waved his hand, signaling him to leave. As Suchun reached the door, Van der Heiden added, "Don't hit the post again." Suchun didn't look back, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. The air in Athens is completely different from that in Amsterdam. It is dry and muggy, carrying the scent of sunbaked concrete. When Suchun stepped off the bus, the outside of the stadium was already a sea of red. Karaiskakis Stadium. The roar of 30,000 Greek fans erupted from within the stadium, clearly audible even through a concrete wall. Adu patted Suchun on the shoulder from behind. "How does it compare to Feyenoord's home ground?" 10,000 less, Suchun replied. "You certainly know how to comfort yourself." In the locker room, Van der Heiden was drawing formations on the tactical board as usual. Just like in the first leg, it was a 442 formation with Suchun as the right forward and Van Nistelrooy as the left forward. They can't afford to play defensively at home. Van der Heiden tapped the tactical board with his pen. With the first leg already at 0-2, if they don't score today, they're out. So they will push out. He looked at Suchun, who caught that glance. Nothing more needed to be said. As they walked out of the players' tunnel, jeers came crashing down from all directions. Suchun was already used to it. Feyenoord's 40,000 had booed him. These 30,000 were no different. But Greek fans have a specialty. They throw flares. Standing on the field waiting for the kickoff, Suchun saw a puff of red smoke rising from a corner of the stands. Security was detaining people, but nothing could be stopped. Van Nistelrooy glanced at the smoke, his expression unchanged, normal. Suchun nodded. The whistle blew. Just as Van der Heiden had predicted, Olympiacos pushed forward today. Their formation advanced at least 15 meters, with the two fullbacks nearly reaching the halfway line. But here came the problem. While their attack was enhanced, their defense remained uncompromised. Their center-back Papastathopoulos was a monster, standing at 1.94 meters. The first time Suchun faced him, it felt like he was battling a moving wall. Not only was he tall, but he was also quick on his feet. His positioning was absurdly precise. Every time Suchun tried to turn, he had already blocked the path half a step in advance. In the first 45 minutes, Suchun was restricted to the point of near invisibility. He didn't have a single threatening touch. By halftime, the score was 0-0 for both teams. Combined with the first leg's 20, Ajax led overall with no danger. But Suchun remembered Van der Heiden's words. He needed a goal. In the locker room, Van der Heiden did not criticize him. He merely said, "Keep playing, his stamina will drop." Returning to the field for the second half, the score remained tense. Olympiacos scored a goal in the 60th minute. 10. The aggregate score became 21. They saw a glimmer of hope. The roar of 30,000 fans doubled. Suchun stood at the center circle looking at the scoreboard. His time was running out. In the 80th minute, they were still trailing 0-1. Van der Heiden paced along the sideline, his expression more serious than usual. Suchun received the ball on the right flank, but Papastathopoulos' long legs poked it away. His breathing began to grow heavy. At that moment, the system panel lit up in the corner of his vision. It wasn't an ordinary task prompt. It was a line of golden text. Iconic scene: recreation challenge triggered. Recreation target Maradona versus England 1986, dribbling past 5 players, goal of the century, successful recreation, reward SS level skill, hand of God S level skill, extreme dribbling, warning, hosts current physical strength, can only withstand 70 load. Forceful recreation may cause irreversible muscle damage. Do you accept the challenge? Su Chen's pupils constricted, dribbling past 5 players. He had never done it before. In the Eredivisie, he had at most dribbled past 3 players in a row. When the fourth appeared, he either passed or got intercepted. 5 players. That was something from another dimension. But Van der Heyden's words echoed in his mind. 1 goal. If you score, you're a guaranteed starter. Su Chen silently recited to himself. Accept. In the 83rd minute, Ajax intercepted the ball in midfield, and it fell to Su Chen's feet. He stood 45 meters from the goal. In front of him was the entire back line of Olympiacos. The first opponent was their defensive midfielder. With a scruffy beard, he stood with arms wide open in front. Su Chen lightly nudged the ball with the inside of his right foot, and it slipped between his legs, through the gap. Then he accelerated and went around him on the left side, separating the ball from his body. The second opponent was the right midfielder. He anticipated Su Chen cutting left and shifted his weight early. Su Chen's left toe brushed the ball, sending it bouncing to the right. His body instinctively darted right. The midfielder lunged but missed, almost kneeling on the grass. 2 down. The sounds in the stadium began to change. Amidst the boos of 30,000 people, mixed in were other sounds, surprise, confusion. The third player was the left center back. He did not rush up, but took 2 steps back, blocking Su Chen's route to break into the right side of the penalty area. A very clever defense. Su Chen did not slow down. He stepped on the ball with his right foot, faking a shot. The left center back instinctively extended his leg to block. The ball did not leave. Su Chen's toes had already pulled the ball back, circling around the left center back's outstretched leg. His body and the ball swept past him, creating a gust of wind. 3 down. From 45 meters to here, he had run about 25 meters. Papastathopoulos stood in front of him. 1.94 m. A wall of pure muscle. The wall that had kept Su Chen tightly restrained throughout the match. He did not step back. He took a step forward, arms outstretched, blocking all routes available to Su Chen. Su Chen's thigh began to burn. The system's warning flashed in the corner of his vision. Muscle load 72. 75. He ignored it. When he reached Papastathopoulos, Su Chen did something no one expected. He did not try to go around him from the left or the right. He charged straight forward. The ball quickly touched between his feet 3 times. Left foot, right foot, left foot. So fast it was almost indistinguishable. In the split second, when Papastathopoulos looked down at the ball, Su Chen's body had already slipped past his right arm. Not going around but squeezing through. A body of 1.82 m slipped through a gap of 1.94 m, like a fish sliding past a reef. Papastathopoulos reached out to grab his jersey. His fingers brushed the fabric, but did not catch it. 4 down. The last opponent was the right back, who had come to cover. Su Chen had already charged into the penalty area. The right back slid in from the side. Su Chen gently flicked the ball with his right foot, making it jump and fly over the sliding right back's leg, landing a meter in front of him. 5 down. Only the goalkeeper remained. The goalkeeper rushed out, closing off the angle. Su Chen did not hesitate. He shot with his right foot. The ball rolled along the grass, grazing past the goalkeeper's right hand and into the net. 11. The entire stadium fell silent. The voices of 30,000 people seemed to be choked at the throat, completely disappearing. Only Su Chen's own breathing remained heavy and laced with the taste of blood from his throat. Then the system panel popped up. Iconic scene: recreation completion 87, acquired S-level skill, extreme dribbling. SS-level skill, hand of God, not unlocked due to insufficient recreation level. Unlock condition: recreation level reaches over 95. Su Chen knelt on the grass, not in celebration, but because his legs felt weak. He patted his chest with his right hand, the small flag of Huagua. Then he raised his index finger to his lips. Shoo! This gesture he had made many times before, but each time it carried a different weight. Van Nistelrooy ran over the first to extend his fist. Su Chen raised his hand and bumped fists with him. "You're crazy," Van Nistelrooy said. "Yeah." When Su Chen stood up, a sharp pain shot through his right thigh. It was not the kind of muscle fatigue. It was a tearing pain. His expression did not change. He adjusted his sock to cover the slightly swollen muscle in his thigh. In the final minutes of the match, he reduced his running. No one noticed anything unusual. The final whistle blew. The aggregate score was 31. Ajax advanced. Su Chen slowly walked towards the players' tunnel, trying to make his gait appear normal. But in the apartment in Amsterdam, Lin Wanqing, sitting in front of the television, saw the scene of his right leg trembling slightly as he walked. She put down the remote and picked up her phone. The plane landed in Amsterdam at 2 in the morning. Su Chen stepped down the stairs, feeling the pain in his right thigh transform from a sharp sting to a dull ache, pressing heavily deep within the muscle. He tried not to limp, but his steps were noticeably slower than usual. The bus took the players back to the training base. While the others returned to their dorms to sleep, Su Chen had just reached the entrance of the dormitory when Su Chen, he turned around. Lin Wanqing stood at the door of the medical room, dressed in a white coat, holding a folder in her arms. It was evident she had been waiting for a long time at 2:30 in the morning. Now? Suchin asked. Now? Suchin followed her into the medical room. The lights were somewhat blinding. Lin Wanqing pointed to the examination bed, and Suchin sat down. Roll up your right pant leg. Suchin rolled his sweatpants up to the top of his thigh. The muscle on the outer side of his right thigh was visibly swollen with a layer of dark red showing beneath the skin. Lin Wanqing paused for a second. She said nothing, putting on gloves and gently pressing along the direction of the muscle fibers. When she pressed on a certain spot, Suchin's body involuntarily jerked. Does it hurt? It's bearable. It's bearable, Lin Wanqing repeated. She turned to operate the ultrasound machine, placing the probe on his thigh while focusing on the screen. A few seconds later, her gestures stopped. The muscle fibers are slightly torn. The right lateral thigh muscle has an area twice as large as last time. Her voice was calm, but that calmness felt like it was suppressing something. Suchin remained silent. Lin Wanqing set the probe down and turned to look at him. What exactly have you been doing lately? Just normal matches, don't lie to me. Her voice suddenly rose. Suchin noticed her hands were trembling. Normal training and matches shouldn't cause this kind of injury pattern. The distribution of stress in your muscle fibers is entirely abnormal. This is not fatigue damage, it's explosive overload. It's as if you subjected your muscles to forces far beyond their limits in that instant. Suchin fell silent. He couldn't explain. He couldn't voice the system's matters, and no one would believe him if he did. You're only 18. Lin Wanqing fixed her gaze on his eyes, her voice husky. Do you have any idea what will happen if you continue like this? One serious injury, a torn ligament, or a complete muscle tear, and your career will be over. 18 and retiring. Do you find that funny? Do you think you can take it? Do you think you recover quickly? Because she slammed the folder down on the table, her voice finally breaking. I've seen too many players like this. They all think they can withstand it, and in the end, each one is worse off than the last. The medical room fell silent for a few seconds. Suchin looked at her. Lin Wanqing's eyes were red. She seemed to realize she had lost her composure, turning her head away and wiping the corner of her eye with the back of her hand. I am a doctor. I'm just fulfilling my duty. Suchin got off the examination bed and stood in front of her. Dr. Lin. She didn't turn her head. I will be careful. Suchin's voice was soft, but serious really. Lin Wanqing took a deep breath and turned around. Her expression returned to its usual coldness, but the tip of her nose was still red. Rest for a week. Have your training volume. This isn't a suggestion, it's a medical order. If you don't listen, I'll report directly to the head coach. I will listen. Ice packs 3 times a day, 20 minutes each time. I've prepared the ointment, apply it before bed. Okay. Lin Wanqing took a tube of ointment from the drawer and handed it to him. When Suchin took it, his fingertips brushed against her fingers. Both paused for a moment. Lin Wanqing withdrew her hand first. Let's go. It's time to sleep. Suchin walked out of the medical room with the ointment. He stopped at the door for a moment, not turning back. Thank you for waiting so late. The door closed. Lin Wanqing stood still, staring at the closed door, before finally sitting back down in her chair after a while. She picked up a pen and started writing in the medical record book, stopping after writing a line and crossing it out. She wrote another line. The patient has poor compliance and requires continuous supervision. She stared at that line for 2 seconds, then added, but has a very strong will. Then she closed the medical record book and rubbed her temples. It was 3 in the morning. The next morning, Suchin went to van der Heiden's office. A report on Lin Wanqing's injuries was laid out on van der Heiden's desk. Slight tear. Van der Heiden tapped the report and looked at Suchin. Is that the injury from the goal last night? It should be. Van der Heiden didn't ask for details. He wasn't the type to inquire how did this happen. For a coach, if a player was injured, it was enough to manage the injury. Have your training volume and follow the team doctor's instructions. You'll start in the match against Vitesse next week. Suchin was stunned for a second. Start? Didn't you want to be a fixed starter? Van der Heiden stood up from his chair, walked around the table. To face him, you achieved that in Athens. 1 goal, a goal where you dribbled past 5 defenders. In 20 years of coaching, I've seen that kind of goal twice. The last time was Ronaldo. He patted Suchin on the shoulder. Starting today, as long as you can play, you're my starting right forward. No need to prove anything further. Suchin stood still, his fingers tightening and then relaxing. A fixed starter. Kicked out of the national youth team at 17, delivering takeout for 3 months, sitting on a plane for over 10 hours to the Netherlands, moving from trials to the youth team, then to the first team, from substitute to starter. It took less than a year. Thank you, coach. Don't thank me, thank your legs. Van der Heiden waved his hand. Provided you don't wreck them. Go find Dr. Lin for rehabilitation training. Suchin nodded and left the room. Walking through the corridor of the training base, the system panel popped up. Detected that the host has obtained the qualification for a fixed starting position in the first team. Unlocking passive skill upgrade, athlete's body LV1 LV2 LV2 effect, recovery speed from injuries increased by 150, muscle endurance threshold increased by 20. Suchin glanced at the data and closed the panel. Back in the dormitory, he opened his phone. The messages were endless. Kruger sent a message. The video of you dribbling past 5 players has spread all over Europe. Scouts from 4 clubs are inquiring about your contract situation. Liu Tai's voice messages numbered over 30. Su Chun directly scrolled to the last message and opened it. Dude, are you even human? You dribbled past 5 players to score. All the sports channels in the country are showing your highlights. You're now more popular in the country than those celebrity athletes. Hua Sports Channel just released a message saying they want to schedule an interview with you. Su Chun turned off the voice message. He browsed through domestic sports forums. Sure enough, his name dominated the front page. The video of Su Chun dribbling past 5 players to score had surpassed 300 million views. The comments had shifted from discussion to celebration. From now on, whoever says Hua people can't play football, I'll slap this video in their face. Even Maradona would have to say well done. Has anyone checked why this kid was expelled from the national youth team? Now it seems there must be some insider information. What a load of crap. Everyone knows about Wang Defa and Zhao Tianhao's fathers taking bribes. Shouldn't the Football Association give an explanation? Su Chun locked his phone. He heard those voices, but it wasn't time to go back yet. He had to become stronger first, strong enough that no one could stop him from returning. Meanwhile, in Huagua at the FA building in the 6th floor conference room, Zhou Hanlin sat at the head of the conference table watching the video of Su Chun dribbling past 5 players on his tablet. He watched it twice. Then he pushed the tablet aside. Wang Defa sat across from him, barely occupying a third of the chair, as if ready to stand at any moment. Huagua Sports Channel wants to interview him. Zhou Hanlin spoke slowly. If he says something inappropriate in front of the camera, what do you think will happen? Wang Defa opened his mouth, but didn't dare to answer. Zhou Hanlin took off his glasses and wiped the lenses with a cloth. It's time to teach him a lesson. He put his glasses back on and looked out the window. An 18-year-old kid who, after wandering in Europe for a few months, has lost his sense of reality. He needs to understand. Things on the football field cannot be resolved simply by playing. Wang Defa cautiously asked, what do you plan to do? Zhou Hanlin did not answer. He pressed the internal phone on the table. Xiaoqin, help me check if Su Chun has any relatives left in the country. On the other end of the phone, okay. Chairman Zhou, his household registration information shows that he has only one direct relative, his grandmother Chen Xiulan, who lives at. That's enough. Zhou Hanlin hung up the phone. He leaned back in his chair, fingers interlaced over his abdomen. Let's approach the family. His voice was soft, almost like he was talking to himself. It's always the most effective method. Zhou Hanlin's greatest skill in this life was not in football, but in dealing with people. He sat in the office of the Football Association building for an entire afternoon with materials sent by Secretary Xiaoqin laid in front of him. One document was the hospitalization record of Su Chin's grandmother Chen Xiulan, while the other was a list of Ajax's sponsors in Huagua. He placed both documents side by side on the table and tapped them a few times with his fingers. Wang Defa stood at the door, afraid to enter. Come in. Wang Defa rushed in, barely touching the edge of the chair with his backside before jumping back up. Sit down, as standing around like that makes you look foolish. Only then did Wang Defa sit down, rubbing his hands together, producing a sheen of sweat. Zhou Hanlin pushed the hospitalization record towards him. Su Chin's grandmother has been hospitalized at the Second People's Hospital for over 4 months, suffering from heart disease and chronic bronchitis. The expenses were transferred from Su Chun in the Netherlands. Wang Defa glanced down, unsure of what to say. You need to make arrangements. Zhou Hanlin took off his glasses and wiped them, his tone resembling that of a superior instructing a subordinate to buy a pack of cigarettes. Su Chin's transfer was a personal transaction, not covered by insurance. Have someone contact the hospital to check if there are any irregularities in the accounts. Wang Defa understood. It wasn't really about checking the accounts. It was just an excuse to block the process. Chairman Zhou, won't this be too what? Too obvious. What if the media have Zhao Wanjin handle it? Zhou Hanlin interrupted him. Zhao Wanjin's real estate group has a cooperative project with the Second People's Hospital. His word carries more weight than yours. Have him issue a notification in the name of the hospital stating that treatment arrangements are suspended during the expense review. It's reasonable and legal, and no one can find fault with it. Wang Defa opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. He had done many unethical things in his life, but targeting a 72-year-old woman made him feel uneasy. Furthermore, Zhou Hanlin pushed another document over. Ajax has 3 core sponsors in Huagua. Have someone reach out to them. No need to say much, just imply that clubs that get too close to Su Chun may face some difficulties in the Huagua market. I'm not very familiar with the sponsors. Zhao Wanjin knows the CEO of one of them. Have him take care of it. Zhou Hanlin stood up and walked to the window, his hands clasped behind his back. I won't interfere with Su Chun. He's in Europe. I can't reach him, and there's no need to. His voice was soft. But an 18-year-old kid, no matter how high he soars, still has his strings attached here. If you hold on to the strings, the kite won't fly far. Wang Defa wiped the sweat from his forehead and stood up. He'll arrange it today. Go on. 3 days later. Hua was Su Chen's hometown, a city village. In the corridor of the Second People's Hospital's inpatient department, Chen Xiaolan was taking a walk with the aid of a nurse. The elderly woman walked slowly, needing to stop and catch her breath every couple of steps, but her spirits were high. "Nurse Xiao Lu, my grandson won again yesterday, did you know?" The nurse smiled, supporting her. I know, Grandma Chen, you've mentioned it 8 times already. Oh, let me say it one more time. He scored. In that European. What's it called again? UEFA Champions League qualifiers. Yes, that one. The old lady's smile had not yet faded when 3 people appeared at the end of the corridor. The lead man, wearing a black suit, was in his 30s, holding a briefcase. 2 burly security guards followed behind him. The suited man approached the nurse's station, pulling out a document and slapping it on the table. Is Chun Xiaolan's attending physician available? Please call them. The duty nurse glanced at him. Who are you? I'm from Zhao Wanjin's group's administrative department. The hospital has entrusted us to conduct an expense review. Here's the authorization document. The suited man opened the document, which had the hospital's official seal. The nurse took a quick look and went to call the attending physician. 10 minutes later, the attending physician stepped out of the office looking very grim. He pulled Chun Xiaolan's primary nurse aside and spoke to her in low tones. The nurse's expression changed. Suspending treatment during the expense review. How can that be? Grandma Chun has a checkup next week. The hospital's notification, there's nothing I can do. The attending physician rubbed his temples. They said there are questions about the accounts and that they need to be clarified before continuing. What questions? Su Chen transfers the money on time every month, not a cent is missing. I know. But there are orders from above. The attending physician glanced at the 3 figures in the corridor, lowering his voice further. It's people from Zhao Wanjin's side. Who dares offend them? Chun Xiaolan stood in the corridor, leaning against the wall, unable to hear what they were saying, but seeing the 3 strangers. The old lady's smile slowly faded. Having lived for 72 years, she had seen it all. 20 years ago, when her son died, a group of people in suits came to, saying a bunch of things she didn't understand, concluding it was an accidental death. And now they were back. Lu Taizhu received the news at 3 in the afternoon. The message came from a brother at the Matewan station who happened to be from the same district as Su Chun. His mother was also hospitalized at the Second People's Hospital. The message was brief. Lu Gu, Su Chen's grandmother, has had an incident. Someone is causing a scene at the hospital, saying they want to stop her treatment. Lu Taizhu was delivering the 17th takeout order. After reading the message, he canceled the remaining 3 orders, losing 60 yuan in the process. He rode his electric bike from the eastern part of the city to the western part, running 4 red lights and taking 18 minutes. When he arrived at the hospital, Chun Xiaolan was sitting alone at the edge of the hospital bed, gripping the quilt with her fingers, her eyes red. The suited man had already left. The nurse was trying to comfort her, but the more she comforted, the more anxious the old lady became. I want leave. I want leave. Chen Chun said I should stay here and get treated well. I can't leave. When Lu Taizhu burst into the ward, his shoes were still muddy and half of his yellow vest was soaked. Grandma. Upon seeing him, Chun Xiaolan's tears flowed freely. Xiao Lu, they said something about checking accounts and want me to be discharged first. Who said that? Those people in suits. Lu Taizhu turned to look at the nurse. The nurse explained the situation. After listening, Lu Taizhu's face flushed red. He didn't know Zhao Wanjin or Wang Defa, but he knew Su Chun. He understood why Su Chun was expelled from the national youth team. He knew how disgusting those people were. They have no right to discharge you. Lu Taizhu crouched down, holding the old lady's hand. Don't be afraid, Grandma. I'm here. But they said it's the hospital's notice. Nonsense. Lu Taizhu stood up, striding toward the nurse's station. Where's your attending physician? Get them out here. After being called out, the attending physician faced Lu Taizhu, who did not hold back his voice loud enough for the entire floor to hear. I ask you, does Chun Xiaolan owe a single cent for her treatment? The attending physician nodded. If she doesn't owe anything, why stop the treatment? Does your hospital treat patients or decide who gets treated based on connections? The attending physician opened his mouth. There are arrangements from above. What arrangements? Which above? Have that person from above come talk to me. The attending physician fell silent. Lu Taizhu knew arguing with him was futile. The doctor was just an employee. The real villains were behind the scenes. He turned and returned to the ward, taking out his phone to check his balance. 37,000 yuan. It was what he had saved up from 2 years of delivering takeout. He scrolled through his WeChat chat history with several friends and sent a message to the station manager Lao Sun. 10 minutes later, Lao Sun replied, I've gathered 8,000 here. 5 minutes later, another writer replied, I can contribute 3,000. Lu Taizhu added up these amounts. It wasn't much, but it would last a while. He squatted at the entrance of the ward, making several phone calls, and finally reached a friend at a private hospital in the neighboring district. Lao Zhao, there's an elderly lady who needs to be transferred. She has heart disease, and the situation is as follows. By the time he finished these calls, it was nearly 8 in the evening. Lu Taiju sent Su Chen a WeChat message. Lu Taiju Chen I'm here with your grandma. I've already arranged for her transfer. You focus on playing football and don't get distracted. But someone is causing trouble for you back home, be careful. He thought for a moment and added another line. Lu Taiju, don't worry about the money. I'll cover it for now. You can pay me back when you win the Ballon d'Or with interest. After sending the message, he tucked his phone into his pocket and walked back to the ward. Chun Xiaolan was already half reclined against the headboard asleep with traces of unshed tears on her face. Lu Taiju sat down on the stool by the bed, leaning against the wall with his eyes closed. After running around all day delivering takeout and spending the night at the hospital, his legs were sore. But he did not leave. He had promised Su Chun to take care of his grandmother, although he was just a delivery rider. Amsterdam. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Su Chen's phone vibrated. He climbed out of bed and saw Lu Taizu's message. After reading the first message, his hands began to tremble. After reading the second message, his hands trembled even more violently. He did not reply. It wasn't that he didn't want to respond, he was afraid that all he would type would be curses. He got up and walked to his desk, opening the tactical notebook he had flipped through countless times. He turned to the lap. There was an envelope tucked inside. He had noticed this envelope before, but had never opened it, because it was marked "Do Not Open" in his father's handwriting. Tonight he ripped it open. Inside was a photocopy. The paper had yellowed and the text was printed with only the signature in the lower left corner, written by Han Su Jiangwo. The title read, Report on Zhou Hanlin, Director of the Youth Training Department of the Football Association, for misappropriating youth training funds and manipulating match results. Su Chen read through line by line. Amounts, dates, names, accounts. His father had written in great detail. Every transaction was clearly listed, showing where the money came from, where it went, and who handled it. At 2:30 in the morning, Su Chen pulled on his training kit and left the dormitory. The outdoor pitch at the training base was unlit. Only a spill of light from the parking lot lamp reached across just enough to make out a single goal. He dragged a basket of balls from the equipment room, carried it to the penalty arc, and began to shoot. The first strike sent the ball up into the stands. The second smashed the post and rebounded onto the turf, bouncing twice. The third one finally found the net. The dull thud of the ball hitting the mesh rolled far across the empty field. Su Chen did not stop. One ball after another, one kick after another. He was not thinking about angles or which part of the foot to use. He was picturing his grandmother on the sickbed, her fingers clinging to the corner of the quilt. He had never seen it with his own eyes, but he could imagine it perfectly. The fourth shot curled into the top left corner. The fifth thundered against the crossbar, making the frame vibrate. The sixth strike was so powerful the ball tore clean through the net. His breathing grew heavy, the old pain in his right thigh whispered awake, but he ignored it. He finished a whole basket of balls. He walked back, picking them up one by one, and kept going. Halfway through the second basket, a system panel suddenly popped up. He had not called it up himself. The system triggered automatically. There were no changing numbers on the panel, only a single line of gilded text. Detected. Host sustained high-intensity emotional fluctuations. Special task unlocked. Return of the King. Su Chen halted and stared at the panel. The golden line scrolled down. Task description: within 3 years return to the Huagua football world, and with absolute strength purge its cancerous rot, thus fulfilling the father's unfinished wish. Task reward revealed upon completion. Phase Objective 1: attain a legendary superstar rating on the European stage, composite score 90, accumulating sufficient renown and influence. Phase Objective 2: gain enough authority to shape discourse in the Huagua football world. Current composite score 78. Gap to target 12 points. Estimated time required 2,436 months. Su Chen looked at the numbers. 3 years. The system had given him 3 years. He rested the ball beneath his foot, tapped it twice, and lifted his gaze toward the dark goal in the distance. 3 years is too long. He flicked the ball up and struck it from the air. It slammed into the net like a shell. 2 years will be enough. The system offered no reply. The task panel froze. The golden text stopped moving. Su Chen closed the panel and bent again to gather the balls. He kept kicking for another 20 minutes. He only stopped when the pain in his right thigh became unmistakable. He sat against the goalpost, his back pressed to the cold metal, gasping for breath. The sky was full of stars. The night over Amsterdam was far clearer than back home. He could see the smear of the Milky Way. He thought of the rooftop at his childhood home, where his father once taught him to juggle the ball. If he failed to keep it up, he would be punished with frog jumps. After the frog jumps, he would lie on the roof and count the stars. His father had said, "Chinchin, if you ever make it, remember to win back the face of Huagua football." At the time, it had sounded grand, like a line from a television drama. Now he thought his father had done only 2 things in life: play football and report wrongdoings. He completed neither before he died. Now it was his turn. Su Chen rose, brushed the grass from his trousers, and pushed the ball basket back into the equipment room. As he reached for the lock and turned, he almost collided with someone. "You." Lin Wanqing stood in the doorway of the equipment room, wearing a gray hoodie, her hair loose, a laptop held to her chest. What are you doing here? Su Chen asked. I was in the office finishing a report and heard noise outside. She glanced him over, her eyes catching the bits of grass clinging to his trouser leg. Training again? She asked. Just kick for a while. A while? Lin Wanqing checked the watch on her wrist. It's 3:30 in the morning. You've been out here over an hour. Su Chen said nothing. They walked side by side down the dormitory corridor. The lights were motion-activated, each step lighting a lamp that dimmed behind them. Lin Wanqing kept pace on his left, silent for about 20 seconds. You're not yourself tonight. You usually run laps or practice shot placement. Tonight is different. Your shots are all raw power, not training, as if you're smashing something. Su Chen turned his head to look at her. Her powers of observation were unnerving. Something happened at home, he said. Lin Wanqing did not press him. She was not the kind to chase after the question. After a few steps, she pulled a tube from her hoodie pocket and handed it to him. Muscle relief ointment. New shipment, better than the last tube. Su Chen took it. The bottle still carried her warmth as if it had sat against her in her pocket. After you apply it, remember to stretch, Lin Wanqing said. Your right lateral thigh has only been recovered for 2 weeks. If you keep pushing, you won't be dealing with micro tears anymore. Got it. At the dormitory fork, they split left and right. They stood for a second. Good night, she said. Good night. She walked a few steps, then stopped and looked back. The corridor light caught her profile. Su Chen. No matter what's happened at home, don't take it out on your body. If your body breaks, you have nothing left. She said it, then left. Her footsteps faded down the hall. Su Chen remained where he was and looked at the tube in his hand. A printed label wrapped the bottle. Underneath, a line of handwritten small letters read, 3 times daily, don't slack. He let a tiny curve touch his mouth. The smile was almost imperceptible and gone in an instant. Back in the dormitory, Su Chen sat on the edge of the bed, applied the ointment, and did 10 minutes of stretching. Then he picked up his phone. His message list was full of unread items from Keluoj Lu Tieju Zhonglei. He swiped through them and opened Ajia Easy's official social account. The latest post had been pushed 2 hours earlier. The headline was punctuated with exclamation marks. Champions League group draw results are out. Su Chen tapped it open and saw the groups. Group A, Ajia Easy. Huangjia Madilai. Duo Menged. He stared at the screen for 5 seconds. The group of death. The comments were already aflame. Ajia Easy fans were wailing. Someone posted a coffin image with the caption, pre-booked group exit. Su Chen scrolled until he found one comment, don't worry, we still have that Huagua kid. Another reply read, one Huagua kid against Huangjia Madilai. Don't be delusional. He locked his phone and set it beside his pillow. He lay back and stared at the ceiling. Huangjia Madilai. As a child, he had watched it on his grandmother's television countless times, that white sea of shirts, one of the most fearsome stadiums in the world. Before he closed his eyes, his lips moved though no sound came. If one leaned close enough, one could read 2 words on them, come on. Before the UEFA Champions League group stage kicked off, the Eredivisie schedule would not wait. Su Chen's first match back in the league was an away game against Vitesse. His right thigh was wrapped in bandages, and Lin Wanqing had personally bandaged it 3 layers before the match. If you break it, come find me. She said this expressionlessly. Su Chen did not break it. He scored the only goal of the match in the 28th minute. Van Nistelrooy received the ball on the left side of the penalty area, surrounded by 2 defenders. Instead of forcing his way through, he unusually made a back pass. Su Chen made a diagonal run from the right to the edge of the penalty area, meeting the ball with a low shot. The ball slipped through the defender's legs and rolled into the net, just grazing the left post. Van Nistelrooy glanced at him and nodded slightly. No high fives, no embraces. Just a nod. Su Chen felt this was Van Nistelrooy's highest form of praise. 10. 3 points secured. In the second match, they faced Zwolle at home. This team was ranked 3rd from the bottom in the league with limited strength, but their defensive spirit was quite strong. The first half was dull. Ajax passed the ball back and forth in the opponent's half, unable to find a breakthrough. Van der Heijden paced along the sideline for 45 minutes, drawing 3 arrows on the tactical board during halftime. Su Chen moved to the left. Van Nistelrooy pushed to the front. Do you take care of the width on the right? In the second half, Su Chen and Van Nistelrooy switched positions. The effect was instantaneous. In the 53rd minute, Su Chen received the ball on the left, facing a defender who was accustomed to defending against right-footed players, instinctively closing off the left side. Su Chen flicked the ball with the outside of his right foot, maneuvering it past the defender's right side, accelerating past him on the left to deliver a cross. Van Nistelrooy rushed in at the near post, heading the ball down into the ground, scoring. In the 69th minute, Su Chen received the ball in the center with his back to the goal, holding off the defender. He executed a Marseille turn, suddenly finding 2 meters of space in front of him. Without hesitation, he took a long shot. The ball arced beautifully, crashing against the underside of the crossbar and bouncing into the goal. 20. The commentator shouted his name 3 times. In the third match, they played away against NEC Nijmegen. Suchun had 1 assist and 1 goal, while Van Nistelrooy scored twice. 41. In the fourth match, they faced Hierarchies at home. Suchun scored a hat-trick. 30. When he scored the third goal, Van Nistelrooy stood in the center circle, hands on his hips with a complex expression on his face. He was probably thinking this kid's goal count is catching up. In the fifth match, they played away against Utrecht. Suchun assisted Van Nistelrooy twice and scored 1 himself. 32. A last-minute victory. Ajax achieved 5 consecutive wins in the Eredivisie, ranking first in the league. Suchun had 5 matches with 5 goals and 4 assists. Van Nistelrooy had 5 matches with 6 goals. The newspapers began to refer to them as the Double Guns. The largest sports magazine in the Netherlands published a cover feature titled, Eastern Hurricane, Is Suchun the Future of Ajax? The cover photo featured Suchun with arms wide open after his hat trick against Heracles, with the full crowd of the Johan Cruyff Arena in the background. That magazine was delivered to the locker room. When Suchun was not around, Van Nistelrooy went over and picked it up. He stared at the cover for 3 seconds. Then he tore the magazine in half, ripping just the cover page. Adu happened to walk by and saw this scene. His mouth opened as if to say something. Van Nistelrooy shot him a glance. Adu immediately turned and walked away, pretending he hadn't seen anything. But during the training match that afternoon, Van Nistelrooy still passed to Suchun. Accurate, timely, and without hesitation. Suchun passed to him as well. Competition was competition, but matters on the pitch were settled on the pitch. Both of them were very clear about this. After the training ended, Suchun sat in the locker room, changing his shoes, when his phone vibrated. Kruger sent a message. Kruger, the schedule for the first round of the UEFA Champions League group stage is out. On October 2nd, Ajax will challenge Real Madrid away at the Bernabeu. Suchun stared at this message for several seconds. Kruger sent another message. All of Europe will be watching there. Are you ready? Suchun did not reply to Kruger. He opened the system panel. Overall rating 78. He was still 12 points away from the legendary superstar rating. The gap was significant. But the Bernabeu was the best stage. Performing on the biggest stage would yield the most points. He closed the panel and continued changing his shoes. Van Nistelrooy walked by and threw out a remark. When playing away against Real Madrid, you better not be timid. Suchun tightened his shoelaces and stood up. Have you ever seen me timid? Van Nistelrooy's lips curved slightly, but he said nothing and walked away. That night, when Suchun lay in bed, the system panel popped up again. This time, it was a line of silver-gray text that flashed twice before disappearing. The night of Bernabeu, the greatest UEFA Champions League goal in history awaits to be replicated. When Suchun saw this line of text, his heartbeat quickened. He turned over and pulled the blanket up to his chin. Outside the window, the wind blew in Amsterdam, rustling the leaves. In 2 weeks, he would be standing on the grass of the Bernabeu. The whole world would be watching. He closed his eyes. The smile at the corner of his mouth remained. As the players' bus rolled out from the hotel, the sky over Madrid was just darkening. Outside the window was a sea of white. White scarves, white jerseys, white flags. The dense crowd blocked the streets surrounding the stadium. It was the day of the home match for Real Madrid. The moment the bus turned into the stadium tunnel, Suchun felt the entire vehicle shake. It was not the uneven road, but the roar from outside. 80,000 people. Van Nistelrooy sat 1 row ahead, turning back to glance at him. Are your legs weak? No. Who are you kidding? Van Nistelrooy turned back. When I came to the Bernabeu for the first time, I almost threw up when entering the tunnel. Suchun did not expect Van Nistelrooy to say such a thing to him. The bus stopped. The players got off one by one. As Suchun stepped onto the ground, the Champions League theme song began to play. That melody was too familiar. As a child, he would hum along with his father in front of his grandmother's old television. Now that melody exploded overhead, reverberating from all directions, as if he were dreaming. He was really standing here. In the changing room, Van der Heyden had been drawing lines on the tactics board for 20 minutes. Tonight, 541. Suchun's mouth twitched. 5 defenders, 4 midfielders, and he was the only forward left. Your task, Van der Heyden tapped the tactics board. Mark the opposing center back. Attack if there's a chance, otherwise fall back. Don't try to be a hero. Suchun remained silent. He understood the reasoning. Playing away against Real Madrid, how could they just sit back and wait to be beaten? Ajax was not a top club. Going all out against them would be suicidal. But understanding was one thing. He couldn't swallow the frustration inside. In the players' tunnel, the 2 teams stood side by side. Suchun was the 5th in Ajax's lineup. His peripheral vision scanned the opposite side, the person at the front. Carlos Mendes. Standing at 1 m, broad-shouldered like a coat hanger, his golden brown hair perfectly styled. He stood there expressionless, yet the air in the entire tunnel seemed to be sucked dry by him. The greatest player of the current era, valued at €200 million, 4 Champions League titles, and 2 Ballon d'Or awards. Mendes' gaze casually swept over, resting on Suchun for less than a second. Like an adult glancing at a child on the roadside. Suchun clenched his fist. The two teams exited the tunnel. The Bernabeu erupted. 80,000 people stood up simultaneously. White scarves surged in waves in the stands, songs crashing from all directions. It was not just sound, it was a tangible shockwave that rattled his chest. Standing in the center circle, Su Chun looked up. The LED lights on the dome poured down white light, illuminating the pitch. He could feel his heartbeat, at least 120 beats per minute. The game began. Real Madrid came at them from the very first minute. It was not a tactical crushing, it was a crushing of levels. Possession was 70-30. Real Madrid's midfield operated like a finely tuned machine, every pass tearing apart Ajax's formation. Su Chun was completely isolated in the front line. He dropped back, moved into position, tried to receive the ball, but it never reached the front. Just dealing with the pressing behind was already exhausting. 15 minutes passed. Su Chun's touches 0. On the left flank, Real Madrid's Brazilian winger Vinicius Santos received the ball. This guy was absurdly fast. Receiving the ball, dribbling, changing direction, all in one go. Ajax's right back chased him like a gust of wind, unable to catch up. Santos sliced through to the baseline and crossed the ball back. The ball reached Mendes' feet. Mendes did not stop the ball. With a gentle flick of his right heel, the ball suddenly changed direction. Both center-backs lunged forward, missing completely. Mendes was already facing the goal, but he did not shoot. He passed back to the midfield where the ball was switched back and forth. No hurry. Su Chun stood in the opposing half, coldly watching it all. Real Madrid was toying with them. The 22nd minute. Santos successfully dribbled past another opponent on the left, this time launching a high ball. The arc was both swift and lofty, landing just outside the 6-yard box. Mendes made his move. At 1.87 m, coupled with his jumping height, he smashed a header at the highest point. Bang! The ball was driven like a nail into the bottom left corner. The goalkeeper didn't even move. 1-0. The Bernabeu was in a frenzy. Mendes slid out 6 meters on his knees, arms wide open, his white jersey dazzling under the lights. 80,000 people shouted his name in unison, the roar nearly lifting the roof off. Su Chun stood in the center circle, his fists clenched tightly. It was not despair. It was unwillingness. For the next 20 minutes, nothing changed. Su Chun had the ball twice. Once he was dispossessed by 3 defenders, and another time after passing his teammate was intercepted. He felt like a rock in the sea, waves crashing over him back and forth, unable to do anything. The halftime whistle blew. 1-0. The changing room was quiet enough to hear the sound of breathing. Several defenders slumped in their seats, exhaustion evident on their faces. Van der Heyden walked to the tactics board and picked up a pen. Su Chun stood up. Everyone looked over. Coach. Van der Heyden's pen paused in midair. Give me the ball. Su Chun's voice was not loud, but everyone in the changing room heard clearly. In the second half, passed the ball forward. Silence. Van der Heyden stared at him. 5 seconds passed. Van Nistelrooy leaned against the cabinet, arms crossed, silent, but the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Van der Heyden set down the pen. 343. He wiped away the 541 formation on the tactics board and drew a new one. In the second half, Su Chun and Van Nistelrooy will play up front. Adu will support from behind. The midfield line will push up 30 meters. He turned to look at Su Chun. If you want the ball, I'll give it to you. But if you lose 2 more, I want. Van der Heyden didn't say anything else. The players' tunnel. As Su Chun walked back onto the pitch, he glanced over at the opposite side. Carlos Mendes was stretching at the center circle, his gaze sweeping over. The corner of his mouth curved slightly. An interesting little kid from the east. Su Chun did not hear it, but he saw that smile. In the second half, it was his turn. As the second half kicked off, the 80,000 fans at the Bernabeu were still basking in the superiority of a 1-0 lead. They were unaware that Ajax had changed their formation. It soon became evident. With Van der Heyden's 3-4-3 formation in place, Ajax's midfield pushed forward by 30 meters. The 3 midfielders no longer huddled back, actively targeting Real Madrid's passing points. The effect was immediate. In the 48th minute, Ajax executed a high press in midfield, and after winning the ball, they launched a counterattack. Van Nistelrooy made a forward run to receive the ball, but his shot was saved. In the 51st minute, Su Chun finally received a decent pass on the right flank. He took 2 steps forward, and the defender in front dared not challenge him. Gone was the Huagua kid who stood idly in the front line during the first half, replaced by a fierce-looking opponent. In the 55th minute, Su Chun received a diagonal pass from a teammate on the right flank, facing Real Madrid's left back. He hesitated, not deftly flicking the ball with the outside of his right foot, shifting his body weight sharply to the left, then instantly pulling back to the right, executing a pendulum dribble. The defender's balance was completely shaken. Su Chun accelerated past him, but the second defender rushed in from the side and knocked him down. The whistle blew. A free kick. 25 meters from the goal, slightly to the right. Su Chun got up from the ground and brushed off the grass from his pants. Van Nistelrooy approached, asking, "Shall I take it?" "They'll do it," Su Chun replied. Van Nistelrooy looked at him for 2 seconds and stepped back. Su Chen placed the ball on the penalty mark, adjusting the ball's valve with his hand. He took 4 steps back. At this distance, there are 3 normal free kick trajectories: curling over the wall, slipping through the wall's gap, or driving a low shot. However, Real Madrid's wall had 6 players tightly packed like a city wall, and the goalkeeper stood slightly to the right guarding the near post. A conventional route would not get through. Su Chen closed his eyes briefly. The system panel lit up in his vision. He flipped to the skill bar, precision long pass LV3. This skill he had always applied to long-distance passes in matches. But what is the essence of a free kick? It is also a precise pass, only the target is not a teammate's foot, but the dead angle of the goal. He stacked the skill parameters onto his right foot. Muscle memory and system bonuses activated simultaneously. The referee's whistle blew. Su Chen began his run-up. 4 steps, and on the last step he struck the lower right side of the ball with the instep of his right foot. The ball soared into the air. It did not travel in a straight line. From the moment he kicked, the ball started to curve. First it flew toward the right side of the wall, making everyone think it would miss. Then the ball drew an arc in the air, passing over the highest point of the wall, as if being pulled back by an invisible hand. The Real Madrid goalkeeper saw the ball's trajectory and dove left, too late. The ball flew just 3 centimeters above his fingertips, crashing heavily into the top left corner of the goal. The net bulged violently. Bang! The entire Bernabeu fell silent. 80,000 people. Not a single voice was heard. Even those who waved their scarves froze mid-motion. One. Su Chen turned and ran toward the corner flag. He did not celebrate with a run, nor slide on his knees, nor perform a somersault. He stood by the corner flag, tapping his right hand on his chest, the position of the national flag on his jersey. Then he raised his index finger, placing it against his lips. Shoo! Quiet. This was his signature move, specifically used in away games. The system panel popped up. High-level goal scene detected. Classic scene replication triggered. Beckham's bend it like Beckham. Replication completion rate 92. Acquired S-level skill, bend it like Beckham. Skill effect, free kick accuracy 40, curve control reaches the human limit. Su Chen glanced at it and closed the panel. His teammates rushed over and piled him at the bottom. Adu was on top, howling, while Van Nistelrooy did not join the pile, but stood by, clapping 3 times. 3 claps. Van Nistelrooy's highest praise. In the following match, Real Madrid intensified their attack, but Ajax's defense, boosted by the momentum of the second half, held firm. Santos had 2 breakthroughs stopped, and Mendes had a long shot hit the crossbar and bounce back. Su Chen also had a counterattack opportunity, bringing the ball to the edge of the penalty area, but after being sandwiched by 2 defenders, he passed to Van Nistelrooy, whose shot went half a meter wide. The final whistle blew. One. Sparse boos rang out at the Bernabeu, not directed at Ajax, but at Real Madrid. The home team managed just 1 point against the Dutch side, leaving the Real Madrid fans dissatisfied. The players began to shake hands. As Su Chen was preparing to walk down the tunnel, a hand reached out from the side. He turned his head. Carlos Mendes stood before him. At 1.87 against 182. Mendes slightly lowered his head to look at him, no longer wearing the careless expression from the first half. Nice play, Mendes said, his English heavily accented. What's your name? Su Chen shook his hand. Su Chen. Huawarun. Mendes' lips curled slightly. It was not a mere formality, he genuinely smiled. He'll remember you, Huawarun. He released his hand and turned to leave. Su Chen stood on the grass of the Bernabeu, watching Mendes' figure disappear into the tunnel. The world's #1 remembered his name. Not for any other reason, but because he silenced 80,000 people with a single free kick on that grass. Back in the locker room, as Su Chen sat down, his phone exploded with notifications. Kruger had sent dozens of messages. The latest one contained just a single line: scouts from all over Europe are asking for your name. The highlights of Bernabeu's free kicks spread across the world within 2 days. Su Chen did not watch them himself, but the numbers spoke for everything. Kruger's voice on the phone trembled with excitement. The famous transfer website has updated your market value, Su Chen. Guess how much? How much? 25 million euros. Su Chen stared at his phone for 2 seconds. 3 months ago, his market value was 300,000 euros. With 1 free kick, it skyrocketed 8-fold. Additionally, 4 clubs have submitted bid intentions to Ajax. 2 from the Premier League, 1 from La Liga, and 1 from Serie A. All are top tier. Su Chen did not ask which 4. Tell them I'm not going anywhere for the time being. Kruger fell silent for 3 seconds on the other end of the line, then laughed. I knew you would say that. Less than an hour after hanging up, Su Chen was called to the club's administrative building. In the meeting room sat a balding, middle-aged man, Ajax's sports director de Boer. 2 cups of coffee and a contract were placed in front of him. Sit down, Su Chen. De Boer pushed a cup of coffee over, smiling warmly. Don't drink coffee. Then how about tea? No need, let's get down to business. De Boer's smile stiffened for half a second, then became even brighter. Good, let's be straightforward. He opened the contract, a 5-year long-term contract, an annual salary of 2 million euros, and a penalty fee of 100 million euros. He paused deliberately while saying this, observing Su Chen's reaction. Su Chen showed no reaction. De Boer thought to himself, this kid is 18. Why does he seem like a 48-year-old veteran? He'll review the contract details back home. Su Chen said, but I have one condition. You say? Add a clause. If the national team of Huagua calls me up to play, the club cannot refuse my return for any reason, including friendly matches. De Boer was taken aback. Having been a sports director for 15 years, he had seen players asking for salary increases, signing fees, and image rights, but had never seen an 18-year-old player, while signing the biggest contract of his career, make the first condition about returning to the national team. Are you sure? Sure. De Boer stared at him for a long while. Is this clause so important to you? As far as I know, the Huagua team seems to have a poor world ranking. It's important. Su Chen interrupted him. All right. De Boer picked up a pen and wrote a line in the blank space of the contract. They'll have the legal department draft the clause details. You can review it again before signing. Thank you. Su Chen stood up to leave. Su Chen. De Boer called him back. You are 18 years old, and your market value is 25 million euros. Do you know what this means? Su Chen turned back. It means I am worth this price. After the door closed, De Boer leaned back in his chair, shook his head, and muttered to himself, this kid at 18 speaks more assertively than I do at 40. On the domestic front, the frenzy had reached new heights. The topic Huagua player scores at Bernabeu had topped the trending list for 3 consecutive days. The views of Su Chen's free kick highlights exceeded 1 billion across various platforms. Even those who did not watch football were sharing it. Zhang Lei's social media account saw its followers surpass 10 million overnight. He posted a 5,000-word article titled From Being Kicked Out of the National Youth Team to Scoring at Bernabeu. Su Chen Huagua Football owes you an apology. The reading count broke 30 million within 2 hours. The comment section could no longer be described as simply lively. Am now Su Chen's dog. Did the Huagua Football Association see this? The person you expelled scored at Bernabeu. Wang Defa and Zhao Tianha's whole family deserves a bad end. When will you come back to play for the national team? Football Association, come out for a stroll. Zhang Lei pinned a reply. I used to criticize him. It's the biggest regret of my life. From today on, I am the unofficial president of Su Chen's support club. Anyone who disagrees can hit me. Su Chen skimmed through these messages without looking too closely. He picked up his phone and called his grandmother. Grandma, I signed a new contract and my salary has increased. By how much? Su Chen thought for a moment, converting euros into Huagua currency, and felt that saying it would scare the old lady. It increased quite a lot. Enough for you to buy medicine. You're lying to me again, and my medicine isn't expensive. All right, it's not expensive. Just take your medicine on time. Oh, I know, don't worry about me. Just play well. After hanging up, Su Chen placed his phone on the table. He scrolled back to Lu Tai's chat record. The message still read, wait until you win the Ballon d'Or, then return it to me. Su Chen transferred him a sum. The amount was 3 times all the expenses Lu Taiju had covered. The note read interest. As agreed. After sending the transfer, he was about to lock his screen when his phone vibrated again. A text message from an unknown number. No signature, no greeting, just one line. Congratulations on signing the big contract. We won't touch your grandmother's illness for now, but it's best to burn the report letter from your father. Otherwise, you will never be able to play for the national team in Huagua. A kind-hearted person. Su Chen stared at this message for 10 seconds. His expression did not change, but the hand holding the phone slowly turned white at the knuckles. He did not reply, nor did he delete it. He took a screenshot and saved it in an encrypted album. This album already contained several items: a copy of his father's report materials, a screenshot of that threatening phone call's number, and old communication records provided by Van de Beek. Each one was evidence. Each pointed to the same person. Su Chen put down his phone, opened the drawer, and took out that tactical notebook. He flipped to the page with the envelope tucked inside. The report letter was still there. Burn it. He closed the notebook, put it back in the drawer, and locked it. Then he pulled back the curtains, looking out at the night view of Amsterdam. The system panel quietly lit up in the corner of his vision. Overall rating, 82. It had increased 4 points from before Bernabeu. 8 points away from the legendary superstar rating. He had said 2 years would be enough. 3 months had now passed. There was still plenty of time. But some things could not wait 2 years. He turned off the panel, pulled the curtains shut, and went to bed. There was training tomorrow. The second round of the Champions League group stage home against Juventus in 2 weeks. In the second round of the Champions League group stage at home against Juventus. Before the match, Van der Heyden said in the locker room, Juventus defense is the best in all of Europe. But their backline is aging and they fear speed. He glanced at Su Chen. Su Chen understood. In the first 30 minutes, Su Chen hardly touched the ball. Juventus midfield control was far superior to that of teams like Feyenoord and Heerenveen. The ball seemed to have eyes under their control, the rhythm fluctuating, making Ajax's midfield players run all over the place. In the 35th minute, a turning point occurred. Juventus right back made a back pass error intercepted by Ajax's forward during the high press. The ball came to Su Chen's feet. He did not seek personal glory. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Van Nistelrooy cutting into the penalty area from the center, and with a perfectly timed through ball, it was just right. Van Nistelrooy controlled the ball, turned, and shot in one fluid motion. The ball grazed the inner side of the post and rolled in. 1-0. After scoring, Van Nistelrooy pointed at Su Chen and gave him a thumbs up. This was the first time Van Nistelrooy actively acknowledged him on the field since they teamed up. Adu rushed over from behind and wrapped his arms around Su Chen's neck. You two are too in sync now, aren't you? Let go, you're choking me. In the second half, Juventus equalized, but in the 78th minute, Adu's cross from the right was headed in by Van Nistelrooy for a second goal, securing the victory at 2-1. Su Chen didn't score this match, but he provided one assist. After the match, Van der Heijden remarked, "The value of some players isn't measured by their goal tally." Su Chen felt that this was the highest praise from the old man. 2 weeks later, an away match against Borussia at Westfalenstadion, 81,000 people. The Yellow Wall. This was Su Chen's second time standing before the away stands of a top European league, but the pressure this time was even greater than at Bernabeu. The fans at Bernabeu were cold, a kind of aloofness from above. Dortmund's fans were hot, boiling with enthusiasm. Their chants hadn't stopped since 20 minutes before kickoff, making the entire stadium feel like a boiling pot. The match was exceedingly difficult to watch. Dortmund's counterattacking speed was too fast. The sprinting ability of their three forwards was at the top level, capable of breaking through Ajax's entire defense with just one counterattack. In the 61st minute, Dortmund's winger sliced through the left side and scored with a low shot to the far corner. 0-1. Ajax began to attack frantically. In the 70th minute, Van Nistelrooy had a shot saved, and in the 80th minute, Su Chen's header went over the bar by more than a meter. Time ticked away. In the 90th minute, the referee raised the board 4 minutes of stoppage time. In the 92nd minute, Ajax's corner was cleared, landing in the midfield's unoccupied area. Su Chen seized it. In front of him was 30 meters of space with two Dortmund midfielders chasing from behind. There was no time left. He took 3 steps forward with the ball. He was 25 meters from the goal, right at the edge of range. No more thinking. He struck with his right foot. At the moment he kicked, he utilized the newly acquired crescent moonside skill. Not the full power version, but a 70 to 80% effort combined with a curve. The ball flew out. It didn't have the exaggerated curve of the shot at Bernabeu, but it was tricky enough. The ball sailed over the defender's head and smashed towards the left side of the goal with an odd dropping trajectory. Dortmund's goalkeeper guessed the direction correctly, but the ball was too fast. His fingers grazed the ball's surface. Not enough. The ball hit the inside of the post and rolled into the net. 1-1. In the 93rd minute, Su Chen knelt on the grass, pounding the ground with his fists. It wasn't a celebration, it was a release. This was the most important goal of his career so far. Not because it was beautiful, but because it was nailed in at the most critical moment. Van Nistelrooy ran over to help him up, patting him on the back of his head. Not bad. In Van Nistelrooy's dictionary, not bad probably equated to that goal was amazing for most people. 2 weeks later, a home match against Dortmund. In this match, Su Chen completely erupted. In the 15th minute, Van Nistelrooy made a long pass from midfield. Su Chen controlled the ball with his chest at the edge of the penalty area, and in the moment of turning, he executed a Marseille roulette to shake off the close-guarding center-back, followed by a low shot with his left foot that went through the goalkeeper's legs. 1-0. In the 38th minute, from a corner kick, Su Chen leaped high at the back post and headed the ball down into the net. 2-0. He scored twice. In the second half, Van Nistelrooy added a third, resulting in a final score of 3-0. Su Chen's system panel popped up after the match. Marseille roulette usage reached the trigger threshold. Detected skill can be upgraded. Unlocked level skills. Zidane's Marseille roulette skill effect. Marseille roulette success rate increased to 95, seamlessly transitioning to the next action without any pause after turning. Su Chen looked at the description on the panel and recalled Zidane's image of gracefully turning past defenders, a 95 success rate. This meant that out of 10 Marseille roulettes he would fail at most once. That was sufficient. In the last round of the Champions League group stage away against Real Madrid, Su Chen entered Bernabeu with full confidence, only to be ground down for 90 minutes. After being held to a draw in the first leg, Real Madrid had specifically targeted Su Chen with their tactics. 3 players marking him throughout the match. No matter where he ran, there were always at least 2 white jerseys around him. He only touched the ball 17 times during the entire match. He had 0 shots. Mendes scored goals in the 20th and 67th minutes. 0-2. A complete defeat. Back in the locker room, Su Chen sat in his place, staring at the floor tiles for a long time. Van Nistelrooy walked over and stood for 2 seconds. Being targeted isn't a pleasant feeling, is it? Suchin didn't look up. You'll get used to it. Van Nistelrooy said, the stronger you get, the more they'll target you. That's a good thing. It means they fear you. After finishing, he left. Suchin thought about it, and felt Van Nistelrooy had a point. But reasoning aside, the score of 0-2 still felt like a thorn in his heart. Real Madrid's power couldn't be compensated by just one or two players. It was the crushing force of the entire system. Every pass, every run, and every defensive detail surpassed Ajax by a level. He was still far from enough. The group stage concluded. Final standings: Real Madrid first, Ajax second, Dortmund third, Juventus fourth. Ajax advanced from the group of death, qualifying for the Champions League round of 16 as the second in their group. Suchin's Champions League group stage statistics: 6 matches, 4 goals, 3 assists. The system panel updated. Overall rating 83, current rating all-star level from 78 3 months ago to now 83, a 5-point increase. Only 7 points short of the legendary superstar rating. When Suchin closed the panel, Kruger sent 2 messages. The first message was the draw results for the Champions League round of 16. Kruger: Ajax's opponent, Manchester United. Suchin stared at these 4 words for 3 seconds. Old Trafford. The theater of dreams. Premier League. He had never set foot on English soil. The second message was a screenshot. Mid-season data from the Eredivisie. Suchin: 14 goals, 8 assists. Third in the top scorer list, first in assists. The screenshot was accompanied by a link featuring the headline from that day's edition of the Dutch Telegraph. The storm from Huaguas sweeps the Eredivisie. The winter transfer window has opened. Suchin's name fell like a bomb into the entire European football scene. Kruger's daily morning greetings turned from good morning into reports of offers. Day 1, Manchester United has offered €40 million. Day 3, Barcelona has followed up with 35 million plus performance-related clauses, making the total potentially reach 50 million. Day 5, Liverpool directly made a cash offer of 50 million. No performance clauses, no installments, just cash. Suchin received this news on the training ground just as he missed a shot. Adu ran over from the side. What's wrong? You seem distracted. Someone wants to spend 50 million to buy me. Adu's expression was as if he had swallowed a fly. You're telling me this while training? Are you even human? You asked me. Adu rolled his eyes and walked away. The offers kept rising. On the 7th day, Milan from Serie A joined the fray with a bid of 45 million. On the 10th day, Manchester United raised their offer to 60 million. Kruger's tone had shifted from excitement to anxiety. Suchin: 60 million. Do you know what that means in the history of Dutch football? Ajax's highest transfer fee in history is just over 80 million. I know. What do you really think? I want to train. He hung up. The next day, Suchin was called to the club's administrative building. On the desk of the sports director, De Boer lay a stack of documents about 3 centimeters thick. These, De Boer said, patting the stack of papers, are all the bid letters from various clubs. Suchin glanced over, but didn't count how many there were. We don't want to sell you, De Boer stated directly, but I have to be honest with you. If the offer reaches the buyout clause in your contract, 100 million euros, we have no power to stop it. You know the club's financial situation, Ajax is not Real Madrid, we can't keep everyone. He paused. What do you think? Suchin sat in the chair, lightly tapping his fingers on his knee. I'm not strong enough yet. De Boer was momentarily taken aback. You're valued at 60 million euros with 4 goals and 3 assists in the Champions League, the assist king in the Eredivisie. Don't you think that's strong enough? Not enough. When do you think it will be enough? At least after this season, Suchin replied. The round of 16 in the Champions League hasn't been played yet. I still have a lot to learn. Learning here is faster than going anywhere else. De Boer leaned back in his chair, looking at him for a long time. You are the strangest young player I have ever seen. At 18, valued at 60 million, others would be eager to fly to the Premier League right away. You tell me you want to stay to learn. Suchin stood up. Is that strange? No, De Boer shook his head, revealing a bitter smile. Just rare. On behalf of the club, thank you. Stepping out of the administrative building, Suchin ran into Van Nistelrooy. Have you signed? No signing yet. It's about the transfer. Van Nistelrooy nodded, taking a sip of his drink. What about you? Suchin countered. I heard you're leaving at the end of the season. Van Nistelrooy paused for a moment. The news travels fast. There are no secrets in the locker room. Van Nistelrooy crumpled the drink can. There are teams in the Premier League interested in me, and the negotiations are going well. After 6 years at Ajax, it's time for a change. He glanced at Suchin. It's good that you're staying, otherwise there would be no one on the forward line after I leave. Suchin didn't respond. Van Nistelrooy tossed the crumpled can into the trash and turned to leave. After taking 3 steps out, he turned back and threw out a parting remark. Next season this team will be yours. Don't mess it up. Suchin watched his back, suddenly feeling that the past 6 months with Van Nistelrooy had been quite interesting. From being challenged by him on the first day in the locker room to the competition and cooperation on the field, and now this somewhat awkward handover. Van Nistelrooy is not a bad person. He's just competitive to the core. Quite similar to himself. In the afternoon, Su Chun went to the medical room for a routine checkup. Lin Wanqing held a stethoscope, her expression flat. Take a deep breath. Su Chun complied. Again, he did as told. Lin Wanqing noted the data in her notebook, not looking up as she asked, have you seen those transfer rumors lately? I've seen a bit. Manchester United 60 million. She finished writing the last number, closed her notebook. Aren't you tempted? Su Chun tilted his head. When did you start caring about football news? I don't care about football news. Lin Wanqing hung the stethoscope around her neck. I care about whether the new team doctor can handle your reckless legs after you go to another club. Su Chun smiled slightly. Don't worry, I'm not leaving for now. Lin Wanqing pushed her glasses up, not saying anything. Su Chun suddenly asked, what about you? Doesn't your internship contract expire at the end of the year? Lin Wanqing paused for a moment. The renewal is still being negotiated. What if you don't renew? I'll go back to my country. She replied matter-of-factly. China also needs people in sports medicine. They both fell silent. The only sound in the medical room was the hum of the air conditioner. After a few seconds, Lin Wanqing broke the silence. All right, your health indicators are all normal. You can go. Don't occupy my examination room. Su Chun stood up and walked to the door. Dr. Lin. If you successfully renew your contract, let me know. Lin Wanqing didn't turn around. Why? That way I'll know the team doctor hasn't changed, and I can continue to not take care of myself. A scoff came from behind. Su Chun closed the door as he stepped out, a slight smile on his lips. As he walked back to his dorm, his phone vibrated. It was an email. The sender's address had an official suffix. Title: a formal notification from the China Football Association to Ajax player Su Chun regarding national team selection matters. Su Chun's footsteps halted. He stood in the corridor of the training base, staring at the title on his phone screen for 5 seconds. His heart rate quickened. He opened the email. The email was brief and very official. In essence, the Chinese Football Association is advancing the national team restructuring plan, making a public call to all Chinese players currently playing in overseas professional leagues. The first batch of targets is for the international friendly matches in March, and Su Chun has been listed as the top priority candidate. At the end of the email, there was a contact name and phone number. Li Guodong, a member of the selection committee of the Chinese Football Association. Su Chun read the email 3 times, turning it over and over. The first time he focused on the content. The second time he looked at the signature. The third time he searched for Zhou Hanlin's name. It wasn't there. But that doesn't mean Zhou Hanlin was unaware of this matter. He picked up his phone and first called Kruger. I received the call-up email from the Chinese Football Association. Kruger was silent for 2 seconds on the other end of the line. I also received a forwarded copy from the club. Su Chun, you need to think this through. Do you know this Li Guodong? I had someone look into it. Kruger's pace slowed. He is a recent addition to the association, reportedly a reformist. He was appointed to the selection committee at the beginning of this year and has worked in the local youth training system for over a decade. His reputation is good, but he has little seniority within the association. Reformist, Su Chun repeated the term. Yes. From what I understand, the Chinese Football Association is currently divided into 2 factions. One side is led by the old guard represented by Chairman Zhou, while the other side is the new faction represented by Li Guodong. Your call-up is likely being pushed by Li Guodong's side. Su Chun leaned back in his chair, staring at the ceiling. Will Zhou Hanlin allow this matter to proceed smoothly? It's hard to say. Kruger was candid, but the call-up has gone through the official procedure with public documents. Even if Zhou Hanlin opposes it, it would be difficult for him to obstruct it openly. After all, your current market value and performance are evident. The whole of China knows you are making a name for yourself in Europe. If the association publicly refuses to call you up, the public outcry would be immense. Su Chun thought for a moment. Help me schedule a video call with Li Guodong. Tomorrow night. Okay. The next evening at 9 o'clock Amsterdam time. Su Chun sat at his desk in the dormitory, and a video call window popped up on his computer screen. A man in his 40s appeared on the other end. He had a square face, his hair cut very short, and wore a dark blue jacket with a simple office in the background. Hello, Su Chun, I am Li Guodong. His voice was steady and unhurried. Hello, Commissioner Li. Just call me Old Li. The title of commissioner is... Li Guodong smiled briefly, but the smile quickly faded. I know you may have many concerns, so let me lay This call-up was driven by me. The national team has a new head coach, Sun Hongming, who previously managed local teams and prefers an open style of play, willing to use young players. He watched your footage from the Champions League and said to me, if such a player does not wear the national team jersey, then everyone in the association should resign out of shame. Su Chun remained silent. Li Guodong continued, but I will not hide it from you. There is significant internal resistance. The faction led by Chairman Zhou does not want you back. You should be clear on the reasons. Your past with the national youth team, your father's situation, it involves too much. Once you return to the spotlight of the national team, the lid that has been kept on for so many years may be lifted at any moment. Su Chun lightly tapped his fingers on the table. So you are taking a risk by coming to me. Li Guodong's I have worked in local youth training for 14 years, watching batch after batch of talented children be expelled, suppressed, and forced to give up on football. Do you know how I felt during those 14 years? He didn't wait for Su Chen to answer. So when I got this position, you are my biggest card. Su Chen, you have proven yourself in Europe. Chinese football needs you back. Su Chen was silent for a few seconds. Commissioner Li, Old Li, Su Chen corrected himself. You are a good person. But I want to ask you, ask away. If I return now to participate in the friendly matches in March, what will Zhou Hanlin do? Li Guodong's expression shifted slightly. I cannot guarantee that he won't take action. Friendly matches are not official games, and there is a lot of flexibility. He could manipulate the scheduling, personnel arrangements, or even logistical support. If you return and play poorly in a friendly match, the public backlash would be a huge blow to both you and me. So you know that the timing isn't right. Li Guodong did not immediately refute. Su Chen leaned back in his chair. Old Li, let me speak from my... Every match I play in Europe, I think about the day I can wear the national team jersey. I've been thinking about this since I was... No one needs to persuade me. But I'm not strong enough right now. Li Guodong was taken aback. You scored 4 goals in the Champions League. Not enough. Playing away against Real Madrid, 3 of their players marked me, and I had 0 shots on goal throughout the match. Su Chen's tone was calm. If I return to the national team at my current level, I might win a couple of matches against Asian opponents. But what I want is not to win a couple of friendly matches against Asian teams. What do you want? The World Cup. The screen on the other side fell silent for several seconds. Li Guodong looked into Su Chen's eyes, as if confirming he wasn't just being polite. He was reassured. So, when do you plan to come back? Next year, Su Chen said, for the World Cup Asian qualifiers. They won't start until next autumn. That's enough. By then I will be strong enough that no one can target me, whether it's opponents on the field or people within the association. Li Guodong remained silent for a moment, then slowly nodded. Okay, I will wait for you. Old Li, moi. Before that, keep an eye on the national team for me. Su Chen's voice lowered a bit. Don't let them get rid of the new coach too. Li Guodong chuckled. It was a bitter smile. I understand. Just focus on playing your game. The call ended. Su Chen closed his laptop, leaned back in his chair, and stared blankly at the ceiling for a while. Then he opened the system panel. Overall score 83. Legendary superstar rating threshold 90. Just 7 points short. He closed the panel, opened the drawer, and glanced at the old notebook. His father's handwriting was still on the cover page. Make Chinese football stand up. Su Chen closed the drawer. He took out his phone, opened the calendar, and marked the spot in September next year. World Cup Asian qualifiers. 1 year. From 83 to 90. He locked his phone and tossed it on the table, standing up to pull the curtains. The streetlights of Amsterdam outside lined up in the night, stretching into the unseen distance. 1 year. That's enough. February in Manchester is unbearably cold. Su Chen wrapped himself in the Ajax team jacket as he stepped off the bus, glancing up at the outer wall of Old Trafford. Red bricks, a steel-gray sky, and the wind howling. Unlike the Bernabeu. The Bernabeu is white, clean, and aloof like a temple. Old Trafford is red, rough, and heavy, resembling a fortress. 75,000 seats. As Su Chen entered the tunnel, the fans had already begun to sing. It wasn't the rhythmic booing of the Bernabeu, but a wave after wave of song, deep and majestic, infused with the unique ruggedness of England. Van der Heyden was setting up tactics in the changing room, arrows drawn all over the whiteboard. 451. He slapped the whiteboard. Su Chen, you will play as the lone striker. Su Chen nodded. Van Nistelrooy had left. The day before the January transfer window closed, he went to another Premier League team. The man who always drank sports drinks with a cold face was no longer in the changing room, leaving Su Chen as the only forward. Your task is not to score. Van der Heyden added, it's to pull their defense, creating space for the 2 wingers. Su Chen didn't argue, but he felt uncomfortable inside. He disliked the phrase not to score. As he walked into the players' tunnel, the Manchester United players were lining up to come out. Su Chen instantly spotted him. Matteo Rossi. 188 centimeters tall, short hair, a jawline that was strikingly sharp, deep-set eyes, and high cheekbones. The Italian had that uniquely cold appearance. He originally played for Juventus, but was loaned to Manchester United during the winter transfer window. Su Chen had studied his footage before. Fierce in defense, precise in anticipation, he did all the dirty work, and his little tricks on the field outnumbered his proper tackles. The two brushed past each other in the tunnel. Rossi turned his head and glanced at Su Chen. He didn't say anything, but that gaze conveyed a message: I'm waiting for you. The match began. In the 3rd minute, Su Chen received a long pass from the back, and just as he stopped the ball, his back slammed into a wall. Rossi had come up from behind, his elbow pressing against Su Chen's shoulder blade, his right foot accurately stepping on the top of Su Chen's foot. It wasn't the kind of stomp made with cleats. It was a grinding motion with the sole of his shoe. Su Chen winced in pain and lost the ball. As Rossi withdrew his foot, he leaned closer to Su Chen's ear and said in heavily accented English, go back, roll back to your country. Su Chun turned to look at him. Rossi smiled at him, shrugged, and ran back to his position. The referee made no indication. Su Chun looked down at his foot, which was slightly red. He moved his ankles and continued the match. In the 12th minute, Su Chun received the ball on the right flank, planning to use a pendulum dribble to shake off Rossi. As his body began to sway, Rossi's leg had already extended toward him. It wasn't a tackle, it was a positional block. He anticipated Su Chun's direction, half a second early sidestepped, and the ball was gone. Su Chun was momentarily stunned. The pendulum dribble had been seen through. In the 21st minute, the same scene played out again. Su Chun received the ball near the edge of the penalty area, trying to break through with the pendulum dribble. This time Rossi was even more direct. He didn't even look at the ball, just at Su Chun's hips. As soon as Su Chun's hip began to turn, Rossi had already closed and using his shoulder to forcefully push Su Chun away. The ball was lost again. Su Chun stood still, shaking his head in disbelief. Twice. The pendulum dribble had been thwarted by the same person twice. This had never happened since he came to Europe. Su. His teammate, Adu, shouted from behind, "Don't force it. Fall back to receive the ball." Su Chun didn't respond, running back to his position. The first 30 minutes had passed. Su Chun had touched the ball 8 times, lost it 4 times, and had 0 shots on goal. In the 36th minute, Manchester United launched a quick counterattack. Winger Rashford used his speed on the left flank to shake off Ajax's right back and sent in a low cross. In the penalty area, Manchester United's forward Greenwood made a late run and had his shot barely saved by the Ajax goalkeeper. A corner kick. Su Chun stood at the edge of the penalty area waiting for the corner kick delivery, while Rossi was pressed against him from behind, tugging tightly at the back of his jersey. "Your shirt is of good quality," Rossi said in English. "Let me know where you bought it later." Su Chun tried to shake him off twice, but couldn't. As the corner kick came in, Rossi preemptively secured his position and headed the ball clear. Su Chun's hand clenched and then relaxed. He wasn't unfamiliar with dirty defenders. Stern from the Eredivisie derby was also dirty, but Stern's dirtiness was brutish sheer force. Rossi's dirtiness was cunning. Every little action skirted the edge of a foul. The referee could see it, but it wasn't enough to call it. What bothered Su Chun even more was that Rossi's direct defense was equally impressive. He wasn't just a player who relied on tricks. His anticipation was extremely strong, having done thorough research on Su Chun's technical characteristics. The first half ended 0-0. Su Chun walked into the changing room, plopping down on a chair, hands on his knees, staring blankly at the water stains on the floor. Adu handed him a bottle of water. "That Italian guy is really annoying." "Not annoying," Su Chun replied, taking the water, unscrewing the cap, and taking a swig. "He's strong." Adu opened his mouth, but didn't say anything. Van der Heyden approached, squatting in front of Su Chun. "You've been thoroughly studied by him. You can't use your pendulum dribble anymore. He has completely adapted to it. Change your approach." "Change to what? You are faster than him. Use your speed, don't compete with him in tight spaces. Pull to the flanks and sprint straight past him." Su Chun thought for a moment and shook his head. "He won't give me space to accelerate, he's too tight on me." Van der Heyden looked at him for 2 seconds, patted his shoulder, and left. The second half began. The situation hadn't changed at all. Su Chun received the ball, and Rossi closed in. Su Chun moved, and Rossi followed. Su Chun dropped back to receive the ball, and Rossi trailed him into midfield. In the 54th minute, Su Chun finally found an unknown opportunity on the left flank. He received the ball facing Rossi, executing 3 feints in succession. Left sway, right flick, then left sway again. Rossi didn't budge. He stood there like a nail, eyes fixed on Su Chun's waist. Su Chun made a right move and Rossi extended his foot to intercept. Su Chun cursed under his breath. In the 60th minute, he had only touched the ball 14 times throughout the match. Still 0 shots. By this point, Ajax's morale was starting to dip. Manchester United, on the other hand, wasn't in a hurry. At home, a score of 0-0 was acceptable to them. Su Chun was getting frustrated. When he asked for the ball from midfielder De Vrij, his voice was noticeably louder. "Pass it forward. You always pass back." De Vrij shot him a glare and ignored him. Adu came over and patted Su Chun on the back. "Calm down. There are still 30 minutes left." Su Chun said nothing, turning to continue his run. In the 62nd minute, Su Chun received the ball in midfield, and just as he turned, Rossi's flying tackle was already upon him. The cleats grazed Su Chun's shin as he was taken down on the grass. This time the referee called the foul. A yellow card. Rossi shrugged, feigning innocence, mumbling something. Su Chun lay on the grass, the back of his head against the ground, eyes gazing up at the ceiling of Old Trafford. The lights were bright and somewhat blinding. At that moment, a system panel lit up in his peripheral vision. Detection of the host in a high-pressure confrontation environment. New skill fusion available: combines S-level skill pendulum dribble with S-level skill extreme dribbling to create a unique skill, phantom step. "Do you want to fuse?" Su Chun blinked. Immediately a line of red warning appeared. Warning: first time use of new fused skill, success rate only 60%. 4 failures out of 10 attempts. Su Chun lay on the grass, the corners of his mouth slowly curling up. It was time to take a gamble. He pressed yes. When Su Chun stood up from the grass, his calves still hurt a bit. Luo Shi stood 2 meters away, hands on hips, tilting his head to look at him. Can you still run? Luo Shi asked in English. Su Chun didn't look at him, instead lowering his head to pat the grass off his shorts before running back to his position. The free kick posed no threat. The ball was blocked by the wall. But Su Chen's mind was no longer on the ball. On the system panel, the skill description for Phantom Step quietly flickered in his view. Phantom Step is a deceptive dribbling technique that combines the weight shift of a pendulum with high-frequency touches of extreme dribbling. While the host's upper body makes a large feint, the lower body can change direction in the opposite direction. There is a time difference of about 0.3 seconds between the upper and lower body movements, enough to deceive 99 of defensive players' visual judgments. Initial success rate 60. Each successful use increases the success rate by 5. Su Chun mentally simulated the force application of this movement. The upper body swayed left sharply while the right foot nudged the ball to the right, and the core muscles instantly completed the shift in center of gravity. The key is that the movements of the upper and lower body must start simultaneously, but in completely opposite directions. This places a terrifying demand on core strength. A normal person attempting this action would likely trip themselves. But Su Chen's core strength had already been enhanced several times by the system. In the 65th minute, Ajax controlled the ball in midfield. Su Chun ran to the right to receive the ball, but it was not passed to him. He waited for a moment before turning and running back to the center. In the 67th minute, Adu had the ball on the right and glanced up at the field. Su Chun cut across in front of Luo Shi, creating half a step of space. Adu made a direct pass, the ball skimming along the ground into the gap between Luo Shi and another center back. Su Chun accelerated. Luo Shi also accelerated. Both reached the ball almost simultaneously. Su Chun touched the ball first, gently nudging it to stop a meter in front of him. Luo Shi closed in. The distance was less than half a meter, almost face-to-face. Luo's eyes' center of gravity was low, legs slightly bent, his eyes fixed on Su Chen's waist. He had previously relied on watching the waist to judge Su Chen's direction change. Su Chen's waist moved to the left. The motion was large. His entire upper body seemed to be violently pulled towards the left. Shoulders, arms, and head all tilted left. In a fraction of a second, Luo Zai's brain made a judgment left. He pushed off with his right foot, shifting his center of gravity to the left. But just as Luo Shi was transferring his weight, Su Chen's right foot made contact with the ball. To the right. The ball moved right. Su Chen's lower body seemed completely detached from his upper body. Above the waist still maintained the left-leaning inertia, but his legs had already carried the ball past Luo Zai's right side. That 0.3 second time difference. Luo Zai's brain told him the ball was on the left, but his peripheral vision caught sight of the ball appearing on the right. These two contradictory pieces of information caused his body to hesitate for a moment. Just this moment. Su Chun slipped past him on the right, driving the ball into the penalty area. Luo Shi stumbled back a step. He wanted to turn and chase back, but Su Chun had already outpaced him by a body length. Old Trafford suddenly fell silent. That kind of silence from 75,000 people all at once. Su Chun faced the goalkeeper with the ball. The goalkeeper charged out. Su Chun did not hesitate. With a right-footed shot, the ball rolled along the grass towards the lower right corner of the goal. The goalkeeper dove fingertips grazing the ball, but he couldn't reach it. The ball rolled into the net. The silence at the scene lasted for about 2 seconds. Then Su Chun heard the screams from the Ajax bench. 1-0. Su Chun rushed to the corner flag, patted the spot on his chest where the national flag was, then raised a finger to his lips. Shoo! He faced the Manchester United stands and made that iconic gesture. Then he turned around and met Luo Zai's gaze. Luo Shi stood at the edge of the penalty area, his face pale. Su Chun smiled at him. It wasn't a provocative smile. It was a sincere, heartfelt smile. This bothered Luo Shi more than any provocation. His teammates rushed over and piled on Su Chun. Adu wrapped his arms around his neck and shouted, "What was that move just now? What was that move?" Su Chun was pinned at the bottom, his face barely visible. "Just something I learned." 67th minute. Su Chun faced Luo Shi again on the left flank. This time Luo Shi dared not focus on his waist anymore. Su Chun initiated. Phantom Step activated for the second time. The upper body swayed right while the lower body moved left. This time Luo Shi chose not to follow the feint and directly extended his foot to steal the ball. But Su Chen's direction change was too pronounced. Luo Zai's foot hit nothing but air. Su Chun zipped past him, penetrating the penalty area, and was brought down near the baseline by another defender from behind. The referee pointed to the 12-yard spot. Penalty kick. Adu walked towards the penalty spot with the ball. Su Chun stepped aside. He knew Adu's penalty-taking skills were better than his own. There was no need to compete at such a moment. Adu scored in one go, deceiving the goalkeeper. The ball went in. 2-0. In the 81st minute, Su Chun used Phantom Step for the third time in front of the penalty area. This time it was a series of direction changes, first passing one midfielder, then facing Luo Shi. Luo Zai's expression was already somewhat dazed. Su Chun got past him, but the subsequent shot hit the crossbar and bounced out. Su Chun stomped his foot, feeling a bit regretful, but it didn't affect the overall situation. The final whistle blew. 2-0. Ajax achieved a decisive away victory. As Su Chun walked off the pitch, he passed by Luo Shi. Luo Shi sat on the grass, hands propped behind him, looking up at him. "What is that move called?" Luo Shi asked. Su Chun glanced at him. "They'll tell you next time." Luo Shi was taken aback for a moment, then surprisingly smiled. "You're a jerk," he cursed in Italian, "but you really played well." Su Chun entered the locker room, and the system panel popped up. "Congratulations to the host for creating the first original skill. Phantom Step S grade, current success rate has increased to 75, original skill bonus, overall score, 1, current overall score, 84. Su Chun glanced at it for 2 seconds and closed the panel. The locker room was in chaos. Adu was dancing with his shirt off, Fry was drenched with water, and van der Heyden leaned against the wall watching the group of madmen with a smile at the corner of his mouth. When Su Chun came out after changing clothes, the hallway was already crowded with reporters. "Su Chun, what was that dribbling move you made in the 67th minute? Su Chun, what do you think of this away victory? Su Chun, have you ever thought about joining the Premier League?" Su Chun was being pushed forward by security and replied, "Only, ask the club." The next day, Ajax's official social media account posted a tweet. The accompanying image was a screenshot of Su Chun passing Luo Shi in that moment. The text contained only 2 words, Phantom Step. The tweet was retweeted over 500,000 times within 12 hours. Various football bloggers, retired players, and tactical analysts came out to comment. Some said it was an evolution of the pendulum dribble, others claimed it was a brand new technique never seen before. Some compared and analyzed Su Chun's previous dribbling statistics. But the most accurate comment came from a local Dutch football commentator who wrote, "While everyone is busy replicating the techniques of past giants, Su Chun created something of his own. That is true genius." Su Chun didn't pay much attention to this. While scrolling through his phone, he saw a private message from Carlo. The man's profile picture was a completely black photo, and the signature field was blank. But a blue verification mark was present in the upper right corner of the account. The message contained only one line: "That Phantom Step, let me see it when you can." Su Chun stared at the message for 3 seconds. His finger hovered over the screen for a moment before he typed 3 words, "Always at your service." Sent. He put down his phone, leaned back on the pillow, and stared at the ceiling. Mendes, the greatest of his time. Last time at the Bernabeu, he was marked by 3 defenders for 90 minutes with 0 shots. But that was last year. Su Chun closed his eyes. In his mind, he had already begun to simulate, if using Phantom Step against the defense beside Mendes, how big of a gap could be torn open. I don't know, but he wanted to give it a try. In the second leg of the Champions League round of 16, in Amsterdam at their home ground, Manchester United arrived at the away match trailing by 2 goals. Everyone knew they needed at least a 3-goal margin to turn the tide. Van der Heyden said just one thing in the locker room: "Do not be careless. A wounded beast is the most dangerous." Su Chun nodded. But to be honest, the suspense of the match ended in the 11th minute. Manchester United, eager to attack, pushed their defensive line very high. In a counterattack, Su Chun received the ball, using a Phantom Step to evade Rossi. Yes, it was Rossi again. Then made a cross into the box, allowing Adu to score with a push. 1-0, making the aggregate score 3-0. Manchester United did not give up. In the 29th minute, they pulled one back as Greenwood's long-range shot pierced through the goalkeeper's fingers. 1-1, the aggregate score 3-1. But in the 44th minute, Su Chun pressed high in the front, intercepted the ball, and after a 30-meter sprint, he scored with a delicate lob over the advancing goalkeeper. 2-1. In the second half, Manchester United scored again, but it changed nothing. Ajax retaliated with another goal as De Vrij scored with a header from a corner. The final score was 3-1. The aggregate score over the 2 legs was 5-1. Ajax advanced to the quarterfinals of the Champions League. Su Chun's stats for the match: 1 goal and 1 assist. The atmosphere in the locker room after the match was eerily good. Adu was singing in the shower off-key like a slaughtered pig. De Vrij walked in carrying a case of beer, and Van der Heyden pretended not to see. Su Chun sat quietly in a corner drying his hair. Van der Heyden approached him holding a printed sheet of paper. "The draw for the quarterfinals has been announced." Su Chun put down his towel. "Our opponent, Barcelona." The singing in the locker room stopped. Everyone looked at Van der Heyden. "Barcelona, the kings of possession football, one of the top teams in Europe." Adu peeked his half-wet head out from the shower. "Barcelona. Yes. Those who pass the ball around. Those who pass the ball around." Adu retreated back into the shower, and the singing ceased. Su Chun looked at the paper in Van der Heyden's hand, a slight movement at the corner of his mouth. "Barcelona. Possession football versus counterattacking. Ajax's all-out attack versus Barcelona's possession system. A clash of two football philosophies from the same root, but different paths. Interesting. In the coming days, Su Chen's life was filled with two matters: the conclusion of the Eredivisie and preparations for the Champions League. In the Eredivisie, Ajax secured the league title after the 30th round. Su Chen's season statistics were locked at a terrifying number: 22 goals and 12 assists. First in the goal-scoring chart. First in the assist chart. The Golden Boot Award. He was the first player in Eredivisie history to simultaneously win the Golden Boot and the assist leader title, and also the first foreign player to achieve this in his debut season. The award ceremony took place after the last round of the league. Su Chen stood in the center of the field wearing a suit, holding up the golden trophy. All the Ajax fans chanted his name in unison. Su Chen, Su Chen, Su Chen. After about 3 seconds of holding the trophy, Su Chen put it down. Adu leaned over and said, "Can't you hold it a little longer? The fans are still chanting. I've held it long enough. You're the most boring Golden Boot winner in the world." Su Chen handed the trophy to the staff and turned to leave. Adu mumbled from behind, "When has there been a Golden Boot winner with this kind of reaction? Not even shaking a bit." That night, Su Chen called his grandmother. "Grandma, I won a prize." "What prize?" "The one for scoring the most goals. First place. First place." There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line. Then came the sound of her sniffling. "Your dad would be so happy if he were still around." Su Chen leaned back in his chair, his throat feeling a bit tight. "Yeah, all right, don't linger on the phone." Chen Zailin's voice returned to normal. "Keep playing well, and don't get injured. Your grandma is watching you on TV every day." "Okay." After hanging up, Su Chen placed his phone on the table. After a moment, he opened the system panel. Overall rating 85, current rating all-star top tier from a rating of 78 at the beginning of the season to now 85, an increase of 7 points. But a new line of prompts flashed on the panel. Detected that the host has reached the limit of the all-star rating. To break through to legendary superstar level, 91 of the following conditions must be met. 1. Complete a hat-trick in the Champions League knockout stage. 2. Score a crucial goal in an official match for the national team. 3. Compete against the strongest player in the world in a top-level match and win. 3 conditions. Su Chen's gaze scanned the 3 lines of text twice. Condition 2 was temporarily impossible. He had not yet returned to the national team. Condition 3. Facing the strongest player in the world, Mendes. But the opponent in the quarterfinals was Barcelona, not Real Madrid. Unless both teams made it to the semifinals, they wouldn't meet. That left only condition 1. Champions League knockout stage hat-trick. The opponent is Barcelona. Su Chen leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers on the armrest 3 times. A hat-trick against Barcelona. 3 months ago, he would have thought it impossible. But now, an overall rating of 85, with the skills of the Crescent Moon Scimitar, extreme dribbling, and phantom step. There were opportunities. He turned off the panel and stood up, walking to the window. Spring had arrived in Amsterdam, and the trees by the river had sprouted tender green buds. Su Chen pulled the curtains, changed into his training gear, and stepped outside. The training ground was empty, and the night lights automatically turned on. He picked up a ball and placed it at the top of the penalty arc. Then he began to practice. Phantom step into Crescent Moon Scimitar. Phantom step into Marseille turn. Phantom step into straight sprint. Once, twice, 10 times, 20 times. Blisters formed on the soles of his feet. He ignored them. The old injury on his thigh ached faintly. He also ignored it. At 1 o'clock in the morning, a figure appeared at the edge of the training ground. Lin Wanqing, wearing a thin jacket and holding a first aid kit, leaned against the iron railing and watched him. Su Chen stopped. "What are you doing here?" "The night security of the club told me someone was training here, so I came to see who was reckless." She pushed her glasses up. "Sure enough, it's you." "I'm fine. Just because you say you're fine doesn't mean you are. Take off your shoes." Su Chen hesitated for a moment, sat on the grass, and took off his soccer shoes. Lin Wanqing squatted down and shone a flashlight on his feet. 2 blisters on the sole of his right foot, and there was a bit of blood seeping from the edge of the nail on his left big toe. "Comrade Su Chen." Her tone was as cold as the waters of Amsterdam in February. "Are you planning to play the Champions League quarterfinals with an injury?" "It's just 2 blisters, shut up." Su Chen fell silent. Lin Wanqing took out alcohol wipes and band-aids from the first aid kit and bent down to treat his foot injuries. The lights at the training ground shone down from above, illuminating her profile. Su Chen glanced at her, then looked away. "The match against Barcelona is in 2 weeks. I need to practice some new combinations. What you need is sleep." Lin Wanqing still didn't look up. "Your muscles need recovery, your old injuries need care, and your brain needs rest. You're not a machine." Su Chen didn't speak. Lin Wanqing finished applying the last band-aid and stood up. "Just a normal training session tomorrow will be enough. If you make me come over here again in the early morning, I will directly complain to Van der Heyden about you. You want? Try me." The 2 of them exchanged glances for 2 seconds. Su Chen conceded first. or I'll go back to sleep. He bent down to pick up his shoes and walked barefoot across the grass. After taking a few steps, he turned back. Dr. Lin, what now? Did you settle the renewal contract? Lin Wanqing paused for a moment. I signed it last month. For 2 more years. Su Chen nodded, turned around, and continued walking. His voice came from the darkness, a bit muffled. That's good. Lin Wanqing stood in place, watching his figure disappear into the passage of the training ground. She glanced down at the first aid kit in her hand, her lips moving, slightly unsure whether to laugh or to curse. In the end, she made no expression at all and turned to walk back. The lights at the training ground went out behind her. 2 weeks later, the Champions League quarterfinals. Barcelona. On the large screen of the tactical room, the video of Barcelona's last 5 matches was playing in a loop. Van der Heyden held a laser pointer, replaying frame by frame. Look at this. He froze the frame at the moment when Barcelona's midfielder made a backward pass. From the left back to the right winger, 6 passes in 4 seconds. No team from Ajax could accomplish this. More than 20 people in the tactical room remained silent. The scene switched to Barcelona's frontline pressing. 3 seconds after losing the ball, 5 Barcelona players simultaneously initiated a counterpress surrounding their opponent in an area of less than 10 square meters. They are number 1 in the world in ball control and also number 1 in counterpressing. Do you think they only know how to pass backwards? They pass backwards because the ball is always at their feet. When the ball is not at their feet, they are fiercer than anyone else. Van der Heyden turned off the laser pointer and faced everyone. So we want to compete with them in ball possession. That would be suicidal. Adu raised his hand and asked, Coach, what should we compete in? Counterattacks. Van der Heyden drew an arrow on the whiteboard from the midfield to the penalty area. The weakness of their possession system lies in their formation being too advanced. The positioning of their 2 center backs is 15 meters higher than most teams. Once the midfield loses possession, there is a vast space behind them. He circled the end point of the arrow with his pen. Su Chen. Su Chen looked up. You are the arrow for counterattacks. As long as we win the ball in the front, your only job is to run forward. Don't look back, don't pass, just run. Su Chen nodded. Van der Heyden drew several crosses on the whiteboard. Their defender peak is 193 meters tall and slow to turn. You have a clear advantage in speed. Remember, don't challenge him physically, you won't win. Use your speed. After outlining the tactics, Van der Heyden played another video. The footage showed Barcelona's number 10 Lionel Perez. At 170 meters, he runs with an extremely low center of gravity, and the ball seems to stick to his feet. As 3 people surrounded him, he easily flicked the ball away and disappeared. I don't need to introduce this player further. Van der Heyden said, his tone more serious than before, the man closest to the title of King of Football today. Last season, he scored 12 goals and provided 7 assists in the Champions League. Any tactic may fail against him. Adu softly asked, then how do we defend against him? Pray that he is not in good form that day. The room fell silent for 2 seconds, then someone laughed. Van der Heyden chuckled as well. Just kidding. Tactically, we will assign someone to mark him closely. But to be honest, I can't guarantee whether we can keep him in check. Alright, that's it for today's analysis. Training will proceed, as usual, in the afternoon. After training, Su Chen went to the medical room. Lin Wanqing had him sit on the examination table and began a complete pre-match physical check. Heart rate, blood pressure, muscle elasticity, joint mobility, reaction speed. One by one, it took a full 40 minutes. Lin Wanqing looked at the data on the computer and pushed her glasses. The elasticity of your Achilles tendon has improved by 18% compared to 3 months ago. What does that mean? It means your explosiveness has increased again. She scrolled the mouse. Muscle density, maximum oxygen uptake, anaerobic threshold. All exceed the average level of players your age. Some data even surpasses the reference limits I set. Su Chen jumped off the examination table and squatted down to tie his shoelaces. So there's no problem then. The physical data is fine. Lin Wanqing printed out the report and handed it to him. But I still want to emphasize that the old injury on your right leg is a hidden danger. Don't push yourself in high-intensity matches. Su Chen took the report, glanced at it, folded it, and stuffed it into his pocket. Got it. Lin Wanqing turned around to tidy up the instruments on the table. She paused for a moment. Su Chen, moi, will you return to Huagua in the future? Su Chen was putting on his coat and his movements hesitated. He glanced at Lin Wanqing. She had her back to him, not looking back, but her hands tidying up the instruments clearly slowed down. I will. When I am strong enough. Lin Wanqing placed the last blood pressure monitor into the cabinet and closed the door. Then who will take care of your injury at that time? Su Chen zipped up his coat and walked to the door. That depends on whether you are willing to come back with me. After he said that, he pushed the door open and left, not noticing Lin Wanqing standing there holding the cabinet handle, stunned. At 11 o'clock at night, Su Chen lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. He fished out an old notebook from under his pillow, the tactical notes of his father Su Jiangwo. The The brown paper cover was already frayed, the inner pages yellowed, but the penmanship was still clear. Su-chun had only flipped through the first few pages before mostly containing his father's reviews of matches and training plans. But today he flipped further back and found a title in the last third of the notebook. Counter-control tactics, how to defeat possession-based teams. Su-chun's hand stopped. He sat up, turned on the desk lamp, and began reading page by page. His father's handwriting was quite messy, but the content was surprisingly detailed. The core of the possession system is rhythm control. The ball-controlling side constantly uses short passes to move the opponent, exhausting their stamina while waiting for defensive gaps to appear. The dumbest way to counter this style of play is to try to tackle the ball, because your chances of winning the ball are only 20%, but the space exposed is 100%. The correct approach is do not tackle the ball, but intercept the passing lanes. Arrange 2 to 3 forwards in the opponent's half to block the return pass routes, forcing them to only pass forward. Passing forward means longer passing distances and higher chances of errors. Once an error occurs, counterattack. The counterattack must be completed within 3 seconds from winning the ball to shooting. 3 seconds. Exceeding 3 seconds allows possession-based teams to recover their formation. Su-chun read these pages 3 times. He put down the notebook and stared at the ceiling for a long time. 20 years ago, not many people in Hwagwa football discussed possession-based football, but his father had already dissected the weaknesses of this system clearly in the notebook. Su-chun got out of bed, sat at his desk, turned on the desk lamp, and took out a pen and a stack of white paper. He began to organize the tactical points from his father's notes, rephrasing them in his own words, drawing formation diagrams and movement arrows. When he finished writing the last line, the clock pointed to 2 o'clock in the morning. Su-chun neatly stacked these papers and placed them in a folder. Tomorrow he would hand this over to Vander Hayden, an 18-year-old player presenting a 20-year-old tactical notebook to the head coach of the Champions League quarterfinals for tactical suggestions. It sounded crazy, but Su-chun's father was also a madman. The son of a madman, how could he not be a little crazy himself? The next morning after the training session, Su-chun knocked on the coach's office door. Come in. Vander Hayden was sitting behind the desk, a pile of tactical documents spread out before him. Seeing it was Su-chun, he was a bit surprised. What brings you here? Su-chun placed the folder on the desk and pushed it towards Vander Hayden. Coach, I have an idea regarding the match against Barcelona. Vander Hayden glanced at him, but did not rush to go on. Yesterday you mentioned that we should not compete with Barcelona for possession, but rely on counterattacks. I agree. However, I think we can be more precise in how we trigger the counterattacks. How so? Su-chun walked to the whiteboard and casually picked up a marker. Barcelona has a fixed pattern in their passing and possession. When they build from the back, the center-back passes to the defensive midfielder, who then distributes to the flanks. At this moment, when the defensive midfielder receives the ball, they are the most vulnerable. He drew a diagram on the. If we position 2 players in the front line, not to challenge the center back directly, but to stand in the path of the defensive midfielder's reception, the center back will have no outlet. He will either pass back to the goalkeeper or force a forward kick. Vander Hayden narrowed his eyes. We can't do anything about the back pass to the goalkeeper. But if he kicks it forward, the passing distance will increase and the accuracy will drop. Su-chun nudged the folder slightly. At that point, our midfield players will have the opportunity to intercept the ball. After intercepting, we can complete the counterattack within 3 seconds. 3 seconds. Yes, 3 seconds. If it takes longer than that, they will have regrouped. Vander Hayden finally opened the folder. He flipped through the pages one by one. Su-chun stood silently beside him, watching as the old man's expression shifted from casual to focused, then from focused to something unexplainable. When he reached the last page, Vander Hayden closed the folder. He leaned back in his chair, looking at Su-chun with a strange expression. Where did you learn this strategy? Su-chun paused for a second. My father. Your father is a coach. He was a player in the amateur league. After retiring, he studied tactics and wrote a lot of notes. Vander Hayden lowered his head and flipped through the folder's contents again, tapping his finger on one of the pages. Where is your father now? He passed away 10 years ago. The office fell silent for a few seconds. Vander Hayden lifted his head and looked into Su-chun's eyes. Your father was a genius. Su-chun's throat moved slightly, but he didn't respond. Vander Hayden stood up, taking the folder with him as he walked to the door. Follow me. In the tactical analysis room, Vander Hayden projected Su-chun's plan onto the large screen and called over 3 assistant coaches and 2 data analysts. The 5 of them gathered around the pages, studying them for half an hour. Assistant coach Hansen was the first to speak. Blocking the passing lines for the defensive midfielder is a good idea. But the problem is Barcelona's defensive midfielder has more than one passing option. He can retreat and spread wide. Su-chun leaned against the wall and said, so it's not about having the forwards chase, but having them hold their position. Remain stationary. If you stand in the path of the pass without moving, he will have to change his route. Changing routes means an extra pass, and an extra pass means an extra second. The data analyst pulled up the passing heat map from Barcelona's last 10 matches and overlaid it on the formation Suchin had drawn. The compatibility was very high. Damn, Hansen stared at the screen and muttered. Another assistant coach Peter glanced at van der Heyden. Boss, this idea is reliable. But 3 seconds to complete the counterattack. That's a ridiculous requirement for the forward speed. From midfield to the penalty area, that's 50 meters, 4.8 seconds. Suchin interjected. Everyone turned to look at him. I measured it during training. A full-speed sprint over 50 meters takes 4.8 seconds. Peter opened his mouth, but couldn't find the words. Van der Heyden slapped the table. All right, we will implement this plan. You have 2 days to finalize the details. Every player's positioning, pressure zones, and counterattack routes must be quantified. He glanced at Suchin. You can go rest now. Come back the day after tomorrow for the joint practice. Suchin nodded and turned to leave. Suchin. He stopped. Van der Heyden sat there, his expression softer than usual. Treasure your father. Suchin replied with a soft and exited the door. The last night before the match. All tactics had been practiced countless times. Everyone's positioning was precise to the meter, and the timing of the counterattacks was accurate to the second. The lights in the dormitory were all off. Loud snores came from Adu's room next door. Suchin couldn't sleep. He put on a jacket and walked to the training ground. In April's Amsterdam, the night breeze still carried a chill. The grass on the training field was covered in dew, glimmering coldly under the moonlight. Suchin stood in the center circle looking up at the sky. There weren't many stars, just a few scattered here and there. He opened the system panel. Overall rating 85. Legendary superstar rating threshold 90. The breakthrough conditions flashed 3 lines of text, 1 line standing out: complete a hat-trick in the Champions League knockout stage. A hat-trick. The opponent is Barcelona. At Camp Nou. Suchin stared at that line of text for several seconds before closing the panel. He lowered his head, looking at the grass beneath his feet. Dad. His voice was soft, carried away by the wind. I used your tactical notes. No one answered him. Suchin stood for a moment before turning and walking back to the dormitory building. Tomorrow he would fly to Barcelona. Camp Nou. As Suchin stepped out of the player tunnel, the roar of the crowd crashed down from all directions. It was neither the oppressive boos of the Bernabeu nor the grand chants of Old Trafford. The noise of Camp Nou was a continuous hum, a sound made by 100,000 people at once, like standing under a waterfall. Suchin looked up and scanned the stands. It was full. Every seat was occupied. Red and blue flags covered the entire stadium, looking from afar like a rolling sea. Adu was beside him, craning his neck to take a look around. Damn it. Suchin slapped him. Stop staring, warm up. I'm not staring, I'm counting people. Counting what? 100,000. I know it's 100,000, but I want to see for myself. After confirming it really is 100,000. During the warm-up, Suchin saw the Barcelona players coming out from the opposite tunnel. Perez was walking in the middle of the group. Slightly over 1.7 meters tall, his strides were not large, and he was not fast, yet wherever he went, all the surrounding players automatically stepped aside, creating a half-step of space. Like the gravitational field surrounding a planet. Suchin watched him for a bit longer. Perez was wearing a training vest, and the muscle definition on his calves was even more exaggerated than it looked on TV. Not the kind of inflated muscles, but toned, compressed, and every inch was useful. Stop staring at him. Adu leaned in. At least wait until the match starts to look. I'm studying his physique. Can you phrase that differently when you say it? Suchin ignored him and turned to continue juggling the ball to warm up. The match began. Van der Heyden's strategy was executed decisively. Ajax's entire team retreated below midfield, leaving Suchin alone up front. Barcelona began to pass the ball around. The defenders passed to the central defenders, the central defenders passed to the defensive midfielder spread it to the wing-backs, and the wing-backs returned it to the central defenders. From left to right, from right to left. Ajax's players chased the ball, but were always half a beat behind. The possession percentage fluctuated on the screen: Barcelona 72, Ajax 28. 8th minute, 12th minute, 15th minute. Ajax couldn't touch the ball. Camp Nou's fans began to cheer for every pass, and by the 15th pass the entire stadium resounded with a unified "Ole." Adu ran over to Suchin, panting. Damn it, I've been chasing for 8 minutes and haven't touched the ball once. Suchin didn't respond. His eyes were fixed on the position of Barcelona's defensive midfielder. His father's notes were not wrong. The defensive midfielder was the hub of their passing and control, all the balls had to go through him. But precisely because of that, his position was the most fixed. 17th minute. The right central defender received the ball and looked up for the defensive midfielder. Suchin moved. He didn't run towards the ball, but shifted 3 steps laterally between the defensive midfielder and the central defender. Just 3 steps. The passing lane of the central defender was blocked. He hesitated for less than a second and chose to pass the ball back to the goalkeeper. The goalkeeper received the ball, but there were no teammates within 30 meters in front of him. He could only kick it long. A long pass. Ajax's midfielder De Vrij won the header in the center circle, and the ball fell to Adu's feet. Adu played a through ball immediately. The ball passed through the gap between Barcelona's two central defenders. Suchun had already turned around. He launched the moment the pass was made. 50 meters. Barcelona's central defender Peak was also in pursuit. The towering figure of 193 meters had an astonishing stride. Each step seemed to devour the distance. But Suchun was faster. The system panel flashed a moment in the corner of his vision. Counterattack timer 3, 2, 1. By the third second, Suchun had already charged into the penalty area. Peak was 2 steps behind him. The goalkeeper rushed out, blocking the near post. Suchun didn't slow down. The outside of his right foot clipped the ball, phantom step. His upper body suddenly tilted right, causing the goalkeeper's center of gravity to shift right as well. But the ball slid past on the left side. Suchun's left foot caught up and gently pushed. The ball rolled past the goalkeeper's fingertips and slowly into the net. 1-0. 100,000 people at Camp Nou collectively fell silent in that moment. Suchun ran to the corner flag, tapping his chest with his right hand. Then he raised his index finger to his lips. Shoo. Adu was the first to pounce on him, jumping onto his back. 3 seconds. I watched you complete that in 3 seconds. Are you even human? Suchun stumbled a step under the pressure, but couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth. The tactic was effective. His father's tactic was effective. But Camp Nou was not to be underestimated. After going 1-0, Barcelona's rhythm changed. Perez drifted from the right flank to the center, starting to receive the ball more frequently. In the 26th minute, Perez received the ball in the center circle. 2 Ajax midfielders rushed in simultaneously to press him. Perez had his back to them, gently nudging the ball with his left foot, slipping it through the gap between the two. Then he turned around. There was no acceleration, just a normal run. But the 2 midfielders couldn't keep up. Suchun watched this scene unfold, feeling a chill down his back. It wasn't about speed. It was his timing of passing that was too precise. Every touch was a fraction of a second faster than the defender's reactions. 34th minute. Perez received the ball at the edge of the penalty area facing 3 Ajax defenders. He didn't make any fancy moves. He simply nudged the ball to the left. The first defender missed. Then with the inside of his right foot, he gently touched it. The ball slipped through the second defender's legs. The third defender stretched out his foot to tackle, but Perez lifted the ball over his legs. The entire process took less than 2 seconds. Faced with the goalkeeper, Perez curled the ball with his left foot, and it spun into the net, hugging the inside of the post. 1-1. Camp Nou erupted with a roar like a tsunami. Perez did not celebrate. He merely adjusted his socks and walked back to the center circle. Suchun stood at the center line, watching Perez walk over from the opposite side. Their gazes met briefly in the center circle. Perez's expression was different from the disdain he had for Mendes at the Bernabeu. Mendes was contemptuous, but Perez was calm. That kind of calmness that conveyed, I know you are strong, but I am strong too. Suchun withdrew his gaze and returned to the kickoff position. In the last 10 minutes of the first half, both sides had their own attacks and defenses. Barcelona had a couple of long-range shots, but they posed no threat. Ajax launched a counterattack only to be resolved by Peak just outside the penalty area. The halftime whistle blew. 1-1. As Suchun walked into the player tunnel, he felt as if his legs were filled with lead. That 50-meter sprint combined with the non-stop high pressing throughout the match had drained his stamina far more than he had anticipated. He sat on a bench in the locker room, breathing heavily. The system panel popped up in his line of sight. Current stamina 62. Warning: if the current high-intensity running frequency is maintained in the second half, it is expected that stamina will be exhausted around the 70th minute. It is recommended to reduce skill usage frequency and prioritize basic running. Suchun stared at the 62 figure. 45 minutes left in the second half. He needed to score 2 more goals. A hat trick. With only 60% stamina left, Van der Heyden approached with a water cup, glancing at Suchun's complexion. Can you still hold on? Suchun took the cup and gulped down 2 sips. I can hold on. Don't overdo it. If your stamina runs out, I will substitute you in the 70th minute. Don't substitute me. Suchun looked up. Coach, for this match today, don't substitute me. Van der Heyden looked at him for 2 seconds, neither nodding nor shaking his head. He turned and walked toward the whiteboard, starting to lay out the tactics for the second half. Suchun leaned against the wall of the locker room, closing his eyes. 2 goals. 45 minutes. 60% stamina. He calculated in his mind, and then opened his eyes. That should be enough. The whistle for the second half blew. Suchun stood in the center circle, feeling as if his legs were bound with sandbags. 60% stamina, 45 minutes left, 2 goals. He had no time to think too much. Barcelona immediately accelerated their pace. Perez moved from the right flank to the center to organize. His frequency of touches on the ball was double that of the first half, each touch stirring up chaos in front of the penalty area. Suchun did not participate in defense. He stood near the center circle, bent over with his hands on his knees, gasping for breath. Conserve energy, he told himself. Vanderhayden saw his state from the sidelines. His mouth moved, but he did not call for a timeout. The old man was very shrewd. He knew what Su Chen was doing, waiting for an opportunity. In the 52nd minute, Ajax successfully intercepted in the midfield. The ball came to Adu's feet. Adu looked up and saw Su Chen had already started moving. A through ball. The ball passed between Barcelona's two center backs, and Su Chen chased after it. Peak rushed in from behind, his long arm already on Su Chen's shoulder. Su Chen felt the weight. He made no feints, simply shrugged his shoulder to slip Peak's hand off and change direction. The ball slipped past Peak's right side while he moved around from the left. But the goalkeeper had already charged out. Su Chen was forced to slow down the angle for a shot closed off. He could only pass back. Adu received the ball and took a long-range shot which was saved. The opportunity was lost. Su Chen bent down again, starting to gasp. The system panel lit up, stamina 54. 8 percentage points consumed in 6 minutes. This pace won't do. Run less. Su Chen warned himself in his mind, run less, wait for a chance to strike. In the 55th minute, Barcelona passed the ball around in the front. Ajax's players were like puppets being pulled for nearly half a minute. On the 13th pass, the defensive midfielder passed to the left back. The left back took a step forward with the ball, preparing to cross. Su Chen saw it. Not just the ball, but in that moment of the defensive midfielder's pass, the Barcelona right center back's attention was entirely focused on the penalty area. He was observing his teammates' runs. This meant there was space behind him. Su Chen moved 2 steps to the right. Just 2 steps. The left back sent the cross, which was headed out of the penalty area by De Vrij, bouncing towards the midfield. Adu and the Barcelona midfielder both rushed towards the landing point. Adu did not get to the ball, but his body blocked the opponent for a moment. The ball slid towards the right. Ajax's right back cleared the ball, sending it flying high and far like a purposeless clearance. But Su Chen was already running. At this moment, he was in the right center circle facing the Barcelona right center back, who had just been observing the penalty area. At the moment the center back turned, the ball was falling from the sky. Su Chen stopped the ball, it stuck to his foot. The center back rushed in. Su Chen did not pass him. He stopped. Standing still facing the direction of the goal, he lifted his right foot. 32 meters from the goal, the center back charged forward, extending his leg to block. Su Chen kicked. With the outside of his right foot, he sliced the ball, sending it flying with intense spin. The ball's trajectory was a bizarre curve. It flew straight towards the goalkeeper's head, then suddenly dropped in midair, sharply bending, and drilled into the top left corner of the goal, just beneath the crossbar. The goalkeeper didn't even make a save attempt. The difference between the ball's flight path and its final destination was too great for anyone to predict. The net shook violently. 2-1. The voices of 100,000 people in Camp Nou seemed to be choked, paused for 2 seconds, then turned into a low murmur. Su Chen stood in place, right hand patting his chest, index finger raised to his lips. Adu did not rush over this time, as he had no strength left. He raised his thumb from 15 meters away, then bent over with his hands on his knees, gasping. A hat-trick, just one more. But Su Chen knew he was running out of fuel. He glanced at the system panel. Stamina 41. 40% stamina left with over 30 minutes remaining. All right, conserve it. In the next 15 minutes, Su Chen hardly moved. He stood in the central front like a nail. Barcelona's defenders dared not push up for as long as Su Chen stood there. He was a threat. But Perez did not care about that. 72nd minute. Perez received the ball in the midfield. 3 Ajax players surrounded him. Perez flicked the ball to the left, slipping past the first defender. With the outside of his right foot, he nudged the ball, which slipped through the legs of the second defender. The third defender lunged. Perez lightly jumped the ball, rolled under his feet, and as he landed, his right foot just happened to step on the ball. 3 defenders passed. Then Perez faced the goalkeeper with no unnecessary movements, pushed with his left foot, and the ball rolled into the lower right corner of the goal. 2-2. Camp Nou erupted. Su Chen stood in the center circle watching Perez run back. Perez still had that expression. Calm with no waves. As he passed by Su Chen, he glanced at him. The meaning of that look was clear. It's your turn now. Su Chen looked down at the grass. Stamina 28. His legs were already trembling. Not from nerves, but from muscle exhaustion. With every step, his knees screamed. Vanderhayden raised the substitution board on the sidelines. Su Chen saw the substitute player standing next to the 4th official warming up. He shouted to the sidelines, no substitution. Vanderhayden put down the substitution board. Adu ran over, drenched in sweat. Chingu, your face doesn't look good. Don't mind me, just pass me the ball. 83rd minute. Ajax retreated into their half. Su Chen stood in the center circle, hardly moving. His legs felt like tree stumps, each breath making a sound. Barcelona was on the offensive. Corners, free kicks, continuous crosses. Ajax's defense was on the verge of collapse. 85th minute. Barcelona's left flank cross was headed out by De Vrij. The ball bounced to the midfield. Ajax's midfielder, using the last of his strength, sent the ball forward. The quality of the pass was poor, the ball bouncing awkwardly towards Su Chun. When Su Chun received the ball, two Barcelona defenders were in front of him. Peak on the left, another center back on the right. Both closed in simultaneously less than 3 meters apart. Su Chin's mind flashed through phantom steps. Marseille turns pendulum dribbles. All rejected. He had no stamina left for any skill move. The two defenders closed in. Su Chun looked at the goal. 30 meters. The goalkeeper was 2 steps off the goal line. Su Chun lifted his right foot. No feints. No change of direction. No dribble. Just a shot. Right foot striking, all remaining strength poured into this kick. The ball flew across the grass. A low shot. Extremely fast. Peak extended his leg to block. The ball slipped between his legs, missing by less than 5 centimeters. The other center back turned sideways to block. The ball grazed his heel and flew past. The goalkeeper dove to the right. The ball drilled into the lower right corner of the goal. The goalkeeper's fingertips grazed the ball, but could not change its direction. The net bulged. 3-2. A hat-trick. Su Chin's right leg stumbled forward due to the force, staggering 2 steps. Then he fell straight back. His back hit the grass. He lay on the grass of Camp Nou, his chest heaving violently, eyes looking up at the sky. The night sky above Barcelona was clear. Deep blue without clouds. The stadium lights were too bright to see the stars, but Su Chun felt there should be some. The system's prompt exploded in his vision. Hat-trick completed. Conditions for breakthrough achieved. Overall rating increased 8,590. Congratulations, host has reached Legendary Superstar rating. Legendary Superstar level unlocked. Rewards are being generated. Su Chun looked at the line of text, a smile creeping onto his lips. Teammates rushed over like madmen. Adu slid on his knees to his side, both shin guards flying off. 3. You scored 3. At Camp Nou. De Vrij was on top, crushing everyone beneath him. From below came Adu's pig-like scream. The boos from Camp Nou were loud enough to lift the roof, but Su Chun could not hear them. In his ears was only the sound of his own heartbeat. Bang! 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 The final whistle blew in the 92nd minute. 3-2. Ajax won the away match. Aggregate score after the first leg: Ajax 6, Barcelona 4. When Su Chun was lifted off the grass by his teammates, his legs felt as weak as noodles. Adu on the left, De Vrij on the right, each supporting an arm, dragging him towards the sidelines. Be gentle, Su Chun said. You still have the nerve to say be gentle. Adu grinned. I thought you were going to die on... Almost. As they reached near the halfway line, a figure blocked their way. Perez, Barcelona's number 10, stood there, his jersey soaked with sweat. He squatted down, because Su Chun was being supported by 2 people and could not stand straight, picked up a bottle of water from the ground and handed it over. Then he said something in Spanish. Su Chun did not understand. Adu next to him surprisingly understood. Later, Su Chun learned this guy spoke Spanish. Translating, he said, this match was the most enjoyable one he played this season. See you in the next leg. Su Chun took the water bottle, took a sip. Then he smiled. See you in the next leg. The atmosphere in the changing room was eerie. Half the people were celebrating while the other half were slumped. Adu belonged to both categories. He lay on the ground laughing like a madman. Su Chun sat in the corner leaning against the storage cabinet, unwilling to move. But the system wouldn't let him be at peace. The panel unfolded in his vision, filled with golden text. Congratulations, host, for breaking through to the Legendary Superstar rating. The following are the rewards for the level. 1. Overall enhancement of physical attributes by 15. Strength 7,283. Speed 9196, approaching human limits. Endurance 7,890. Flexibility 8,592. Su Chun looked at the speed section. 96. Approaching human limits. This meant that in future full-speed sprints there would only be a handful of defenders on this planet who could keep up with him. 2. All acquired skills will have their power increased by 1 level. Phantom Step SSS. Crescent Moon Blade SSSSS. Extreme Dribble SS. Marseille Spin Zidane SS. Su Chen's gaze stopped at SSS. The Crescent Moon Blade has reached SSS. This was the highest rating he had seen so far. The shot he took earlier at Camp Nou was only at SS level power. What would an SSS level effect be like? Just thinking about it felt absurd. 3. New function unlocked: skill-free combination. Explanation: the host can freely combine any 2 acquired skills for use. The power of combined skills depends on the levels of the 2 base skills and the host's physical endurance. This function is no longer restricted by the system. The host can decide the combination method and timing of use. Su Chun understood all too well what this ability meant. In the past, when he used Phantom Step, he could only use that skill alone, and if he wanted to switch to the Crescent Moon Blade, he had to wait for the first skill to finish. There was a gap of a few tenths of a second in between in top-level matches that was enough time for the opponent to recover defensively. Now there was no gap. Phantom Step into Crescent Moon Blade could be completed in the same motion, dribbling past while shooting. Just thinking about it excited him. 4. New passive skill unlocked. King's Vision passive permanently effective. Effect during matches. The host can see the predicted movement paths of all players on the field, including opponents and teammates 5 seconds in advance. Prediction accuracy 87. Explanation. This skill is a passive skill and does not need to be manually activated. It runs automatically during matches. Refreshes prediction data every 3 minutes. Suchin read this section twice. 5 seconds of positional prediction. In other words, he would know where his teammates would run and where his opponents would move 5 seconds before passing. He could pass the ball to a position where no one was currently standing. 5 seconds later, his teammate would just happen to arrive there. What the defense saw was a seemingly inexplicable pass, but 5 seconds later the ball would be right on point. This was not called passing. This was called prophecy. Suchin closed the panel, leaning against the storage cabinet, ruminating in his mind. If he were to face Mendez in the next match? No, don't think that far ahead. He stood up, his legs sore to the point he nearly collapsed. Leaning against the cabinet for a few seconds, he slowly made his way to the medical room. Lin Wanqing was already waiting for him. The examination table was covered with new medical paper, all the equipment turned on, and the data fields on the screen were empty. As Suchin walked in, Lin Wanqing adjusted her glasses and looked him up and down. Lie down. Suchin. The hand ring was put on, the heart rate monitoring patch was placed on his chest, and the blood oxygen clip was attached to his finger. Routine procedure. Lin Wanqing looked at the rows of data jumping on the screen, her brows relaxing. The heart rate is recovering faster than I expected. Muscle fiber damage, almost none. She leaned closer to the screen, looking for 2 seconds. Your physical activity today is equivalent to running 12 kilometers, 3 kilometers of which were at full speed. Based on your stamina at the end of the first half, you should have collapsed by the 70th minute. Suchin stared at the ceiling. And then you not only didn't collapse, but you also made a high-quality shot in the 85th minute. Lin Wanqing scrolled to the bottom of the data table. Can you explain how you manage this endurance? Suchin thought for a moment. Maybe I'm just more fuel efficient. Lin Wanqing looked at him expressionlessly for 3 seconds. Fine. You're fuel efficient. She printed out the examination report. Conclusion: all muscles are extremely fatigued, but there are no injuries. Ice your legs for 15 minutes each after going home, then sleep. Take a day off tomorrow. Suchin sat up from the examination table. Dr. Lin. Will you be on the medical bench for the next match? I will. Then I can relax. Lin Wanqing paused in her movements. She didn't turn around, but her ears turned slightly red. Go to sleep. Suchin left. He opened his phone in the dormitory, and the notification bar was already overflowing. Over 100 unread messages. Every group was ING him. He didn't look. First, he opened the browser to search for his name. The homepage was filled with news about him. 18-year-old Huagua forward scores a hat-trick at Camp Nou. Reuters Sports. Suc Chien, the new football master from the East. Marca. An incredible night. This Huagua boy silenced the entire Camp Nou. The Guardian. He was expelled from the national youth team at 17, and at 18 he performed a hat-trick at Camp Nou. How many apologies does the Football Association owe him? Zhang Lei's social media. The last one already had over 100,000 likes. The top 3 comments were all the same: please bring him back. Please bring him back. Please bring him back. Suchin looked for a while and closed the browser. He flipped to the message list and found the chat labeled Mendez. Sure enough, there was a new message. Congratulations on the hat-trick. My team just eliminated Bayern. If Ajax makes it to the semi-finals, we might meet in the Champions League. When the time comes, I will take you seriously. Suchin stared at this message for a long time. Then he sent 3 words back: waiting for you. Chapter 51 I Champions League Quarterfinals, Second Leg. Second leg home game, Johan Cruyff Arena. 53,000 Ajax fans filled the stadium to the brim. Even the aisles were filled with people. When Suchun walked out of the player tunnel, the whole crowd was shouting his name. Suchun. Suchun. Adu listened attentively beside him. Your name really has a good rhythm when shouted. If it were my name, it wouldn't work. Adu 2 syllables, it sounds like chasing ducks. Suchin ignored him. His focus was entirely on one thing. The transparent lines constantly appearing in his mind. That was King's vision. Since the warm-up began, this passive skill had been running automatically. What he saw was not a real image, but rather a semi-transparent layer overlaid on his vision. Every player was dragging a dashed line, indicating where they would move in 5 seconds. Adu was juggling the ball to warm up, and his dashed line pointed to a spot 12 meters ahead to the left. Suchun counted to 5 seconds. Adu ran to the left front to retrieve a ball that had rolled far away, standing right at that position. Accurate. He then looked at the opposing Barcelona players. Perez was talking to his teammates. His predicted movement path was very short, almost no movement, because he was standing still. Reasonable. Suchun moved his neck. This ability needed some adaptation, but he had 90 minutes. The match began. In the first leg they led 32, Ajax had the overall advantage, but Van der Heyden did not let the team retreat into defense. His original words were, "Ajax does not retreat. That is not our style." They attacked right away. In the 7th minute, Ajax's left-wing cross was headed away by a Barcelona defender, and the ball bounced. Adu and the Barcelona midfielder both went for it. Suchin saw a dust position 5 seconds before he got the ball. He would insert himself to the left front running along the sideline. The ball reached Suchin's feet. He hesitated not at all, directly making a diagonal long pass to the empty space to the left front. As the ball flew out, there was no one in that empty space. The Barcelona defenders did not understand who he was passing to. Some even thought he made a mistake in passing. 2 seconds later, Adu rushed in from behind. By the time the ball landed, he had just arrived. With a single touch, he crossed the ball. Inside the box, De Vrij jumped high, heading the ball down. It bounced up and flew into the net. 1-0. Adu was stunned. He ran towards Suchun. "How did you pass that ball?" "I didn't even know where I was supposed to run." Suchun patted his shoulder. "As long as I know, that's enough." "What do you mean? Did you install GPS on me?" Suchin did not explain, turning to run back to his half. 23rd minute. Suchin had the ball in the front field. In front of him were 2 Barcelona center-backs. King's vision displayed the left center-back would move to the right in 5 seconds, creating a 2-meter-wide gap between the two. Suchin waited. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. He made a feint in place, shaking his right shoulder. The left center-back instinctively took a step to the right. The gap appeared. Suchin made a direct pass. The ball passed between the 2 center-backs. He initiated his movement at the same time. Phantom step. SS-level phantom step. His upper body remained in place, while his lower body had already surged forward. By the time the center-backs reacted, Suchun was already behind them. Chasing the ball, dribbling, facing the goalkeeper. Suchun pushed the shot into the far corner. 2-0. Total score 5-2. The Ajax fans in the stands went wild. Someone threw a scarf into the air, while others embraced strangers next to them. 38th minute. Ajax's defense cleared the ball, passing it 2 times in the midfield and delivered it to Suchun. Suchun received the ball with his back to the goal. Behind him was a Barcelona center-back. King's vision informed him the right Adu was making a run into the box and would arrive at the edge of the 6-yard box in 3 seconds. Meanwhile, the left midfielder was running towards the flank and would arrive in 5 seconds. 2 choices. Pass to Adu, who would shoot. Pass to the left flank, where the left would cross to find De Vrij. Suchin chose Adu. He used his heel to nudge the ball, passing it through the legs of the Barcelona center-back. Adu struck the ball. The goalkeeper made a touch, but the ball slipped past his hand. It went in. 3-0. Total score 6-2. The suspense was killed. The commentator screamed in the live broadcast, his voice cracking. Suchun ran towards Adu, and the two bumped their chests. "Your passing today is simply lethal." Adu grabbed Suchin's jersey collar. "Every pass is right at my feet." "Then you should thank me." "Thank you for what?" "I ran out myself." The first half ended with a score of 3-0. Suchun had 1 goal and 2 assists. At halftime, Van der Heyden made no adjustments. He only said one sentence in the second half: "They will fight hard. Don't be careless." Sure enough. In the second half, Perez looked like a different person. He was no longer calm. He began to accelerate, doing long dribbles he rarely did, before using a style of dribbling that left everyone at a loss, breaking through Ajax's defense one after another. There are only 7 days left until the UEFA Champions League semifinals. The entire sports media in Europe is focused on one topic: Suchin versus Mendes. After each training session, as Suchin walks out of the training facility, the sound of camera shutters drowns out the traffic noise from the nearby road. Suchun has become immune to it. He lowered his head, the brim of his hat pressed down to his eyebrows, with music playing in his headphones that he couldn't even identify. As he passed the crowd of reporters, someone shouted in English, "Su, do you think you can defeat Mendes at the Bernabeu?" Suchin did not turn back, continuing with his stride. Another voice called out from behind Su. "Mendes said you are the most interesting opponent he has encountered. How do you respond?" Suchin paused for a moment, took off his left earphone, and glanced back at the reporter. "What did he say?" "He said you are the most interesting opponent he has encountered." Suchun put the earphone back in it, and then he walked away without looking back. Back in his dormitory, Suchin opened his laptop. Mendes' pre-match interview had already been circulated hundreds of times on various platforms. Suchin clicked on the 2-minute and 40-second video. Mendes was sitting in the Real Madrid press conference room with 6 or 7 microphones in front of him. He was wearing Real Madrid's white training kit, his hair tied back with a headband, and his expression was very relaxed. A reporter asked Carlos, "What do you think of your semi-final opponent, Ajax? Especially their forward, Suchun?" Mendes opened a bottle of mineral water, took a sip. "Suchun is the most interesting opponent I have encountered." He paused for a moment, as if considering how to articulate his thoughts. "During the group stage, he scored a beautiful free kick at the Bernabeu. I also saw his hat trick against Barcelona in the quarterfinals. He played exceptionally well in that match. But," Mendes put down the water bottle and leaned slightly forward. "Interesting and winning are 2 different things. I respect every opponent, but the Champions League semifinals are not a place to make friends. The scene shifted to a close-up. Minda's eyes were deep brown, reflecting the lights of the press room. I will end this match in my own way. The video ended. Su Chen stared at the black screen. He closed his laptop. His phone rang. The screen displayed a domestic number with a note reading Grandma Lu Shu's phone. Su Chen answered the call. Hello, Grandma. On the other end there was a rustling sound followed by Lu Tai's loud voice. Chenzi, wait a minute, your grandma just went to the bathroom. Chen, Grandma, your grandson's on the phone. A distant voice of his grandma replied, coming. Why are you shouting so loudly? Su Chen smiled. After a dozen seconds his grandma's voice was close to the microphone. Chen, Grandma, it's me. How's your health? I'm well. Your Lu Shu cooks me ribs every day. If this continues, I will become as round as a ball. Su Chen heard Lu Taiju yelling from the side, that's your grandson's suggestion. A pot a day? Do you know that the price of ribs has gone up? Grandma ignored him and lowered her voice. Chen, go ahead. A few days ago I saw you playing football on TV. Su Chen was taken aback. Your Lu Shu changed the channel for me, saying it was a European match. I don't understand much, but I saw you running around on a green field. Yeah, you looked so handsome in that red and white striped outfit. Much more spirited than when you were delivering takeout. Su Chen's throat tightened. He held the phone speechless for a while. Chen, did you hear me? I heard you. Su Chen cleared his throat. Grandma, in a couple of days I have a big match. If I win, I will be one of the best players in the world. Then you will definitely win. Grandma's tone was as confident as if she were stating that the sun would rise tomorrow. My grandson has never been afraid of anyone since he started playing. Su Chen felt his eyes warm for a moment. He sniffed. Yeah, I will definitely win. He hung up the phone, placed it on the table, and looked up at the ceiling for a while. You looked so handsome in that outfit. Grandma doesn't understand offside, doesn't understand free kicks, and doesn't know anything about tactical systems. She only knows that her grandson looks better in a jersey than in a yellow vest. And that is enough. The next day after training, as usual, Su Chen went to the medical room. Lin Wanqing was already inside with a stack of printed papers on the table. She was wearing black-framed glasses, filling in data on a form. Su Chen pushed the door open and yawned. Lie down. Lin Wanqing didn't lift her head. Su Chen lay down on the examination table, closed his eyes. The hand ring was put on, and the chest patch was secured. The instrument beeped for a while. The muscle condition is recovering well. Lin Wanqing looked at the screen. The fatigue from the match against Barcelona has basically dissipated. There is still a little tension in the right quadriceps, but it won't affect the match. That's good. Don't be in a hurry to leave. Lin Wanqing handed over the stack of papers. This is the physical management plan I made for you in the week leading up to the match. Su Chen took it and flipped through it. The first page, daily training intensity limit with detailed data curves. The second page, dietary plan down to the protein intake of each meal. The third page, sleep management including nap time and minimum requirements for deep sleep. The fourth page, prohibitions. Su Chen glanced at the fourth page. Prohibition no. 1. No extra training of any kind. Correct. No. 2. No high-intensity running during non-training hours. Correct. No. 3. No staying up late to watch opponents' match footage past 11 o'clock. Correct. Su Chen put the paper down. Dr. Lin, this isn't a physical management plan, it's a prison management regulation. Lin Wanqing pushed up her glasses expressionlessly. Just think of yourself as a prisoner. I am the warden. This week your body is under my management, and it would be best if your mind is too. I don't care if your opponent is Mendez or an alien, your muscles need to be in optimal condition for the match, not exhausted on the training ground ahead of time. Su Chen looked at her serious expression and suddenly laughed. All right, I'll listen to you. Really? Really? Lin Wanqing looked at him suspiciously for 2 seconds. Last time you said you would listen to me, then you practiced late until 1 in the morning and ended up with bleeding toes. That time there was no bleeding, it was just a bit of skin rubbed off. 2 blisters on the bottom of your foot and 1 torn piece of skin, you call that just rubbing off a bit of skin? Su Chen fell silent. Lin Wanqing finished the examination report, printed it out, and handed it to him. In any case, you must follow the plan this week. In 7 days you will appear at the Bernabeu in the best physical condition, and the rest is up to you on the field, though it has nothing to do with me. Su Chen took the report and stood up. As he reached the door he paused. Dr. Lin. You will be at the medical bench during the semifinals, right? Yes. Su Chen nodded and said nothing more, pushing the door open and leaving. He didn't see Lin Wanqing rolling her eyes at his back. Then she lowered her head and smiled. The last day before the match. Su Chen was neither in his dormitory nor in the gym. He sat alone on the training field's grass. It was 10:30 at night. The night wind in Amsterdam carried a chill. The lights on the training field were off, with only the light leaking from the main building illuminating half the pitch. Su Chen sat near the center circle, his hands resting on his knees. The grass was damp and his pants were surely dirty. It didn't matter. He closed his eyes and then opened them again. The system panel popped up in his field of vision. A line of golden text was much brighter than the surrounding darkness. Detected that the host is about to face the highest rated player in the world, Carlos Mendez, rating 97. Special challenge unlocked. Battle of Fate task content in the 2 legs of the UEFA Champions League semifinals. The host's overall performance rating must exceed Mendez. Task reward SS level skill selection voucher 1. Note this challenge cannot be abandoned or reset. The final rating will be calculated based on the weighted average of both legs. Suchin stared at the words SS level skill selection voucher. SS level. His highest skill, Moonlight Slash, is also SS level. Having another SS level skill would mean a qualitative leap in his offensive capabilities. But the condition is, his performance rating must exceed Mendez. It's not just winning or scoring, it's about overall performance. Passing, positioning, shooting, defensive contributions, critical actions. Each aspect must be better than that man. Suchin closed the panel. He lay down on the grass looking up at the night sky. There were no stars, the clouds were too thick. Tomorrow he would fly. The Bernabeu is waiting for him. Mendez is waiting for him. The whole world is waiting. Suchin sat up from the grass, brushing off the grass clippings from his pants. Not just to win. He needs to be stronger than him. Bernabeu. Suchin walked into the player tunnel for the 3rd time. The first time was in the group stage as a newcomer, where he scored his first UEFA Champions League goal. The second time was also in the group stage away match, where he was effectively marked by Real Madrid's defense and failed to make an impact. The third time, UEFA Champions League semi-finals. The walls of the tunnel were adorned with photographs of Real Madrid's championship trophies throughout history. As Suchin walked by, he caught a glimpse of the latest one, Mendez holding the Champions League trophy. At the end of the tunnel was light. The stadium lights. The moment Suchin stepped out, sound surged from all directions, louder than he remembered. 80,000 people. A full house. The white-clad fans of Bernabeu filled the entire stadium with a massive Real Madrid emblem formed by people in the stands. The away section for fans was small, with only a few thousand Ajax supporters waving red and white flags in one corner. Adu took a deep breath beside him. This is the 3rd time. Every time I come here, my heart races. Suchin moved his neck. You'll get used to it. You're used to it. Not really. But pretending seems professional. During warm-ups, Suchin saw Mendez. Mendez walked out from the opposite tunnel accompanied by a group of players in white. He walked slowly with a relaxed expression, as if taking a stroll in the park. However, the moment he emerged, the volume in the stadium escalated. Mendez. The 80,000 voices united. Suchin watched as Mendez entered the warm-up area and began juggling the ball. The ball seemed glued to his foot, bouncing to the same height each time. The king's vision activated automatically. Suchin could see Mendez's predictive movement paths. Even during warm-ups, the frequency of that dashed line's changes was astonishingly fast. This man's decision-making speed surpassed everyone Suchin had ever seen. The match kicked off. Ajax maintained Van der Heyden's iconic 433 formation, with Suchin in the center and 2 wingers stretching wide. Real Madrid immediately showcased what semi-final mode meant. They were on an entirely different level compared to the group stage. Their pressing speed had increased by at least 20%, and their passing accuracy was nearly flawless. Every advancement felt meticulously calculated. 15th minute. After winning the ball in midfield, Real Madrid quickly advanced. The ball reached Mendez at about 25 meters outside the penalty area. 3 Ajax players converged simultaneously. Mendez, with his back to the goal, nudged the ball from his left foot to his right. Then he turned. His speed wasn't fast, but the angle was wide. As he turned, his right foot was already facing the ball. A powerful shot. The ball flew out, not just grazing the ground. The ball unexpectedly rose during its flight and then plummeted. The goalkeeper correctly judged the direction and dove to the left. But the ball was too fast. The goalkeeper's hand touched the ball, just grazing it. The ball struck the lower left corner of the net. 1-0. Bernabeu erupted. Suchin stood in the center circle, watching Mendez run toward the corner flag to celebrate. Real Madrid's players surged forward like a tidal wave. Mendez was surrounded by teammates raising his right fist and waving to the stands. The system panel flashed. Opponent Mendez scored a goal. Current match Real Madrid 10 Ajax. Suchin closed the panel. There was nothing to see. Time to get back to the game. But the action wasn't over. 28th minute. Real Madrid crossed from the right. The ball flew into the penalty area about 2.5 meters high. Mendez jumped at the back post. Ajax's center back also leaped. Mendez was half a head taller but jumped 3/10 of a second later. Yet Mendez's leap was far more exaggerated than the center back's. His entire body was almost horizontal, soaring through the air. A bicycle kick. The top of his right foot made precise contact with the center of the ball. The ball curved toward the far corner of the goal. The goalkeeper didn't even have time to react. The ball struck the net, shaking it 3 times. 2-0. The roar from Bernabeu didn't explode. It was a continuous rumble, as if the engine had never shut off. Suchin stood still. He watched as Mendez got up from the ground, brushing off the grass from his clothes. The man's expression barely changed. Scoring was as natural for him as breathing. Adu ran to Suchin looking uneasy. What do we do? Suchin did not answer. He closed his eyes and opened them again. The king's vision was operating in his mind. He saw the predictive paths of Real Madrid's defense. After Mendez scored, the entire Real Madrid team subconsciously leaned forward. They were pursuing a third goal. This meant the positions of the two center backs were 5 meters higher than before. 5 meters. Just enough. 35th minute. Ajax intercepted the ball in midfield. When De Vrij received the ball, Suchin had already started running. The king's vision informed him the right center back would contract left in 3 seconds, while the left center back was focused on marking the winger. A diagonal gap would open between the two. Suchin began to run. He didn't run toward the ball, but diagonally inserted behind the left center back. De Vrij noticed his run. A through ball. The ball passed through the gap between the two center backs, perfectly matching Suchin's pace. When Suchin caught up to the ball, only the goalkeeper was in front of him. The goalkeeper advanced, lowering his center of gravity. Suchin made no unnecessary movements. A push with his right foot. The ball rolled along the grass, toward the far corner. The goalkeeper's arm reached its limit, missing by 10 centimeters. The ball rolled into the net. 1-2. Suchin dashed toward the corner flag. He patted his chest, where the Ajax emblem was, then raised a finger to his lips. Shoo! Bernabeu was stung by this gesture for the third time. The boos of 80,000 people were overwhelming. Suchin stood beside the corner flag motionless, letting the jeers wash over him. 30 seconds later, he turned and walked back to the center circle. Mendez was already standing at the top of the center circle waiting to kick off. Their eyes met. Mendez nodded slightly. Suchin understood the meaning of that gesture. Okay. You deserve to stand here. The first half ended amid mutual attacks. 1-2. Halftime. Locker room. Van der Heyden stood in front of the whiteboard preparing to sketch the adjusted formation. Suchin sat on the bench, gulping down sports drink before standing up. The noise in the locker room gradually quieted down. Everyone looked at him. Coach. Van der Heyden turned around. Don't change the formation. Suchin's voice was not loud, but every word was clear. Give me the ball. In the second half, I will equalize. Van der Heyden looked at him. After 3 seconds of silence, the Dutchman put down the whiteboard marker. No tactical adjustments, he said to the entire team. In the second half, everyone should look for Suchin first when they get the ball. Adu raised his hand in the corner. Coach, what about the second option? Van der Heyden glanced at him. The second half begins. Suchin stands at the center circle, his legs feeling much better than in the match against Barcelona. Lin Wonking's pre-match management plan has proven effective. His stamina shows 89, and his muscle condition is nearly at its peak. He starts aggressively. In the 48th minute, Suchin receives a back pass from a teammate in midfield, taking the ball with his back to the opponent's defense. The king's vision informs him. A left winger will arrive at the left corner of the penalty area in 4 seconds. Suchin chooses not to pass. He turns around. The phantom step activates. His upper body sways to the right, while his lower body thrusts to the left. The Real Madrid defensive midfielder is completely deceived, diving to the right and missing. Suchin dribbles the ball forward. The second defender approaches. Suchin does not slow down. His center of gravity is extremely low, and the outside of his right foot touches the ball 3 times in quick succession. Extreme dribbling. The ball slides past the defender's toes. Suchin squeezes past him. The third person arrives. Suchin's mind races. Having evaded 2 of the 3 defenders, there are 15 meters left to the penalty area. The third defender lunges. Suchin lifts the ball with his right foot just before the tackle arrives. The ball flies over the lunging defender's leg. But his own momentum is uncontrollable. His right leg is caught by the inertia of the tackle, causing him to stumble forward. The whistle blows. A free kick is awarded. The position is on the left side of the penalty arc, about 23 meters from the goal. The angle is decent. Suchin gets up from the ground and brushes off the grass from his pants. He stands in front of the ball. Real Madrid's wall consists of 5 players. The goalkeeper exposes half of his body to the right of the wall, waving his hands to direct. Suchin looks at the goal. 23 meters. The wall's height is about 1.80 meters. The ball must first clear the wall and then drop within a very short distance. The crescent moon blade. SSS level. Suchin steps back 3 paces. He takes a deep breath. He runs up. The outside of his right foot slices the ball's lower right side. The ball flies away. Its initial trajectory deviates from the goal. It veers at least 2 meters to the right. Someone in the wall instinctively jumps, but the ball curves over their heads. Then the ball curves. The intense spin creates an impossible arc. The ball moves from right to left, from high to low, as if an invisible hand is pulling it back toward the goal. The goalkeeper's judgment is already world-class. He dives to the left, but at the last moment the ball drops again. The goalkeeper's fingertips brush over the ball. missing by less than 3 centimeters. The ball drills into the upper right corner of the goal. The net is violently pushed in before bouncing back out. 2-2. Su Chun stands still, patting his chest with his right hand. His index finger is raised to his lips. This time he does not run to the corner flag. He stands near the penalty spot, facing 80,000 fans in white. He quietly makes that gesture. Shoo. Adu rushes up from behind, clinging to him. Are you doing this on purpose? Every time I'm about to score, you kick the ball and making it impossible for me to celebrate. Su Chun smiles slightly. You're just too slow. 2-2. The match returns to the starting line. But Mendes does not agree. In the 73rd minute, Real Madrid sends a long pass from midfield, the ball flying to the right. Mendes suddenly changes direction from the center and charges to the right. His acceleration is abnormally fast. The Ajax left back is left behind by 3 steps. By the time Mendes reaches the ball, he is at the right side of the penalty area with only one center back in front. He does not attempt to dribble past. With a flick of his right foot, the ball slips between the center back's legs as he circles around from the left. A through ball plus a circumvention. The same move, 2 routes. The goalkeeper rushes out. Mendes uses his left foot to chip the ball. It rises slowly, leisurely spinning as it flies over the goalkeeper's head. It lands in the net. 3-2. This time Mendes celebrates. He spreads his arms and slides on his knees, leaving a trail on the grass with his white jersey. The roar of the Bernabeu is enough to make one's eardrums ache. Su Chun stands at the center circle, watching Mendes being buried by his teammates. 2 goals. No adding the 2 from the first half. Mendes has scored 3 today. A hat trick. Completing a hat trick in the UEFA Champions League semi-finals. This man proved why he is the best in the world with a single match. Adu walks over, his voice changed. Shingu, are we still chasing this? Su Chun turns to glance at him. What do you think? I think it's a bit precarious. Su Chun turns his gaze back to the field. Just pass the ball to me. Don't think about anything else. In the 77th minute, Ajax successfully intercepts in midfield. The ball reaches Su Chun's feet. As he takes the ball, the King's vision refreshes. In front of him are 3 Real Madrid defenders. 2 center backs and 1 defensive midfielder form a triangle, pushing him outside the penalty area. Breakthrough. 3 against 1. Shoot. The angle is blocked. Pass. In Su Chun's vision, 3 predictive routes illuminate simultaneously. Adu is 15 meters to his right, the predictive route pointing towards the right edge of the penalty area. The left winger is further away, the predictive route directing towards the left side of the penalty area. But the brightest line belongs to De Vrij, who is making a run from behind. At this moment, he is 8 meters behind Su Chun, but is sprinting forward at full speed. In 5 seconds, he will appear at the center of the penalty arc, an entirely unmarked position. Because everyone is focused on Su Chun. Su Chun feigns a move to the right. The defensive focus of Real Madrid briefly shifts to the right. Then he uses his heel to nudge the ball back. The ball slips between his legs. The 3 defenders are all stunned. De Vrij runs up. At the edge of the penalty arc, unmarked. De Vrij strikes the ball as it arrives. He is not a forward, and the motion is not particularly graceful. His right foot strikes a bit wide. But the power of the shot is sufficient. The ball grazes the inside of the goalpost and flies into the net. 3-3. Johan Cruyff Arena. No, this is the Bernabeu. But at this moment, the thousands of Ajax fans in the away section make more noise than the combined 70,000 plus others. De Vrij slides on his knees for 10 meters, almost crashing into the advertising boards. Su Chun stands still. He makes a move different from before. He does not pat his chest, nor does he make the shushing gesture. He simply turns around and looks at Mendes. Mendes stands at the center circle. The 2 share a look across half the field. Mendes' expression finally changes. He smiles. Not in disdain, not in courtesy, but in that kind of smile shared between rivals. The last 13 minutes. Both teams are fighting fiercely. Real Madrid has 2 shots that hit the goalkeeper. Ajax has 1 counterattack thwarted by Mendes himself. The final whistle blows. 3-3. Su Chun bends over, gasping in the center circle. His stamina has dropped to 31. The shadows on the grass are long, and the stadium lights shine from all directions. A pair of soccer shoes appear in front of him. Su Chun looks up. Mendes stands there. He extends his right hand. Su Chun shakes it. Mendes' grip is strong, holding for 3 seconds before stepping closer. He speaks a sentence in fairly fluent English, his voice low enough for only the 2 to hear. You are no longer just interesting. In the next round, I won't hold back. Su Chun looks into his eyes. That's just right. I want either. Mendes releases his hand and turns to leave. Su Chun stands still. The system panel pops up. The first leg of the UEFA Champions League semi-final has ended. Host data for this match: 2 goals, 1 assist. Host rating for this match: 9. 1 opponent Mendes data for this match: 3 goals, 0 assists. Opponent Mendes rating for this match: 9. 3. The battle of fate is ongoing. First leg rating difference: 0. 2. The second leg will serve as the final decision. The weighted average of both legs will determine the outcome of the challenge. Su Chen looks at that 0-2. He closes the panel and slowly straightens up. 0-2. Not much. The second leg is in Amsterdam. Home ground. 53,000 of his own people. He raises his right hand and waves towards the away fans. The few thousand Ajax fans are singing. The song cuts through the boos clear and distinct. Su Chen turns and walks towards the players' tunnel. In the second leg, he not only wants to win, he wants to erase that 0-2 and then surpass it. Chapter 55, the second leg, the Battle of Deification. Johann Cruyff Arena. 53,000 people. Ajax's fans have been singing for an hour. The songs collide back and forth in the stadium dome, shaking the. Su Chen stands at the entrance of the players' tunnel, eyes closed. Adu approaches, waving his hand in front of him. Meditating. You need to move left a bit. You are blocking the fire hydrant. The security has glared at you several times. Su Chen remains still. The referee waves. Both teams exit the tunnel. At the moment the light hits his face, the roar rushes at him. Su Chen opens his eyes. The white formation across the field is glaring. Thousands of Real Madrid away fans fill the corners. They are shouting Mendes' name at the top of their lungs. Mendes walks out from the opposite tunnel, just as relaxed and leisurely as in the last match. As if taking a stroll, the two brush past each other near the center circle. Mendes turns and glances at Su Chen, smiling slightly. Su Chen does not smile. He merely returns a very slight nod. The whistle blows. Real Madrid kicks off. They are more aggressive than in the first leg. The midfield pressing pushes Ajax back into their 30-meter zone, and every pass is surrounded by three players. Van der Heyden's face looks increasingly grim on the sidelines. In the 19th minute, Real Madrid crosses from the right. Mendes receives the ball with his back to goal at the edge of the penalty area, cushioning it with his chest. He turns smoothly, pushing the ball towards the far corner with his right foot. The goalkeeper dives to save. His hand touches the ball, but the ball's spin is too strange, slipping past his fingertips and into the net. 0-1. Real Madrid's away fans erupt. Su Chen stands at the center circle, the king's vision revealing a cold truth. Mendes' predictive route becomes faster after the goal. This guy gets more excited as he plays. The overall score is 3-4. Ajax is behind. Adu runs over Chen Gu. Don't talk, kick off. The next 20 minutes are excruciating. Ajax is being pressed down and Su Chen has very few opportunities to take the ball. Every time the ball reaches his feet, at least two defenders close in from behind. Real Madrid has made thorough preparations. Three players take turns marking Su Chen, never allowing him any unknown space. Su Chen's anger rises. In the 43rd minute, he is knocked down during a midfield tussle, and when he gets up, the corner of his mouth is cut, blood seeping out. He wipes it with the hem of his jersey. In stoppage time of the first half. In the 46th minute, Ajax sends a long pass from the back, and the opposing defender heads it away. The ball bounces into a vacuum in midfield. Su Chen and the Real Madrid defensive midfielder both start at the same time. The King's vision captures crucial information at this moment. The defensive midfielder's route shifts to the left in 5 seconds. He will habitually shield the ball to the left. Su Chen cuts in from the right. Sure enough, the defensive midfielder leans left, exposing the ball for half a second. That's enough. Su Chen's right toe pokes the ball, slipping past the defensive midfielder. Dribbling forward. In front are two center backs. The King's vision refreshes. The left center back will shrink to the right in 2 seconds. Su Chen does not wait for him to adjust. He accelerates, directly squeezing through the gap between the two. His shoulder is bumped and his body sways, but he does not fall. The goalkeeper rushes out. Su Chen uses the arch of his right foot to flick. The ball slips under the goalkeeper's legs. It rolls into the net. 1-1. Su Chen rushes towards the stands. The roar of 53,000 people crashes down like a wave. He pats his chest with his right hand, raising his index finger to his lips. Shoo! Adu rushes from behind, almost colliding with him and sending him into the advertising boards. A stoppage time goal. Are you a cockroach? Why can't you be killed? The first half ends 1-1. The overall score is 4-4. During halftime, the locker room is very quiet. Van der Heyden does not say much. He pats Su Chen's shoulder. In the second half continue. Su Chen downs an entire bottle of sports drink. Stamina at 71%. Enough. In the 58th minute of the second half, Ajax intercepts in midfield, passing the ball to Su Chen. At the moment Su Chen turns with the ball, the King's vision captures Adu's run towards the right side of the penalty area. But the defender marking him is closely following. Not passing. Su Chen goes for it himself. The phantom step activates. His upper body sways to the left, while his lower body thrusts to the right. The first defender is tricked. The second defender shifts to block. Su Chen does not slow down. With the outside of his left foot, he nudges the ball through the defender's legs. He circles around from the left to catch up with the ball. Into the penalty area. The goalkeeper sprints out. Su Chen uses his right foot's inside to lift the ball, sending it over the goalkeeper's arm. It's too high. The ball is descending. Su Chen takes a step forward and gently heads it. The ball slowly rolls over the goal line. 2-1. The overall score is 5-4. The Johan Cruyff Arena is about to be turned upside down. Su Chen stands on the goal line taking a deep breath. But he has no time to celebrate for long. Mendes will not let this score stand. In the 78th minute, Real Madrid earns a corner. The ball flies into the penalty area. In a scramble, it is headed twice, landing at the edge of the penalty area. Mendes receives the ball with his back to the goal, flanked by two defenders. He uses his left foot to nudge the ball behind him while twisting his body. The ball slips between the two defenders, and he spins out from the side. Facing the goal, he volleys with his right foot. The ball crashes into the net. 2-2. The overall score is 5-5. Mendes has now scored 2 goals today. In total 5 across both legs. This man is unreasonable. Regular time ends. 2-2. Extra time. During a brief rest in the locker room, Su Chen glances at the system panel. Stamina at 38%. 30 minutes of extra time. Not enough. He closes the panel. Not enough, but it has to be enough. The first half of extra time is uneventful. Both teams are cautious, afraid of making mistakes. In the 105th minute, Ajax gains possession in midfield. De Vrij passes to midfield, who crosses. The ball reaches Su Chen's feet. Near the midfield line. In front of him is 35 meters of open space and all of Real Madrid's defense. Su Chen's legs are trembling. Stamina shows 19%. A thought flashes through his mind. 3 skills. He has never used 3 skills simultaneously. The system has never stated that this is possible. But in the breakthrough reward of Chapter 50, there is a line. Unlocks the ability to freely combine skills, allowing seamless transitions between different skills in one action. 3. Alien explosive power. Phantom step. Crescent moonblade. Activate break through shoot. A seamless flow. Su Chen closes his eyes for a moment. When he opens them again, he channels all remaining stamina into his legs. Activate. Alien explosive power. His whole body springs forward like a slingshot released, accelerating from stillness to top speed, leaving the defenders 2 meters behind. Dribbling forward. The first defender blocks him. Phantom step. The 0.3 second time difference between his upper and lower body is compressed to 0.1 second at extreme speed. The defender's body is deceived to the left, and Su Chen sweeps past on the right. The second defender moves to cover. Su Chen does not go past him, because he has reached the edge of the penalty area. He stops the ball. The outside of his right foot slices the lower right side of the ball. Crescent moonblade. SSS level. The ball flies away. The curve is greater than ever before. It initially veers to the right, then traces a visible arc curving left and descending. The goalkeeper dives. The ball strikes the post. The entire stadium's heart stops for a second. The sound of metal clashing is especially clear in the silence. The ball bounces off the inside of the post, into the goal, rolling over the goal line. The net shakes. 3-2. The voices of 53,000 people explode simultaneously, not in cheers, but in screams. Su Chen's legs can no longer hold him. He kneels on the grass, tilting his head back, shouting towards the night sky above the stadium. That roar is drowned in the sound of 50,000 voices, but he does not care. Adu is the first to rush over, then De Vrij, followed by everyone. 10 teammates pile on top of him. Are you fucking crazy? Adu yells from the top. Final score: Ajax 3, Real Madrid 2. Aggregate score 6-5. Ajax eliminates Real Madrid, advancing to the Champions League final. When the final whistle blows, Su Chen is helped to his feet by his teammates. His legs have completely lost control. After the crowd disperses, a figure approaches him. Mendes. No handshake. Mendes simply stands there, slowly clapping 3 times. Then he turns and walks away. Su Chen watches his back for a long time. After being helped into the players' tunnel, the system panel appears. The second leg of the UEFA Champions League semi-final has ended. Host data for this match: 2 goals, 0 assists. Host rating for this match: 9. 5 opponent Mendes data for this match: 2 goals, 0 assists. Opponent Mendes rating for this match: 9. 2 Battle of Fate. Challenge completed. Aggregate weighted average: host 9. 30, Mendes 9. 25. Challenge successful. Rewards issued: SS level skill selection voucher X1. Selectable skills: 1. Hand of God 2. Pendulum dribble. Complete form 3. Zidane. Heavenly Ascension. Su Chen looks at those 3 options leaning against the wall of the tunnel. 3 SS level skills. Each one capable of changing the course of a match. He does not choose immediately, because he knows this choice will determine his ultimate trump card in the Champions League final. It was 2 o'clock in the morning. Ajax training base medical room. Su Chen lay on the examination table, his legs covered with ice packs. His face buried in the pillow. He muttered, "It hurts." Lin Wanqing ignored him. She focused on the data displayed on the instrument screen, her expression gradually growing colder. Su Chen. The number of tears in your right quadriceps muscle fibers is 3 times that of a normal high-intensity match. Suchan lifted his face from the pillow. 3 times sounds not too bad. Your left Achilles tendon has mild inflammation. The patellar ligament is overstretched. There is slight fluid accumulation in your left ankle joint. Lin Wanqing read off one by one. Do you want me to continue? Suchan buried his face back in the pillow. What on earth did you do during the match? Lin Wanqing took off her gloves and tossed them into the trash can. I've seen the data. Your heart rate soared to 212 just before that final goal. Do you know what that means, Oi? It means my heart is strong. It means you almost had a cardiac arrest. The medical room fell silent for a few seconds. Suchan pulled his face from the pillow and looked at her seriously. If that goal hadn't gone in, we would have been eliminated. Lin Wanqing opened her mouth, but then closed it. She knew he was speaking the truth. But as the team doctor, she couldn't accept that answer. You will need at least 10 days to recover. She turned to get the rehabilitation plan folder, her tone returning to a professional calmness. I will draft a detailed recovery plan for you. The final is in 2 weeks. The timing is just right. But the prerequisite is that you must follow my plan 100%, not a second more in training. Fine. Don't brush me off. I'm not brushing you off. When I say fine, I mean fine. Lin Wanqing came back with the folder and sat down in the chair opposite him. She began filling in the data on the form. The only sounds left in the medical room were the scratch of the pen on the paper and the occasional faint sounds of the ice packs melting. Suchan stared at the ceiling. After a long time, Lin Wanqing's voice softened. Can you not push yourself so hard in the future? Suchan turned to look at her. She didn't raise her head, still writing. But the pen paused for a moment. You are only 18, she said. Suchan was stunned for 2 seconds. Are you concerned about me? Lin Wanqing's pen stopped. She lifted her head, her expression holding a momentary calmness, then her ears began to blush. I care about every patient. She stood up, placed the folder on the table, and turned to leave. The plan will be ready for you tomorrow. You can leave now. Don't take off the ice packs. Continue using them in your dormitory. The door closed behind her. Suchan smiled at the empty medical room. He slowly sat up from the examination table, 2 ice packs falling off his legs. It hurt. It truly hurt. The price of using 3 skills simultaneously was far greater than he had imagined. But he had no regrets. Back in his dormitory, Suchan sat on the bed and opened the system panel. 3 SS-level skill options floated in front of his eyes. The Hand of God, SS-level special skill. Description: under specific conditions, touch the ball with your hand without being detected by the referee. Can only be used once per match. Suchan directly crossed it out. He did not need to cheat. Pendulum dribble, complete form. SS-level dribbling skill. Description: the ultimate evolution of the original pendulum dribble with a success rate of 98, can be executed at any speed and angle. Very strong. But he already had Phantom Step. Having one more dribbling skill would yield diminishing returns. Zidane the Celestial Shot, SS-level shooting skill. Description: an extreme volley shot. Regardless of the direction, height, and speed of the ball, it can be executed at the optimal angle in an instant. The power and precision reach human limits. Suchan's gaze lingered on this option. The final match. A single match to determine the outcome. He might not have many opportunities. Perhaps just one shot. One shot is enough. He selected the Celestial Shot. The system panel flashed. Selected Zidane the Celestial Shot SS-level skill has been written into the host skill library. Note: this skill requires extremely high body coordination. The success rate upon first use is 70. After becoming proficient, it can be increased to 95. Suchan clenched his fist. A skill that could determine fate with a single shot. He recalled Zidane's Celestial Shot in the Champions League final. The volley silenced the entire world for a second. Now that shot belonged to him. Suchan turned off the system panel and picked up his phone. The news notification: Ajax makes history, eliminating Real Madrid to advance to the Champions League final. Suchan's legendary night. 3 skill combo shocks the world. Mendes applauds in tribute after the match. This is the strongest opponent I have ever encountered. Suchan scrolled down. The final opponent had already been announced. Liverpool, the iron-willed war machine of the Premier League, known for high pressing and never giving up. Suchan scrolled down a few more lines. A video interview title caught his attention. Liverpool's head coach press conference before the final. He clicked on it. On the screen, a middle-aged man in a black coat sat in the press hall, his eyes behind the glasses. A reporter asked, "What do you think of your final opponent, Ajax, especially Suchan?" The head coach adjusted his glasses. "Ajax has Suchan, but we have 11 warriors. Football is not a one-person sport." The video ended. Suchan stared at the blackened screen. He put down his phone. Football is not a one-person sport. This statement pierced deeply. Can one person really win the Champions League? Final match day. Suchan stood in the player tunnel, hearing the sounds from outside. 70,000 people. A neutral stadium. Ajax fans and Liverpool fans filled the stands, dividing them into two halves of red and reddened white stripes. An LED screen hung on the tunnel wall, scrolling the words UEFA Champions League Final. Adu rubbed his hands beside him. "This is the last match," he said. Suchin glanced at him. "Are you nervous?" "Of course not." "Are you even human?" Suchin didn't reply. He tightened his shoelaces and stood up straight. The referee waved at the tunnel entrance. The two teams lined up. The red jerseys opposite formed a line. Suchin scanned the field and found two people at the front. Sulla, Liverpool's top scorer. His speed was on par with Suchin's. Van Dijk, a central defender standing at 1.93 meters. The hardest defender to get past in all of Europe. Van Dijk seemed to sense Suchin's gaze and turned to look. The two locked eyes for a second. Van Dijk's expression showed no change. Like a wall, Suchin withdrew his gaze. The two teams exited the tunnel. The lights blasted down and the roar of the crowd hit him. As Suchin stepped onto the grass, he thought of something. It's 3 a.m. in Huagua, but he knew many people were watching. The whistle blew. Liverpool's playing style was exactly as Suchin had anticipated, aggressive. The pressing from the three forwards was incredibly fast. The ball would stay at the Ajax defender's feet for at most 2 seconds before a red jersey would close in on him in the third second. Ajax's counterattack tactics were being stifled. Suchin couldn't get the ball in the forward area. Every time he tried to drop back to receive it, Liverpool's defensive midfielder shadowed him like a phantom. The King's vision told him Liverpool's defensive system had almost no loopholes. 11 players operated like a precision machine. The coach was right. 11 warriors. The first half lasted 45 minutes. 0-0. Suchin's touches, 17 times. This was his lowest halftime touch count for the season. During halftime, the locker room felt as stifling as Van der Heyden's whiteboard was covered with lines and arrows, but his expression said it all. Liverpool's high press was fiercer than he had anticipated. Suchin sat in the corner drinking water. Physical stamina at 64%. A bit low. The 10-day injury recovery period had not brought his physical reserves back to peak condition. In the second half, Liverpool struck first. In the 53rd minute, a cross came in from the right flank. Sulla surged in at the far post, heading the ball before Ajax's left back could react. The ball hit the grass and bounced up, slipping past the goalkeeper's fingertips. 1-0. The Liverpool fan zone erupted. Red flags and scarves waved wildly. Suchin stood in the center circle, staring at the scoreboard. 1-0. For the next 20 minutes, Suchin fought hard. He started to actively drop back into the midfield to receive the ball, creating space with his runs. But Liverpool's defense remained unyielding. Van Dijk stood like a pillar at the edge of the penalty area, thwarting every attempt Suchin made to break through with his long legs and keen judgment. In the 68th minute, Suchin received the ball on the left side of the penalty area, making a move to cut inside. Van Dijk wasn't fooled. He extended his foot and intercepted the ball. Clean and decisive. Suchin's teeth clenched. In the 75th minute, Van der Heyden raised the substitution board on the sidelines. The number, 7. Suchin's number. He was momentarily stunned. Van der Heyden waved at him. Suchin glanced at his legs. Physical stamina at 27%. Muscle soreness surged from his calves to the top of his thighs. He jogged slowly to the sidelines. The substitute player ran on. Suchin sat down on the bench. A staff member wrapped him in a jacket. He didn't put it on. He sat there staring at the field. In the 78th minute, Liverpool maintained possession. In the 80th minute, Ajax's counterattack was thwarted. In the 83rd minute, Liverpool shot over the goal. In the 85th minute, Ajax was pinned in their half. Time was slipping away. 1-0. Suchin's hand gripped the collar of his jacket tighter and tighter. He was unwilling to accept it. In the 87th minute. In the 88th minute. The big screen displayed the added time for minutes. In the 89th minute, Ajax earned a corner kick. Suchin stood up. He turned to look at Van der Heyden. "Coach, let me go on." Van der Heyden looked back at him. "Just for a minute," Suchin said. Van der Heyden opened his mouth slightly and then closed it. He glanced into Suchin's eyes. Then he gestured to the fourth official for a substitution. Suchin flung off his jacket and stepped onto the grass. 70,000 people saw him reappear on the field. Ajax's fans erupted in a roar. Suchin ran towards the penalty area. The corner was taken. The ball flew into the penalty area. Liverpool's defenders jumped to contest it. Van Dijk's head was higher than anyone else's, clearing the ball. The ball bounced out of the penalty area. Spinning, it traced an arc. It fell towards Suchin. The ball was in the air about 1 meter high. The speed was not fast, but it had a side spin. Only one thought remained in Suchin's mind. A celestial being flying from the sky. His body reacted before the ball landed. His right foot planted, left foot lifted, his entire body leaning backward. In midair, the instep of his left foot struck the center of the ball precisely as it descended to chest height. He exerted force. His waist twisted in the air, all the power channeled through his hip joint to his foot. The ball flew out. The speed was too fast. So fast that everyone in the penalty area didn't have time to react. The ball shot like a cannonball. By the time the goalkeeper saw it, it had already passed his arms. The ball slammed into the top right corner of the goal. The net bulged violently. The entire stadium fell silent for 0.3 of a second. Then, Ajax's half erupted. When Suchin landed, he stumbled a step, almost falling. No Adu was not on the field. It was Defry the first to rush over and hug him. 1-1. In the 91st minute, the numbers on the scoreboard jumped. After being released by his teammates, Suchin stood on the field. His legs trembled. Not from excitement, but from real exhaustion. The match wasn't over yet. The referee checked the time. There were still over 2 minutes of stoppage time. 2 minutes later, the final whistle blew. 1-1. Extra time. Suchin stood in the center circle, the trembling in his legs becoming increasingly evident. Stamina, 9%. 30 minutes of extra time. Van der Heyden watched him from the sidelines, hesitating whether to substitute him again. But 5 substitutions had already been used. Suchin lowered his head. Sweat dripped onto the grass. 30 minutes. 9% stamina. He raised his head. How was he going to hold on? When extra time began, Suchin's legs no longer belonged to him. He had only 9% stamina left, standing near the center circle like a flagpole stuck in the grass. He did not run, did not move, not even to defend. Yet Liverpool dared not relax. Van Dijk remained at the back, glancing towards Suchin's position every few seconds. The man who had just launched a spectacular shot into the sky, even standing still, was someone no one dared to ignore. Number 9 isn't defending, the left side is open. The right back of Liverpool shouted. But no one moved away from Suchin. His mere presence was a constraint. During the first half of extra time, Ajax retreated almost entirely. Occasionally Suchin would get his hands on the ball, but he would only protect it for 2 seconds before passing it to a teammate. His thigh muscles were signaling alarms with every step he took. In the 98th minute, Liverpool's Sulla broke through on the left and crossed the ball, which flew to the back post where a teammate headed it down, only for goalkeeper Arteta to dive and save it. The entire Ajax bench stood up. In the 102nd minute, Ajax launched a long pass from the back to counterattack. The ball bounced near Suchin. He used the last of his strength to chase 3 steps and reach the ball, but his foot weakened and Van Dijk easily intercepted it. Van Dijk glanced at him, but said nothing. In his gaze was something, not disdain but affirmation. Affirmation that Suchin could no longer run. The second half of extra time was even more grueling. Both teams' players were cramping. Defry collapsed in the 113th minute, and the team doctor rushed in with half a bottle of freezing spray. Suchin stood by, waiting, hands on his knees. He hadn't touched the ball for 15 minutes. 108. In Liverpool's last attack, a corner was taken into the penalty area, and amidst the chaos, someone shot, hitting the post and bouncing out. Suchin's heart skipped a beat. The final whistle blew. 1-1. Penalty shootout. As Suchin walked towards the center circle, Van der Heyden called all the players together. Who can take a penalty? Silence ensued for 2 seconds. Defry raised his hand. I'll do it. Midfielder Blind said, I can too. Adu. No Adu was substituted in the 75th minute. He was anxiously hopping on the bench. A total of 4 players volunteered. 1 more was needed. Suchin spoke up. I'll take the 5th. Van der Heyden turned to look at him. Your legs. I won't have to run for the penalty. Suchin said, I just need to stand there and kick. I can still manage that. Van der Heyden looked into his eyes and nodded. All right, you're the 5th. The penalty shootout began. Ajax went first. The first blind. He placed the ball, took a run-up, and shot to the lower right corner. Liverpool's goalkeeper made the right judgment and dove, but he couldn't reach it. The ball went in. 1-0. Liverpool's first Sulla. He struck powerfully to the upper left corner. The ball zipped into the net like a bullet, and Ajax's goalkeeper didn't even have time to react. 1-1. The second Defry. He took a deep breath, ran up, and shot with his right foot. The goalkeeper dove in the right direction, but the ball was too close to the post, grazing his fingertips, but not stopping it. It went in. 2-1. Liverpool's second midfielder Henderson. His shot was saved by Ajax's goalkeeper Arteta. The Ajax fans went crazy. 2-1. The third Ajax winger Zeech. He bounced the ball, took a deep breath, and ran up. He shot over the bar. The ball flew over the crossbar. Zeech squatted on the ground, holding his head in his hands. 2-1. Liverpool's third defender Robertson. He calmly slotted the ball into the lower left corner, scoring steadily. 2-2. The fourth Ajax defender Tagliafico. He shot to the right, while the goalkeeper misjudged and dove left. It went in. 3-2. Liverpool's fourth midfielder Wijnaldum. He shot to the lower right corner. It went in. 3-3. Fifth round. Liverpool went first. Their fifth shooter was a veteran substitute. He placed the ball on the penalty spot without hesitation and kicked it into the upper left corner. 4-3. Liverpool led. If Suchin missed, the match would end. Ajax would lose the Champions League. Suchin walked out from the center circle. 70,000 people fell silent. This silence was not just quietness, it was as if everyone held their breath at once. He walked to the penalty spot, bending down to place the ball. The ball was slightly slippery. He wiped it with his hand and adjusted it again. Then he stood up. Opposite him was Liverpool's goalkeeper Alisson. At 191 centimeters tall, with an incredible wingspan, he had already saved one penalty in the shootout. Suchin glanced at him. The system did not provide any prompts. No skill boosts. No success rate prediction. Nothing at all. A penalty kick ultimately comes down to one word: gamble. Gamble on which side the goalkeeper will dive. Gamble on not missing the shot. Gamble that his heart won't race a beat under the gaze of 70,000 people. Suchin took 5 steps back. The referee blew the whistle. He took off. 3 steps. At the last step, he caught a glimpse of Alisson's weight shifting slightly to the left. With a push from his right foot, the ball skimmed along the grass and darted towards the lower right corner of the goal. Alisson dove to the left. The ball rolled into the net. 4-4. Suchin clenched his fist. No celebration. Because the match wasn't over. Sudden death. 6th round. Both sides scored their penalties. 5-5. 7th round. Ajax's 7th shooter was substitute midfielder De Jong. The 20-year-old boy trembled as he approached the penalty spot. He ran up. Left foot shot. Alisson dove correctly. He caught the ball firmly with both hands, pinning it to the grass. The entire Liverpool half erupted. Alisson jumped up from the ground, submerged by his teammates. Suchin stood in the center circle. He heard the Liverpool fan songs, Alisson's roar, and the referee's final whistle. But nothing registered in his mind. He knelt down. His knees hit the grass. His hands covered his face. The sound of 70,000 voices turned into a buzzing hum. Lost. Champions League final. Penalty shootout. 4-5. Ajax lost. Suchin knelt on the grass, liquid seeping through his fingers. He couldn't tell if it was sweat or something else. Someone was crying. De Vrij sat on the ground, his socks pulled down to his ankles, his eyes red. Zeech lay motionless on the grass. De Jong squatted beside the corner flag, rubbing his fingers together, looking as if he had lost his soul. Suchin knelt for a long time. Later someone helped him up from the grass. The locker room was silent. No one spoke. Only the sound of the shower and occasional sniffles. Van der Heyden walked up to Suchin. Suchin sat on the bench, still in his jersey, hair soaked, eyes frighteningly red. Van der Heyden patted his shoulder. "You've done your best." Suchin said nothing. "You're only 18. The old man's voice was somewhat hoarse. "You have countless opportunities ahead." Suchin raised his head, wiping his face with the hem of his jersey. He stood up. His legs were still shaking, but he stood straight. All that remained in his heart was one sentence. "Next time I won't lose." 3 days after the Champions League final, Suchin finally crawled out of bed. It wasn't due to physical reasons. His injuries had healed quickly under Lin Wonking's care. He simply didn't want to get up. He had lain there for 3 days, replaying that final match in his mind no less than 20 times. Every touch, every run, every moment that could have been better. On the morning of the 4th day, he received an email from UEFA, season statistics summary. He opened it and glanced at it, then sat up for a second look. Eredivisie 32 appearances, 22 goals, 12 assists. Golden Boot. Assist King. Season's best player. Champions League 13 appearances, 9 goals, 5 assists. Second in the scoring list. First was Mendes with 11 goals. Champions League best young player. Market value, 80 million euros. Suchin stared at that number for 10 seconds. When he delivered food back home, he earned 3.5 yuan per order. 80 million euros. He calculated the exchange rate and gave up. It wasn't good for his brain. His phone began to ring. Message after message popped up. "Agent Kruger, get up quickly, my phone is about to explode with calls. 6 clubs made offers from 3 major leagues. For every extra day you stay in bed, I lose another handful of hair." Suchin replied with a single word: coming. In the afternoon, Kruger appeared at the training base. He slammed a stack of documents on the table. Real Madrid, 90 million. Liverpool, 85 million. Borussia Dortmund, 70 million. 3 more clubs, Manchester United, Paris, Juventus. All inquiring about prices, but no formal offers yet. Suchin flipped through those documents. What is Ajax's buyout clause? 100 million. Kruger adjusted his glasses. But if a club offers 9 million or more, De Boer said, we can negotiate. They don't want you to leave unhappily. Suchin nodded. That evening, he had a meeting with Ajax's technical director. De Boer was a straightforward person. "Suchin, I don't want to deceive you. Ajax wants to keep you, but our budget is not on the same level as the top 5 leagues." He spread his hands. "If someone triggers your buyout clause or comes close to it, we won't stop them." Suchin fell silent for a moment. "Thank you for your honesty. But I have one selfish wish." De Boer smiled. "If you go to the top 5 leagues, remember not to go too hard on us." Suchin chuckled slightly. "No guarantees." Late that night, back at the dormitory, Suchin sat on the bed and opened the system panel. A new interface popped up. Season summary report: overall rating 91, rating level legendary superstar, core skill system, phantom step SS, crescent moonblade SSS, celestial flight SSS, king's vision passive S, alien burst S, extreme dribbling S. Season data: 51 appearances, 31 goals, 17 assists. Comment: the host's personal ability has initially touched the ceiling of human football, but the proposition of 11 players on the field has not yet been truly understood by the host. Suchin stared at that comment, momentarily stunned. 11 players. The coach from Liverpool had said the same thing. He continued to read down. Next stage: breakthrough goal. Green pitch god, overall rating 100, breakthrough path. The host needs to prove himself at the national team level. Relying solely on club performance will not suffice to reach the final level. Suggestion: lead the national team to a decisive victory in a world tournament. National team. Suchin closed the panel. He sat in the dark, and suddenly the phone screen lit up. Caller ID Li Guodong. Suchin looked for 2 seconds and answered. Suchin. The voice on the other end sounded a bit older than the last call. Congratulations on being named the Champions League Best Young Player. Thank you. You should have guessed the reason for this call. Suchin remained silent. Li Guodong's voice grew serious. World Cup Asia Qualifiers Round 2, starting in September. Suchin, the national team really needs you now. Suchin held the phone. The night in Amsterdam was very quiet. In the distance, the sound of a boat's horn echoed. He remained silent for a long time. On the morning of the next day, Suchin called Kruger to the cafe at the training base. 3 cups of coffee were placed before him. Not his, but Kruger's. Kruger downed the first cup in one go and began to speak. Real Madrid. 90 million transfer fee, 600,000 annual salary, 5-year contract. Kruger pulled out a stack of papers from his briefcase. Mendes personally called and said, "I'll read it verbatim. Come to Madrid, and together we will conquer everything." Suchin held his cup of orange juice without any expression. Liverpool. 85,550,000 annual salary. Their head coach included a note in the offer stating that your goal in the finals kept me awake all night. Instead of opposing you, it's better to have you. What about Dortmund? Kruger flipped to the 3rd page. 70,500,000 annual salary. The conditions aren't as good as the first 2, but, he paused, they are willing to add a special clause in the contract. What clause? National team priority. All national team match schedules must be accommodated by the club unconditionally. No restrictions, no reservations. Suchin put down his orange juice. The other 2 aren't willing to add this clause. Kruger shook his head. Real Madrid says their player contracts have a uniform template and won't make individual modifications. Liverpool didn't explicitly refuse, but they vaguely said, we will do our best to cooperate. You know, doing your best in a contract is basically nothing. Suchin leaned back in his chair, staring at the ceiling for a moment. How is Dortmund's training system? It's recognized as the most scientific youth training and player development system in the Bundesliga. Kruger adjusted his glasses. In the past decade, at least 8 world-class stars have started from there. They really know how to train players. What about the competitive level? Second in the Bundesliga. Regular participants in the Champions League. They reach the knockout stage every year. The platform is solid enough. Kruger looked at Suchin's expression and tentatively asked, do you already have an answer in mind? Suchin did not answer directly. Help me arrange a time to talk with Mendes. That afternoon, Suchin spoke with Mendes on the phone. Mendes' voice was as relaxed as on the field. Did you receive my invitation? I did, Suchin replied, but I won't go to Real Madrid. There was silence on the other end for 2 seconds. Can I know the reason? If I go to Real Madrid now, I will always be standing in your shadow. Suchin spoke very directly. Next time we meet, I want to win you fair and square on the field as an opponent. Mendes fell silent for an even longer time. Then he laughed. You know, you are the first 18-year-old player to reject Real Madrid. Then I am honored. Where are you going? Dortmund. The Bundesliga. Mendes' tone carried a hint of surprise. Not going to the Premier League. I have my reasons. Mendes didn't pursue the question further. His voice regained its usual confidence. All right. I will wait for you in the Champions League. I hope you don't get eliminated in the group stage. You should worry about your own knees, Suchin said, before hanging up the phone. He placed his phone on the table and turned to Kruger, saying, Dortmund. It's this one. Kruger stood up, took 2 steps to the door, and then turned back. I need to confirm. Are you serious? 70 million versus 90 million. A difference of 20 million. Your share will also be less. I know. Aren't you short on money? Your grandmother's medical expenses? 500,000 annual salary is enough. Suchin interrupted. And I choose a team, not a bank. Kruger took a deep breath and nodded. Okay. I will call Dortmund back today. 3 days later, the transfer agreement was officially finalized. Dortmund signed Suchin for a transfer fee of 70 million euros with a 5-year contract and an annual salary of 500,000 euros explicitly, including the national team priority clause in the contract. As soon as the news broke, the media worldwide were stunned. Suchin rejects Real Madrid. Chooses Dortmund. Why does the 18-year-old Eastern genius give up on the Galaxy battleship? Suchin's agent revealed he has his own plans. Ajax held a brief farewell ceremony for Suchin. In a small activity room beside the training ground, Van der Heyden held up a glass of champagne. In my 30 years of coaching, I've trained hundreds of players. The old man's voice was a bit choked, but quickly returned to normal. You are the one who has given me the most headaches. The entire audience laughed. De Vrij gave Suchin a new pair of shoes. The turf in Dortmund is harder than in the Netherlands. You should throw away those old shoes. Pierre stood in the corner, holding a glass of wine, hesitating for a long time before walking over. Suchin. Suchin looked at him. This Frenchman had said when he first arrived at Ajax, Chinese people don't deserve to play football. After Suchin completely dominated him in a training match, he never said anything like that again. Pierre extended his hand. Good luck. Suchin shook it. Finally, it was Coach Van de Beek, the person who brought him into the professional system from being a street football king. Van de Beek said nothing, just patted him hard on the back. It was a heavy pat. As Suchin walked out of the training base gate, he looked back once. Amsterdam. Johan Cruyff Arena. This is where his professional career truly began. A year ago, he was delivering takeout in a yellow vest in Huagua. Now he is a player in the 5 major leagues worth 70 million. Suchin turned around and got into the car. A week later, Dortmund, Westfalenstadion. Suchin stood at the players' tunnel looking at the stadium before him. South stand. The legendary yellow wall, 25,000 seats, each filled on match days. With a total capacity of 80,000, the sound is enough to make your eardrums tingle. The stadium staff handed him a bright yellow jersey. The back read Suchin. Number 9. Suchin put on the jersey and walked out of the tunnel. New turf. New city. New league. He looked up at the stadium dome towering before him. It's time to get to work. On the first day of Suchin's arrival in Dortmund, he was ushered into the press conference hall. On the long table lay a neatly folded bright yellow jersey emblazoned with the name Suchin and the number 9 on the back. The advertising boards on both sides were densely packed with the logos of sponsors. Over 100 journalists sat below, their flashes popping in a cacophony. Dortmund's head coach Marco Rose sat next to Suchin. At 4'6", he was lean with meticulously styled hair, yet his eyes held a wild glimmer. Welcome Suchin to the Dortmund family. Rose shook Suchin's hand and smiled at the cameras. We signed him not to let him sit on the bench. The crowd erupted in laughter. The question and answer session kicked off with a bang. Suchin, you rejected a 90 million offer from Real Madrid to choose Dortmund's 70 million. Did your agent miscalculate? The whole room burst into laughter. Suchin leaned closer to the microphone. I choose the team, not the bank. Another reporter stood up. You won the Eredivisie Golden Boot and the UEFA Champions League Best Young Player award at Ajax. What's your goal in the Bundesliga? To win every championship available, including the Champions League. Suchin glanced at the reporter. Do you think I came here for a vacation? Rose shook his head and laughed beside him. After the press conference, the club arranged for Suchin to tour the Signal Iduna Park. As he stepped out from the players' tunnel, he halted for a moment. The vast stadium was eerily quiet under the afternoon sun. Yet his gaze was fixated on the south stand. 25,000 seats. The steep incline looked like a looming cliff when viewed from the bottom up. On match day, this wall is all yellow. The staff guiding him said, the sound can shake your heart out. Suchin stared at that stand for a long time. Interesting. The next day, Suchin officially joined the team training. The atmosphere in the locker room was entirely different from Ajax. When Suchin pushed the door open, a blonde German player came right up to him and slapped his shoulder. Hey, the shooter from the East. Brandt beamed brightly. I saw your hat trick at Camp Nou. It was insane. Before Suchin could respond, another tall, dark-skinned player approached. Sebastian Haller, the French forward, introduced himself, then awkwardly said in Chinese hello. His pronunciation sounded like "ni hao." Suchin suppressed a laugh. Who taught you this Chinese? Self-taught online, Haller replied with pride. I also know how to say thank you and delicious. Brandt rolled his eyes beside him. He practiced for 2 weeks to learn those 3 words. Laughter erupted in the locker room. Suchin changed into his training gear and followed the team onto the training field. The first lesson was an internal scrimmage. 11 against 11 full field. Rose stood on the sidelines with his hands in his pockets, saying nothing, just watching. In the first 5 minutes, Suchin received the ball in midfield and turned around. A shadow slammed into him from the side. Dortmund's center back Mats Hummels won. 92 meters tall, 93 kilograms with shoulders like iron plates. He didn't foul, he simply used his body to shoulder him. Suchin was knocked back 3 steps, losing the ball. The second time he tried to change direction at the edge of the penalty area. Another defender positioned himself from the side, his knee pressing against Suchin's thigh. Suchin's legs went weak, and he sat directly on the grass. Brandt rushed over to pull him up. You okay? Suchin patted his backside and stood up, his expression somewhat grim. It wasn't pain, it was the realization that he couldn't hold up. The scrimmage lasted 40 minutes. Su Chun touched the ball 20 times, being knocked down or pushed aside 7 times. 7 times. He hadn't been knocked down that many times in an entire season at Ajax. After training, Rose called Su Chun over. "How do you feel?" Su Chun wiped sweat from his brow. Eredivisie defenders dance, while Bundesliga defenders fight. Rose chuckled, but his expression turned serious afterward. The gap between the Eredivisie and Bundesliga isn't in technique, but in physicality. Your skill, speed, and ball sense are top-notch. But your body. He examined Su Chun from top to bottom, 78 kilograms. That's a bit light. Su Chun remained silent. You need to gain at least 5 kilograms of muscle, Rose said. Otherwise, Bundesliga defenders will toss you around like a toy. Back in his dorm, Su Chun opened the system. A pop-up window appeared. Insufficient physical confrontation ability detected. Current confrontation rating 78. It is recommended to initiate the muscle restructuring program. Program details assist the host in reconstructing and increasing muscle fibers within 4 weeks. Target weight 83 kilograms. Expected improvement in confrontation rating 92. Note, during the restructuring period, the host's overall rating will temporarily drop to 88. During the muscle adaptation period, speed and agility may experience temporary fluctuations. Su Chun stared at the number 88, his lips twitching, dropping from 91 to 88. Take 3 steps back and 1 big step forward. Just as he was about to confirm, a news notification popped up on his phone. Bundesliga new season schedule released. Opening match Dortmund versus Bayern. Su Chun clicked to check the date. 5 weeks later. The muscle restructuring takes 4 weeks. This means he would be playing in the German national derby in a state of just completed restructuring, not yet fully adapted to the new body. Su Chun stared at the phone screen, silent, for 5 seconds. Then he clicked confirm. Muscle restructuring program initiated. On the first day of muscle reshaping, Su Chun regretted it. Not regretting the initiation of the plan, but regretting being alive. The training program provided by the system was nothing short of inhumane: squats, deadlifts, explosive jumps, weighted sprints, core anti-rotation. The weight for each exercise was calculated down to the kilogram, and the rest time for each set was compressed to 30 seconds. 6 hours. 6 hours spent in the gym every day. By the end of the first week, Su Chun found it difficult to even sit up from bed. Brandt knocked on his dormitory door to call him for lunch. Upon opening the door and seeing Su Chun trembling while holding onto the bed's edge, he was stunned for 2 seconds. "Who beat you up last night?" "I was beaten by the barbell." Su Chun grimaced as he stood up. The scale read an increase of only 0.8 kilograms in the first week, but changes were visible in the mirror. The contour of his shoulder lines had hardened, and the muscles on the outer thigh showed distinct definition. In the second week, the system increased the load. Su Chun began supplementing his meals in addition to training. 6 meals a day with protein intake 3 times that of an average person. He grew nauseous from chicken breasts and felt like vomiting at the sight of beef. "Are you here to play football or to eat?" Haller stared in shock at the mountain of food piled on Su Chun's plate in the cafeteria. "Both." Su Chun stuffed a piece of steak into his mouth. On the evening of the 3rd day of the second week, Su Chun opened his laptop and initiated a video call. On the other end of the screen, Lin Wanqing, dressed in a white lab coat with her hair tied back in a ponytail, examined him with a professional gaze behind her black-rimmed glasses. "Send me your training data from the past 2 days." Su Chun sent over screenshots of the data from his wristband. Lin Wanqing analyzed it for 3 minutes. "You can reduce the weight for the 3rd set of squats by 5%. Your lumbar spine is compensating too much. But won't that slow down progress? A herniated disc will slow it down even more." Su Chun fell silent. After discussing the training data, the two remained quiet for a few seconds. According to their previous habit, it was time to hang up. But Lin Wanqing did not end the call. "It has been raining in Amsterdam lately," she said. Su Chun was taken aback. "Oh, what about you?" "It's raining in Dortmund too. This dreadful weather in Germany seems to be perpetually rainy." Lin Wanqing smiled faintly. It was subtle, just a twitch of her lips before she withdrew it. "I heard you were knocked over by your teammates several times during training. You know about that too?" Brandt posted a video on his social media. The title read, "Eastern Genius Educated by German Physics." Su Chun's face darkened. "They'll deal with him later." After chatting a bit more, Lin Wanqing suddenly said, "I might leave Ajax by the end of the year." "Where will you go back to?" "Back to my country. The National Sports General Administration has a sports medicine reform project, and they've invited me to join." Lin Wanqing adjusted her glasses. "Sports medicine in Huawei lags 15 years behind Europe. I want to see if I can change something." Su Chun looked at her on the screen, remaining silent. After a while he said, "By the time I come back you might already be the team doctor for the national team." Lin Wanqing's hand paused. "You said when you come back?" "Yeah. Have you already decided to go back?" Su Chun leaned back in his chair. "It's just a matter of time." The other end of the screen fell silent. Lin Wanqing lowered her head to write something and took a few seconds before looking up. Then make sure to get your body in shape before you go back. Don't return with injuries. After hanging up, Su Chun stared blankly at the black screen for a while. In the third week, the fourth week, the numbers on the scale steadily rose. 79, 80, 81.583. 5 kilograms. The Su Chun in the mirror was a completely different person from before. His shoulders had widened significantly, and the muscle definition in his arms was clear. His thigh circumference increased by 3 centimeters, yet his calves remained slender. He was heavier, but not bulky. It was as if a young leopard had matured into a full-grown cheetah. On the evening of the fourth week, the system popped up a notification. Muscle reshaping program completed. Weight 83. 2 kilograms. Combat rating 92-14. Speed rating 95-1 within acceptable fluctuation range. Overall rating restored. New passive skill unlocked. Iron body, a grade. The host's center of gravity stability is significantly enhanced during high-intensity physical confrontations. Recovery speed after being knocked down increased by 40. Su Chun clenched his fists. The sense of power in his fingers felt completely different from before. The next afternoon at the training ground, Su Chun stood 30 meters outside the penalty area with a row of footballs in front of him. He took a deep breath, ran up 3 steps, and struck with his right foot. Bang! The ball shot off like it was fired from a slingshot, flying towards the upper left corner of the goal in an almost straight trajectory. The goalkeeper raised his hands and then pulled them back. The sound of the ball hitting the net erupted in the empty training ground. The electronic speed monitor on the sideline displayed a number 145 km/h. Brandt watched the screen beside him, his mouth agape. Are you kicking a football or a cannonball? Su Chun ignored him and set up another ball. Second kick, 143 km/h. Third kick, 146 km/h. Rose stood on the sidelines, slowly lowering the tactical board in his hand. He turned to look at his assistant. This kid is a monster, right? The assistant did not answer. He was looking at the calendar. 3 days until the opening match against Bayern. In the Westfalen Stadion of August, it resembled a boiling pot. 80,000 people. Su Chun heard that sound in the player tunnel, not a shout, but a roar. The ground was shaking. The soles of his feet felt the frequency thumping in rhythm with his heartbeat. 25,000 fans in the south stand were dressed in yellow jerseys, forming a vertical wall from bottom to top. They were singing a melody Su Chun couldn't quite understand, but the volume was enough to numb the eardrums. 130 decibels. Brandt yelled over measured last season. Just like a plane taking off. Su Chun glanced at him. He couldn't make out what the guy was shouting about. As the two teams lined up and walked out of the tunnel, Su Chun took a glance at the opposite side. Bayern's red jerseys formed a row. He recognized the first 2 players. Thomas Müller, 34 years old, played for Bayern for 15 years. His positioning was known as the space reader, always appearing exactly where needed. Joshua Kimmich, the core of the midfield. Passing accuracy, coverage area, and interception timing were all top-notch in the league. As Müller passed by Su Chun, he tilted his head and said in English, "Welcome to the Bundesliga. Don't get injured." His tone was friendly, but Su Chun could tell it wasn't just politeness, it was confidence. The whistle blew. In the first minute of the match, Su Chun understood what Bundesliga confrontation meant. He received the ball in midfield and turned around with Bayern defender Upamecano sliding in from the side. The man was 186 centimeters tall and weighed 88 kilograms. His knee pressed against the top of Su Chun's thigh, his shoulder pushing against his back. In the past, if he encountered such confrontation in the Eredivisie, Su Chun would have been pushed aside. But now he weighed 83 kilograms. Su Chun engaged his core, pushing back with his shoulder. He didn't fall. He protected the ball. A glint of surprise flashed in Upamecano's eyes. Su Chun didn't give him time to react, swiftly changing direction to flick the ball to the other side and accelerating away. The effect of the steel body was immediately apparent. After being bumped, his boat's sway was reduced significantly, and the speed at which he regained his balance was so fast that even Su Chun felt a bit unaccustomed. But Bayern's defense didn't consist of just one person. After Su Chun broke past Upamecano, Kimmich came into cover. His footwork was quick and tricky, not foul play, but always reaching the most uncomfortable positions. Su Chun was forced to pass back. In the first 20 minutes, Dortmund and Bayern were locked in a stalemate. Bayern had slightly higher possession, but Dortmund's counterattacks were quicker. Su Chun moved up front like a coiled leopard, not running much, but each time he received the ball, it tightened Bayern's defense. In the 24th minute, the opportunity arose. Brandt intercepted the ball in midfield and immediately made a through pass. The ball threaded through the gap between Bayern's 2 center backs and rolled toward the penalty area. Su Chun took off early. The King's vision unfolded in his mind. 5 seconds later, Upamecano would close in from the right, and another center back would come from behind. He had only a 2-second window. He chased the ball back to goal. Upamecano crashed into him. Su Chun didn't dodge. His 83-kilogram body absorbed the impact. The steel body activated. His center of gravity stabilized. He turned around. The phantom step initiated. His left foot feigned, and with a flick of his right foot the ball slipped between Upamecano's legs. He separated from the ball, facing the goalkeeper. Su-chun pushed with his right foot, the ball rolling into the bottom right corner of the goal along the grass. The stadium erupted. The roar of 80,000 people surged from all directions. Su-chun heard nothing in his ears, only a pure white noise. The yellow wall in the south stand was jumping. Not a metaphor, it was literally jumping. 25,000 people jumped and landed simultaneously, causing a deep resonance from the steel structure of the stand. Su-chun ran towards the south stand. He patted his chest with his right hand. Then he raised his index finger to his lips. Shoo! 1-0. Su-chun's first goal in the Bundesliga. In the second half, Bayern changed their formation. Müller dropped back to midfield to organize play, while Kimmich moved up to the attacking midfielder position. Their offensive firepower instantly escalated. In the 63rd minute, Müller made an off-the-ball run at the edge of the penalty area, shaking off the defender marking him. Kimmich's pass landed perfectly at his feet. Müller didn't stop the ball, taking a shot directly. The ball rolled and brushing against the inside of the post. 1-1. Müller shrugged as he turned. His expression was so calm, as if to say, just a routine operation. Su-chun looked at the scoreboard from the center circle, licking his lips. In the next 20 minutes, both sides were locked in a tug-of-war. The score was deadlocked and the pace quickened. The player's stamina was declining. In the 82nd minute, Haller received the ball on the right flank and tapped it back to the advancing Brandt. Brandt sent in a cross, but it was poorly placed and cleared by a Bayern defender. The ball bounced outside the penalty area, landing in Su-chun's vicinity. The height was about knee level. Su-chun didn't stop the ball. He pulled back his right foot to adjust for half a step, then he took a powerful shot. His entire right leg snapped out like a whip, the top of his foot striking the exact center of the ball with a dull thud. The ball flew away. It was too fast. Bayern's goalkeeper Neuer saw the direction of the ball, top left corner. He read it right. His arm was already outstretched. But as the ball flew past his fingertips, he didn't even get a touch on it. The ball speed, 145 km/h. The net was violently dented before bouncing back. The stadium fell silent for half a second. Then the noise exploded. Su-chun turned facing Bayern's bench. His index finger was raised to his lips. 2-1. 3 minutes of stoppage time. Bayern launched a desperate offensive, but Dortmund's defense stood firm like a wall. The final whistle blew. 2-1. Dortmund won. Su-chun's debut in the Bundesliga, scoring twice and defeating Bayern. As he was submerged by his teammates, the singing from the south stand began. The synchronized voices of 80,000 echoed in the night sky. Brandt wrapped his arms around Su-chun's neck, shouting, "Did you come from hell? Was that kick human?" Haller yelled nearby in broken Chinese, "Good. Good. Very good." Su-chun was getting a headache from there. At the post-match press conference, a reporter thrust a microphone in front of Rose. "Coach, how do you evaluate Su-chun's performance today?" Rose leaned back in his chair, pondering for a few seconds. Su-chun. His voice echoed through the entire. He is not a good player. The entire room of reporters was stunned. A smile curved on Rose's lips. He is a player who is becoming the best in the world. The next day, this statement went viral across all European media. After the German national derby, Su-chun became the hottest topic in the Bundesliga. Various media outlets churned out headlines. The Eastern Lightning descends on Westphalen. The young boy from Huawei teaches Bayern a lesson. Neuer remained silent for 5 minutes after the match. Su-chun had no time to look at these. In the second round of the league, he faced Freiburg away. This mid-tier team set up a 5-defender ironclad formation, retreating fully from the start, packing the penalty area with players. Su-chun roamed the 30-yard area for most of the half, unable to find a shooting space. In the 67th minute, he received a pass from Brandt on the left side of the penalty area, facing 2 defenders with his back. The average person would opt for a back pass. Su-chun flicked the ball with his heel, threading it between the 2 defenders. He maneuvered to the right and successfully evaded the offside trap. Faced with the goalkeeper, he pushed the ball into the far corner. 2-0. Post-match statistics: 1 goal and 1 assist. In the third round, they faced Eintracht Frankfurt at home. Su-chun scored in the 12th minute. Receiving a header from Haller, he executed a volley in the penalty area, the ball traveling at a speed of 139 km/h. The commentator's voice cracked. In the fourth round, playing away against Wolfsburg, Su-chun scored twice, once in the 31st minute and again in the 55th minute. The second goal was a long-range shot from outside the penalty area, curving in the air and drilling into the top right corner. The crescent moon blade reappeared. The goalkeeper didn't even have time to stretch out his hands. 5th round, 6th round, 7th round. Goals, assists, goals. Su-chun's performance in the Bundesliga could be summed up in 4 words: unmatched momentum. His scoring methods were diverse: headers, volleys, long-range strike shots after breakthroughs, direct free kicks. Within 30 meters of the penalty area, he could deliver a lethal blow from any angle or method. German media could no longer sit idly by. Kicker magazine dedicated 4 whole pages to a special report with a title consisting of just 3 words, Eastern Missile. The accompanying image captured Su Chun in the moment of shooting. His right leg fully extended, the top of his foot taut like a bow of the ball, just leaving his foot trailing a layer of blurred afterimage. This nickname spread across Europe overnight. Brandt laughed so hard in the locker room while holding that magazine Eastern Missile. It sounds terrifying. Should I shout launch before I pass the ball to you next time? Holler next to him read out in broken Chinese Dong, Fong, Dao, Dan. His pronunciation sounded like he was casting a spell. Su Chin kicked him shut up you turned my nickname into a food delivery order. The locker room burst into laughter. After 10 rounds, Su Chin's stats froze at a spine-chilling position, 9 goals and 5 assists in 10 matches. Starting every match, he averaged running 11.3 kilometers per game, taking an average of 4.7 shots with a shooting accuracy of 68%. He topped the Bundesliga scorer list, leading the second place by 3 goals. The comprehensive rating on the system panel quietly jumped to 92. Dortmund was also soaring with 8 wins, 1 draw, and 1 loss in 10 rounds, accumulating 25 points, currently sitting atop the Bundesliga table. The whole of Germany was discussing a question: can Dortmund truly overthrow Bayern to claim the championship this year? Yet Su Chin knew trouble was brewing. Starting from the 8th round, the opponents changed their defensive strategy. Not just a little change, but a complete overhaul. Previously, 1 center back and 1 defensive midfielder marked him a normal unknown defense, at most with an additional support. Now it became 2 center backs and 1 defensive midfielder. 3 players. When he ran left, 3 players followed to the left. When he cut right, 3 players shifted to the right. When he dropped back to receive the ball, 3 players pressed up to block the space. There was no angle left unguarded. In the 8th round against Borussia Mönchengladbach, Su Chin still managed to score a goal amidst the 3-man blockade, relying on a header during a corner kick scramble. But in 90 minutes, he only had this one decent shooting opportunity. In the 9th round against Bayer Leverkusen, Su Chin was marked by 3 players in rotation throughout the match, running 12 kilometers, with only 2 shots, 1 blocked and the other missed. He eventually scored a penalty which was earned after Haller was fouled in the penalty area. After the match, Bayer Leverkusen's head coach said a line in the press conference that circulated among all media: if you mark Su Chin tightly, you've already won half of the match against Dortmund. When Su Chin saw this news, he stared at the screen for a long time. The coach was speaking the truth. In the 10th round, playing away against RB Leipzig, RB Leipzig's head coach Tedesco was a tactical maniac. 3 days before the match, his coaching team analyzed all of Su Chin's movement data from the past 9 matches and designed a tailored defensive plan. A 3-man blockade combined with zonal marking, completely cutting off any passing lines between Su Chin and his teammates. From the first minute of the match, there were always 3 players around Su Chin. When he ran forward, a defender glued to his back, another blocking the way ahead, and the third sealing off the passing route. When he dropped back, 3 players retreated in unison, giving him no space to turn. When he tried to stretch wide to draw defenders away, Leipzig simply wouldn't take the bait. The 3 players only followed Su Chin, while the remaining 7 were enough to handle the attacks from other Dortmund players. Throughout the match, Su Chin touched the ball 26 times. 0 shots, 0 assists, 0 key passes. In the 78th minute, Leipzig launched a smooth counterattack with forward Nkunku calmly shooting into the net from inside the penalty area. 0-1. The final whistle blew. Su Chin stood in the center circle, staring at the scoreboard. A person's face bore no expression. The locker room was so quiet it was unsettling. Brandt wanted to say something, but his mouth opened and closed without a sound. Haller sat in the corner, removing his shin guards, his movements very light. Rose walked and scanned the room, and his gaze stopped on Su Chin for 2 seconds. He said nothing and left. After Su Chin finished showering and changed clothes, he was the last to leave the locker room. On the bus, he put on his headphones, reclined his seat, and closed his eyes. No music was playing in his headphones. He was pondering a question he never needed to think about at Ajax. What should you do when 3 players are tightly marking you? Back in Dortmund, Su Chin locked himself in his dorm room to watch the footage. Not just any footage, but his own. He replayed the 90 minutes of the match against Leipzig 4 times. With each touch, each run, and every moment when a passing lane was cut off, he took screenshots, arranging them in chronological order on his laptop's desktop. 26 touches. 26 screenshots. After watching, Su Chin arrived at a conclusion he was reluctant to accept. If the opponent was determined to mark him with 3 players, he couldn't handle it alone. It wasn't a matter of skills. It wasn't about speed or physicality. It was an arithmetic problem. The coverage area of 3 players would always exceed the activity space of 1. Even with his phantom step and king's vision, he could only shake off 1 or 2 for a short time. The third player's speed of filling in was enough to negate all struggles. The next day after training, Rose called him over. They sat on a bench by the field, and Rose tossed him a bottle of water. Have you figured it out? Suchin opened the bottle and took a sip. 3 players marking me, and I can't handle it alone. Do you know where the 3 is greater than 1? Elementary math. Rose chuckled, but his expression quickly turned serious. He pulled out a pen from his pocket and sketched a simple formation diagram on the label of the water bottle. If 3 players are marking you, what does the situation on the field look like? It's 3 against 1 on my side while my teammates are 7 against 7. Su-chun paused, not counting the goalkeeper. 7 against 7 is correct. Rose circled a position on the diagram, but you've overlooked one thing. Those 3 players are entirely focused on you. They are not marking an area, but you as a person. This means that on your teammate's side there is one position that is completely open. Suchin didn't respond. With 3 players marking you, only 7 players are left to defend the remaining 10 positions. Rose pointed at the diagram. There must be a gap. What you need to do is not to force your way through 3 players, but to use myself as bait. Rose glanced at him. You're quick to respond. It's not about being quick. Suchin's voice dropped slightly. My father's notebook mentioned it. Back in his dorm he dug out that nearly falling apart tactical notebook. Page 47. His father's handwriting was crooked, but each character was written with care, breaking through tight defenses. 17 off-the-ball running routes. Suchin had flipped to this page before, but hadn't examined it closely. Back then he had no need for it. At Ajax no one would assign 3 players to mark him. Now he needed it. 17 routes, each accompanied by hand-drawn diagrams and written explanations. The first, retreat to receive the ball and immediately sprint in a straight line, creating depth and pulling apart the marking player's formation. The second, move laterally to the flanks, drawing all 3 defenders out of the center, thus freeing up space for his teammates in the middle. The third, pretend to run off the ball to attract defensive attention, then change direction at the last moment to create a brief window for receiving the ball. The fourth, continuous back and forth runs to exhaust the defender's stamina, suddenly accelerating to break free on the third return. Suchin read through them one by one. The more he read, the tighter his chest felt. Each route was intricately designed considering the positioning habits of the marking players, the direction of weight transfer, and the speed of filling in. This was the survival skill his father had developed in amateur leagues in Huagua, facing those corrupt referees, malicious fouls, and unfair judgments. The harshest environment brought forth the best tactics. Suchin spent 2 hours digesting all 17 routes. When he closed the notebook, a clear picture formed in his mind. But there was still one problem. No matter how good these routes were, they needed a teammate who could understand them to cooperate. Brandt and Holland were good teammates, but their passing rhythm and Suchin's running habits were always out of sync by half a beat. What Suchin needed was a partner who could pass the ball without needing to shout or point, someone who could just glance and know where the ball should go. He opened his computer intending to find some classic off-the-ball running tutorial videos. While searching, he accidentally typed in the search bar Huagua players in European leagues currently active. The results were pitifully few. Most were old news like So-and-so fails trial in Europe or So-and-so returns home early due to visa issues. On the third page a name jumped out. Chen Feng, 22 years old. Midfielder. Currently playing for Hamburger SV in the 2nd division. Suchin clicked in. There was little information. A few inconspicuous reports mentioned that he came from Huagua's youth team, ventured out 3 years ago, and passed through several lower-tier clubs before barely establishing himself at Hamburger. There was one set of statistics. In this season's 8 matches in the 2nd division, 1 goal, 4 assists, and an average of 3.2 key passes per game. Suchin stared at the average of 3.2 key passes per game for several seconds. In the 2nd division, an average of 3.2 key passes per game. That statistic would be considered upper middle in the Bundesliga. He searched for match footage of Chen Feng on video platforms. There weren't many finds, just 3 highlight reels and 2 complete half-match replays. Suchin clicked on the first highlight reel. The video quality was average and the commentary was in German. Chen Feng wore Hamburger's deep blue jersey number 8. The first shot, Chen Feng received the ball in midfield without even looking up and delivered a through ball that pierced through the entire opponent's defense. The forward calmly slotted it home. The timing and placement of that pass were so clean and crisp that it gave one. The second shot, Chen Feng was surrounded by 2 defenders in a tight space with no room to turn, yet he used the outside of his foot to flick a diagonal pass that landed perfectly at his teammate's feet. The third shot, Chen Feng intercepted in the backfield, launched a long pass from a standstill, sending the ball over 50 meters, landing just less than half a meter away from his target teammate. Suchin hit pause. He rewound and watched the first shot 3 times. The force, angle, and timing, it was perfect. He then watched the second highlight reel and the 2 half-match recordings. An hour later, he turned off the player and leaned back in his chair, staring at the ceiling. This Chen Feng's vision and passing precision should not be stuck in the 2nd division. More importantly, Suchin saw something in Chen Feng's passing habits that he cared about, a rhythm of releasing the ball half a second early that naturally synced with Su Chen's off-the-ball runs. If this person could stand beside him to feed him the ball, 3 players marking him, those 3 wouldn't be a cage trapping him, but rather an opportunity for his teammates. Su Chen lowered his head and thought for 2 minutes. He picked up his phone, opened a social media app, and found Chen Feng's account. Number of followers 1,200. Su Chen typed a message, "Hello, I am Su Chen. I watched your match footage at Hamburger. Are you interested in a After sending it, he placed his phone face down on the table. He wasn't sure if the other party would reply. He also wasn't sure if the other party would think it was a scam. After all, for a second division player with only 1,200 followers, receiving an invitation from a star worth 70 million would likely lead to the first reaction of what kind of scam is this? That's so creative. The phone vibrated. Su Chen flipped it over. Chen Feng's reply was just 2 words when. 3 days later, Chen Feng appeared at the entrance of the Dortmund training base. Su Chen almost didn't recognize him when he went to pick him up. It wasn't because of his appearance. He looked like an ordinary young man from Huagua in the photos, standing at 1.80 m with a well-proportioned build and decent, but unremarkable features. Rather, it was because he was carrying a worn sports bag with frayed edges, wearing a faded gray sweatshirt, and the soles of his running shoes were nearly worn flat. Standing at the entrance of the brand-new Dortmund training base, he looked quite out of place. Chen Feng. Su Chen. The two shook hands. Su Chen noticed a thick callus on Chen Feng's palm, not from playing football, but rather resembling the marks of someone who had done physical labor. Let's go change your clothes first. On the way, Su Chen tried to make conversation. Did you take the train from Hamburg? By bus. It was 30 euros cheaper. When they arrived at the changing room, Su Chen found him a set of training clothes. Chen Feng changed clothes extremely quickly, his movements efficient, and without unnecessary words. Brandt peeked over from the neighboring locker. Hey, is this the Huagua midfielder you mentioned? Yes. Brandt sized Chen Feng up with a smile, another one from the east. Are you guys forming a team? Chen Feng ignored him. Su Chen translated, he's joking with you. I understand English. Chen Feng tied his shoelaces and stood up. It's just not funny. Su Chen burst into laughter. On the training field, Rose stood outside the sideline, holding a tactical board. Today's arrangement was for small group coordinated training, with 4 people in a group passing and controlling the ball in a 20-meter square area. Su Chen took the initiative to request to be in the same group as Chen Feng. On the first ball, Su Chen received the ball on the left side and glanced at Chen Feng's position. Chen Feng was on the right side, facing the incoming ball with his body slightly leaning forward. Su Chen made a horizontal pass. Chen Feng stopped the ball with one touch, not turning around, but directly flicking it back with the arch of his foot. The ball rolled accurately into Su Chen's path. Not too fast, not too slow, it reached his feet, just as Su Chen took his second step. Su Chen's eyes brightened slightly. The timing of that pass. Chen Feng had calculated his step frequency perfectly. On the second ball, Su Chen withdrew to receive the ball with his back turned. Chen Feng was about 15 meters behind him to his right. Su Chen didn't turn around. He nudged the ball to the left, feigning a turn to break through. The defender's weight immediately shifted to the left side. Su Chen flicked the ball backward with his right heel. Chen Feng was already in position. He skipped, stopping the ball entirely, sending a diagonal pass with one touch, the ball traversing the entire small area and landing at a teammate's feet on the other side. 3 passes. It flowed as if scripted. Rose lowered the tactical board at the sideline. For the next half hour, the coordination between Su Chen and Chen Feng became increasingly smooth. Whenever Su Chen made a run, Chen Feng's passes always arrived at the right time and place he desired. Neither early nor late, neither off nor on target. Su Chen pulled wide and Chen Feng's through ball arrived on time. Su Chen dropped back and Chen Feng's return pass landed perfectly in line with his run. Su Chen faked a run to draw the defense, and Chen Feng sent the ball into the space he had created. There was almost no verbal communication between the two. They communicated solely through movement and passing. After training, Brandt approached Su Chen, his expression somewhat complex. Are you sure he's a player in the 2. Bundesliga? Absolutely. His passing makes me feel like an amateur. After a moment's thought, Brandt added, don't tell him I said that. Su Chen smiled and patted him on the shoulder, walking over to Rose. Rose leaned against the sideline railing, his tactical board filled with dense notes. Coach, what do you think? Rose didn't answer directly. He flipped through his notes and looked up. Have you 2 trained together before? First time today. Rose stared at him for several seconds. You can play like this on the first time. That's why. Rose tucked the tactical board under his arm and took a couple of steps back before stopping again. He'll arrange a practice match tomorrow. I want to see how he performs in a high-intensity match environment. If it's like today, he didn't finish turning to leave. But Su Chen understood his meaning. That night, Su Chen invited Chen Feng to dinner at the training base cafeteria. The cafeteria was almost empty. The two sat at a table in the corner with 2 servings of chicken breast and vegetable salad in front of them. Chen Feng ate quickly, hardly raising his head. His eating posture wasn't bad, but it was clear he was someone used to hurrying. Su Chen chewed on a piece of chicken and casually asked, "How long have you been in Europe?" 3 years. Have you been in the two? Bundesliga the whole time? First in the two. Erste Divisie, then went to the Belgian 3rd Division and later to Hamburg. Chen Feng paused with his chopsticks. I was also borrowed by a Norwegian club for half a year in between. Su Chen's chewing slowed momentarily. 2. Erste Divisie Belgian, 3rd Division Norwegian League. A Huagua player struggling through the lowest levels of European football for 3 years. What position did you play in the national youth team? Attacking midfielder. Chen Feng's tone was very flat. Later I was moved to the wing and eventually I wasn't allowed to play at all. Why, oi? Chen Feng glanced at Su Chen. That glance needed no explanation. Su Chen understood. For the same reason as himself. Match fees. It's not just match fees. Chen Feng put down his chopsticks. My coach at that time wasn't Wang Defa, it was someone else. But the method was the same. If you want to play, you need to pay first. If you don't pay, no matter how good your skills are, it won't matter. He lifted his cup and took a sip. My family is from the countryside, we couldn't afford that money. After causing a scene with the coach, I was directly kicked off the roster. The file stated attitude, problem, non-compliance with management. With that comment, no club in the country dared to take me. Su Chen remained silent. Later I saved up money from odd jobs to buy a plane ticket and flew to the Netherlands alone. I had no connections, no agents. I just squatted at the gates of various clubs waiting for them to open trials to rush in and play. I went to 4 clubs, tried out for 3, and was rejected by 2. The last club in the 2. Erste Divisie was willing to give me a minimum level contract. It was €400 a week without accommodation. I borrowed a bed in a storage room at a local Chinese restaurant, trained during the day, and washed dishes at the restaurant at night. I worked there for a year, then moved to Belgium. After another year, I ended up in Hamburg. Chen Feng's tone remained calm throughout, as if he were recounting someone else's story. Last winter, during the toughest time, I almost bought a plane ticket to go back. What made you stay? Chen Feng fell silent for a few seconds. You in that match against Barca? The hat-trick. He looked into Su Chen's eyes. I watched the live broadcast on a broken TV in the dorm. After it ended, I sat on my bed in a daze for half an hour. And then I canceled my return ticket. The two fell silent. The cafeteria's lighting was dim and the fluorescent lights overhead hummed. After a while, Su Chen spoke up. We'll go back together in the future. Chen Feng looked up at him. Back to Huagua. Wearing the national team jersey. Su Chen jabbed his fork into the plate. Those who kicked us out have to see us wearing that jersey with their own eyes. Chen Feng stared at him for several seconds. Then he nodded slightly. He didn't speak, but the force of that nod was heavier than any answer. The next day's practice match saw Chen Feng play for 60 minutes. High intensity, running the full field, real 11 against 11. Chen Feng's performance was even better than the previous day's coordinated training. His coverage in midfield was astonishing, with a passing accuracy of 92%, 3 key passes, and 1 assist. The assist naturally went to Su Chen. The goal unfolded like this. Su Chen was squeezed between 2 defenders at the edge of the penalty area with no space in front. He suddenly withdrew 3 steps, and the 2 defenders followed him back 2 steps. At the moment, a 1-meter wide gap appeared between the 3 of them. Chen Feng's through ball came through. Su Chen accelerated through the gap, received the ball, shot, and scored. The entire process took less than 2 seconds. Rose stood at the sideline, shoving the tactical board into the assistant coach's arms. Is the contract ready? The assistant coach was stunned. Now. That afternoon, Dortmund officially announced they signed Huagua midfielder Chen Feng from Hamburg for a transfer fee of €3.5 million with a 3-year contract. As soon as the news broke, the entire Huagua internet exploded. Dortmund signs the second Huagua player. Su Chen's fellow townsman is here. The 2 Huagua men will fight side by side in the Bundesliga. The news shot to the top of the trending search within. The top comment in the comments section received over 100,000 likes in 10 minutes. 2 people abandoned by domestic football are fighting side by side in Europe. National team, aren't you ashamed? Chen Feng's Digia debut arrived swifter than anyone had expected. In the 11th round at home against Fu Lai Bao Luoze, placed Chen Feng in the starting 11, positioned in the central midfield. In the locker room before the match, Brilliance leaned toward Chen Feng and asked, nervous? Chen Feng was tying his shin guard and did not look up. Not nervous. First time in Digia. Not nervous. I have played in matches harder than this. Brilliance did not ask what those harder matches had been. He had guessed the answer would not be simple. When the match began, Fu Lai Bao revived an old tactic, a 5-man defensive barrel accompanied by 2 defensive midfielders, all compacted into their own half. It was plainly designed to mark Su Chen out of the game. In the 12th minute, 3 defenders converged as prescribed. The instant Su Chen received the ball, the 2 center backs and a defensive midfielder closed off every avenue around him. Previously, in such a squeeze, Su Chen had only 2 choices: force his way through or pass back. Today there was a third option. Su Chen took half a step to the right, and the three men's balance shifted as one. In that moment he caught with peripheral vision Chun Feng's run. Along the left flank a pocket of space, torn open by the three-man press. Su Chun clipped the ball with the outside of his right foot, and it rolled between the two center backs. Chun Feng was already there. He took no touch to settle, one contact adjusted direction, a second threaded a diagonal pass into the penalty area. As the ball flew toward the far post, Su Chun slipped through a seam between the three defenders. A header. It struck the turf and rebounded into the net. 1-0. The entire sequence lasted less than 4 seconds. The south stand erupted. Su Chun ran to the corner flag, slapped his chest with his right hand, and raised an index finger to his lips. Brilliance ran up and hugged him. How did that pass come through? I couldn't even see where I was standing, Su Chun said, pointing toward the center circle. Chun Feng was jogging back to his position, his face unreadable. In the 31st minute, Su Chun struck again. This time, it was Chun Feng's quick outlet after a defensive interception, a long pass, finding Su Chun's run. Su Chun cushioned the ball on his chest, turned, and with the on-rushing keeper closing, he guided the ball toward the far corner. 2-0. Both goals were assists from Chun Feng. In the second half, Duo Tae Meng added a goal from Ha Lu to make it 3-0. When the post-match statistics were released, the reporter's attention shifted beyond Su Chun alone. Chun Feng 2 assists, 4 key passes, a pass completion rate of 91%, 11.6 kilometers covered. A Huagua midfielder plucked from Dei, producing such numbers on his debut. When Luo Zhe was asked about Chun Feng at the press conference, he gave a terse reply, 3.5 million. The bargain transfer of the year. In the 12th round they traveled to Lu Waku's son. Lu Waku's coach had said after the previous match that shutting down Su Chun wins you half the game. This time they went further, for men. For men marked Su Chun. Su Chun watched the dense silhouettes around him, and the corner of his mouth twitched. From 3 to 4 men, at this rate, would they even pull the goalkeeper out? But 4 men on him meant only 6 remained to defend the rest of the field. When Chun Feng received the ball in midfield, there was scarcely anyone in front of him. In the 40th minute, Chun Feng took possession centrally and beat 2 men in succession, not with flashy tricks, but with the simplest shifts of direction and bursts of speed, the changes in rhythm too elusive for the opponents to follow. He surged to the edge of the penalty area and, confronting a covering defender, unleashed a fierce strike. The ball skidded along the turf into the right low corner. 1-0. Chun Feng's first DGA goal. The Duo Tae Meng bench leapt to its feet. Su Chun ran over and tapped the back of Chun Feng's head. There you go, quietly making the money. Chun Feng showed no expression. Lucky, he said. Lucky my foot. That shot left the keeper clueless. In the 67th minute of the second half, Su Chun finally found an opening amid the foreman's squeeze. He made 2 feigned runs to drag defenders aside, and on the third snap the other way, Chun Feng's through ball arrived with surgical precision at his feet. Facing the keeper, Su Chun curled a low finish into the net. 2-1. Duo Tae Meng took 3 points on the road. In the 13th round at home, they faced Min Xing Golada Bahi. In that match, Su Chun utterly exploded. In the 15th minute, after intercepting in midfield, Chun Feng played a direct through ball. Su Chun timed his run to beat the offside trap and slid the unknown finish home. 1-0. In the 33rd minute, Su Chun collected Chun Feng's layback outside the box and unleashed a long-range strike. The shot thundered at 142 kilometers per hour into the top left corner. 2-0. In the 58th minute, a rehearsed corner routine, Chun Feng delivered the corner, and Su Chun rose amid the cluster to head the ball down and in. 3-0. A hat-trick. 80,000 in Wei Si Te Fa Luan rose to applaud. Su Chun stood at the center of the pitch as the South Stand songs surged over him like a tide. The match finished 4-1. Su Chun 3 goals, no assists. Chun Feng no goals, 3 key passes. One harvesting glory on the stage, the other orchestrating from behind the scenes. After the game, the German T-Chioja magazine posted on social media, pairing it with a photograph of Su Chun and Chun Feng clasping hands, Eastern twin stars. Remember the name. 2 Huagua players are reshaping the DGA landscape. The name spread across Europe. In the locker room, Boulant held up his phone and read comments aloud. Some say you two share telepathy, some claim you can read minds, others say you were twins in a former life. Shut up. Su Chun threw his towel at Boulant's face. Halo added a barb from the side. I think the twin theory has merit. You two are equally taciturn. Chun Feng was tying his laces. At that remark, the corner of his mouth, faintly uncharacteristically curved. After 3 matches, Su Chun's DGA goal tally had reached 15. He led the scoring charts, 5 goals clear of the second place. Duo Tae Meng had taken 31 points from 13 rounds and continued to top DGA. After his shower, Su Chun meant to scroll his phone and catch up on domestic news. When the screen lit up, his smile froze. The top trending headline read, Huagua national team thrashed 3-0 by an island nation bottom of the group facing elimination. Su Chun stared at that harsh scoreline. 0-3. He scrolled down 2 comments, and his finger stopped. The first comment said, "The national team. It does not exist. Without Su Chen, they are a pack of rubbish." The second read, "Huagua football is dead." Su Chen slammed his phone into his locker and shut the door hard. The noise rang out. Chen Feng glanced at him from beside him and asked nothing. But Chen Feng already knew. His own phone displayed the same headline. 0-3. This score has been rolling across major platforms in the country for a full 2 days. The match footage has been dissected into countless segments, each reminding 1,400 million people of one thing. Chinese football is utterly terrible. The first goal conceded in the 17th minute. The left back made an erroneous back pass in his own half, allowing the opposing forward to intercept and shoot directly. The goalkeeper dove in the wrong direction. The commentator fell silent for 3 seconds. The second goal conceded in the 34th minute. During the midfield attack, there were 2 errors in the 3-pass sequence. The opponent launched a counterattack running 60 meters without anyone pressuring them. The center back stood still watching the ball. The forward merely nudged it, and the ball rolled into the goal. The third goal conceded in the 71st minute. Corner kick defense. The Chinese players collectively stood in the penalty area with no one marking the opposing header. The Japanese center back scored with a header unmarked. After the goal, the players of the Chinese team walked back with their heads down. There was no anger. There was no resentment. It felt like clocking in late for work, numbly accepting the reality. On the sidelines, a fan held up a banner crying. The banner read 4 words, "Return my football." After the match, the head coach of the Chinese team, Yang Ziyuan, stated at the press conference, "We will summarize well," and was then blocked by reporters in the hallway, unable to leave. Does such a performance deserve the fans? How can you still face coaching? Yang Ziyuan, blushing, squeezed through the crowd without answering any questions. The reactions online were even more intense than on-site. 0-3. I suggest forfeiting in the future to save on plane tickets. Cut the salaries of the national team and give it all to Su Chen so he can play by himself. Who is that number 9 forward? Yes, the one with 0 shots the entire match. Check who his dad is. There must be a story. The last comment received over 3,000 replies. Someone dug up that number 9 forward, Zhao Tianhao, the son of Zhao Wanjin, a real estate developer. The reason for being selected for the national team, a personal recommendation from a certain leader of the Football Association. The comments section exploded. Zhao Tianhao, the one who was replaced by Su Chen from the youth national team. He actually made it to the national team. I checked his stats from last season in the domestic league. 26 matches, 2 goals. 2. This level represents the national team. Don't check further. The more you do, the more disgusting it gets. In the building of the Chinese Football Association, an emergency meeting. 12 people sat on either side of the conference table. The air was thick with the smell of smoke and gunpowder. Li Guodong slammed the documents in his hand heavily on the table. Comrades, let me state one set of data. In the first 3 rounds of the qualifiers, 1 draw, 2 losses, 1 goal scored, and 7 conceded, bottom of the group. At this rate, we won't even touch the door of the 12-strong tournament. He looked around the conference table. Call up Su Chen and Chen Feng. Now. Immediately. Right away. Zhou Hanlin, sitting at the other end of the table, slowly twirled his pen. Guodong, calm down a bit. I am calm. Is Su Chen doing well in Europe because he is strong, or because he has world-class teammates around him? What is he coming back to face? A group of players who can't even make a name for themselves in the domestic league. Do you expect him to change the outcome of the match alone? That would be better than now. Now we don't even have one person who can shoot. Systemic issues cannot be solved by 1 or 2 players. Zhou Hanlin's tone was steady. Moreover, Su Chen was expelled from the youth national team due to disciplinary issues. How would the public view calling up a player who has been expelled? What disciplinary issue? Li Guodong's voice suddenly rose. All the fans in the country know what that issue was. Do you think Wang Defa's collection of appearance fees can be kept secret? The conference room fell silent. Zhou Hanlin's expression did not change much, but the action of spinning the pen stopped. After a few seconds of silence, the chairman spoke. How about this? Send the call-up letter first, and whether Su Chen is willing to come will be decided later. After all, he is currently a core player for Dortmund, and whether the club will let him go is also an issue. There is a priority clause for the national team in the contract. Li Guodong immediately replied. The chairman nodded, then send it. Zhou Hanlin did not say anything further. But after the meeting, he intercepted someone in the hallway. Old Yang. He called out to the national team head coach Yang Ziyuan. Yang Ziyuan turned around. Do you know about the call-up letter? I know. If Su Chen comes, you can arrange the lineup yourself. Zhou Hanlin patted his shoulder lightly, but for some positions you have to be aware. Yang Ziyuan's lips moved, but he said nothing. Zhou Hanlin left. 3 days later, the call-up letter arrived at Dortmund's training base. Su Chen opened the envelope and looked at the red official seal of the Chinese national football team on the document. He stared at these words for a long time. Then he opened the system panel on his phone. The task progress bar for Return of the King was flashing. Task description: represent the Chinese national team and achieve breakthrough results in the world competition. Progress 0. Su Chen exited the system, picked up his phone, and dialed a number. Directly this. On the other end of the line, there was an obvious pause, then a voice filled with suppressed excitement said, Su Chen, did you receive the call-up letter? Yes, I did. Su Chen leaned back in his chair, but I want to ask you something first. Go ahead. Is Joe Hamlin still in the Football Association? There was a 2-second silence on the other end of the line. Yes. Su Chen's mouth curved slightly. It was not a smile, but an indescribable expression. All right. I understand. He hung up the phone. Su Chen leaned against the chair in his dormitory, staring blankly at the ceiling throughout the night. The summons lay on the table, the red official seal glaring under the lamp. He thought of many things. He recalled the year he turned 8, when his father took him to kick a ball on the concrete outside their neighborhood. His father said, one day you will wear a red jersey. That is your color. He remembered the day he turned 17, when Wang Defa chuckled and told him, you're not on the list anymore. Can you come up with 500,000? If you can't, just leave. He thought back to the days of delivering food, wearing a yellow vest, riding an electric bike under the scorching 38-degree sun, earning 6 yuan per order. He remembered his grandmother saying on the phone, Xiaoqin, you look better in a jersey than in that yellow shirt. He recalled the words on the system panel. Your comprehensive rating has reached 92, but you have never understood the true essence of team football. He thought the most about that score of 0 to 3. At 4:30 in the morning, Su Chen got up and washed his face. His eyes were slightly red in the mirror, but his gaze was clear. He changed his clothes and went out. Dortmund at 5 in the morning was still asleep, the streetlights casting a dim yellow glow. Su Chen walked to the training base and swiped his card to enter. Chen Feng was on the track. He arrived even earlier. He had already run who knows how many laps, his sweatshirt soaked with sweat. Su Chen walked over and stood by the edge of the track. Chen Feng finished a lap and stopped to look at him. Did you see that score? Su Chen spoke. I did. The summons has arrived. You have one too. Chen Feng wiped the sweat off his face with his sleeve. When are you leaving? Su Chen was taken aback. Aren't you considering it? The season isn't over yet. You just established yourself in the Bundesliga. Su Chen. Chen Feng interrupted him. He rarely called Su Chen by his full name. Since the day you pulled me out of the second division, wherever you go, I will go as well. Chen Feng said this it was as calm as when he usually said, don't be nervous, or good luck. But Su Chen could sense the weight of those words. He extended his fist. Chen Feng bumped it lightly. No extra words were needed. At 9 in the morning, Su Chen knocked on the door of Luo Ze's office. Luo Ze was watching tactical videos. Upon seeing Su Chen enter, he took off his glasses and rubbed his nose. About the summons. Coach, did you already know? The club received the formal letter yesterday. Luo Ze placed his glasses on the table. I figured you would come to see me. Su Chen stood before the desk. I want to participate in the national team's qualifiers. Chen Feng is going too. Luo Ze leaned back in his chair, his hands crossed over his abdomen. Your contract has a priority clause for the national team. That's not an issue. I won't stop you. His tone paused for a moment. But I must be honest with you. When you leave for the international match days, what about the league? You two are the current offensive core of the team. We will return as soon as possible. That's not something you can control. Luo Ze leaned forward. The qualifiers are being played in Asia. With the fatigue of travel and the time difference, it will take at least 2 days to recover after returning. You'll have to play 90 minutes of high-intensity matches there. Can your body handle it? Su Chen thought for a moment and nodded. I can handle it. You say that every time. Luo Ze's mouth twitched. Last time in the Champions League overtime, your stamina was only at 9%, and you also said you could handle it. Wasn't that a win? Luo Ze shook his head and laughed. He stood up, walked in front of Su Chen, and patted it. Go. Take care of your national team matters, then hurry back to help me compete for the championship. Thank you, coach. Don't thank me. Luo Ze waved his hand. Brant will surely cry when he hears you're leaving. You'll have to comfort him yourself. Su Chen chuckled, turned, and walked out. At noon, Su Chen made a video call to Lin Wanqing. Lin Wanqing now worked at the Sports Medicine Center of the Sports General Administration of Huagua, the background filled with instruments in her office. She wore black-framed glasses, her ponytail neatly tied, and a name tag pinned to the collar of her white coat. Are you coming back to play in the qualifiers? Yes. You know there's still slight wear on your right knee meniscus, right? Did you look at the follow-up suggestions I sent you last time? If you looked at it, why didn't you reply to me? I forgot. Lin Wanqing pushed up her glasses, a gesture Su Chen had seen countless times. Every time she prepared to lecture him, she would first adjust her glasses. Su Chen, do you know you are the most disobedient patient I've ever encountered in my career? Su Chen grinned, honored. That's not a compliment. I know. Lin Wanqing fell silent for a moment. The office lights illuminated her face, and for a moment her expression didn't seem like that of a businessman. If you come back to play. She began, her voice softer than before. I can apply to be transferred to the national team's medical team. Su Chun was taken aback. Why? Aren't you doing well at the general administration? Because you don't pay attention to the follow-up suggestions I send you. Lin Wonking's expression returned to its usual coldness. If I don't keep an eye on you, you'll eventually ruin yourself on the pitch. Su Chun looked at her on the screen. This woman had scolded him countless times since Ajax. Every time he pushed himself to play without regard for his health, she was angrier than anyone else. But every time he truly needed help, she was the first to appear. Thank you, Su Chun said. For what? Just don't give me trouble. The video call ended. Su Chun stared at the blackened phone screen for 2 seconds. He smiled and shook his head. That afternoon at 3 o'clock, Su Chun posted a message on his personal social media. The accompanying picture was a photo of a jersey, the red battle robe of the Huawei national team with the flag he had taken countless photos of printed on the front. The jersey was something he bought online through unofficial channels. The official one hadn't yet arrived. He had scrawled the number 9 on the back with a black marker. The caption only contained 4 words. I'm back. Within 10 minutes of posting, the shares exceeded. The comment section exploded. Su Chun, I've been waiting for you for 2 years. The hope of Huawei football is back. Oh, everyone wake up. Brother Su Chun is going to represent the national team. I'm crying in advance. Don't get too excited with that bunch of teammates in the national team. Even Tin Su Chins wouldn't help. Shut up upstairs and let me enjoy for 5 minutes first. The most liked comment surpassed 500,000 likes within 20 minutes. Su Chun, we've waited too long for you. Huawei football is waiting for your rescue. Chen Feng also posted a message. No picture, no lengthy text. Just 5 words with Su Chun. The first comment was, Wo Chen Feng is back too. The twin stars have reunited. Inside the Huawei Football Association building, Zhou Hanlin sat in his office looking at the photo of the red jersey on his phone screen. I'm back. He read those 4 words 3 times. Then he put down his phone and leaned back in his chair. The office light was dim, the blinds slicing the evening sunlight into strips. After a moment of silence, Zhou Hanlin picked up the office phone and dialed the number. Hello, old Yang. Have you seen Su Chen's situation? On the other end, Yang Yuan's voice was low, as if afraid of being overheard. I saw it. Chairman Zhou, do you mean? Arrange it however you want. Zhou Hanlin's tone was casual, as if discussing what to have for dinner. But remember one thing. Some positions cannot be moved. Do you understand? The other end was silent for 2 seconds. Understood. Zhou Hanlin hung up the phone. He turned his chair to face the sky outside, sliced by the blinds. Su Chun, he murmured softly. Do you think that just because you're back you can change anything? The plane landed at 2 in the afternoon. Su Chun glanced at the ground through the porthole. The sky over the capital of Huawei was gray, and the heat waves on the runway surged. Chen Feng sat beside him, collecting the cup from the folding table. We've arrived. We've arrived. The two of them walked out of the economy class. Su Chun insisted on not sitting in business class, reasoning that sleeping anywhere is the same after flying for 10 hours. Chen Feng had no objections. He had never taken a business class flight in his life. After clearing customs and collecting their luggage, Su Chun pushed a suitcase, while Chen Feng carried a worn sports bag on his back. The glass doors of the arrival hall slid open before them. Su Chen's footsteps halted. Chen Feng also stopped. Outside the hall, a sea of people loomed, all dressed in red. Red banners, national flags, jerseys, and scarves created a swirling mass of crimson at the exit. Su Chun is here. The waves of sound crashed toward them like a wall, causing Su Chen's ears to buzz. He glanced around. Roughly, at least 1,000 people. Young men resembling college students held up fluorescent signs, middle-aged men hoisted children on their shoulders, and an elderly man with gray hair wore a red baseball cap, while a female fan in a jersey screamed until her voice cracked. Damn, Chen Feng rarely swore. Su Chun didn't expect such a scene. He had seen crowds of 80,000 in Dortmund, but that was from a distance across the pitch. At this moment, over 1,000 people were just 3 meters away, their phones and cameras flashing lights that nearly swallowed his vision. A familiar voice came from the right. Su Chun, Chen Feng, over here. Zhang Lei, the sports blogger who once criticized him but later changed his stance, squeezed to the front while holding a live streaming camera. On his phone screen, the number of viewers was skyrocketing. 28 million, 29 million, 30 million. Su Chun, say hello to the fans nationwide. Su Chun looked at the camera, thought for a moment, and simply said, I'm back to play football. The barrage of comments exploded instantly. The screen was flooded with the words, and charge, charge, charge. Zhang Lei then turned the camera toward Chen Feng. Chen Feng, say a few words. Chen Feng looked at the camera expressionlessly, nothing to say. The comments scrolled by. Chen Feng's tight-lippedness rivals state secrets, and the Gemini are one cool and one even cooler. Security personnel opened a passage. Fans threw jerseys for him to sign. A little girl was held up by her mother, crying out, Brother Su Chun. A middle-aged man with reddened eyes gave him a thumbs up. His lips moved, but his voice was drowned in the noise. Su Chen read his lips. I beg you. Su Chen nodded at him. After exiting the crowd, a black business car was parked by the roadside. Li Guodong leaned against the car door, his hair noticeably grayer since their last meeting. Seeing Su Chen, he pressed his lips together tightly, his eyes slightly moist. Little Su. Director Li. The two shook hands. They got into the car. The vehicle drove out of the airport area and Su Chen withdrew his gaze from the sea of red in the rearview mirror. Tell me, what's the situation? Li Guodong opened a folder, his expression darkening. There were 4 qualifiers. 1 win, 1 draw, and 2 losses. We scored 2 goals and conceded 8. Third in the group. 2 goals. Su Chen repeated. We scored 2 goals in 4 matches, one of which was an own goal by the opponent. Chen Feng beside him took a gentle breath. In a group of 6 teams, the top 2 qualify directly, and the third team goes to the playoffs. We are 4 points behind the second place with 4 matches left. Li Guodong closed the folder. We must win at least 3 matches. Otherwise we won't even qualify for the playoffs. When is the next match? In 10 days. An away match against the Goryeo team. The Goryeo team, a traditional strong team in Asia, was undefeated in the qualifiers and topped the group. They possessed excellent physical conditioning and aggressive running, best at utilizing home advantage to apply pressure. The Goryeo team has won all 4 matches. Yes. The car cabin fell silent for 2 seconds. That's enough, Su Chen said. Li Guodong looked at him. What do you mean by enough? 10 days. Enough. Li Guodong opened his mouth, but swallowed his words. He saw an inexplicable calm on the face of this 18-year-old. The man who eliminated Real Madrid in the Champions League semifinals certainly had the right to speak in such a tone. At 5 in the afternoon, the business car drove into the national team's training base. Su Chen didn't rush upstairs. He handed his suitcase to Chen Feng. Help me put it in my room. Are you going alone? He'll go alone for now. He walked towards the iron door of the changing room. As he pushed the door open, the hinges let out a sharp screech. The laughter and noise in the changing room abruptly stopped. Over 20 pairs of eyes turned in unison. Someone was sitting on a bench, cleaning their shoes, their motion suspended midair. 2 young players huddled together, looking at their phones, their faces frozen in shock. The changing room was small, filled with the scent of sweat and red flower oil. The white paint on the walls was peeling, and a national flag of Huagua hung on the wall facing the entrance. Silence lasted for 3 seconds. A bald man in the corner leaned against a cabinet, spitting out half-chewed gum into the trash, a vague smile lingering on his lips. Oh, the big star from Europe finally decided to show up. Zhao Haitao, 30 years old, the core of the defense. He had won the title of best defender in the Chinese Super League twice, reliable in defense, but not so much in his speech. Su Chen glanced at him, ignoring him. His gaze passed over everyone and landed on the national flag on the wall. The red fabric was somewhat worn, with corners slightly curled up. There was a small stain on it. It was unclear whether it was sweat or something else. Su Chen approached and touched the red cloth. The material was rough, not of good quality. But at the moment his fingers brushed against it, he recalled his father's words. That is your color. Su Chen turned around, facing over 20 national players. The changing room was so quiet that one could hear the dripping water from the faucet in the corner. Starting today, he spoke up, his voice not loud, but every word was clear. No matter if you agree or not, this team has only one goal, the World Cup. No one spoke. Those who can't keep up should leave early. After saying that, he opened an empty locker nearby and tossed his jacket inside. Zhao Haitao's smile vanished. He stared at Su Chen's back for several seconds, clicked his tongue, and bent down to tie his shoelaces. No one spoke. But the air in the changing room had already changed. The next morning, Su Chen thoroughly grasped the current state of the national team of Huagua during a training session. It was worse than he had imagined. The first segment of the training was a physical fitness test. The coaching staff arranged a 12-minute run, covering as much distance as possible within 12 minutes to test the players' aerobic endurance. The qualifying line for professional players is 3,200 meters. The average level of Borussia Dortmund exceeds 3,500 meters, while Su Chen managed to run 3,700. The average score of the 23 players in the Huagua national team was 2,960 meters. They didn't even pass the qualifying line. After finishing, over half of the players lay on the ground gasping for air, with 3 of them going to the sidelines to vomit. Su Chen stood in place, barely sweating, with an unpleasant expression. The second segment was passing and controlling the ball in coordination. Groups of 5 were to pass the ball within a 30-meter square, with 2 players from the opposite side applying pressure. The level of chaos exceeded Su Chen's imagination. There were 2 mistakes in a 3-pass sequence. The players failed to look up before receiving the ball, simply charging forward after getting it. Their positioning was nearly non-existent, all huddled together. One midfielder stopped the ball 3 meters away, nearly sending it out of the training field onto the running track. Chen Feng stood beside Su Chen, saying nothing from beginning to end. But Su Chen recognized that expression. When training at Borussia Dortmund, if anyone's passing quality was too poor, Chen Feng wore that same face. It was a silent kind of dissatisfaction. Su Chen quietly asked him, "What do you think?" Chen Feng thought for 3 seconds before replying, "Can we get a refund?" However, it wasn't entirely devoid of light. Su Chen noticed 2 players. The first was Zhao Haitao. This bald man, despite being mouthy, ran 3,400 meters in the fitness test, leading the team by a wide margin. During the training match, his defensive positioning and anticipation were quite seasoned, and his physical confrontations were solid. He was the only defender in the team capable of withstanding the impact. In one confrontation, Su Chen charged into his defensive area with the ball, but Zhao Haitao stood his ground, blocking Su Chen's path and forcing him to pass back. After the pass, Su Chen glanced at him. Zhao Haitao bared his teeth at him, saying, "What? You can play against anyone in Europe, but not against me." Su Chen didn't respond, but remembered this person. Though he had a foul mouth, he was a tough nut. The second was 21 years old, a winger. This kid was tall and slim with long legs and quick strides. His straight-line sprinting speed was the fastest in the team. Su Chen estimated his 100-meter speed to be just over 11 seconds, which was not bad, even in European leagues. The problem was, he was too timid. Every time he got the ball, he hesitated, looking down at his feet, afraid to make it. When he should have advanced, he passed back. When he should have shot, he passed sideways. When he should have taken on a defender unknown, he handed the ball to someone beside him. Su Chen ran over to ask him, "How long have you been playing?" "Since I was little," Lin Shaokai said softly, a bit muffled. "You're pretty fast." "Am I?" "Yes, that last sprint you did wasn't any worse than mine. But why do you pass back every time you get the ball?" Lin Xiaokai's lips moved slightly. "I'm afraid of losing the ball." "What nonsense. If you lose, it'll help you win it back." Lin Shaokai was taken aback, silent, but the tips of his ears turned a bit red. After training, Yang Ziyuan was waiting for Su Chen in the office. The door was slightly ajar. Su Chen knocked twice before pushing the door open. Yang Ziyuan sat behind the desk. A 50-year-old man looked like he was 60, with heavy bags under his eyes and sparse hair. A pile of tactical diagrams was scattered on the desk, drawn densely, but Su Chen knew at a glance that these diagrams were not very useful. The ideas were too cluttered, trying to cover everything, resulting in a failure to do anything well. "Su Chen, sit," Yang Ziyuan said, pointing to the chair across from him. Su Chen sat down. Yang Ziyuan was silent for a moment, rubbing his hands together. "You saw today's training. What are your feelings?" Su Chen thought for a moment and picked a mild way to say it. "There is a lot of room for improvement." Yang Ziyuan forced a smile, saying, "You don't need to flatter me. I know what level this is." He stood up, walked to the window, and faced away from Su Chen. "I've been coaching the national team for a year and a half. In this year and a half, I've been drawing tactics, watching videos, thinking about how to improve this team every night." He turned around and looked at Su Chen. "But I can't do it." Su Chen remained silent. "I'm not making excuses. The player's foundation is too poor and the training conditions are limited. These are objective reasons. But the biggest problem is myself." Yang Ziyuan's voice was a bit hoarse. "I know my abilities are limited. I've only coached teams in the Chinese League 1. Handling the national team is too big a task for me, and I can't manage it." He looked at Su Chen, his gaze unmasked and sincere. "Su Chen, I want to win. I truly want to win. Tell me, what should I do?" Su Chen looked at this 50-year-old coach. He thought of Wang Defa, oily, rubbing his hands and laughing, full of nonsense. But this man was different. Yang Ziyuan was not a bad person, he was simply at his limit. An honest man, overwhelmed, was thrown into a position he couldn't handle. A certain place in Su Chen's heart softened. "Director Yang, do you trust me?" Yang Ziyuan was taken aback, saying, "Of course." "Then give me 3 days. Su Chen stood up, saying, "In 3 days, I'll give you a plan." Yang Ziyuan. That night, Chen Feng came to knock on Su Chen's room door. Upon opening the door, he saw Su Chen sitting at the desk with a tattered old notebook spread out in front of him. It was his father's tactical notes, brought from Ajax to Dortmund, then back to Huagua. After 10 years, the pages had yellowed and the corners were rolled. Su Chen flipped to a certain chapter. The cover page had a line written in blue ballpoint pen, leading the team with one core, counterattack system for weaker teams. "Did your dad write this?" Chen Feng leaned against the door frame. "Yeah, he used this system when he was in the amateur league." "Is it useful, eh?" He led a group of amateur players and was 2 minutes away from entering the professional league. Chen Feng walked over, looking down at the positioning diagrams in the notebook. "Can you understand it? That handwriting looks like a chicken danced on the page. My dad's handwriting is like this. I couldn't even copy his homework when I was little." Chen Feng's lips moved slightly, a rare moment of not being expressionless. "I'll head back now. Don't stay up too late." "Got it." The door closed. Su Chen turned on the desk lamp, spread a blank sheet of paper, and began drawing tactical diagrams. A line, 2 lines. Movement trajectories. Passing paths. Defensive positions. At 3 in the morning, he finished the last stroke. 7 or 8 sheets of paper were spread on the desk, and his pen was nearly out of ink. Su Chen stared at the last diagram for a long time. Dad, he murmured to himself, I'll use the method you taught me. The night outside was dense and unbreakable. The light from the desk lamp illuminated those crooked tactical diagrams, as well as the tattered old notebook beside them. The handwriting of 2 generations of father and son lay side by side. On the morning of the third day, Yang Ziyuan announced a decision at the team's morning meeting. The upcoming tactical training will be led by Su Chen. The locker room buzzed with murmurs. Over 20 pairs of eyes turned to Su Chen, some curious, some doubtful, and some dismissive. Zhao Haitao reacted the most directly. He switched his chewing gum to the other side of his mouth and sarcastically remarked, an 18-year-old kid as the coach. Is the football association out of options? Yang Ziyuan's face showed signs of discomfort. Old Zhao, Coach Yang is still here, Su Chen interrupted. He glanced at Zhao Haitao. I'm not the coach, I'm your teammate. But in terms of tactics, you need to listen to me. Zhao Haitao curled his lip and fell silent. His expression was clear. Sure, let you prance around for a couple of days, and then we'll see. Su Chen didn't bother to argue with him. He walked to the tactical board and slapped it with his hand. The entire room fell silent. The core of our tactics is summarized in 2 words, defense and counterattack. He drew a line on the board dividing the field in half. From now on, our game strategy will be the entire team will retreat playing low defense and ceding possession to the opponent. Then we will strike decisively with a counterattack. Someone raised their hand. Left winger Lu Yang asked, so we won't be attacking. Leave the attacking to me and Shen Feng. Your tasks are only 3 things. Su Chen raised 3 fingers. First, run. Second, mark your man. Third, pass the ball to me and Shen Feng. He lowered his hand. You don't need to worry about anything else. The locker room fell silent for 2 seconds. Then someone muttered from the back, isn't that too easy? Su Chen heard it, but didn't turn around. Doing these 3 things is not easy at all. Let's head to the training ground. On the training field, Su Chen arranged the team into a defensive formation. 442. The distance between the 2 lines should not exceed 25 meters. The defensive line was pushed back to the 30-meter area of their half, with the midfield line closely following. Everyone, listen, that includes forwards, must retreat to our half within 5 seconds after losing the ball. He personally ran a position demonstration. Starting from the center circle, sprint back to your own 30-meter line, and once there, quickly find your defensive area to mark. This is the required speed. Within 5 seconds. If you can't do it, you have extra training. The first set of practice matches began. 10 minutes later, the situation was dismal. The defensive formation couldn't hold. Once the ball was lost, some players ran back, while others stood dumbfounded in the forward area. The gap between midfielders and defenders was large enough for a truck to pass through. When passing the ball, players blindly kicked it forward without looking, with 7 out of 10 passes landing at the opponent's feet. Su Chen called for a stop 3 times. On the 3rd stop, he didn't scold anyone. He ran to the defensive position and alongside Shen Feng demonstrated the defensive positioning for the entire team. 1 run wasn't enough, so they ran it twice. Twice wasn't enough, they ran it 3 times. Shen Feng was responsible for the interception area and midfield. Every time the ball reached him, his passes were always fast and accurate. Whether it was a long ball to Su Chen or a short pass to the wings, always completed within a second. By the 4th run, several players' positioning finally started to look decent. Zhao Haitao's commands from the backline grew increasingly loud. Get closer. Shift left. Mark your man. Don't watch the ball. Leon, come back. Where are you running off to? Su Chen realized this guy scolded more fiercely than himself. But every word he yelled hit the mark. Under Zhao Haitao's shouting, the defensive line gradually started to... The distance between the 4 defenders was compressed from the original 7 or 8 meters to 3 or 4 meters, forming a loosely structured wall. Though it wasn't sturdy, at least it had shape. In his mind, Su Chen adjusted Zhao Haitao's rating from sharp-tongued to a higher level. During the second half of the practice match, Su Chen organized a complete counterattack drill. The entire team played low defense with Su Chen and Shen Feng lying in wait near the midfield. When Shen Feng made an interception in midfield, he sent a long pass to Su Chen. After receiving the ball, Su Chen didn't take it himself. He took a couple of steps to draw the attention of 2 defenders, then passed it sideways to the right. The ball reached Lin Xiaokai's feet. Lin Xiaokai was stunned. He instinctively wanted to pass back. Drive forward. Su Chen yelled at him. Lin Xiaokai's body reacted before his mind. His long legs took a step forward, pushing the ball 2 meters ahead. The opposing defender couldn't keep up with his speed. Into the penalty area. An open goal. But Lin Xiaokai hesitated again. He lifted his foot, started the shooting motion halfway, then pulled it back, wanting to see if there were better passing options. Shoot! Su Chen shouted from behind. Lin Xiaokai closed his eyes and swung his foot. The ball hit the bottom edge of the goalpost and bounced in. It went in. Lin Xiaokai stood in front of the goal, stunned. He turned back to look at Su Chen, his expression one of disbelief at what he had just accomplished. Su Chun ran over and patted the back of his head. See, you're not incapable. Lin Shaokai opened his mouth, but couldn't find the words. But his eyes sparkled. That kind of brightness ignited by someone else. After the training concluded, Zhao Haitao slowly walked up to Su Chun. The two exchanged a glance. Zhao Haitao's mouth moved a few times as if chewing something. Finally, he squeezed out one word, good. What's good, oi? You kid, you've got some skills. After saying that, he turned and left, swaggering away, still with that teasing tone. Su Chun shook his head and couldn't help but chuckle. Chun Feng walked over and handed him a bottle of water. Did you notice anything? What? The goalkeepers. Su Chen's smile faded. He had indeed noticed. Today in the practice match, both goalkeepers performed rather mediocre. The first goalkeeper was a beat slow, and the second goalkeeper had a limited range of saves. With the skill level of the opposing forwards, at least 3 goals would be conceded away. Su Chun twisted the cap off the water bottle and took a sip, then pulled out his phone, scrolling to a number and dialing it. Old Lu. On the other end of the line, Lu Tai's booming voice came through. Chen Gu, you're back. I saw that video of you at the airport. I'm telling you, our delivery station brothers are all hyped. Old Lu. Huh? Didn't you say you played as a goalkeeper when you were younger? Lu Tieju's tone became excited instantly. I was the main goalkeeper in the amateur league. Back in the day. Just kidding. Su Chen interrupted. Do me a favor. You know a few people in the domestic football scene. Help me check if there are any overlooked good goalkeepers. Young ones with talent, those who are just getting by in lower leagues or youth training teams. Lu Taiju was silent for 2 seconds. Chen Gu, are you selecting players for the national team? Yeah. Just wait. I'll ask tonight. I'll give you news within 3 days. Su Chen hung up the phone and looked up at the sky. The evening sky above the training base was a deep crimson. 10 days. 7 days until departure for the away game. There were still 7 days of training time in between. Would 7 days be enough to mold a team that was riddled with issues in formation, stamina, and mentality into a cohesive fighting unit?